a young man whose real name is Night Xingyu. He has the unique ability to be reborn, retaining the memory of his past lives. In each new life, he is forced to accept the memories of the previous body owner, which is an agonizing process for him. He is 25 years old, works as a low-paid car salesman, and lives in dysfunctional conditions. Night Xingyu is reborn in a body again, having been given the memories of the previous owner of the body. He regains his health and plans to start a new life. He gets a job at a college cafeteria where he has to work hard, but he is content with it as he wants to live a quiet and peaceful life. Night Xingyu meets Lin Shanya, a woman whose facial features and mannerisms surprisingly remind him of an important woman from his past. This evokes strong emotions in him and makes him think about his new life. He receives a call from Zhang Xinyu, a woman with whom he had a complicated relationship in the past. She demands his presence at a nightclub, which leads to a dangerous situation where he is attacked. While meeting Zhang Xinyu and her friends, Night Xingyu is threatened and attacked by Liang Xiaofan, a rich and powerful man who uses the characters to his advantage. And he doesn't understand what brought him to this stupid and dangerous situation. He starts to remember the day when he found himself in this new body and took a street cat with him. The young man frowned and pondered for a while, and when he could not seem to find a definite answer, he shook his head with a bitter smile, not bothering to dwell on it. One of his hands was still clutching the wildcat, while the other was lifted up, and he wiped the blood from his face a few times quite casually. No matter. There must be a way to the mountain. It's better to receive the memories of the dead first. The man closed his eyes, and a look of pain immediately appeared on his face, as if he had fallen asleep and was haunted by a nightmare. Every time he was reborn, the most tormenting thing for him was the process of receiving the memories of the dead. When a large amount of information flooded into his mind in a split second, the feeling of his head bursting into flames made his heart palpitate whenever he thought of it. However, this is an inevitable process, whether he wants it or not. Shortly after his rebirth, the memories of the deceased's life are bound to be forcefully imported into his mind and soul, which, though painful, will enable him to clearly understand everything about the deceased's life in just a few minutes. The young man trembled involuntarily. His expression was grim and horrible, as if he had endured torture. Yet he did not make any sound, only violent and heavy breathing. This process probably lasted less than 3 minutes. The young man's expression gradually calmed down. Through this short period of time, he experienced the deceased's life history of more than 20 years. A brief but clear and unparalleled imprinted in the depths of his mind, and his own huge memory together, into a whole, but also a clear demarcation. By receiving these memories, the young man naturally learns the identifying information of the deceased. Night Xingyu, an extremely rare surname, age 25 years old, rural people, once studied in the city of the College of Economics, graduated from the city to stay in the city to work. Mediocrity for several years, did not make any achievements, is currently an automobile enterprise of the grassroots salesman, is facing the dilemma of being fired. It's actually surnamed Knight. Such a rare surname has come across me. It seems that I am very lucky with someone with the surname Knight. The young man bared his teeth and rubbed his forehead as the figure of a person surfaced in his mind, an acquaintance who was deeply entangled with him in one of his lives, and happened to be surnamed Knight as well. After all, there are many people with the same last name, and the recently deceased Night Starry Night was an ordinary citizen of the Qianlong Empire. So he was in two worlds with that person, and it was impossible for them to have any interactions at all. Although the dead man's vast memories have all been received, he has not yet fully digested them, and has only memorized some of the most basic information, while other less important memories have not had the time to read them in detail, and have been roughly scanned over and then tossed aside, to be recalled naturally when needed. From now on, he will continue to live in the body and identity of Night Starry Night until he dies again. That is to say, from now on, he is Night Starry Night, and Night Starry Night is him. At a cursory glance, this body is not bad, although it is a bit weak, but it is not too old. It has potential for development, and most importantly, it has all the parts. It is not missing an arm or a leg, and it is not deaf or mute, or has any other disabilities, according to the usual practice. The first step of rebirth is to receive the memory of the deceased. The second step is to check the major accessories. And the third step is only to repair the physical injuries. It seems to have been beaten to death by those people. These grandchildren are really ruthless. The leg bone was fractured and a rib was broken. The main cause of death was intracranial hemorrhage caused by a heavy blow to the brain, although his physical condition was terrible. The mysterious man, who had been reborn in place of Night, Starry Night, knew that these were minor problems that could be easily solved. In the instant of his rebirth, the powerful power of his soul would be unleashed to change the structure of matter with the power of his spirit, and the wounds of his body would be repaired dramatically in the shortest possible time, leaving no traces behind. It would only take 1 or 2 hours at the most for these internal and external wounds, which were already considered very serious in the eyes of ordinary people, to completely heal. The broken leg bones and ribs had even begun to be restored to their original position and jointed together under the action of the power of the divine soul. And even the cracked blood vessels of the brain had also been repaired very quickly, and in a little bit more time. The bruises in the brain could be discharged. The mysterious man couldn't remember how many times he had been reborn, and traumas of this magnitude were simply child's play, not something to worry about at all. He carried the wild cat in his hand to his eyes, and seeing its tongue licking and its round eyes looking pitiful, he couldn't help but smile. "Little fellow, you and I are destined to be together, so let's send you a creation. The last heavenly tribulation caused me to open up another memory inheritance, so it's a good time to use you to test out my newly learned spirit-empowering avatar." After that, the man stretched out an index finger and gestured in front of his eyes. With the movement of his fingertip, an abstract symbol condensed by red light appeared out of thin air and hovered motionlessly. "Go," the young man made a virtual point with his finger, and the radiant symbol contracted violently, unexpectedly drilling into the center of the little wildcat's brow and disappearing. Immediately afterward, the little wildcat's eyes suddenly became very flexible, and a vivid expression appeared on its face, which seemed to be a little scared and a little happy, and even meowed a few times, as if it was grateful and pleasing. Night Singing You nodded slightly with a smile on his face. He could already confirm that the first time he had performed the spirit-empowering avatar had taken effect. The originally ignorant little wild cat had been enlightened by him, and possessed a human-like mind. "Go away, go home and sleep." The man threw the little wild cat on the ground, limping out of the shadowy alley. "His leg bones are only preliminary joints. To fully recover still need a little time." And the black, small wild cat obediently followed the Night Xingyu's back, the pace of the light and sensitive, just with the hobbling of the man to form a stark contrast. Half an hour later, when a hospital ambulance arrived at the scene, it only found blood on the ground, but no casualties, so it had no choice but to return. Night Xing, you according to receive the memory to know his own address. Away from the city's Xinyang district, 98th Street District, Shili Road, Ruihua Lane, No. 26, Building 3. 7th floor, not far from here, only 4 bus stops away, but he was injured. Hard to spend more than an hour to arrive. Once at home, Night Starry Night took off his blood-stained clothes and pants, rinsed them off in the bathroom, and then dried them with a towel before collapsing on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. I don't know how long. The ringing of the cell phone will wake up the sleeping Night Starry Night. He confusedly took the cell phone and pressed the answer button. "Night Starry Night, are you dead or what? You didn't come to work for 3 whole days. You didn't ask for leave and you didn't answer your phone. Do you still want to work or not? If you don't want to work, get out of here." An arrogant and angry man roared from the other end of the phone. Slightly sober Night Xingyu heard this familiar voice and tone, and knew that he was his top boss, God Windcar Regional Sales Manager Zhao Dazhuang. "Got it?" Night Xingyu impatiently muttered a sentence, then hung up the phone, looked at the time displayed on the cell phone, and indeed it has already passed 3 days. It seems that this sleep is really a bit heavy for Night Xingyu. Sleep is equivalent to cultivation. His indestructible divine soul will absorb the outside world energy to strengthen itself while sleeping, especially after repairing the body injury. The soul power consumption is huge. It is even more need to sleep to replenish. So this sleep only 3 days long. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone began to ring again. Night Singing You glanced at the screen. But it was Zhao Dazhuang who called again. so he didn't bother to pick it up and let it ring. So tired. Night Starry Night sighed as he got up from the bed. This fatigue is not physical, but mental. He couldn't remember how many times he had been reborn. 30 times, 40, or 50. He was tired of his long life experiences, and the alternative way of living forever seemed to be a burden and torture for him. Let's make do with what we have in this life. I'm not going out, as if making a declaration. Night Seung, who muttered something in his mouth. In his countless life journeys, sometimes he was dazzling, shocking the world, a myth, a legend, while sometimes he got tired of it, and chose to be an ordinary person, living a peaceful life. For example, in his first few lives, he was too dazzling, which made him physically and mentally exhausted, and it was time for him to take a break. Soul consciousness in the body a scan. Sure enough, the wound is healed, restored as before, without leaving any sequelae, and the original somewhat weak physique has also been greatly strengthened. The whole body muscles slightly bulging, angular, as if after a long period of fitness. This is not just a fancy pillow, but a real body strengthening. This time the Night Zing, you completely different from the previous week. Whether it is strength, speed, or sensitivity, are far more than the level of ordinary people. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Night Starry Night arrived at Divine Wind Mansion by bus. Shenfeng Automobile is a famous domestic automobile brand. The headquarters and factories are in the city. He is a salesman. The performance is very unsatisfactory. In the company is not popular. Often by the top boss, Zio Dajwang, yelled like a grandson. Manager Zio, I'm sorry. Something came up recently, and I didn't have time to take a vacation. Night Xingyu pushed open the door of the manager's office and walked in with no expression on his face, although his mouth said sorry. His tone was very flat, and his face was not the least bit apologetic. So you finally showed up. Come when you want, don't come when you don't. Do you think this is a public toilet? Do you still want this job? How dare you hang up on me? Do you care about me as your manager? Are you tired of living? When Night Singing didn't finish speaking, he was ranted by Zio Dajwang. His fingers were about to poke him in the nose. But he remained calm, like an outsider, as if he wasn't the one being scolded by the other party. Zio Dajwang had a good time. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong and thought to myself, why is this grandson as unresponsive as a wooden man? According to the usual practice, shouldn't he kneel down and hug his trouser leg, begging desperately for forgiveness with tears and snot in his nose? To be Zio Dajwang voice, Night Zing, you only expressionless open mouth Zio manager. This time is my wrong. I sincerely apologize, only this time. The next will not be an example. Sincerity. You look like you're sincere. Zio Dajwang laughed, or even the next is not an exception. To tell you the truth, our company is very concerned about the discipline of the organization. All according to the rules and regulations. You unexcused absences for 3 days, as automatic departure processing. Get out, don't let me look annoyed. Night Zing, you lowered his head to think. It seems that the company's attendance system does have such a line. It seems that he is really a disadvantage. He also did not find excuses. Just calmly said Zio manager. I also work in this company for half a year. No merit, but also hard work. I hope you have the generosity to let me off. This time I must be good repentance. In the future will not have such a situation again. Merit, hard work. You've been working for so long, and you've only sold 2 cars, or discounted, half sold, half given away, and you still have the face to claim credit for me. Zio Dajwang was getting more and more angry, and directly lifted his leg up, posing as if he was going to kick someone. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't creep around. I get angry when I see you. Through the memory, Night Zing, you know that this person has an opinion of his own. Usually is very bad. See his angry look. Then feel that this matter seems to have no room for reversal. So also do not force. Turn to say Zio manager, let me go can. But you have to last month's wages settled to me. Still want wages. Zio Dajwang laughed back in anger. I'm asking you. Do you know what it means to leave automatically? Also, how many cars did you sell last month? Don't you have any idea? He has not made any achievement. But still have the face to ask me for wages. Are you out of your mind? Night Zing, you faintly smiled. But also do not bother to talk to Zio Dajwang nonsense. Turn around and out of the office. Leaving that cold gaze unexpectedly let Zio Dajwang a burst of inexplicable palpitations. Forehead also appeared cold sweat. When the door was closed, Zio Dajwang was only able to come back to his senses and whispered in an unbelievable way. "It's strange. Why did this kid's gaze become so scary? It's like being stared at by a wild beast. So scared that I almost couldn't stand still." In Zio Dajwang's memory, the Knight Xingyu is a weak character of counselor, usually being yelled at like a grandson, but also to compensate for the smile. If not sweet-talking will pat a little ass, would have been driven out of the company. Did not think that today it is like a change of person. The expression of indifference, not to mention that even the gaze has become as deep as an abyss. However, considering the fact that from now on, there will be no more interactions with Night Starry Night, Zio Dajwang didn't bother to think about it, took out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and sat back in his seat with a whimper. At this time of the night, Xing, you certainly will not be for a little meager wages to compare with an ordinary person. To his means of ability, want to survive in this world is easy, so he walked very free, very calm, and even without any little emotional fluctuations. Outside the door, without taking a few steps, Night Singing You heard someone calling his name. "Night Xing You. Where have you been these days? Why are you in the sky now? Yesterday. Fatty Zio asked me for your phone number." A young man wearing glasses from the back over, holding a document. He is a colleague of the Night Starry Night. The relationship is not bad, but also a bottom sales. It's okay. I've just fallen out with him. I'm free now. Night Starry Night spread his hands and said indifferently, "What? You're not going to do it?" The young man with the glasses had an unbelievable look on his face. "Didn't you always say that you would protect your goddess to the death, and would never leave? Goddess." Night Singing You was slightly stunned, and immediately associated this term with a name called Zhang Xinyu in his memory. Zhang Xinyu, Night Xingyu's college classmates, school flower. People are very beautiful. It is said that the family is also very rich. Is a typical rich white beauty. Night Xingyu fell in love at first sight with her, shocked by the heavenly beings. The bitter pursuit of a few years, but no progress. Speaking of which, Xingyu and Xinyu are very similar in pronunciation, which makes Night Starry Night often feel emotional and recognize the other party as his true destiny. Most of the relationships during the student years ended in vain. After graduation, they went their separate ways and lost contact with each other. A few years later, at a school reunion, the Night Xingyu and saw Zhang Xinyu know that she worked in the wind car. They also quit their original jobs, get a false resume to run to the wind car to apply for employment, for which also compiled a melodramatic story, with acting and eloquence to impress the director of personnel, and then squeezed into the wind car, as desired. But at this time Zhang Xinyu is still high above. She is the senior secretary of the general manager's office, and Night Starry Night is just a small grassroots civil servant, although the same enterprise, in the same building. Usually, but it is difficult to see on one side, even if there is the occasional encounter. He ran up to set close to the face, and has never been the other side of the eye to look at. However, the Night Xing You happy in it, relying on the identity of old classmates from time to time in the body of Zhang Xinyu around, and constantly looking for opportunities to offer attentiveness. He is convinced that one day can be sincere to the gold stone for open. What happened? He was opened by Zio Dajwang before Jinshi was opened. Speak of the devil. Your goddess is here. So show her off. She hasn't been served for a few days, and she's in a bad mood. I'm busy with the sales report. Let's talk later. The young man with the glasses smiled and pointed behind Night Singing You, then patted the other party's shoulder and hurriedly left with the documents. At the other end of the open office area, there was a slender figure walking towards this side. Her chin held high, and she took a catwalk like a model. Like a noble princess, Night Xingyu stood still with a cold face, looking at Zhang Xinyu, who approached from afar. Although the other party did not look at him with a slanting eye, the sensitive Night Xing You knew that the other party was rushing towards him. Due to her work and occupation, when Zhang Xinyu appears in the company, she usually wears formal attire and is meticulous. And today is no exception. A typical white-collar oil outfit. Dyed corn-colored wavy curls make her look sexy and seductive. Her delicate face is painted with a subtle light makeup, and her looks and temperament are comparable to those of the popular big-name female celebrities. However, her face was very unfriendly at the moment, coldly slatting her pretty face, and just as she approached, she said somewhat nonchalantly, "Night, starry night, I'm thirsty in the past." As soon as he saw Zhang Xinyu appear, Night Singing Yu would run over to him with his head in his hands and ask for warmth and hospitality, trying his best to please him, making a dog-licking gesture. But he knew that this time was different. Night Singing Yu stood like a log, and there was no obnoxious winking smile on his face, and he had a look of disinterestedness. Night Starry Night didn't understand what the other party meant, and casually pointed to the water dispenser not far away. Zhang Xinyu frowned, somewhat impatiently. She scolded, "Are you deaf? Go get me a drink." Night Singing Yu indifferently swept a glance at her and faintly returned, "Don't you have legs yourself?" "You?" Zhang Xinyu was choked by these words and almost turned off her breath. And without thinking, she lifted up her high heels and kicked them over. If it is really the original Night Xingyu, surely is not dare to hide and will not hide, and even take the initiative to come up to get this kick, so as to show their own unquestionable loyalty. But the current Night Starry Night is no longer the same Night Starry Night. So how can he be kicked in the face for no reason? So he was dashing sideways to give way. The tip of the high heels just swept past. Not enough, the foot naturally missed. On the contrary, Zhang Xinyu, due to overexertion, the center of gravity shifted to the side. The slender heel was not stabilized. The mouth ouch a sound. The center of gravity is out of balance. The body to the side of the back of the body to lean back, looked to fall on the ground. Night Xingyu's arm stretched out, wrapped around Zhang Xinyu's slender waist, and with a light belt, he allowed the other party to stand firmly. However, before Zhang Xinyu could react, Night Starry Night had already withdrawn his arm and turned away without looking back. According to the memory information that Night Singing Yu received when he was reborn, the reason why he was hijacked and brutally beaten by the villains in the society a few days ago is most likely unrelated to this woman. As the saying goes, the red color is a scourge. This is not the first time, as a flower protector. Blocking the knife and lying down is a common occurrence. So the intention of the Night Xing Yu playing over a lifetime fundamentally did not want to continue to get involved with Zhang Xinyu. The better to stay away from it. Otherwise it will also get into some trouble. The current Night Singing Yu is not the previous Night Singing Yu. He has been reborn many times from ancient times to the present. What kind of women have not seen? Although Zhang Xinyu is indeed very beautiful and attractive, she is still far from being able to shake his heart and mind. For such a woman, Night Starry Night can completely treat her like air. "Hey, you!" Looking at Night Singing Yu's distant back. Zhang Xinyu's mood was terrible. She has just been rebuked by the general manager as angry. Inadvertently saw the Night Xing Yu in the roadside of the pestle, ready to take him as a barrel to vent a bit. But I do not know that instead of bumping into a nail, but also almost fell to the ground to make a fool of themselves. If not the key moment to stand firmly on the heels of the consequences are unimaginable. While Zhang Xinyu was angry, she was also grateful. I am angry that Night Starry Night's attitude changes. Not close to the heart grateful that he helped himself in a crisis, so that he did not make a fool of himself in public. But she quickly put this gratitude in the back of her mind, because she thinks the reason why she almost fell, completely because of the Night Xingyu avoided the foot. If he did not avoid, they certainly will not be unbalanced center of gravity, to say. Everything is still blamed on the Night Xingyu. However, when Zhang Xinyu calmed down after the heart, feel very wrong, in the past, called to come, waved away. Like a fly, like annoying Night Xingyu. At the moment it is like a completely changed person. The kind of humble and hard to curry favor with has been gone. With indifferent as water, and strangers to describe it is not too much. It was a surprisingly unpleasant feeling for her. An embarrassing humiliation. Night Xing, you naturally didn't bother to care about Zhang Xinyu's mood. And with a wave of his sleeve, he simply left the company where he had worked for most of the year without taking a single penny of his salary. When he returned to the rented house, he found his clothes and luggage were thrown in a mess at the door. The door lock is no longer the original one, was replaced with a new one. So the Night Xingyu touched the cell phone, found the landlord's phone number on it and dialed it. "Hello, landlord, I am a tenant of 702. I would like to ask." Before he could finish his sentence, He was cut off mercilessly by a gruff voice on the other end of the line. "Stop nagging. Pack up your things and leave. I've rented the house to someone else." Night Singing You was not happy when he heard this. "What's going on? I'm still living here. Why are you kicking me out without even saying hello?" The other party was even angrier than he was. "How dare you say that? If you can't afford to rent an apartment, you sleep on the street. The rent for August has been delayed again and again. And now it's October. Who rents an apartment like you?" Listening to the landlord said. Night Singing You naturally remembered. He has not paid the rent for a few months, because he did not make any performance. Can only get a meager base salary. And even by Xiao Dachuang, that guy, to find a variety of reasons and excuses to deduct a lot of money. And he had to spend a lot of money to buy gifts to please the goddess Xiang Xinyu. Has long been exhausted. Overwhelmed by the burden of food, I said, "Can we allow one more month? I'll pay it off in one go next month." "Stop talking, hurry up and go. I don't want the rent you owe me. Feed it to the dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party immediately hung up, fearing that if he said one more word, he would be unable to hold back his knife and chop people. "Now, I've lost my job, I've lost my place of residence, and I've offended the original goddess." Night Singing You put away his cell phone with a bitter smile and sighed at the lousy start this time. As if he had nothing but a cheap life, by the landlord from the rental house to move out of the things a little more. Rely on the Night Sing You 2 hands obviously cannot take. He also does not care. Just pack up some clothes into a worn-out suitcase. Other things did not want, so Zayo out of the way, with a meow. The little black wild cat came out of nowhere and followed Night Starry Night's footsteps. Night Sing You laughed. "I almost forgot about you," after saying that. He bent down and took the little wild cat in his arms, dragging the suitcase, which was missing a wheel, with his other hand, and striding forward against the setting sun. The little wild cat curled up on Night Starry Night's arm without moving, meowed twice, and then kept licking its mouth with its tongue. As if it was hungry, Night Singing You grinned. "All right, let's go eat first. We'll figure out what to do after we're full." He took out his cell phone to check the account balance. There are still a few $100s, enough to pay for a few days, and is not particularly anxious, then leisurely down the street forward, all the way looking to see what cheaper small restaurants casually eat to fill their stomachs, although this is a suburb of the city, far from the center of the city. This 10-mile road is still a bit busy, with all kinds of stores. At this time is already dusk. It is the meal time. Many roadside restaurants have been full of customers. Look at their age dress. Most of them are some of the school students. That is because this area is the municipal planning in the college district. There are several institutions of higher learning are in the vicinity. Night Singing You had intended to casually find a small, cheap restaurant to make do, but when he passed by a highly decorated Chinese restaurant, he was attracted by the recruitment advertisement at the door. So he walked to the door with his cat in his arms, dragging his suitcase with him. "Welcome. Please come inside." The young welcome lady bowed with a smile on her face. "I'm not here to eat." Night Singing You also hugged a smile and pointed to the job advertisement posted at the door. "I'm here to apply for a job as a chef." The welcome lady suddenly put away her smile and said, "Please wait a moment," and then turned around and went to find the leader to report the case. Night Singing You looked around and saw that the hall was a bit cold. There were only a few tables of guests in the several hundred square meters hall. Business seemed to be average. Around a table near the entrance, sitting a few 50 to 60-year-old gentlemen, each well-mannered, are eating and chatting. Night Starry Night is very casually sitting next to them, on the empty seats of the table quietly. Not a moment later, came a chef wearing a white shirt, greasy face of a big fat man. Big Horse Dagger sat down to the Night Sing You opposite. Self-introduction: I'm the chef of this restaurant. The chef's recruitment interview is my responsibility. Night Starry Night greeted him with a polite hello. The fat man didn't make polite conversation with him and asked directly, "Which cooking school did you graduate from? Which restaurant did you work in?" Night Starry Night replied in a slightly embarrassed manner, "I'm self-taught in cooking, and my previous job wasn't as a chef." The fat chef's face immediately turned ugly. "Are you kidding me? Never been a chef? Did you learn to cook on your own? Do you have the courage to apply for a job like this?" Night Singing You smiled and explained, "I'm quite confident in my cooking skills. If you don't believe me, you can let me cook a few dishes to try." Sorry, this restaurant has certain standards for hiring staff. You can't even meet the minimum requirements. You'd better go back. After the fat chef said this, he no longer cared about Night Starry Night, and directly turned around and left. I didn't expect to be disliked, and couldn't even get a job as a small chef. Night Starry Night couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly, dragging up his suitcase and preparing to leave the restaurant. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Little brother, please stay." An old gentleman with an amiable expression stood up from amongst the few guests at the nearby table and waved to Night Starry Night with a smile. Although Night Starry Night was a bit puzzled, but looking at the face of the other party was kind and not malicious. So he dragged the box and walked over. "Come, come, sit." The old gentleman gestured for Night Singing You to take a seat beside him, and then introduced himself. "I am the Vice Dean of the nearby Wangxiang Academy. My name is Chang Bowen, and these are all professors from our academy." Night Singing You nodded and said with a smile, "Hello. Dean Chang, may I ask what I can do for you?" Instead of answering directly, Chang Bowen said, "Looks like you haven't had dinner yet." "Right, I'll ask the waiter to add a set of chopsticks. I'll ask the waiter to add a set of dishes and eat together. Let's chat while we eat." Night Sing You is indeed a little hungry, and not afraid of Chang Bowen to set him up. So he sat down with a big grin and started without ceremony, and in the meantime, he also used his chopsticks to feed some steamed fish to the kitten. Chang Bowen poured him a small glass of wine, raised his glass and said, "How do you call your little brother?" Night Singing You hastily picked up his wine glass and echoed, "My name is Night Singing You, the night of the night, the star of the starry sky, and the universe of the universe." Chang Bowen laughed. "Come on, little Night. Let's have a toast first. Dean Chang, I toast you." Night Singing You wasn't polite, picking up the wine cup and tilting his head. The cup was empty. Chang Bowen poured him another full glass before saying, "Zaioyu, in the morning I happened to hear that you were applying for a job as a chef, so I took the liberty of inviting you over for a chat." When Night Singing You heard him talk about business, he put down his chopsticks, sat upright, and listened. "The matter is like this." Chang Bowen spoke slowly and smilingly. "Our academy has recently built another new cafeteria and is short of manpower, so I would like to ask if little brother Night is interested." Night Sing You heard, not yet expressed his position. Chang Bowen said, "Of course. The school cafeteria is not compared to the chef outside the high-end restaurant. Treatment is a bit low, but the food and housing, the work is not very tired. Every holiday and bonus subsidies. Night Star You thought school cafeteria is not bad, At least there is a place to stay, food and shelter. At least in the future do not have to sleep on the streets. Therefore, Night Singing You agreed to do so, and then talked about the issue of salary, but almost didn't get choked by the drink. It turns out that due to the major expansion of the Mansang College in recent years, a lot of new hardware facilities have been added, including a cafeteria. However, the formal establishment set by the upper management committee is relatively small, so it is necessary to recruit some temporary workers to supplement the establishment. But the pay offered is too low, and it is difficult to have a chance to be regularized. So there are only a few applicants. This is more than a month after the start of the school year. The manpower has not been able to recruit. Often vice president of the hospital is worried about this matter. Did not think that coincidentally encountered the Night Starry Night to the restaurant interview. So there will be this scene. I said, "Dean, this 1 month only $800 will not be too little." Night Sing You cried and laughed in a small voice. To know that he was in the Divine Wind automobile sales. The base salary alone is $3,500. Good performance. Then commission and bonuses can be doubled several times. Ugh, Zaoi, you are. I also know that the salary is a little low. But I'm not the only one who can say. I'm also working hard for the staff, but it takes a little time. Can't come in a hurry. You are still young. First work for 2 years to stabilize the footing. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Chang Bowen a sigh of complaint, while trying to persuade the Night Sing You. Night Sing Yu's previous lives were people who did great things, and didn't care about the small wage. Money is just a set of numbers to him. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse and responded, "All right, since you do not mind, I will not shirk. After eating this meal, immediately go to work." Chang Bowen, heart of joy, frequently persuade the wine, but also very unintentionally on the table a few dishes. Asked some cooking-related questions. See the other party answered as if flowing, reasoned and justified, but also put down the heart. In addition to Chang Bowen more talkative, the other several old professors are a bit formal. Very little to say, and do not pay much attention to the night Xingyu. This meal is also eaten very quickly. When the night falls, full of wine and rice night Xing, you followed the back of a few old men out of the restaurant. Chang Bowen looked at the suitcase Knight, singing you was carrying in his hand, and asked enthusiastically, "Little Knight, do you have a place to stay tonight? If not, then go to my place for the night, and tomorrow we'll go to the college to arrange a dormitory for you." How could Knight singing you trouble others? The Hun replied unconcernedly, "You old man don't care. I have plenty of room." Chang Bowen didn't force himself, and smiled, "That's good. Tomorrow morning. You come to Wangxiang College to find me directly. I will give you specific arrangements, by the way. This is my business card. There is a phone number on it. Feel free to contact me. Okay, President Chang, you take care. Knight Xing, you receive the business card." Dragging the box holding the cat, and Chang Bowen said goodbye. Turned back in the neighborhood to find a small hotel. $100 a night to make do with a night. And by the way, to give the dirty cat a bath. Look much better. Early the next morning, Night singing you came to Manxiang Academy as promised. Asked the gate guard for the location of Vice Dean Chang's office, and then looked for it himself. According to today's education system, colleges are divided into 3 levels: primary, secondary, and tertiary, commonly known as primary, secondary, and tertiary. And there are both government-run public colleges and private colleges invested by the private sector, with Mansion College belonging to the latter. There are at least 30 institutions of higher learning in the entire city. And in terms of scale and qualifications, the Manxiang Academy doesn't even rank in the top 10, but in terms of popularity, it's way ahead of the pack, second only to several top institutions such as the Outer City Comprehensive College and the Southern School of Economics, and so on. This is because Manxiang College is a famous noble college, in the private higher education institutions among the top. Absolutely one of the best. Manxiang College's tuition is quite expensive, but the admission score line is not high, and the faculty is strong. Teaching strength is not bad, so it has become a variety of children's gold-plated mecca, where most of the students are either rich or expensive, and those who have more limited means will not choose here. The entire Manxiang College has been built in a very refined and elegant manner, all of which are Western-style, modernist, minimalist design. And the teaching office building is even more magnificently decorated. When Vice Dean Cheng met Night Starry Night, he was very happy, and immediately began to make arrangements for him, and personally took him to the staff dormitory to get settled, and then took him to the newly constructed second cafeteria. Manxiang College occupies a large area. Originally, there was only one cafeteria in the East District. Due to the expansion of the campus, a second cafeteria was added in the West District. This new second cafeteria is even larger in size and is divided into upper, middle, and lower floors. The lower floor is a general self-service cafeteria, while the middle floor is decorated like a formal restaurant, where you can order food but at a much higher cost. And the upper floor is a luxury private room, which emphasizes more on privacy. Walking in the campus, Chang, vice president from time to Night Xing Yu, introduced the environment of the college. And some of the future work need to pay attention to the problem. The two people from time to talk. The atmosphere is harmonious. When he was almost at the second cafeteria, he was greeted by a long-skirted beauty with beautiful features and a bewitching body that was shockingly beautiful. Dean Chang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Professor Lin, Dean Chang. Why do you have the time to come here to the new campus?" The long-skirted beauty bowed slightly and returned the favor. A light smile on her face. "Haha, let me introduce. This is Prof. Lin Shanyu of the Finance Department. The jewel of our college. Don't look at her young. But she got a double doctorate in financial investment and business management." Chang Bowen also pointed at Night Xingyu and introduced. "This is the chef hired by the academy, Mr. Night Xingyu, who just reported for duty today, and since I happen to be free, I brought him over here to the second cafeteria to set up his work. And in the meantime, take a look at the construction of the new campus. Lin Shanya smiled and nodded to Night Singing Yu as a greeting. While Night Singing Yu was originally unconcerned, walking with his head down, seemingly thinking about something, when he heard Chang Bowen introduce the two parties, he lifted his head to look at Lin Shanya. But just this glance, it makes the Night Sing Yu muddy. The whole person is dumbfounded, like being struck by heavenly thunder. The brain is full of rumbling sound. The pupil can only tolerate this figure. He seemed to have lost his soul. No thought, no words, no movement, just staring at Lin Shanya in a dazed, stupid manner, without any reaction for half a day. This is a set of pure and innocent face without powder, straight nose, sexy mouth, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, coupled with the flickering white skin, waist straight long black hair, as well as soft long skirt, cannot cover the siren body, as well as the heavenly fairy-like out-of-the-ordinary temperament. All of them cannot find the slightest flaw. As if heaven's most outstanding artwork, even if we use all the world's beautiful words, are not accurate enough to describe. Even if you use all the beautiful words in the world, they are not enough to describe it accurately. Such a woman is so charming and unique that many people are afraid of falling into a deep depression just by looking at her, giving birth to some absurd and impractical ideas, or they may feel ashamed of themselves and dare not look at her directly, so as not to blaspheme her and attract people to be disgusted by her. But the Night Xingyu's performance is very peculiar. He just stood there staring stupidly. The expression on his face can't tell what flavor. Stupid, weird. A bit like a psycho released from the madhouse. Looking at Night Singing Yu's strange performance, Lin Shanya heart a burst of disgust. Mistakenly thought that the other party was fascinated by their own beauty. Face then involuntarily showed a trace of contempt. No wonder she would think so. Lin Shanya's beauty even more than Zhang Xinyu, but also has a dusty and unspeakable temperament. Many men in the first time, more or less, will be some of the performance of the loss of attitude Lin Shanyu is accustomed to. But for these men who salivate at the beauty of her, she is usually a little contemptuous, not how to look down on. Even Chang Bowen also thought that Night Xingyu was shocked by Lin Shanya's beauty. The corners of his mouth lifted up. Face, I am a man I know very well expression. In a short time, Night Star Yu only came back to his senses, with a strange smile on his face, like a sigh, like a sigh, like a relief, like a nostalgia, as if he had 1,000 words, which he forgot at the moment, and finally only turned into a light and ordinary hello. It's just too much. Night Starry Night's heart only has this sentence over and over again. The reason why he lost his temper was not because he was shocked by the beauty of the other party, but because Lin Shanya's facial features, appearance, body, and temperament were very similar to a woman he knew, and were simply like a replica carved out of the same mold. It was a woman who haunted his dreams and was deeply embedded in his bones. And even after countless rebirths, he still could not forget her. However, the Night Xingyu know, no matter how similar, they are two people in front of this her, will never become the heart of that her. This has gone through several thousand years. The sea-withered stone, the vicissitudes of life, the only thing left behind, only memories of it. Thinking of this, Night Xingyu finally pack up the heart of 1,000 kinds of melancholy and 10,000 kinds of feelings. Expression returned to normal. Eyes had been clear as water. At this time, Chang Bowen was simply exchanging pleasantries with Lin Shanya, and Night Starry Night was silent, standing still and listening. But the Night Xingyu feel strange. Chang Bowen to Lin Shanya performance is too polite, and even to the extent of the degree of bowing, to compensate for the smile. This is a bit unreasonable, because whether it is the duties or age, the latter are not as good as the former. So he guessed that this young and beautiful female professor might have a deep background or a special talent to make the vice dean of the college. Chang Bowen, so pleasing to the eye, although Lin Shanya had a smile on her face. Her cool demeanor always inadvertently showed an indifference that rejected others, and she said very little. Mostly Chang Bowen was talking and she was listening, and in less than a minute. She excused herself, however. Lin Shanya didn't go too far before two familiar and friendly figures stopped in front of her. This is a pair of middle-aged couple of about 50 years old. The man is wearing a well-fitting casual suit, wearing glasses, elegant temperament, exudes a strong smell of books, and the woman is beautiful, noble temperament, The passing of the years cannot hide the elegance of the years. Its features and looks similar to the Lin Shanye a lot of places. At this moment, the two were gazing with loving pity at the slowly approaching Lin Shanye. And when Lin Shanye saw the couple, her face was a little pale and unnatural, but she softly called out, "Dad, Mom, Zayoya, come back with us." Lin Zaijai, Lin Shanye's father, looked at his daughter with a complicated expression, both persuasive and full of love and compassion. Lin Shanye stubbornly shook her head. "I'm fine here. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, Mrs." Lin took a few steps forward and grabbed Lin Shanye's palm, saying somewhat agitatedly, "What's so good about it? You've lost weight." Lim Sun Ah laughed. "I've recently lost weight and eaten relatively little." The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time, and Lin Zej. I sighed longingly. "Alas, this child of yours. Why are you so stubborn, Mrs.?" Lin then said Zayoya. "Yesterday, Mr. Huo specially came to visit the family. I and your father and the old man are quite satisfied with him. Whether its looks and temperament or background are enough to become a good match for you. But why do you just do not agree to it?" Lin Shanye smiled and shook her head. "There's no need to talk about this matter anymore. I have the right to choose my own life. If I don't want to marry, I won't." This is also the expected answer. Lin's couple do not know how to persuade. They are clear about their precious daughter's character. Since childhood, she has been subjective. Only in small things to listen to obedience. But in big things must have their own insistence. Once made up his mind, it is unshakable. Basically, there is no possibility of being persuaded, having no choice but to remind. Lin Zej, I could only say, your mother and I respect your idea, but the old master put out a message yesterday for us to come back and persuade you one last time. And if you don't agree, he'll resort to his way of solving the problem. And I'm afraid it won't end well then. Mrs. Lin also chimed in. Yes, in our family, it's old grandpa who calls the shots. No one dares to disobey him. And if you keep refusing to agree to this marriage, he'll keep using all sorts of ways to force you to make a decision. Lin Shanye rubbed her wrinkled brow and said with a forced smile, It's okay. Parents, don't worry. I'll find a way to solve it on my own. After all, Grandpa loves me the most, and if I don't get married, he won't be able to ruin me alive. Lin Zej, I looked at his daughter, sad face, pushed down the glasses on the bridge of the nose with his hand, said slowly, the situation of the Lin family you know. If you cannot get the help of the Huo family, I am afraid that this time in the hijacking is difficult to escape. A good big family will be lost to decay. Lin Shanye, however, interrupted with some impatience. Dad, begging isn't begging. You can't treat the Huo family as a lifesaver. They're just taking advantage of the fire. They don't have good intentions, besides. Even if the Lin family can't hold out and falls, I'll spend my whole life trying to raise it up again. Alas, Lin Zej. I sighed and shut his mouth. Mrs. Lin then is rambling to explain Lin family internal and external problems. The old master and bedridden. He recently got worse and worse. Has been reciting you. You do not take time to go back to see him. What ideas with his old man to make it clear? Maybe he can change his mind. No longer force you to marry. You do not have to desperately avoid him. Lin Shanye just but did not say anything. Seemingly a little perfunctory. Seems to have completely not listened. Lin's husband and wife, seeing this expression, knew that persuasion was useless, and both looked a bit uncomfortable, and could only leave sadly with regret. Lin Shanye looked at the back of the parents, could not help but sigh lightly, brows knitted. The heart secretly thought now, even the original support for my parents are on the side of Grandpa. It seems not long. Grandpa will force me to marry Huo Kingshu. I cannot continue to be passive like this. Have to quickly come up with a solution to the problem once and for all. On the other hand, night singing you followed Chang Bowen to the second cafeteria, and soon met the person in charge of the second cafeteria. Chef Zhang Jinju. Zhang Jinju is nearly 2 meters tall, fat and strong, ring eyebrows and big eyes. A typical northern man, the whole of a Buddhist temple in the angry eyes of the golden Vajra, especially on the face of the thick beard. So he looks very powerful, not too much like a chef, but rather like those who wrestling athletes and boxers. The Knight Xingyu meter 8 person standing in front of him are a little lifted up, not to mention slightly rickety body. Only a meter 6 or so of the Chang Bowen. He was a little too tall to stand in front of him, let alone Chang Bowen, who was slightly stooped and only about 6 meters tall. However, when Zhang Jinju saw Vice President Chang, he was like a mouse meeting a cat, bowing his head and hay-upping his waist. His face was full of flattering smiles, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of domineering spirit at all. After introducing Night Singing Yu to Zhang Jinju, Chang Bowen casually exchanged a few words and left on his own. As soon as Chang Bowen left, Zhang Jinju immediately rose up, called all the cooks and a bunch of handymen under his command over, lined up in 2 rows and started to lecture. Zhang Jinju is not a big official, but he is particularly fond of showing his official authority. First of all, without saying a word, he lectured everyone a few times, and then he talked about everything, and then he picked holes in them. Anyway, he is the head chef and the biggest official in the second canteen. So who dares to talk back to him? By the night Xingyu just came, there is no chance of making mistakes, so Zhang Jinju did not make it difficult for him.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video.
Just to all colleagues made a brief introduction. I believe that the front of the pavement, the new kid would not dare to mess around. This is the so-called knocking the mountain to shake the tiger, the lower horse to establish the prestige. After the introduction, Zhang Jinju began to assign work to Night Xingyu. But when he knew that Night Xingyu was a self-taught cook without relevant work experience, Zhang Jinju's red face immediately turned black, and didn't allow Night Xingyu to work on it, and directly arranged for him to work on a pier. The so-called pier is mainly responsible for chopping and serving vegetables, giving the stir-fry chef a hand, which is equivalent to the role of an assistant. Zhang Jinju did not bother to waste time with Xingyu, directly shoved him to another chef called Wang Yuqiang to bring, and then busy with other things. Wang Yuqiang tall and thin, back a little stooped, 40 years old, in addition to those who engage in sanitation, cleaning mother. The entire second canteen counted him the oldest. Qualifications are also the oldest. In the Yang College for more than a decade of stir-fry chef. Only recently transferred from the first canteen that side. We all call him Strong Brother, of course. This does not include Mr. Chung Cam Chu, who calls everyone by his first name, unless he is a bigger official than him. Kang's craftsmanship is still quite good, although he did not get any qualification certificate. But he is an old chef who has been working for many years. And in the whole second canteen, the real level is only second to Zhang Jinju. Here must be explained clearly. Zhang Jinju, this person, although in front of the subordinates, is not very pleasing. But the cooking skills are really commendable. It is said that compared to those 5-star high-end hotel chef is not much worse. So he can be in the second cafeteria of the Yang College as the head chef. The treatment is a big higher than under the chef, not to mention bonuses, and even the base salary is a 5-figure sum. After the morning meeting, each of them did their own thing. Wang Yuqiang found a clean chef's uniform and gave it to Xingyu, then handed him an apron and asked him to go and cut the vegetables. After all, the cafeteria is not like a formal hotel, so clear division of labor. Cut vegetables work is mostly by these frying masters' own hands. Who is responsible for which dish? What ingredients are needed, on their own. The handyman is only responsible for cleaning and cleaning. Cannot help and do not do a good job. Night Xingyu was recruited to be a cook, but because of no work experience, was Zhang Jinju looked down on, only to let him do pier work. Do not take the shovel, only play knife. I don't go on my own. I can only help others to cut vegetables, who is too busy. Let the Night Xingyu help cut. After all, the requirements of cutting vegetables is not high. The complexity is not as complicated as the cooking, which is a skilled manual work. The cooks looked at him as a young man and looked down on him, and since it was his first day on the job, they didn't feel comfortable with him, so they didn't need him to help cut up a lot of food. Do it yourself if you can. Each piece was cut as precisely as if it had been measured with a caliper. Yo, you're very skillful with a sword. Kiang looked shocked and couldn't help but praise him out of his mouth. It's okay. I've been practicing a lot, and I don't even need to look closely at the cuts, so I'm almost able to do it. Night Singing Yu humbly replied casually. If Wang Yuqiang knew that what he meant by practicing and cutting also included killing, I wonder if he would be scared half to death. In his last life, Night Singing Yu was the king of killers, and although his poor physical condition after rebirth had greatly reduced his strength. He had retained his memories and experience, and this kind of cutting skill work was as simple as eating and drinking water to him. What's more, in one life, he was really a famous chef god. Surprised to be surprised. Wang Yujiang and others at most thought that the Knight Xingyu just knife skill will not be so recognized that he is also very good at cooking. This is one size fits all. Being good at chopping vegetables does not mean being good at roasting vegetables, and the two cannot be generalized at all. Seeing that Knight Xingyu's knife skills were superb, and his chopping was fast and neat, those cooks handed over the ingredients on hand to him. By the end of the day, he could cut vegetables faster and better than all the others combined, which was simply amazing, with a total of 30,000 students and thousands of teaching staff, more than half of whom eat in the school cafeteria. The two cafeterias have a heavy workload, especially at noon, when the largest number of people eat. Each cafeteria needs to prepare nearly 10,000 servings of food, and from 900 a.m. onwards, they have to be busy. Today, Zhang Jinju training a little bit more verbose and introduced the new colleague, until the people began to work. Have been 9:30. From 11:30 opening time is only 2 hours. Time is relatively tight. But due to more Knight Xingyu such it can be described as a speedy knife hand, but also earlier than usual 20 minutes to get everything done. 11 o'clock, just to the colorful dishes, have already been under the pot. The kitchen, everyone looks relaxed than anything else. The look of everyone in the kitchen is relaxed, of course. Zhang Jinju does not know this. He is usually not in the kitchen on the first floor, but upstairs in charge of fine dining. The first floor of the mass dishes are mainly by Wang Yuqiang and a cadre of chefs responsible for the chef. So Zhang Jinju, this level of head chef to stir-fry pots, is simply too big to use when the end of the lunch period. Someone secretly told Zhang Jinju about the performance of the Knight Xingyu. At first, he was still a little disbelieving, but after personally seeing the Knight Xingyu's knife skills, Zhang Jinju immediately impressed by this young man, and immediately announced that from now on, the Knight Xingyu will be in charge of the entire first-floor kitchen, all the chopping work. After half a day's fuss, it still appeared in the end, in this way. Knight Xingyu settled down in Wangxiang College. From morning to night, in addition to chopping vegetables, his presence greatly reduces the burden of the other cooks. Everyone has a good impression of this young man. Even love to show off, Zhang Jinju did not make things difficult for him. On the contrary, from time to pat his shoulders, smiling and encouraging young man. Do a good job. And so on the busy end of this year. Next year I'm going to let you be the cook, next year after this year's work. Of course, this is only lip service. Zhang Jinju values his knife skills, but he has no intention of letting him cook. But through these few days' contact, Knight Xingyu also see, this thick-waisted head chef does not have any bad heart. Just like to show off, as long as you do not intentionally provoke him, but also will not be deliberately difficult. Compared to the former Black Upper Zhao Dazhuang can be much better. However, Knight Starry Night is a little bitter towards Dean Chang. When he recruited himself before, he said that the work in the cafeteria is not very tiring, but now it seems to be pure bullshit. The college cafeteria's business hours are divided into morning, noon, and night. Breakfast is from 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. Chinese food is from 11:30 a.m. to 2:00 p.m. and dinner is from 6:00 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., which is a total of 7 hours in the morning, noon, and night. However, the canteen workers work far more than 7 hours, because before the meal to prepare, after the meal to clean up, from 6:00 a.m. to work at 9:00 p.m. To finish work, in the middle of the time can be rested up to a maximum of 4 or 5 hours. The actual working hours of at least 10 hours or so. It is simply inhumane. No wonder the recruitment of people, not to mention that the wages are still so low. In fact, the treatment of regular workers is still quite good, several times that of temporary workers, which means that temporary workers like Knight Starry Night are seriously exploited. Seriously. The Knight Xingyu actually was often the director of the pit. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. Simply is to push people into the fire pit, But the Knight Xingyu also does not care. Money, this thing to him, is just a string of figures. It is rich and powerful, and even said to be in control of the world's wealth, is not too much. The desire for money has long been to do the heart as if it were still water. Is the real money and wealth as something outside the body. Since he had decided to live a quiet life, it didn't make sense for him to have more money, just enough to make ends meet. So he just hung around the second cafeteria without worrying about anything, apart from working in the cafeteria. Night Starry Night didn't run around and went back to the dormitory to sleep after work. Sleeping is the same as practicing. Of course, can also be used in the form of meditation. But in order to avoid attracting the attention of others, he is almost always lying down to practice the power of the divine soul. After thousands of years of continuous growth, had long since been able to mentally interfere with matter, reaching the legendary realm of the immortals. The power of the soul also nourishes the physical body, causing the structure of the body to break down and reorganize, with new changes every day. The current Night Starry Night has long since ceased to be the embroidered pillow he was before he was reborn, but is as robust as an ox, as powerful as an elephant, as agile as a leopard, as ferocious as a tiger, capable of cracking a mountain with a single punch of his hand. And his muscles underneath his clothes are robust and even, filled with the beauty of pleasing strength. But with clothes on, you can't seem to tell, unless it's the kind of tights that emphasize your figure. So the change in appearance isn't as noticeable as the change in your temperament. In his spare time, the night Xing Yu will also take the little black cat in the campus to walk around. Take a look at the students overflowing with youthful vigor. Although his face is only 20 years old, but the spirit has already experienced the world, the vicissitudes of life. To the average person, this kind of plain life is indeed boring and tedious. But to the Night Starry Night, who has been reborn countless times and experienced too many twists and turns, it is instead a rare quiet and peaceful. Happy in it, it was only after a phone call that his life, which had already calmed down, began to stir again. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone at the head of the bed rang abruptly, waking up Night Starry Night, who had just entered cultivation. He picks up his cell phone, and the caller ID on the screen says the Queen. Slightly stunned, then remembered that this is before the dead Night Xing Yu to Zhang Xin, Yu private love name. The heart cannot help but mutter this woman called over Y. Casually pressed the key. Emotionless hello a sound. The phone immediately rang a strange and familiar woman's voice. The tone is still the same as usual, barbaric, domineering, nonchalant Night Starry Night. Where have you been lately? The work is not dry also did not say a word. Thought you were abducted. Night Xing Yu did not squeak. Thought we do not seem to have more intimate. Why should I inform you? Where are you? Are you still alive? Zhang Xinyu just asked, not waiting for an answer, and then said, Quickly come to the Flower Heaven and Wine Nightclub on Yan Road. In a hurry. I'll give you 20 minutes to get there. If you're late, I'll make you look good. Not going. It's too late. Night Singing You did not salty and unenthusiastic mouth refused, and hung up the phone casually. Beep, beep, beep. Ringtone immediately rang again. Night Xing Yu pressed the reject button, then dragged the Queen Lord into the blacklist, and then rolled over. Continue to sleep. I thought this can be quiet. But only a little while. The phone and ringing ding-dong sound. Chat software received a message. Click to see. The content is Night Starry Night. You even dare to hang up my phone. How dare you hang up on me? How dare you hang up on me? The sender of the message is nicknamed Proud Little Sister, and needless to say, it must be the Queen Zhang Xinyu, who just got here. Night Singing You glanced at it, ignored it, and went back to sleep, then heard the cell phone constantly ding-dong ringing, and constantly received messages. The noise is disturbing the mind. How can I sleep? Under no circumstances. Night Star You rolled over and sat up, sighed, picked up the cell phone a flip, saw the arrogant little sister send a series of messages. Come on, don't make me mad, speed point. Urgent, if you don't show up in half an hour. There will be serious consequences. Come or don't come, say something, if you don't answer me. I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Night Starry Night, remember this. Old Burka is telling you now that you're out of the game. Don't show up in front of me in the future, or I'll make you look bad. Night Xing, you read down one by one. Shook his head and laughed bitterly, thinking this woman really take herself seriously. The previous Night Xing you when you are a treasure, but in my eyes, nothing counts, although this thought. The Night Xing you think or go to it, and her face to face to make it clear, and then the bridge to the bridge. The road to the road, each go to one side, old and dead not to come back. Do not have something to do nothing on the letter harassment. Noisy people annoyed, so, Night Starry Night returned a message. Tell me the address again. I'm coming over now. Soon, the cell phone received a new reply. No, 24, Yand Road, Flower Heaven and Wine Nightclub, Room 52. Speed up, take a taxi over. Night Zing you casually put on a coat and went out the door. Originally wanted to take the bus or subway over. But look at the time, are 10 o'clock. Can only take a taxi. Inside a luxuriously decorated private room in a noisy nightclub with red lights and green wine. A dozen young men and women of all shapes and sizes were sitting around sipping wine and chatting. And Zhang Xinyu was among them, putting down the phone in an exasperated manner. Next to her sat a young girl with colorful hair and a cute face, who raised her wine glass and took a sip, asking with a smile, "Sister Xinyu, what's the matter? Your boyfriend is really a god. He's not even invited here until he's almost finished talking. Is it because you're not charming enough?" On the other side, a gorgeous woman dressed up in a sexy outfit yelled Zhao Zai, "Don't talk nonsense. Just based on our family Xinyu's looks and body. Whoever he looks at is his blessing of 8 lifetimes. A small poor loser also dares to make a show of it. It seems to be living out of patience when he comes. I'll help you teach him a lesson, and then you'll dump him cleanly, and see if he still dares to be a party pooper." Sitting opposite Zhang Xinyu, a barely handsome but somewhat cold-eyed nobleman sneered and said, "Xinyu, I think this so-called boyfriend of yours doesn't want to come. But he can't come, right?" Zhang Xinyu snorted coldly, her eyes revealing full of disgust. Liang Xiaofan, "You don't have to be weird in front of me, anyway. We have already made a bet in front of everyone. Later on, when my boyfriend comes, and he is not a cripple, then you don't bother me from now on." Liang Xiaofan smiled firmly. "Don't worry. I'll keep my word. As long as that guy called Night Starry Night can walk into this private room and stand up straight, I'll definitely stay away from you from now on." Hearing the other party's clear answer, Zhang Xinyu's heart felt a little smoother, and she picked up her wine glass and took a big sip. She didn't know that the shield she used to get rid of Liang Xiaofan had been beaten up not long ago, breaking both of his legs, and that Liang Xiaofan was the mastermind behind it. The last time she saw him, he was in perfect condition and even agile, but Liang Xiaofan thought, "The poor loser called Night Starry Night can retrieve a life should be thankful to God." It is estimated that is still lying in the hospital to recuperate from their injuries, even if you can barely move, but also cannot enter this room, but also inevitably be repaired for a while, because he arranged in the nightclub entrance manpower firmly guarded. Full proof, therefore. Liang Xiaofan was so relieved that he made a wager with Zhang Xinyu in front of a group of friends that if he won, Zhang Xinyu would give him a chance to woo him, and if he lost, he would no longer entangle the other party and would just be an ordinary friend. Although the chance is not equal to success, Liang Xiaofan is not in a hurry at all. It's only fun to take things slowly. If he can easily get into bed with just a few words, he will lose his interest very quickly. Night Xinyu does not know that he has become a Liang Xiaofan and Zhang Xinyu bet pawns. He only wanted to see Zhang Xinyu after the words face to face to make it clear, and then each go their own way. Less to bother, Wanxiang College is located in the southern outskirts of the city, and spend the day drinking nightclub has belonged to the city. The distance is quite far, even if it is a taxi to take the highway to half an hour. Such as the Night Xinyu rush to the time. Has passed 11 o'clock, worthy of the popularity of the nightclub. A long way to hear the booming music and the clamor of thousands of people cheering inside. The entrance of the several guests and security guards are handsome and pretty girls, extremely eye-catching. Night Xinyu got out of the car, paid the fare, only to realize that the balance on his account is only more than $100. It is estimated that it is not enough to take a taxi back. Cannot help but a little frown. He is still working less than a month. The wages have not been paid, however, to have come. Night Star, you thought that no matter how also have to meet with Zhang Xinyu. The words clear before leaving, so it is to the nightclub door to go. But as he approached the doorway, he was stopped by a security guard, who coldly glanced at Night Starry Night, and said in a somewhat unkind tone, "The staff go to the back. Staff, Night Singing." You froze for a moment, and suddenly realized that he had casually put a piece of clothing on his body when he left the house, and I didn't realize it was the chef's work clothes with the Man Sang College logo and the words Second Cafeteria printed on them. Slightly embarrassed, Night Singing You explained, I'm here to find someone. However, they wouldn't let him in. I'm sorry. We can't accept anyone who is not properly dressed, disheveled. Night Xingyu was speechless as he watched a hot girl with exposed breasts and thighs enter and exit. He had no choice but to call Zhang Xinyu and ask her to come out to pick him up. As soon as he took out the cell phone, the two big men who were squatting next to him and smoking cigarettes came over to him, pinned him in the middle, and said fiercely, Bro, let me talk to you for a minute. Nightingale was sure he didn't know these two men, but he could feel the malice emanating from them. The malice mentioned here does not refer to a purely subjective feeling, but something very difficult to explain, which can be described scientifically by terms such as radiation, band, frequency, and so on, but which ordinary people cannot detect at all as something tangible and intangible. Malice, goodwill, murder, anger, love, and other deep-seated emotional fluctuations are more akin to the realm of metaphysics, and if they have to be explained scientifically, they can be viewed as a kind of hidden brainwave that is spontaneously generated by human thought activities. Brainwave is also a kind of electromagnetic wave. Different emotions, brainwave wavelength and frequency are also different. Not to mention ordinary people. Even today's most sophisticated scientific instruments cannot be detected. However, the Night Xingyu can sense this extremely subtle, can reveal the character's innermost thoughts of the most real brain waves. The power of his soul is so strong that the brain waves of all the people around him cannot escape his detection. But all those who come at him will attract his attention, and thus he will be able to judge the real feelings of the other party towards him. Obviously, the malice of these two big men was captured by Night Starry Night, and they were not coming from a good place. But he wasn't nervous. Instead, he put down the phone and asked casually, What's up? The other two did not answer. Pushed him towards the shadows. Night Starry Night did not say anything. Very cooperative, did not struggle. The three figures quickly disappeared into the night, to a small road with no one around. The two big men gave each other a look. One of them suddenly flew up a foot, towards the undershirt of the Night Starry Night walking forward. But the kick was empty. Night Starry Night, just in time to move to the side of the flat step, to avoid the back of the big man's flying kick. Night Singing You smoothly turned around. You look at the two froze man, asked with a smile, Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? You're still talking so much at the end of your life. The other big man who didn't make a move was the first to come to his senses, and raised his fist to hammer at Night Starry Night's chest. These two murderers are both brave and ruthless. Fighting is commonplace, and they are experts, so it would be easy for them to deal with a weak young man. Wouldn't it, in that person's opinion, his own punch, as fast as lightning, and ruthless and accurate? Ordinary people simply impossible to avoid. Absolutely a punch KO. Hit the end of the work, but in the eyes of Night Starry Night, his movements are as slow as a snail crawling, not to mention threatening, directly more lazy than a sponge baby. The powerful divine soul infinitely enlarged Night Singing used perceptual senses and reaction speed, so that he could easily capture the trajectory of the movements of all the surrounding people. Unless the opponent's punching speed can break through the speed of sound and close to the speed of light, it is only possible for Night Singing You to react in time. He easily grabbed his wrist and twisted it with vigor. A clear click sounded, and then the big man screamed as if he was killing a pig. The other man, who had just reacted to the kick, saw his partner kneeling on the ground with his wrists in his hands and wailing, looking for death. This man shouted, pulled out something from his trouser pocket, pressed the mechanism, the blade popped out, and with a wave of his hand, he stabbed towards Night Singing You's stomach. However, he was soon treated in the same way as his companions, as if his eyes were blurred and he didn't see anything clearly. A sharp pain pierced his wrist, causing him to lose his grip on the knife, and it fell to the concrete floor with a snap. Night Xingyu looked at the two big men who were crying out in pain. His voice was cold and expressionless. I'll ask once more. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? The two big men had not yet recovered from the pain, and although they heard Nightingale's question, they did not answer honestly, but instead, They were not very tame and cursed angrily. These people are all mixed road. Fights are as common as eating and drinking. It is inevitable to get hurt, although each of them hurt a hand. But this not only does not let them fear, but also more fierce in the bones. A man stretched out his other undamaged hand, quickly picked up the knife on the ground, climbed up and continued to attack Starry Night. Another man also pulled out a dagger and fiercely pounced on him. However, there is no use. Night Star, you do not even bother to use their hands. Instantly kicked out 2 feet. Too tall and strong man is like a ball. By his kick, a fly to a few meters away. They didn't even have a clear view of which foot Starry Night had thrown. They only felt a pain in their chest, a huge force surging in, and then like being hit by a moving car. Their bodies flew backwards. Looks like we still have to use that old, simple, and rough method. Night Singing You shook his head and sighed as he took a few steps forward, stopping beside the 2 big men who were almost fainting on the ground. He squatted down and slowly approached the 2 men's heads with both hands. And surprisingly, there was a red light shining in the center of his palms, and it seemed that there was a strange radiant symbol that flashed away. Then, the palms of his hands were pressed onto the foreheads of the 2 men. Then, as if struck by lightning, the 2 strong men's hair instantly exploded. Their bodies violently trembled for a few moments, and then their pupils were wide open, revealing a bewildered look. The expression on their faces was dumbfounded, and even the cries of pain on their mouths also stopped unconsciously. After about 10 seconds or so, Starry Night withdrew his palm with a calm face. The blood-colored light then dissipated, and the 2 big men fell to the ground and lost their movement. They did not die, but went into a state of cerebral shock, where brain function was temporarily halted, and it took at least 10 minutes, if not hours, for them to recover. This is the aftermath of the Night Star's soul-searching power. Soul search and empowered the same. Are the Night Sing You from the mysterious inheritance to learn the magical powers, but the level of soul-searching is very low. Far less than empowered. The side effects are very large. Will cause damage to the brain's thinking function and memory function. Light memory loss, heavy impact on intelligence, the most serious, and even cause confusion and dissonance of the nervous system. Either madness or become a moron. It is for this reason that when you can obtain information through normal questioning and communication, Starry Night will never use the soul-searching aptitude. But for those who are malicious and stubborn, he will not be merciful, and will directly use the soul-searching means to violently orchestrate the memories of the other party's brain, which is simple, direct, and quite effective, and also eliminates lies and deception. Liang Xiaofen, the son of the mayor of Xinjiang district in Leipzig City. Oh, no wonder he's so arrogant. Looks like he was the one who ordered the beating in the alley last time. Through the soul search, Night Sing, you already knew that these 2 people are Liang Xiaofen's men. It is Liang Xiaofen deliberately arranged them to intercept themselves at the door of the nightclub. And this person is the son of the newly appointed mayor of Xinjiang district, a typical 2nd generation of the government. At the same time, they also learned that Liang Xiaofen was staying with Zhang Xinyu and others. The destination of his trip, the luxurious private room No. 52 of the Flower and Wine nightclub, a small district governor's son. And you still want to deal with me? Night Singing You was very disdainful. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. I hope you can be more peaceful. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Night Sing, you did not pay attention to the unconscious 2 strong man. He turned around and walked back, not a moment to the nightclub door, and then took out his cell phone to the arrogant little sister, sent a message, I've been to the door of the Flower Days Liquor. Security does not let in. Please come out to pick up a moment. Please come out and pick me up. As soon as Zhang Zinyu's cell phone rang, Xiao Zai and Jun, who were sitting beside her, heard it, and the 3 little brains stared at the cell phone screen together, each feeling a little puzzled after reading it. What's going on? Why is the security guard not allowed to enter? I've never heard of a nightclub being stopped for spending money. Zhang Xinyu shook her head in boredom and said to the 2 good sisters beside her, I'll go out and pick him up. Jun stood up a step ahead of her and said, I'll go with you. Sissy Tweed rose up after her with vigor. I'll go too. Jun's sister and Xiao Zai, in fact, Zhang Xinyu's so-called boyfriend, does not hold any hope. The 3 of them have a good relationship. They know that Xinyu did not look for a boyfriend. which is only used to fool Liang Shaofen's excuse. The reason why they have to follow to go, only curiosity. Want to know why the security guards will be blocked Night Xing. You did not allow him to come in. From the three women's simple few sentences of dialogue, the other people in the room can probably guess. Should be Zhang Xinyu mouth said boyfriend to come. Just do not understand why he did not come in directly. But also needs someone to go out to pick up, which is also too ridiculous. Right, only Liang Shaofen holding a glass of wine grinning. He was full of his own arrangement of the two men, intercepted the Night Xingyu, and ruthlessly repaired the other party a time. Think at this time has fallen in the nightclub, doorway cannot climb up. Can only send a message to ask for help. Liang Shaofen even fantasized that if Zhang Xinyu saw her fake boy, and being beaten to a dead dog on the ground, she would be very embarrassed, right? Would she still be willing to bring him in? But the self-righteous Liang Shaofen never thought that the reality and fantasy. Really far from it. When the three beauties arrived at the entrance of the nightclub, and saw a night starry night wearing a chef's jacket, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of style is this? Wearing a chef's work clothes to a nightclub. No wonder the security guards won't let us in. Ha 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 ha. Jun and Zhao Zai burst out laughing on the spot, and were altogether without any ladylike manners. Sister Jun laughed as she said, Xinyu, this person you found is really an oddball, ha 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 ha, laughed me to death, ha 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 ha. Zhao Zai cuddled Jun's small waist, her colorful hair sticking to Jun's shoulder, laughing so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, ha 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 ha. Or the second cafeteria, ha 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 ha, ouch, can't, laugh out loud, really too funny. Zhang Xinyu also wanted to laugh, but she was more angry. Night Xing, this guy is really unreliable. I asked him to come to save the scene, but he came here dressed like this. This is not to give her Miss Zhang face a black eye. Why are you dressed like this? Zhang Xin angrily walked to Night Xing ferociously questioned. I'm sorry. I casually put on a piece of clothing when I left the house, and didn't notice that it was work clothes. Night Singing replied indifferently, his face as calm as ever, not seeing the presence of an apology in the slightest. Zhang Xing was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and she said 3 you in a row, and finally hatefully stomped her foot and said as she walked away, follow me in, you, and finally hatefully stomped her foot, turned around and said, come in with me, remember to take off the clothes outside, with 3 extraordinary temperament of the beauty of the front to lead the way. This time the security guards did not come to block the Night Xingyu, but the heart is secretly marveled at. Think this brother is really too absolute, actually wearing a chef's clothes to stroll in the nightclub. Really have a set when you enter the door. The Night Xingyu chef's jacket off to carry in the hand. If you wear it into the nightclub, it is indeed a bit unorthodox. It is now October, already in the fall. But because the city is located in the south, the temperature is still relatively high. Most of the wear thin. Night Xingyu off the jacket is only a t-shirt. This t-shirt was originally supposed to be white, but perhaps it was worn for too long and turned grayish-yellow. And the most crucial part was that there were 2 small holes in the side and back of the waist, which were seen by Sister Jun and Zhaoxi, who were walking behind him. And the 2 women burst out laughing once again. Luckily, the loud music covered up the laughter of the 2, and Zhang Xinyu was walking at the front, so she didn't know what was going on. But Night Singing whose hearing was countless times more sensitive than normal people, heard it, and he looked back at the 2 curiously and asked, what's to laugh about? Although he was asking the question, he did not stop his steps, still following Zhang Xinyu unhurriedly, and even turned his head after asking the question, without looking at the 2 people behind him. The naughty Zhao Zai stretched out her fingers to poke at the hole in Night Starry Night's shirt, and when she saw that she was about to poke it, Night Starry Night, who was still walking, backhanded her backhand without looking back, and grabbed Zhao Zai's soft little hand tightly, and she couldn't move. What are you doing? Night Star stopped and turned around to look at Sai. I just want to touch it. You let go. Zhao Zai vigorously flung her arms and struggled, but Night Singing palm was like an iron cast, not moving, no matter how hard she tried. Her small hand was still caught by Night Singing This sudden little twist startled Zhang Xinyu, who was leading the way. When she turned back, she happened to see Night Xingyu grabbing Zhao Zai's hand. as well as Xiao Zai's face, which appeared to have a somewhat shy and angry expression. So she became even more displeased in her heart, and came back angrily, with one hand crossing her waist, and the other pointing at Knight Xingyu's nose. She angrily roared, "Knight Xingyu, what do you mean? How dare you flirt with my cousin?" And still grabbing her hand and not letting go. Flirting, Knight Xingyu mockingly shook his head, without any explanation, and then let go of Xiao Zai, because he did not feel from Xiao Zai malicious. Sister Zhan had seen everything from beginning to end, and she leaned over to Zhang Xinyu's ear and whispered a few words of explanation. It was only then that Zhang Xinyu's misunderstanding was dispelled, but when she saw clearly the two holes in Knight Xingyu's shirt, a wave of anger began to brew again. She couldn't understand why Knight Starry Night, who used to dress clean and neat in front of her, had become so unkempt after half a month. Zhang Xinyu was about to lose her temper, but Sister Zhan stepped forward first, patted her plump little breasts, and said with a smile, "Xinyu, don't be angry. I'll solve this matter." After saying that, she did not know where to touch out a small scissors used for makeup, walked to the side of the Knight Xingyu, his shirt hem, a burst of trimming and cutting. Suddenly ordinary t-shirt will be replaced with a unique shape, asymmetric design, actually have a little walk in the forefront of the times of the trend of the paradigm. The awkwardness of the two holes is taken care of, and the only downside is that the old grayish-yellow color is really unappealing. Luckily, the neon lights in the nightclub kept flashing, colorful and rendering everywhere, which made this shirt less eye-catching. While Sister Zhan was biting her ear and explaining to Zhang Xinyu, Knight Xingyu also heard everything, and knowing that it was the holes in his shirt that caused the misunderstanding, he didn't stop Sister Zhan from remodeling the t-shirt. After Zhan finished, she snapped her fingers dashingly, smiled and admired up and down, and then she introduced herself. "My name is Wu Chuzhen. I am Xinyu's best friend, and she is Yim Xiaoxi, Xinyu's cousin." Knight Xingyu nodded and politely extended his hand. "I'm Knight Xingyu. I'm a college classmate with Zhang Xinyu." Wu Chuzhen looked at the palm that was handed over and hesitated slightly before reaching out to grasp it. However, before he could get a firm grip, the other party loosened his hand. She could only feel from the brief contact that the other's palm was very stable and strong, but it did not have the characteristic roughness of a man's palm. Instead, it had a smooth and delicate feeling. Because of this, Wu Chuzhen could not help but take a closer look at the Knight Xingyu a few eyes, immediately surprised to find that the man's skin quality is very good. No acne, no pits, no pigmentation, no oil and wrinkles. Delicate, almost even the pores cannot be seen. As a piece of warm jade, flawless, of course she didn't know. This is because after the rebirth of Knight Starry Night, by the power of the soul to carry out physical transformation, from the cellular structure and even the genetic level, are different from the original. The toxins in the body was discharged, the surface of the body defects were repaired, and then appeared in a stunningly perfect shape. Let's go in first." Zhang Xinyu did not notice Wu Chuzhen's abnormality and tugged her and Yan Xiao Zai's hands forward, while Knight Xingyu followed behind as usual without any hesitation, with a bland expression on his face, not the slightest bit nervous. As soon as they pushed open the door of the luxurious private room No. 52, 7 or 8 gazes converged inside, all of them wanting to see what the boyfriend of the goddess like beautiful Zhang Xinyu looked like. When the 3 beauties entered the room one by one, the figure of Knight Starry Night was clearly presented in front of everyone's eyes. 1-meter-8 person, fat and thin moderate, more than 20 years of age, features clean and handsome. But there is a small white face potential, is a little messy hair, no type. Hard to say that there is a type of words. That is, chicken nest type. The clothes on his body are in a strange shape, as if they have been altered by himself. And the color is white and gray and yellow, looking old. The dark pants were also a little dirty, with marks in circles, like oil stains or something, on his feet. He wore a pair of very rustic sneakers, and the 2 laces were actually not even a pair, although they were both black. They were one round and one flat. What style is this, country? It looks weird, although a little surprised. But no one in the mouth to say something, after all, is Zhang Xinyu called people, more or less to give some face. Cannot be exposed to the face of the shortcomings of others. Only Liang Xiaofen was not calm. It was the first time he saw Night Singing You in person. He had only seen the photo before, but he was able to confirm at a glance that this was the same Night Singing You, whose leg had been broken by the person he had instructed to break it. What Liang Xiaofan never expected was that Night Starry Night was actually walking on his own, like a person who was fine. Both of his legs were fine. There was no sign of a broken leg, as the saying goes. It takes 100 days to heal a broken tendon. How could he walk as usual in less than half a month? How did he do that? And the two men he arranged at the door? Why didn't they intercept the Night Star? Liang Xiaofan was silent as he touched his cell phone and dialed the phone. But there was no answer, and two of his men had long since fainted on the uninhabited path. Zhang Xinyu introduced all the people in the room to Night Xinyu in turn. Leaving aside Wu Chujun and Yan Zioxi, there are 8 people here, 6 men and 2 women. In addition to Liang Xiaofan is a second-generation government official. The district mayor's only son. The remaining 7 people are rich children. The family is to open a company, each from an unusual background, and the introduction of the Night Xingyu is very simple. Only a name. The other one does not mention. Say more for fear of talking out of turn. Even if not exposed also, let Zhang Xinyu feel shame. Due to the bet that Zhang Xinyu had made with Liang Xiaofan, everyone knew that this young man was the boy, and that Zhang Xinyu claimed to be. And even though the other party's attire was a bit scruffy and odd, he still maintained the hospitality that he should have on the surface. And only Wu Chujun and Yan Zioxi knew that Night Starry Night was just a shield that had been utilized by Zhang Xinyu, and that the other party was only the boyfriend. Only Wu Chujun and Yan Zioxi knew that Night Xingyu was only a shield utilized by Zhang Xinyu. Liang Xiaofan certainly do not believe that the Night Xingyu will be Zhang Xinyu's boyfriend. He has long been looking for people secretly Night Xingyu's various situations investigated clearly. A poor loser from the countryside, in addition to good-looking, will pat the fart outside, and what ability can be described as nothing, just because he is Zhang Xinyu's college classmates, will continue to entangle the Zhang Xinyu. Moreover, from the analysis of the information obtained from the investigation, Zhang Xinyu did not treat this person very well at all, and only used him as a small errand boy and a punching bag, not even a spare tire. Therefore, when Zhang Xinyu introduced Liang Xiaofan, he deliberately turned his head to the side, obviously displaying an indifferent demeanor. Night Singing You was not angry. He didn't even look at Liang Xiaofan, even though he knew that this person in front of him was the mastermind behind the targeting of him. He didn't show any hatred or resentment. He just treated him as a stranger who didn't care about his own business. After the introductions, Zhang Xinyu let Night Singing You sit on her right side, while her cousin Yan Zioxi sat on her left side, and Wu Chujun, who was dressed in a more bewitching manner, sat on the other side of Night Sing You. However, not long after she sat down, Zhang Xinyu had some regrets. She could obviously smell a whiff of grease on Night Xingyu's body, and could not help but shrug her nose, quietly moving her buttocks a bit, leaning towards Yan Zioxi's side. Although Wu Chujun also smelled the smell of oil and smoke on Night Xingyu's body, she didn't care and reached out to pick up the wine bottle and poured 3 glasses of red wine and set them on the coffee table in front of Night Xingyu. The old rule is that those who are late have to be punished with 3 glasses of wine, so don't look for an excuse. Otherwise, Sister Jun, I will look down on you. Night Xingyu swept a glance at the 3 glasses of red wine on the desktop, without saying a word. He lifted up the glass and poured it into his mouth like drinking cold water. In less than 5 seconds, the 3 glasses were empty. Wu Chujun applauded and praised. Cool, Sister Jun. I like a man who is quick like you. However, no one agrees with Wu Chujun. Many people think that red wine should be tasted slowly, like the Night Xing. Use such a mouthful of dry a glass. Like pig ate quit eating ginseng fruit, is simply a waste of it. As a result, no one said a word except for Wu Chujun, who applauded. And the scene was a bit cold for a while. Night Xingyu does not know what embarrassment is. The old god sat calmly, eyes with deep meaning looking at the opposite side of the legs, and said a bad-faced Liang Xiaofan, seemingly smiling. After nearly a minute of silence, someone finally spoke up. A soft, magnetic voice that sounded like a radio anchor. The name Night Starry Night is quite nice, especially because the surname is very unique. By the way, what kind of work are you doing now? sitting diagonally across the table. A gentle and quiet woman seemed to be somewhat interested in Night Starry Night, and took the initiative to start a conversation, through the previous introduction to know. This woman is called Zhuang Jing, is Zhuang's group chairman's daughter. Not only good family, their own is also very capable. Independent operation of several companies. Is a terrific newcomer to the business world. Zhuang Jing, 20 years old. People like their names. Gentle character with the city. A standard beauty face. 2 big black eyes flashing with wisdom. A head of corn-colored fashioned shoulder-length short hair makes her look smart and capable. The body of the white waist casual small suit is very suitable for her temperament. The lower body is the same color with the same models and hip skirt. Legs wearing black transparent pantyhose. Feet a pair of open-toe high-heeled sandals. The whole collocation. The entire ensemble is stylish and sexy, feminine and sensual, compared to Zhang Xinyu and Wu Chujun. Zhuang Jing's appearance and looks are not bad at all. They are all top-notch beauties, but their styles are very different. Zhang Xinyu is pure and beautiful. Wu Chujun is sexy and flirtatious. Zhuang Jing is gentle and feminine. Each with their own style. It is hard to distinguish between them. The reason why Zhuang Jing took the initiative to talk to the Night Xingyu. Not because of the Night Xingyu handsome, but she is a very smart person. A pair of discerning eyes. She keenly aware of the Night Xingyu. This person is not simple. Has a kind of indescribable special temperament. Although dressed in a very scruffy way, but like a real aristocrat, as calm and confident. They all knew beforehand that Zhang Xinyu's boyfriend was not a rich kid, which was information that Liang Xiaofan had deliberately revealed in order to belittle Night Xingyu. However, when Zhang Xinyu began to introduce him, the delicate Zhuang Jing obviously noticed that the young man's expression was always calm and indifferent, with a kind of loneliness that was hidden within, and he seemed to have no interest in the upper-class people like them, and did not show any desire to climb into a relationship at all. He didn't seem to be interested in them as high-class people, and didn't show any desire to climb up the social ladder, and there was even a hint of contempt and disdain, which made Zhuang Jing feel very puzzled, in terms of status. This group of people are young elites. Each family is extraordinary, either rich or expensive, are far more than the Night Xingyu from an ordinary family. But the Night Xingyu, not the slightest sense of stuffy, as if the inferiority complex is not him, but the other people in the room. If they are said to be aristocrats, then Night Starry Night's demeanor and expression is like that of a king, not looking up, not looking down, but looking down from above. And this is the feeling that Night Starry Night brings to Zhuang Jing. Of course, only Zhuang Jing, who had a delicate mind and was a careful observer, noticed it, but no one else found anything unusual. Not even Zhang Xinyu, facing Zhuang Jing's question. Night Starry Night spread the chef's uniform he was carrying in his hand on his lap, and pointed to the 4 small red letters of second cafeteria printed on it, and replied unconcernedly, "I work in the kitchen, chef. Didn't you work as a salesman for Kamikaze Motors before? Why did you suddenly change your career to become a chef?" Zhuang Jing asked curiously. Night Xingyu smiled. Very casually replied, "Shinfeng Automobile fired me because I only sold 2 cars a year, and then happened to run into someone recruiting cooks. I went." Most people gave a contemptuous light smile at Night Xingyu's answer, but Zhuang Jing's interest in him grew even stronger. According to reason, because the performance is too poor to be fired by the company, is a thing of shame and disgrace. The general public will deliberately avoid this topic, do not want to mention, but the Night Xingyu favor to say it in a dignified manner, as if the disgrace is not their own, but someone else. In addition, Zhuang Jing's question was chef, while Night Starry Night's answer was cook, a difference of 1 word. In other people's ears are 2 different feelings. The former is an honorific, the latter is a contemptuous term. Chef is much better than cook, just like fashion designer and tailor. Performing artist and theater, broadly speaking, they are more or less the same meaning, but the compulsion is completely different. But Night Starry Night seems to be unconcerned about the difference, and even his identity as a chef does not have the slightest bit of inferiority complex, and eloquently talked about it. In fact, being a chef is quite interesting. I am quite interested in cooking, and whenever my cooking is praised by others, It is a great sense of accomplishment. I think Mr. Knight is also like this. Right? Zhuang Jing deliberated for a while. Or continue to use the word chef to describe. That's not true. Knight Xingyu waved his hand, completely truthful. Cook is just a job, not my interest. I do this job is just to earn some living expenses. But I was recruited by the old head of the pit. The wage is a bit low. Only $800 a month only. Maybe after a while I will not do the cook. See if I can change another what job. Hearing Knight singing you serious answer. Still using cook to refer to his profession, and a monthly salary of only $800. The people present were all nonplussed. Some angry, some stunned, some sneering, some disdainful. Everyone's expression was very rich. Zhang Xinyu was so furious that her mouth turned purple, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground. It's so embarrassing. Before Starry Night came. She claimed that this was her boyfriend, and after he came, he said all sorts of nonsense that didn't make any sense to give her a black eye. The anger of the extreme Zhang Xinyu hit a foot. Towards the Night Star, Yu's feet stepped on. 8 centimeters of the sharp, thin heel of the shoes ruthlessly poked in the Night Star, Yu's old sneakers. But the Night Star Yu is like a general sense of nothing. There was no indication at all. His expression remained cold, and he did not even frown. As if he was not the one being stepped on. Zhuang Jing was already speechless. Is this person's best skill at talking the topic to death? The smart Zhuang Jing didn't know how to answer. She couldn't handle Night singing Yu's honesty. Liang Shaofen directly said sarcastically, "What kind of crappy job pays only 800? Do you know that the 3 glasses of red wine you just drank were more than 800? But that's right, you're only worth 800 a year, and you only sell 2 cars a year. What a piece of shit." Night singing Yu did not say anything, as if he did not hear, comfortably leaning back on the sofa. Both eyes slightly narrowed, but Zhang Xinyu couldn't help it. Splat slammed the table and stood up. Yelling, "Liang Shaofen, how do you talk? Can't you show some respect?" Liang Shaofen smiled coldly and squinted at Starry Night respect. "Does he deserve it? Like this kind of person is qualified to become your boyfriend. You. Zhang Xingyu pointed at Liang Shaofen angry to say nothing. She is not eloquent, and very easy to get angry and lose her mind. By Liang Shaofen a rhetorical question. She was asked a rhetorical question by Liang Shaofen, and her voice was suddenly stuck in a shell. Liang Shaofen continued, "Xinyu, it's not that I'm talking about you. If you want to find a shield, you should also find a decent one. Using this kind of goods to put me off. You're not afraid of pulling down your status." As soon as these words were uttered, many people reacted to the fact that Starry Night's so-called boyfriend was probably, as Liang Shaofen said, just a shield pulled out by Zhang Xinyu to deal with the entanglement, and was not her real boyfriend at all. Think also, the status of the two and the family background is simply a world of difference. The princess fell in love with the poor bridge only exists in the fairy tale. Like these rich second generation and the second generation of government officials, the most important thing is to be the right family. If Liang Shaofen's words only made everyone suspicious and not certain, but Night Singing Yu's next speech completely confirmed it. As he spoke out in a serious manner and clarified, "I'm not Zhang Xinyu's boyfriend. I'm afraid you guys have a misunderstanding." With these words, Zhang Xinyu even had the heart to strangle Night Xingyu. If she had a knife in her hand, she would not hesitate to chop him to death on the spot, and then chop him into minced meat to feed to the dogs. "He, I knew it." Liang Shaofen coaxed a smile, his face showing a flagging expression of victory. He actually broke the mold and began to appreciate Night Singing Yu's candor. "Having said that, I think there should be nothing left for me to do now. I'll withdraw first. You guys enjoy yourselves." Starry Night ignored the various wonderful expressions of the people present, and said to himself, then stood up, ready to leave. "Wait. Who gave you permission to leave? Sit down for me." Zhang Xinyu was shy and angry, completely disregarding her ladylike image as she roared and roared. Night Xingyu, however, is indifferent, still ready to leave through Wu Chujun's side, paying no attention to Zhang Xinyu's anger. Exasperated, Zhang Xinyu step out, suddenly from the back to hold the waist of the Night Xingyu, dead tugging not to let him go, not even care about the unpleasant smell of grease and smoke. Yelling, "I said you are my boyfriend. You are my boyfriend, without my permission. You are not allowed to go." Seeing this scene, Liang Shaofen's face was green, also followed to stand up, angrily glaring at the two people. If not to see the Knight Xing Yu taller than him, perhaps copy the bottle of wine, rushed up to give him a scoop. Feeling Zhang Xinyu's helpless trembling, Knight Starry Night secretly sighed and said, "Okay, I won't go. I'll listen to your arrangement today, but once tonight, you and I are clear from here on out, each going their own way in the future. Please don't come to bother me again." When she heard the first two sentences, Zhang Xinyu still found them relatively pleasant to the ear. But the more she listened to them later, the more unpleasant they became, as if she was stalking him. So how could Zhang Xinyu accept them? Seriously, it is clear that Knight Starry Night has been entangled in her from the university era, and ran to courtship without any matter. How suddenly the opposite. Become her Miss Zhang back to subsidize. In fact, Zhang Xinyu is still a relatively simple-minded girl. Her mind is not as smart as her appearance. Otherwise, why would she be entangled and need to find a shield? Her brain has not yet turned a corner, full of thought that the Knight Starry Night will still be like before unconditionally obey her, accommodate her, protect her, but do not know that the Knight Starry Night is not the Knight Starry Night that she knows. Simply do not have half interest in her. Zhang Xinyu a little confused, completely do not know what to do next. Not only did not get rid of Liang Shaofen's entanglement, but also made himself a joke. Stood there dumbfounded and froze. Only when Yan Zioxi pulled Zhang Xinyu back to sit down did she come to her senses and glared hatefully at Knight Singing Yu, who was sitting back down, and then said to Liang Shaofen, who had a furious look on his face, "Even if he's not my boyfriend, I won't accept you. I don't like you at all. It's absolutely impossible with you." Liang Shaofen was once again rejected. And in front of so many people, his face was ugly, a flash of green and white. At this time Zhang Xinyu added, "So what if you despise Knight Xingyu? I would rather choose him than you. You should just die." These words were like pouring oil on fire, causing Liang Shaofen to feel a great humiliation. He spread all his anger onto Knight Singing Yu and said viciously, "Kid, I'm going to make a bet with you. Do you dare?" Without lifting his head, Knight Singing Yu asked with an expressionless face, "What do you want to bet? Bet your pride?" Liang Shaofen pressed his hands onto the coffee table, eyeing Knight Singing Yu intently, as if he wanted to eat someone. "You work your ass off for a month to earn $800. I'll offer you 100 times that amount. As long as you win, I'll give you $80,000. But if you lose, you'll have to kneel down in front of me and say that you're not as good as me. Do you dare to bet with me?" When they heard the price of the bet, everyone in the audience snickered in their minds. Who would bet with you for only $80,000? Who would bet with you? These people are all from rich families. No one is short of money. Who will not put tens of thousands of dollars in their eyes? Even if it is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Millions of dollars is not a matter of concern. Liang Shaofen is a second-generation government official, so he can't compare to others in terms of wealth alone. So he thinks his offer is not low, making it hard for him to refuse. Of course, this is also relative to Knight Starry Night's self-reported salary of $800. Everyone will stand in their own point of view to consider the problem. Everyone thought the Knight Xing Yu will refuse, not only because the price is too low, but also because of a man's self-esteem. It has been said since ancient times that a man's knees are covered with gold. Anyone with some backbone would not be willing to kneel down for a little money. That could be worse than death. However, Knight Singing Yu's next reply completely stunned these rich second-generation people. Seeing that he slowly lifted up his head and met Liang Shaofen's sharp gaze, he replied in an unperturbed manner, "Fine, what do you want to bet?" Liang Shaofen smiled on Friday. "Gamble on the dice, compare the size, one game to decide the winner." Knight Starry Night nodded and said, "Yes." Bottles and glasses were moved immediately. 2 sets of dice cups were placed in front of the Knight Xingyu and Liang Shaofen. Each cup has 3 dice. 2 people each hold a cup, shaking a few times, and finally compared the sum of the points of the 3 dice. The greater the winner. Liang Shaofen was actually not good at shaking dice, but he was very confident in his luck. So he grabbed the dice cup and casually shook it 2 or 3 times before placing it back on the table, whereas Yixingyu was even more casual than him, and only shook the dice cup once before casually opening it up, seemingly unconcerned about this self-respecting wager at all. Knight Xingyu opened out the points are 2, 3, 3, sum of 8. A very common combination, and later Liang Xiaofen also opened the dice cup in front of him. Unfortunately, the points are 2, 2, 3, sum of 7, just on the other side of the small point. Liang Xiaofen's face turned ugly again, and he reluctantly put the lid back on the table. Knight Xingyu won the bet, but did not see how happy, still a face of calm. The eyes are still that deep, without a trace of fluctuation. He just silently opened his cell phone, operated it a few times, and then handed it to Liang Xiaofen. The pattern on the screen is a very common collection of two-dimensional code. The meaning is self-evident. Liang Xiaofen cannot be tricked. Angry trance, for $80,000 to go. Do you dare to bet again? Liang Xiaofen asked casually, not expecting an answer from the other party, but the Knight Xing, you very crisply responded dare. Why don't you dare if you dare to bet? I dare to accept. Liang Xiaofen narrowed his eyes. Bet as usual? The answer is yes as usual. The two of them started another round of shaking the dice. This time Liang Xiaofen opened the dice first. 2, 4, 6, sum 12, which is considered to be a bigger number however. Knight Starry Knight opened 3, 5, 5, sum 13, which is just a little bit bigger again. Although Liang Xiaofen was reluctant to do so, he transferred the money with alacrity, and at the same time asked, Continue, Yixing, you nodded. Continue in this way. The two bet 8 times in a row. Every time is the Knight Xing you win. Liang Xiaofen before and after the total loss of 640. 0, 0, 0, can no longer maintain calm. Cold face angrily roared Kid. You cheat. Liang Xiaofen is not the only one who thinks this way. Everyone else has a deep suspicion. Even if the luck is unbelievable, it's impossible to win 8 times in a row. What's even more bizarre is that no matter how you bet, Liang Xiaofen's points are always a little smaller than Knight Starry Knight's. If this isn't cheating, it's really a ghost that I'm a cheater. Do you have evidence, Knight Xing? You not salty, not light said. Eyes without a fluctuation, calm unlike words, completely do not see any weakness. Liang Xiaofen, of course, cannot take the evidence. How does he know that Knight Starry Knight's soul power can penetrate the material, perceive everything, equivalent to having the ability to see through, and also can use the soul power to control the number of points of the dice at will? No matter how many points he shook, Knight Starry Knight will be able to aid him. Not a single chance to turn the wave of the opportunity. Looking at Liang Xiaofen's ironic face silent, Knight Xinging you smiled faintly. If you suspect me of cheating, then I won't move my hand. I'll just watch from the sidelines, and let Zhang Xinyu help me shake the cup. It's not possible that she's also an expert at cheating, right? Liang Xiaofen thought about it for a while. And indeed, as the other party said, if Zhang Xinyu shook the dice cup, it would be impossible for her to cheat. So Liang Xiaofen agreed crisply. Okay, she'll do it for you. If she loses, you'll have to kneel down. No problem, Knight Starry Knight replied with disinterest. Zhang Xinyu, however, was very nervous and looked at Knight Xingyu with some apprehension. If you really lose, you can blame me. It's all right. Shake it. Knight Xinging you nuzzled at the dice cup on the coffee table without a hint of worry at all. Zhang Xinyu gripped the dice cup with her jade-like hand and shook it vigorously for more than 10 times, only to put it back on the table, but she did not dare to lift up the lid for a long time. It was Yan Zioxi, who was sitting next to her, who couldn't resist and opened the lid of the cup, resulting in countless cries of surprise. And Zhang Xinyu's pretty face instantly turned pale. The number of points is 1, 2, 2, which adds up to only 5 points. So the probability of losing is extremely high. Ha ha ha. Liang Xiaofen couldn't help but laugh out loud and looked at Knight Xinging you with derisive eyes. This time I'm going to make you lose so convincingly that you have nothing to say. Knight Xing, you not moved, but calmly said not let me have nothing to say, but let you have nothing to say. This time if you lose, it will not slander me again cheating, right? You're still talking tough at the end of your life. Liang Xiaofen sneered contemptuously. With an air of victory, regardless of whether I win or lose this hand, I, Liang, will never say anything. After that, Liang Xiaofen picked up the dice cup and started shaking the points, then opened it, and all of a sudden, everyone's eyes were almost glazed over. Points 1, 2, 4 in total, which happens to be a bit smaller than the number of points offered by Zhang Xinyu. What the hell? Everyone can't help but think this way. But when it comes to cheating, no one will doubt. Because the knight Xingyu from beginning to end are just sitting quietly on the side. The hand is also swinging in the right direction. Did not touch any dice cup. Absolutely no cheating possible. To say that Zhang Xinyu helped him to cheat, that is even more impossible. Her identity background these people know. Godwind Automobile President's family's daughter. A character straight and no city. A proud young lady. Would never do this kind of scandal. And she does not have the ability to do that. Cheating is a highly sophisticated technical work, without a number of years of hard training. How can you cheat whenever you want to? Moreover, the most important point is that before Liang Xiaofen shook the dice, Zhang Xinyu's points had already been revealed. So the one who decides whether to win or lose has become Liang Xiaofen himself. No matter how good you are. You can't manipulate your opponent to cheat, can you? Others can't. But Knight Starry Night can. He didn't need to manipulate Liang Xiaofen. He only needed to use the power of his soul to change the direction of the dice after his opponent shook his hand. And then he could easily control the winners and losers. The power of the divine soul is formless and subtle, and can control both one's own dice and the dice of one's opponent. So, the gang was dumbfounded again. How is this possible? Liang Xiaofen looked like his ass was on fire as he jumped straight up from his seat, generally staring in shock at the 122 in front of him and the 122 across from him, his expression as sad as if he had eaten an overnight turd. After the exclamation of surprise, there was silence, until the indifferent voice of Knight Starry Night rang out. Now you won't suspect me of cheating, will you? After these words, everyone fell silent, including Liang Xiaofen. Are you still betting? If you don't want to bet, then let's stop here. Knight Starry Night's voice broke the silence once again. Liang Xiaofen was silent for a long time before he held back his anger and said word by word, I admit that you're very lucky, but I don't believe that you can win all the time, so I'm going to bet with you one last time. But this time, you have to call someone else to shake the dice for you. Apparently, Liang Xiaofen, who is about to go crazy. Even Zhang Xinyu starts to doubt, and even asks for a new dice shaker. Good, pay first. Knight Xing, you did not hesitate at Liang Xiaofen's request. Since the other party was rushing to give him money, he certainly had no reason to refuse. But before that, Knight Starry Night had once again displayed that collection QR code that disgusted Liang Xiaofen to no end. You go first, after paying the bill. Liang Xiaofen pretended to be a gentleman and made a pleased gesture. Knight Singing You did not waste any more words and looked towards Wu Chujun beside him, ready to ask this sexy and seductive beauty to shake the dice for him. However, a delicate hand reached out from the opposite side of the table to hold the dice cup. And then I heard Zhuang Jing's gentle and quiet voice, I'm going to shake the dice for you this time. Don't mind, right? Knight Starry Night nodded his head indifferently and replied whatever. Zhuang Jing then took the dice cup back to herself and shook it a few times very seriously, then lifted the lid to reveal the 3 dice underneath. But when she looked clearly at the 3 red dots towards the top, she was instantly dumbfounded and froze as if she was under a fixation spell. Liang Xiaofen also saw the points of the dice. His tense face completely relaxed, could not help but let loose a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. 3-1. Finally, it's your turn to lose, aside from Knight Starry. Everyone in the room has a wonderful expression on their face. Just as Liang Xiaofen said, this point can be said to be a sure loser, unless Liang Xiaofen also shakes out 3-1. Knight Starry can only escape, but this probability is about 1,216, although Liang Xiaofen had lost 9 times. The price was only $720,000, which might be a huge amount for ordinary people. But for rich kids like them, it was nothing and completely affordable. As long as you lose once, you will have to kneel down in front of Liang Xiaofen and admit that you are inferior to the other party. This kind of humiliation is worse than death. Zhang Xinyu began to worry. She did not know why she would be so worried. As if she lost after kneeling is her own, rather than the Knight Xingyu, even though Knight Singing Wu's recent performance had made her angry. In her subconscious, she didn't particularly hate the other party, but rather she hated Liang Xiaofen even more. So she had been steadfastly hoping that Knight Singing Wu would be able to win again. Yan Zioxi shook her little brain bag of mixed colors and came up to Night Starry Night and playfully joked. Wow, it's overturned. Night Singing You smiled faintly. Not necessarily. I feel like I can win this one. Wu Chujun, who was sitting beside him, and Zhuang Jing, who was sitting diagonally across from him and feeling deeply guilty, could all deeply feel the strong confidence revealed in Night Singing You's eyes. On the contrary, it was Zhang Xinyu who was confused, and her small hands couldn't help but tightly tug on Nightingale's grease-stained trouser legs, not noticing his calm demeanor. I don't know. Do you even want to win? Are you full of shit? Are you still dreaming about this? 3 for 1. Liang Shaofen roared, picking up the dice cup with great enthusiasm, and kept on nagging. If you can still win this game. I, Liang Shaofen, will eat both dice cups on the table in front of everyone. I'll make sure you kneel down and sing in conquest if I just casually shake it. Liang Shaofen spouted out sarcastic remarks while placing the dice cup, which he had casually shaken, back on the table and immediately lifted the lid. However, in the blink of an eye, he froze with an expression of having seen a ghost, and a mouth so wide open that he could almost fit a fist into it. 3 dice, 2 of which have a large red dot, and the last of which is actually split down the middle and split into 2 halves, both of which are blank with the broken side facing upwards. There are only 2 of them. It's a little less than the previous 3 ones, except for Night Starry Night. Everyone's heart couldn't help but contract hard, and their breathing paused for 3 seconds at the same time. What's going on here? Why did the dice break? Obviously Liang Shaofen only shook it lightly. The game was bound to die. But there was a miraculous turn of events. Liang Shaofen was dumbfounded on the spot, his face pale, without a trace of blood, with an expression like he had swallowed several female cockroaches alive. Night Xingyu was still sitting indifferently. His fingers didn't even twitch a bit, not to mention any expression of surprise at his survival. Instead, it was Zhang Xinyu who screamed and almost jumped up from the sofa, and then hugged Yim Zioxi's cute little face and kissed it fiercely, leaving a bright red color mark on the other side's cheeks. Liang Shaofen, transfer the money. Night Singing You pushed the cell phone on the table forward. The screen was still lit up. A large collection 2D code seemed like a funny face, and seemed to be mercilessly mocking Liang Shaofen as well. How did this happen? How could this happen? Liang Shaofen, like crazy, repeatedly recited this sentence. For a long time before he calmed down, pale face surged a large reddish color, like a drunken man on the verge of alcohol. He forced himself to resist the urge to lift the table, and transferred the $80,000 to Night Starry Night once again. Then stood up from the sofa in a huff, and walked quickly towards the door of the room without looking back. When he pulled open the door to the private room and was about to leave, Night Starry Night called out to him. Young Liang, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Liang Shaofen yelled in an ungraceful voice. What? Night Singing You reached out and pointed to the table. Dice cup ah. You forget to eat. His already incredibly ugly face instantly twisted into a ball. Liang Shaofen's forehead veins popped up, and he directly burst out a foul language. I'll fuck you burgers. Then he slammed the door and left with a loud bang, watching Liang Shaofen fleeing like a wolf. The happy Zhang Xinyu finally revealed a happy smile, while the other people in the private room looked at Night Singing You in a markedly different way. These people are not fools. Absolutely will not believe that it is God is helping Night Starry Night. It must be this young man has moved. Only his technique is very clever, so that all people cannot see exactly. Unknown produces fear. Mystery is awe-inspiring. Obviously a simple young man seems to have become no longer simple. People's hearts are jealous, with the exception of Zhang Xinyu, a heartless and arrogant young lady who knows nothing about the world. Almost everyone has come to their senses. Liang Shaofen had been tricked by Night Starry Night from the very beginning. Otherwise, how could he have won even with 3 ones? And how could the dice split in half if you tell it to a ghost? The ghost won't believe it, although it is not clear how Night Singing You did it. But everyone admires him, as long as not a fool, can see that this young man is not simple, and then recalled that he has been showing calm and relaxed since he entered the door. Even more people are convinced that this person is not as bad as he himself said, but has a real talent that other people do not know. A marvelous gamble, breathtaking. Come on, Brother Knight, I'll drink to you. A young man with a calm demeanor stood up. holding a glass of wine and praising heartily. "Brother Lion Rui, you're welcome." Night Singing You also picked up his wine glass and drained the red wine in it in one gulp. Then, one after another, young and handsome people took the initiative to make a toast, and their attitudes simply changed by 180 degrees. And Night Starry Night drank several large glasses of it, as if nothing had happened at this time. No one would despise his drinking style of swallowing a whale and drinking a cow. On the contrary, every one of them raised their thumbs and praised. "Bravo, Wuchujun especially like Night Zing, you this way of drinking. To be opposite a few men after the toast. Take the initiative to find on the Night Zing. You even dry 3 big cups. Painted with bewitching, thick makeup on the pretty face is covered with intoxicating red color." And Zhuang Jing, right after Wu Chujun, also toasted to Night Singing You, when the other party poured the red wine down her throat. Zhuang Jing's pretty eyes flickered, and instead of returning to her seat, she gently praised, "You have a good memory." Night Zing You non-committal a sound, a slight smile, also does not answer the call. But Zhuang Jing went on to say, "When you first came here, Zin Yu briefly introduced us to you, but now that half an hour has passed, I can't imagine that you still clearly remember who is who. Just with this ability to never forget. I am very impressed listening to Zhuang Jing. We all remembered that in the toast in the morning. Night Starry Night responded one by one and did not miss any of the names. You know, there are more than 10 people here, and it's not easy to memorize so many names at the same time and accurately distinguish who's who when you first meet them. At the very least, the vast majority of ordinary people cannot do this. There must be a slow process of adaptation. Receive too much information at once. Will definitely be confused a little bit, in the face of the public's admiration." Night Singing You only smiled faintly without explanation, and then said to Zhang Xinyu, who was sitting beside him, "Liang Xiaofen has already left, so I should go too, after that, not waiting for everyone to stay." Directly across Wu Chujun's long legs dashing away. The action of the rapid, a bit let a person reaction is not enough. Liang Xiaofen has already been sent away. Zhang Xinyu also has no reason to force Night Singing You to stay. She followed and stood up, originally wanted to send off Night Singing You, but saw that the other party did not return to the head and walked away. A look of absolute love and righteousness. Cannot help but be angry and sat back on the sofa. Rather, it was Zhuang Jing who looked at Night Singing You's departing back in thought, and soon made a decision, grabbing her own handbag and resigning to everyone. "It's getting late. I still have to catch up on a proposal in the evening. So I won't be accompanying you all. So you guys have a good time, and I'm going back first, ah." A few of the gentlemen who were interested in Zhuang Jing tried to stay, but she was determined to go and left in a hurry after a few words. Liang Xiaofen, who left 10 minutes earlier than Night Starry Night, was sitting in his car, and he drove his car to the trees across the street from the nightclub, staring at the front door of the nightclub like a poisonous snake. Liang Xiaofen touched his cell phone, pressed redial, and then said in a deep voice, "Tiger, have you people arrived yet?" "How much longer?" On the other end of the phone came a bold voice, "Don't worry, Liang Xiao. Nothing will go wrong. We'll be there soon. Just one more stoplight, and you'll see the neon sign of the flower and wine shop." Liang Xiaofen asked again, "How many people did you bring with you?" Tiger replied, "About 10 people. Time is a bit tight. I can only call in so many for now. 10 people, that's enough. You guys hurry up and let me know when you get there." Liang Xiaofen hung up the phone satisfactorily. He is still quite relieved about the tiger's work, not to mention the quick action. And the people called quite a lot, in his mind, to clean up the Night Xingyu, which need 10 people. 5 people will be enough. He does not believe that. With the Night Xingyu a rural wage earner, can a fight 10? The only thing that is a bit suspicious is the legs of the Night Starry Night. He, in the previous call, has carefully asked about the last incident. The tiger chest beating belly to guarantee that there is absolutely no mistaken identity. The other party personally admitted that his name is Night Starry Night, and the tiger they did indeed break the legs of the other party. According to reason, Night Starry Night should be lying in the hospital at this time, tied with a splint and on a drip. How can it be alive and kicking without any signs of injury? HMPH, this time, not only will I break your legs, but also your hands, so I'll see if you can still walk. How dare you ask me to eat the dice cup? You're just looking for death." Liang Shaofen muttered hatefully to himself, and continued to cast his eyes towards the exit of the nightclub, and soon saw Night Starry Night walking out of the main entrance alone with a chicken wire head. Liang Shaofen thought the Night Xing, "You will follow Zhang Ziniyu," they left together. Did not think of their own one person out. That is more to save a lot of work. So he immediately dialed the Tiger's phone. Quickly asked Tiger, to the no, "Here it is, Liang Xiao. I see your car." 3 silver-gray minibuses galloped across the street at more than 80 yards per second. And soon after a sharp break, they came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Flower and Wine nightclub, where a large group of street thugs dressed in strange and bizarre clothes, obviously not good people, drilled out of the car one by one. A big man with a big gold chain around his neck is sitting steadily in the passenger side of the first van. With a cell phone in his hand, he is Tiger, the direct culprit who broke Night Star's legs last time and caused him to die of intracranial hemorrhage. Liang Shaofen saw the Tiger and immediately gave instructions. Night Starry Night is out. He's at the door. Pull him into the car and find a secluded place to settle the matter. Okay, Tiger hung up the phone, pointed at Night Starry Night remotely through the lowered car window, and ordered the brothers outside the car. Take him to the car. In addition to the driver, is still sitting in the car. A few punks outside the car brushed to the Night Xing. You surrounded the past. The door of the security guards and guests tacitly back away. Simply will not go to participate in this kind of casualty. With his hands in his pants pockets and his chef's overalls slung casually over his shoulders. Night Singing You just won Liang Shaofen 800 000 yuan. Zhang Ziniyu and clear the line. His mood is not bad. Is about to recruit a taxi back to the dormitory. He saw 3 menacing bakery car parked in front of a short distance. A few men dressed as gangsters out of the car staring at him. He guessed that these people must be Liang Shaofen found to deal with him. Night Starry Night did not resist, and followed the gangsters into one of the bakery vans, and left for the boozer. Because Night Singing You walks faster, and because Zhuang Jing was delayed a bit when she was detained. When she came out from behind, she saw Night Singing You being pushed and shoved into the bakery van by a group of people. And then she saw a black sedan turning a corner on the opposite side of the road, following the 3 bakery vans, which she recognized as Liang Shaofen's car. Zhuang Jing didn't need to think much. She knew that Liang Shaofen must have found a group of social gangsters to deal with Night Starry Night. So she hurriedly started her car and drove after them. According to the theory, Zhuang Jing and Liang Shaofen had drunk some red wine, which was not suitable for driving, but due to the advancement of technology, the intelligence and safety of cars had been greatly improved. So in the new traffic law of the empire, the punishment for drunk driving was not severe, not to mention that Liang Shaofen and Zhuang Jing were not ordinary people, and they did not worry about the consequences of being caught for drunk driving. Zhuang Jing, who was following behind, didn't call the police right away, although calling the police could save Night Singing Wu. It would also incriminate Liang Shaofen. She believed that with Liang Shaofen's connections, it wouldn't be hard to find out who called the police. So, Zhuang Jing is in a somewhat torn mood, weighing the pros and cons as she tracks the driving process. Is it worth offending the mayor's son for a mildly interested young man? Before Zhuang Jing thought clearly, the front of the bakery and sedan turned into an abandoned factory. Zhuang Jing did not follow, but parked the car on the side of the road to turn off the engine. This place is already very remote. Not a single person can be seen, and there are even very few cars. If she hurriedly drove her car to follow her, she would easily be discovered by Liang Shaofen in front of her. After all, it's late at night, and there are almost no streetlights here. The light from the car lights is very conspicuous, and if you don't turn on the lights, you can't see the road clearly, and it's easy to get into an accident. So Zhuang Jing parked the car on the roadside outside the factory, and planned to sneak in by herself. However, she still wasn't prepared to save Night Starry Night, and was planning to see how it went. The 4 vehicles rolled through a gravel clearing where weeds sprouted, and finally the front ends of the vehicles formed a circle inward, and came to a stop in front of a 2-story factory building made of concrete and red bricks. On top of the large iron gate of at least 5 meters high, there hung a rusty iron lock with the words Treasury written in red paint, and many parts of the lock had lost their paint, so it was obvious that it had been a long time. The door pulled open, and a mustache jumped out first. Then it was Nightstar's turn, but he stretched slowly. On the other side of the car, waiting for him to go down, the small yellow hairs, a little impatient, violently pushed his hand on the side shoulder, yelling blind a few dawdling what, "Get the hell out of here." The force of this push could not be said to be small, but the little yellow hair felt as if it was pushing a big mountain. It did not move the slightest bit, and Starry Night still maintained the posture of stretching his waist, and was not affected by the force of this push, and his expression was still cozy. Little yellow hair was furious and cursed. "Fuck you, didn't you hear me? Believe it or not, I'm going to," before he finished scolding. Starry Night turned his head to look at little yellow hair. His bright gaze was like substance, like a needle piercing little yellow hair's face, causing the skin of his cheeks to ache vaguely. In fact, Starry Night did not use any magical powers. The needle stabbing is just the illusion of the little yellow hair. But once Starry Night's emotions are released from his eyes, it will indeed cause a strong impact on the mental senses of ordinary people. The small yellow hair was scared by Night, singing used sharp eyes and shut his mouth, not daring to creep around any more. But Night singing you didn't bother with him, and took 2 steps across the street, and stepped out of the car. A gangster with a fierce face and bad eyes drilled out of the van. Tiger was the last one to get out of the car. He was the leader. Naturally, he had to be pushy, and only after his boys had stood in line did he slowly and methodically pushed open the door and jumped out of the car. "Tiger," the gangsters greeted each other in unison. All of them were in high spirits, and they were as powerful as rainbows. Night singing you recognized this evil man, wearing a thick gold necklace at a glance, and smiled coldly. "So it's you, Nice. It's me." Tiger smiled on Friday, the horizontal meat on his face slightly trembling. "I guess I didn't educate you well last time, and then I pissed off Liang Xiao again. This time I must make you realize that some people can't be messed with, or else the consequences will be very serious." Night singing you ignored him, and turned his head to look at another place. A black sedan was quietly parked there, in the shadows where the lights couldn't shine. Liang Xiaofen was leaning against the car door with a smelly face. The corners of his mouth lifted up, and a playful smile was on his face. "Didn't think it was me, did you?" Liang Xiaofen took a few steps forward and walked into the area illuminated by the car lights, saying proudly, "No, I already knew it was you." Night singing you responded indifferently, looking at Liang Xiaofen with a gaze that did not fluctuate emotionally at all, as if he was watching a dead thing. "Fuck, you're still pretending at the end of your life." Liang Xiaofen did not see fear in Night singing you's gaze and expression, which made him very dissatisfied and felt that the other party was trying to hold out. So he turned his head and gave a wink to the tiger. Tiger nodded his chin knowingly, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling a smoke ring before ordering, "Bamboo stick, too fatty. You two go and waste him." 2 gangsters came out of the line at the sound of the voice. 1 tall and 1 short, 1 skinny and 1 fat. Their names were in order, and just by looking at their body shapes, they knew who was who. The bamboo stick bent down to look for it, and soon picked up a half-meter-long wooden square from the ground, while the second fat man, relying on his own weight, pounced on Starry Night with his bare fists. But just as he approached the other side, and only managed to raise his fists, he flew backward with a speed 10 times faster than the one he came with. "Is really flying out. Feet do not touch the ground," was Night Zing. You kicked flying. Nearly 200 pounds of obese body, as if by the high-speed driving truck, hit the general. Enough to fly backward for more than 10 meters before landing. In the chaotic gravel ground, wiped out a 1-meter-wide trace path. Flying out of the 2 fat has long been out of the range of light, like a dead dog paralyzed on the ground without moving. One cannot see whether it is dead or alive. Witness this scene of the gangsters were scared silly. Tiger wide open mouth, originally held in the mouth of the cigarette, has fallen on the pants, and was about to rush up the bamboo pole, is even more scared of a shiver. Just picked up the wooden square, did not hold steady. Clang a sound and fell back to the ground. "Fuck me. How dare you hit my brother? What's wrong with you, brothers? Let's go together and beat the hell out of them." Returning to his senses, Brother Tiger waved his hand and issued a general attack order. A few of them immediately took out the knives and clubs they were carrying, while the unarmed gangsters picked them up from the ground. Anyway, This is an abandoned factory, so it is suitable for picking up materials from the ground, such as iron pipes, steel bars, wooden squares, slabs and bricks, which are all available. A few seconds later, Starry Night was surrounded by a large group of gangsters with various weapons, and even Tiger took out a big wrench from the bakery truck and came over. However, it's no use. Can a dozen or two ants bite an elephant to death? Obviously not. Night Xing-yu is as agile as a leopard, easily dodging the crowd's siege, and at the same time launching counterattacks, at most, only a few seconds. Including the Tiger, in a total of 21 rogues and gangsters all fell. They cannot even see how the Night Xing-yu shot. Just close to, feel a huge pain descending, and then one by one into the flying man in the air. Nearly half of them fainted on the spot, and the other half grunted and wailed, but could not get up in any way, of course, even if they could really endure the pain and had the strength to stand up. No one would be so stupid as to do so, if it were not for the fact that the pain was so great that they could not help but scream. I believe that all of them would have chosen to pretend to be dead, in the hope that they would not attract the attention of that horrible young man. The situation has changed in a flash, just like the last bet in the private room in the morning. Liang Xiaofen, who felt the light of victory, once again fell from the cloud to the hell, seeing a large group of powerful and dignified men. By the night, Xing-yu in a few blinks of an eye, all put over. Always do not know what is afraid of Liang Xiaofen for the first time to feel the fear. You, who the hell are you? Seeing Starry Night walking towards him with no expression on his face. Liang Xiaofen's legs weakened, and he almost stood unsteadily. Starry Night didn't answer him, and approached him leisurely as if he were taking a walk. Liang Xiaofen was so scared that he stumbled back and cried out in shock. "Don't come any closer. Don't come over." Night Xing-yu smiled as if he hadn't heard and kept stepping. Liang Xiaofen wanted to run, back to the side of his car, but very strange. Obviously the car is not turned off. Not locked, but the driver's side door is like welded. No matter how much force cannot be pulled open. Liang Xiaofen anxious, sweating all over. Night Starry walks like slow but fast, just a few seconds to Liang Xiaofen. Liang Xiaofen was so scared that he leaned against the door of the car. One pair of legs shaking like sieve swinging. Two arms crossed up to block the face. His face is as colorful as the earth. He was afraid that he would also like those rogues like gangsters into the airmen, and then fell to the ground, never get up. However, Night Xing-yu didn't even have the idea of waving his fist at him. Instead, like an old friend who had been making friends for many years, he lightly patted his shoulder with his hand and slowly said with a smile, "There's no need to be nervous. I just want to give you a thank you in person for sending me $800,000 of pocket money." "You're welcome. No need to be polite." Liang Xiaofen waved his hand repeatedly, barely squeezing out a smile on his face. But it was even worse than crying. Then, "I'll take my leave first." Starry Night waved his hand, leaving behind a mysterious and unpredictable smile, before turning around and leaving. It was only until Night Xing-yu's figure disappeared into the darkness that Liang Xiaofen's heart in his throat gradually sank into his chest, and with his trembling palms, he pulled out a handkerchief and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Night Xing-yu just like this left, without a trace of smoke and fire. Although he did not beat Liang Xiaofen severely, he gave him a more severe punishment when he patted Liang Xiaofen's shoulder. A mysterious and unidentifiable force had already drilled into his body from his fingertips, working its way downward, and ultimately silently abolishing Liang Xiaofen's offspring and grandchildren's roots. That is to say, from today onwards, Liang Xiaofen will become a living eunuch who can't get hard and can't be humanized for the rest of his life. Destroying Liang Xiaofen's sexual happiness for the rest of his life is Starry Night's punishment for this person's repeated provocations and evil deeds. However, Liang Xiaofen did not realize this, and was still celebrating the fact that he was unharmed. And the Night Xing-yu is a quite free people. Imposed punishment, turn around and go, will not be forced to talk a lot of nutritious nonsense. Like Liang Xiaofen identity strength, even become a rival qualification or not, do not have to care. When Night Xing-yu is about to walk out of the abandoned factory area, far beyond the normal human eyesight, let him see is sitting on the ground look chagrined Zhuangjing, one of her hands constantly rubbing the left ankle, the other hand holding a cell phone staring blankly. Do not know what to think about. Knight Singing Yu was slightly curious and muttered in his heart, "Why is this woman here?" In fact, if the Knight Xingyu put out the soul power to probe around, it is very easy to find all the way to the car tracked over Zhuang Jing. But because the moment to maintain the probe around will let the soul energy to produce consumption, easy to cause mental exhaustion, usually he will not do that, unless there is a special situation. This is just like the average person walking on the road will only look at the front. No one will always be vigilant and look around to see if they are being followed or whatever, unless they are persecuted and delusional or something like that. Therefore, it was only after Liang Xiaofen and the gang of Jiang, who gangsters were finished and were about to leave that night singing, you discovered Zhuang Jing with his unparalleled eyesight. Speaking of Zhuang Jing, also some bad luck. The road here is not good to walk. There is no street lamps to illuminate. She also wore high-heeled sandals. The result is just into the factory soon. The foot is broken. The ankle part of the pain unbearable. Cannot walk again. Can only stay in place to rest. And the front of the 4 cars have long been driven into the factory area deep. Away from the location of Zhuang Jing is farther. She simply cannot see the situation there. Only vaguely heard a few screams came, but also mistakenly thought that the Knight Xingyu is being beaten by a gang of thugs. The heart of the anxious cannot stand. A few times to pull out the cell phone, wants to report to the police. Zhuang Jing both do not want to offend Liang Xiaofen, but also do not want to see the Knight Xingyu was tortured to retaliate, entangled for half a day. Finally is still determined. Silver teeth bite. Dialed the police phone. Hello. I want to report to the police. I saw someone was kidnapped. Here is the New Yang district. Before she finished speaking, a large hand reached out from the darkness and snatched Zhuang Jing's cell phone away in an instant, almost scaring her to death. Who? Zhuang Jing screamed, picking up a rock at her feet and about to throw it. Don't scream, it's me. Knight Singing Wu pressed hang up and let the cell phone screen illuminate his face. Only after seeing Knight Seiyu's face clearly did Zhuang Jing's heart, which was about to explode, gradually calmed down, and she quietly loosened the stone in her hand. Are you okay? Through the faint light, Zhuang Jing looked Knight Starry Night up and down. What can I do? Knight Singing Wu shoved his cell phone back into Zhuang Jing's hand. Weren't you captured by Liang Xiaofen? He didn't do anything to you. Zhuang Jingyuan opened her eyes wide and stared at the other party without blinking. You think too much. Knight Singing Yu very casually hit a cross-legged sit beside Zhuang Jing. A serious flippant Liang Xiaofen looking for me to come here is for the performance of eating dice cups. Ate the dice cup. Zhuang Jing's eyes twinkled, and immediately he recalled that during the gambling session in the private room, Liang Xiaofen had threatened to eat both dice cups if Knight Singing Yu could win the last hand. PFFD Zhuang Jing covered her mouth and laughed. Of course she does not believe that Liang Xiaofen kidnapped the Knight Starry Night to such a remote place is for the performance of the dice cup. She laughed because she felt that the Knight Starry Night is a serious lie of the model, is quite adorable. Don't be ridiculous. Tell me what's going on between you two. I just heard a scream. Zhuang Jing gently pushed Knight Starry Night. Her attitude was slightly more intimate compared to before. Look at me. Knight Xingyu spread his hands together, signaling that he was unharmed. Since I'm fine, the one in trouble must be him. How can that be? Zhuang Jing was still in disbelief. She had personally seen a large group of men escorting Knight Starry Night onto the bread truck. How could it be that Liang Xiaofen was the one who suffered in the end? Zhuang Jing thought of a possibility and blurted out, You are an ancient martial artist. The so-called ancient martial artists refer to a special group of people who practice ancient martial arts and whose personal combat strength is extremely impressive. After the Third World War, the Tianlong Empire rose to power, shaking the world, standing in the east. The founding emperor, Hua Shentong, is one of the most powerful ancient martial artists. The reason why the word ancient is added in front of the word Wu is to distinguish it from the modern martial arts that are used for physical fitness and strengthening, or as a performing art. Modern martial arts have been standardized to the scope of the sports system, cannot be counted as a real martial arts. Only the ancient martial arts is the real martial arts. Do not pay attention to routines. Do not pay attention to fancy. Only in the killing of the enemy, only to eliminate the opponent. To put it simply, ancient martial arts are techniques for killing. A well-trained ancient martial artist can easily defeat dozens or hundreds of ordinary people, and an ancient martial artist can even take out an elite special forces unit with his bare hands. Therefore, the status of the ancient martial artist is very high, and it is the object of all forces to strive to draw in. However, ancient martial artists are very rare. Despite the prevalence of martial arts in Tianlong Empire and the national government's efforts to promote ancient martial arts education for the younger generation, compared to the huge base of ordinary people, ancient martial artists are still like a rare bird's hair. 1 in a million. Take the population of more than 30 million people out of the city to say. All the ancient martial artists add up to an estimated 1 or 2,000 samples, and the vast majority of the government and the military service. A few by the large families with the heritage of the support. Zhuang's group, although there are some achievements in business. But it is a new capital family, not a deep heritage. In the entire city are not ranked in the top 10. So the Zhuang family does not have an ancient martial artist. Zhuangjing's father has been eager to find an ancient martial artist enshrined in the family to support the waste. The difference between a family with an ancient martial artist and a family without an ancient martial artist is as great as the difference between a country with nuclear weapons and a country without nuclear weapons. In the old world, it is not only an alternative martial power, but also a manifestation of a powerful deterrent. Instead of giving an answer to Zhuangjing's question, Night Singing Yu changed the topic and asked, "What happened to you? Did you hurt your foot?" Zhuangjing's mind was filled with the words ancient martial artist. So how could she care about something as trivial as a broken foot? She kept thinking about Night Singing Yu's performance tonight. That kind of loneliness, that kind of calmness that seemed to not put everything in her eyes. She could almost be 100 sure that the young man in front of her was definitely the legendary ancient martial artist. If Night Singing Yu was an ancient martial artist, then everything would make sense. Why Liang Xiaofan found dozens of fighters cannot deal with the Night Singing Yu. Because a group of rats cannot bite the cat. Why can Night Singing Yu win over Liang Xiaofan again and again at the gambling table? Because ancient martial artists can use dark energy to control the dice inside the dice cup. Zhuangjing even thought that the reason why one of the dice had cracked in the last hand of the bet was definitely Night Singing Wu's masterpiece as well. It is said that successful ancient martial artists have dark bodily force, or even internal bodily force, which can transmit bodily force through objects and hurt people in the formless. So it is certainly not a problem to shatter a piece of dice. Zhuangjing exhaled a long breath and looked at Night Singing Yu with a gaze that was incredibly lively, and even had a burning temperature. In fact, the means possessed by Night Singing Yu has far exceeded the level of ancient martial artists. Of course, he will not go to explain. Zhuangjing, since he misunderstood him to be an ancient martial artist. Then let her misunderstanding go. In fact, the ancient martial arts were initially created by Night Starry Night. And throughout his incredibly long life, he has developed many gadgets, of which the ancient martial arts is only one. Even Hua Shentong, the founding emperor of the Tianlong Empire, who holds the title of God of Wushu and is widely recognized as invincible, is only a small fragment of his long life. In his previous life, Night Singing Yu was the god of martial arts Hua Shentong. Zhuangjing, which will know this, she only thought Night Singing Yu is a deep hidden ancient martial artist. This is enough to let her think about a good half day. Night Singing Yu looked at Zhuangjing's silence and didn't know what she was thinking. So he gently held Zhuangjing's left ankle and said, "Twisted foot, right? Let me take a look for you." By the time Zhuangjing reacted and tried to stop it, it was too late. High-heeled sandals were removed, and the slender and delicate jade feet were wrapped in slippery black stockings. Night Starry Night's palm gently supported the soles of the feet, and the power of the divine soul surged along the palm of his hand into the injured ankle joints, quickly repairing the sprained muscle ligaments. Night Singing Yu could have caused Zhuangjing to recover within a few seconds, but he did not do so, which would have aroused Zhuangjing's suspicion. So he appropriately and roughly repaired the sprained ankle before withdrawing his divine soul power. Even so, Zhuangjing felt much better. Her ankle no longer hurt, and she couldn't help but mentally marvel at the wonders of ancient martial artists. "You should have driven here, right? I'll take you back first." Night Singing You put his shoes back on Zhuang Jing's slender jade feet and helped her up from the ground. Zhuang Jing's broken leg wasn't completely healed, and it would still be a bit hard for her to walk strongly. So Night Singing You directly picked up Zhuang Jing horizontally and easily walked towards the main door of the abandoned factory. Zhuang Jing was hugged by a man for the first time, or a princess-style horizontal hug, and she was so ashamed that she hung her head, and her face was covered with a red haze that rolled over her. However, the Night Singing You but do not care. For him, holding a beauty and holding a stone is not too different. Thousands of years of experience in the red world has made his heart like a rock, not because of the physical contact with the opposite sex and nonsense. After leaving the factory gate, Night Singing You saw the burgundy-colored sports car parked on the side of the road at a glance, and thought that it should be Zhuang Jing's car. He put Zhuang Jing in the passenger seat, fastened her seat belt, opened the driver's door, started the car and drove away. Zhuang Jing has set the location of her home on the center navigation. All Night Singing You had to do was follow the guide's prompts, and he could quickly return her to her lodgings. The place where Zhuang Jing lives is called Lishan South Bay, on the south shore of the beautiful Lishan Lake, which happens to be in the direction of Wangxiang College. It is about a 10-minute drive from Wangxiang College, and it is one of the more well-known high-end residential areas in the city. Shortly after, the car entered the Lishan South Bay, turned left, and entered the lakeside villa area. Lishan South Bay covers an area of 10,000 acres and is surrounded by mountains and water. Most of the houses are single-block villas and are numbered according to the number of the villa. And the one where Zhuang Jing lives is No. 42. In front of each villa, there are 2 exclusive private parking spaces. Night Singing You parked the sports car, turned his head and asked, "How are your feet? Can you walk by yourself?" Zhuang Jing's foot injury, in fact, has been good for most of the time. Their own walk is not a big problem. But her eyes a turn, eyebrows immediately frowned, face showed a slightly painful look. Shyly said, "A little bit of pain. I'm afraid, still have to trouble you a bit." Night Starry Night didn't waste any words, turned off the engine, got out of the car and went around to the other side to pull open the passenger door, put one hand between his waist and back, and hooked his legs at the bend of the knee, and carried Zhuang Jing out from inside, and then hooked the door with his foot to bring the door to close. Zhuang Jing blushed and bowed her head, curling up in Night Singing You's arms like a well-behaved kitten, not even seeming to find the smell of grease and smoke from his body objectionable, until the other party carried her to the door, before stretching out a hand to unlock it with her fingerprints. This scene was witnessed by a man. She was wearing a dark purple nightgown, with an attractive figure, long dark shoulder-length hair, and delicate and absolutely beautiful facial features, and she was standing silently on the second-floor balcony of the villa across the street, watching the whole process clearly. How could it be him? How did he get involved with the woman who lives across the street? The silhouette on the balcony murmured, a thoughtful look on her face. If Night Singing You saw this person, he would definitely recognize that she was the beautiful Professor Lin Shanya, that he had met on his first day of entering the Manhwa Academy. Lin Shanya also lives in Lishan South Bay, which is directly across the street from Zhuang Jing's house. Originally, she had already gone to bed, but she was unable to sleep at night because of some disturbing things that were flashing in her mind. So she went out to the balcony to blow some air and to clear her mind. And then she saw a burgundy-colored sports car approaching from afar, which she immediately recognized as her beautiful neighbor's car. It was just a normal thing for the neighbor girl to drive home late at night. So Lim Sun-ah didn't care and was about to go back to her room. But the car door opened. A young man wearing a chef's overalls stepped out from the driver's side, which made Lin Shanya, who was about to go back to her room, incredibly curious. So she stopped and paid attention to look a few more times, and immediately realized that this person looked a little bit familiar. Surely I've seen him before, but I couldn't remember for a moment. If Lin Shanya could stand closer and see the words "Second Cafeteria" on the chef's uniform clearly, she would have immediately remembered who he was. But it was late at night. The streetlights were not very bright, and it was quite far away, so Lin Shanya could only make out the color and style of the clothes, but not the small letters printed on them. When the Night Singing You from the passenger side of the car to hold out after Zhuang Jing, Lin Shanya is even more strange. because since she lived here from the beginning, has never seen the opposite side of the neighbor with the opposite sex home. Obviously, this is a life of self-discipline. Clean and self-loving woman. White Knight made an exception. And also by this man in his arms. It was only after night singing you had carried Zhuang Jing into the house that Lin Shan you suddenly remembered who this person was. It was the new chef who had been introduced to her face the day her parents had come to look for her. When she had met Dean Chang by chance, and it seemed that her surname was Knight. How does an ordinary cook get involved with a rich girl who lives in a villa? If these two people are genuinely in love with each other regardless of the wealth gap, why have they never met before? This made Lin Sun-ah even more curious, and as she thought about it, a term popped into her head: midnight cowboy. In layman's terms, it's a duck, referring to the male prostitutes who provide, as opposed to chickens. Is it possible that they're in a money and flesh kind of relationship? Lin Shanya blushed, feel a moment of disgust. Angry thought it seems that in the next board meeting, I have to put forward some suggestions. Must strengthen the college staff quality and reason management. Like this black sheep can be recruited, is simply a bad reputation. Not only the man made Lin Shanya angry. Even the woman living opposite her also let her feel disappointed, and thought this woman seems to be not a good thing. Thought she was clean and self-love. Did not think that behind the scenes, but engaged in this kind of immoral flesh trade. In vain, so beautiful, is simply self-degradation. Lin Shanya angrily issued a cold snort from his nose, turned around and went back to the house, closed the curtains, and then turned off the lights and went to bed to rest. But when Lin Shanya had just laid down, the door of the villa across the street opened again, and Knight Starry Night in a chef's uniform walked out alone. After sending Zhuang Jing into the house, he immediately said goodbye and left, although Zhuang Jing was very interested in him and wanted to draw in an ancient martial artist for her family. But after all, this was the first time the two of them had met, so it was not appropriate to make it too obvious. So she didn't retain Knight's singing woo, and allowed him to leave after saying a few words on the occasion. However, what makes Zhuang Jing feel awkward is that when she wanted to exchange contact with Knight Starry Night, she was rejected by the other party, and the rejection was also very crisp, without half a point of hesitation, saying that geeks don't come with friends, clearly not wanting to have an encounter with her, which makes Zhuang Jing a bit annoyed. Knight singing you really doesn't want to get involved with Zhuang Jing. One Zhang Xin, you is enough to get him into trouble. Why should he ask for trouble again? As for helping Zhuang Jing and sending her home, there was no special meaning. Just like when he saw an old granny fall down on the side of the road, he would help pick her up and send her to the hospital or something. In fact, both Zhuang Jing and Granny were little girls in front of an old monster, who had lived for thousands of years, and Knight singing you could responsibly beat his chest and yell, "I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." Knight Starry Night walks quietly on the road without a sound under his feet, as light as a cat. The dimly lit street lamps illuminate the straight road, and at this hour there is not a single pedestrian to be seen, nor a single car to be touched. Lishan South Bay is a high-class residential area located on the outskirts of the city, far away from the bustle of the city, since every family has a private car and outsiders cannot enter the area. The road is particularly quiet, and it takes half a day to reach the main entrance of the residential area. And to the outside of the highway, there will be very few taxis through. The bus is long closed. Knight Xingyu had to use the phone called a car online. Sent a positioning, let the other side to come to pick up their own. By the time he got back to the dormitory, it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, so he casually took a shower and fell asleep. Early the next morning, before the sky was completely bright, Knight Starry Night woke up automatically, dressed and washed up, and came to the second cafeteria early, although he won $800,000 from Liang Xiaofan last night, which is considered to be an overnight fortune. He has no intention of quitting this hard work. To him, this kind of ordinary life is actually quite good. The kitchen was busy preparing breakfast. Basically, it was just some flour noodles. Buns, eggs, soy milk, rice porridge and other food. No need to do stir-frying, so there was no need to cut the vegetables. So Knight Singing Wu was relatively idle in the morning, until breakfast was over and he started to prepare the Chinese food. Then he only started to get busy. after wandering around the kitchen for a few minutes and realizing that there was nothing to do. Night Starry Night was ready to take a walk outside to get some fresh air. But before he could go outside, he heard someone calling him from behind. "Saya, can you do me a favor?" Night Xingyu looked back. "Is the white case master Fatty Liu?" So he nodded. "What's the matter?" "You say." Fatty Liu wiped his two big hands stained with white flour on his apron twice, and said quietly in a somewhat embarrassed manner, as he came up to Night Starry Night's ear, "I drank too much with a few brothers yesterday, and now my stomach is quite upset, so I'm going to go to the school hospital for a look, and get in Roman and a prescription for some medicine or something. So I was wondering if it'd be convenient for you to help me steam some buns. If you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. It's very easy." Fatty Liu clearly has a look of "you will definitely help me," and starts to explain the practice of steaming buns. But Night Xingyu does not have the patience to listen to his lesson, and hurriedly pushes Fatty Liu's back and says, "Okay. Okay, I can make buns. You hurry to go to see a doctor. Okay?" Fatty Liu smiled happily, his small eyes narrowing into a slit. "I'll buy you a drink some other day." Night Xingyu was speechless, thinking this stomach still hurts. "I can't believe I'm still thinking about drinking." After Fatty Liu left, Night Xingyu put on the apron he had taken off and began to knead the noodles to make steamed buns. His way of doing things is different from Fatty Liu's, who makes the most common kind of big buns from the north, weighing 2 to 3 taels each, firm and chewy, while Night Xingyu makes small milky buns, invented by him, which are small, fluffy and soft, and give off a rich milky flavor when they are steamed. He was quick and nimble. And the deep fryers, rice noodle makers, egg boilers, and soybean milk makers were all still busy, and his buns were just about ready to be steamed. However, he didn't take out the steamed buns right away because it wasn't time for the class to start. And if he took them out now, they would get cold later. So he turned the fire down to a minimum and leaned back in his chair to take a nap. At 6:30, the doors of the second cafeteria opened on time, and dozens of students, all of them early risers, rushed in. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. If you see something delicious, you can take it as much as you like. But for those who are lazy, there may not be much left for them when they come here, and only those who find it unpalatable and are unwilling to eat it should be given to them. Most of the students take their plates to fill up the fried rice noodles. Master Zhu's fried rice noodles with soy sauce is a masterpiece, and most of the students like it because of its delicious flavor. But only a maximum of 200 people can be served every morning, and those who come late will not be able to eat it. The students scrambled around a big pot of fried rice noodles with empty plates and loaded their plates with their hands, making a lot of noise just like a food market. Suddenly, a strong smell of milk wafted over the students. As if they were possessed, their hands and feet unconsciously slowed down, and one by one, they tilted their heads and shrugged their noses, sniffing fiercely at the scent that came from nowhere. Night Starry Night was in the kitchen, unrolling a large steamer basket and pulling out fist-sized milky white buns, placing them on a large platter, ready to be taken outside. It is from the steamer that the aroma permeates the entire kitchen, and then spreads from the kitchen to the cafeteria hall, where everyone smells it. "Yo, Starry, is that a bun you're steaming? Why does it smell so good? Yes, not to mention how it tastes. Just smelling this flavor is a pleasure. I'm talking about Saya. Why didn't you tell me you had a great skill? And now you're showing it off. Out of the way, get out of the way. I'll try one first. I'm hungry after a long day. I'll have one too." To taste Saya's handiwork, a large group of people in the kitchen smelled the aroma and gathered around, talking about it. Someone took the lead and put a small pink and white bun into his mouth to test the flavor. Others were not willing to be left behind. Each took one and stuffed it into his mouth. Some of the hungrier even took 2 or 3. Night Starry Night had just pinched out dozens of buns, but in a flash they were all gone. So he had to pinch them out of the steamer basket again. He steamed 6 buns, making a total of 150 buns, and before he could take them out, 1/3 of them were snatched up by the people in the kitchen, who all chewed them with great relish and praised them, saying that they were the best buns they had ever eaten in their lives, afraid that they would grab them again. Night Xingyu hurriedly pulled the remaining 100 small steamed buns out of the steamer, served them on 2 large rectangular plates, and then took them outside. The students outside only smelled the odor, probably judged that it was coming from the kitchen. But they didn't know what it was, so they were all itching to eat, and they didn't even serve food on their plates, but looked at the kitchen door with bated breath, waiting to see if there was something good that hadn't been brought out yet, amidst the expectant and curious gazes of the crowd. Yixing Yu appeared with 2 large trays piled high with small white buns. The rich, creamy flavor of the buns was clearly coming from them, and the students all gathered around like crazy, with dozens of hands reaching out at the same time, just as they put down their trays. And in the blink of an eye, the trays were emptied. Some took only one, fearing that it would smell good but not taste good, while others were greedy and bold enough to take 2, or even 3 or 4, because they were so small, less than 1 or 2, that they didn't worry about not being able to eat them. A small female student with short hair ran the fastest and grabbed one from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth first. The soft crust almost melted in her mouth, and the rich creamy flavor spread in her mouth, making her taste buds extremely satisfied. The petite little student's eyes seemed to be filled with little hearts, and her face was mesmerized to the extreme, as if she was in a state of ecstasy. "Oh, my God, is that a bun? A big uo. It's so good." The petite schoolgirl was so excited that she almost burst into tears. Before he could swallow, he pounced on the tray with the buns. By now, the first plate had been emptied, but fortunately there were more on the second. So she reached out her fair hands and grabbed 2 of them with one hand. And before she could take them back, her classmates pounced on the second large plate, and in a flash all the buns had been snatched up. "Holy shit, you scums! I just ran a little slower, and you snatched it all. Do you have any humanity left?" A big fat man, whose width equaled his height, and who did not know whether he weighed 200 pounds or 300 pounds, panted and ran up to the empty tray, crying with his fat face, complaining about the atrocities committed by his classmates. But no one paid any attention to him. These students were completely intoxicated by the sweet taste of the creamy buns, and many of them could not help closing their eyes, feeling the fragrance between their teeth, and reminiscing about the sensational taste, with such a satisfied expression that it seemed that they were not eating, but rather they were like smoking a mouthful of the fabled big white noodles on that day, among the students of Mansang College. Rumors began to circulate about the second cafeteria's milky steamed buns, and the students who were lucky enough to eat them were all excited and exaggerated in their descriptions, bragging that the taste of the buns was like that of the fruit of immortality in the peach festival of the Queen Mother, which was spreading like a legend, making countless students yearn for them. Unfortunately, buns are only available at breakfast, so if you want to eat them, you have to wait until tomorrow morning at the earliest. The next morning, at dawn, before the second cafeteria opened, there were 100 to 200 students standing outside, each eyeing the time, hoping that it would be 6:30 a.m. Soon, these were students who were attracted by the milky buns. Only a few dozen of them had tasted them themselves, while many more were mouthy eaters who had heard the rumors and smelled the buns. At 6:30, the doors of the second cafeteria opened and hundreds of students swarmed in, except for a few who went to serve the fried rice noodles in soy sauce. The rest of them gathered on the other side of the cafeteria, shouting, "Where are the buns? Hurry up and serve them." "Here are the buns." Fatty Liu, who was sweating profusely, came out of the kitchen panting and carrying a large tray of white bread buns, and froze when he saw that there were actually so many students waiting for their buns. "Crap, why is it this again? Where are the creamy buns? Is there a mistake? What the hell is this? We want yesterday's buns. Give me the buns. I got out of bed at 5:30, and this is what I'm supposed to see. Bad review. Bad review. I want to give a bad review." The students who felt fooled made a lot of noise and cajoling, making the cafeteria look like a farmer's market. There were angry, complaining, wailing, and resentful students, but none of them grabbed the buns with their hands. Fatty Liu was dumbfounded, pointing at his steamed buns, which were still steaming, and asked in amazement, "Aren't these just buns?" At this time, a staff member standing by the side couldn't stand it any longer and explained to Fatty Liu, "They are not talking about this big bun of yours. They are talking about the small bun that Zayoi, you helped you to make yesterday." Fatty Liu's mind was not yet turned around, and he queried, "Aren't they all buns? What's the difference between big and small?" The staff member's face was a bit odd, and he didn't have the heart to tell Fatty Liu that the buns he made weren't really that tasty. And compared to the creamy buns made by Night Singing Wu, they tasted a world away from each other. This person has to take into account the face of colleagues. It is not good to speak frankly, but the students will not be polite. These are not bad money aristocratic students. The mouth is inherently tricky. From a young age at home are pampered and spoiled. Say very little consideration for other people's feelings. One after another mercilessly make fun of Fatty Liu. Is this a bun? That's more like it. How dare you serve it up when it's so tasty? Take it back and feed it to the pigs. Maybe the pigs won't even eat it. Steamed buns. I want a bun. A group of students spoke up, making Fatty Liu furious. His face flushed green and white, and he directly slammed the big plate with the buns on it onto the table, saying furiously, "Eat it if you want to, or don't eat it at all." After that, Fatty Liu took off his sleeve and threw it away, and left directly to smoke a boring cigarette outside the back door of the kitchen. But the students didn't want to leave it at that, and they gathered there to make trouble, and they wouldn't stop until they got their hands on the buns. In the end, the upstairs Zhang Jinju also gave a fright, asked to understand the situation, and then called for the Night Xingyu to find. Let him hurry to steam a few steamed buns out of the students, since he doesn't have to prepare breakfast. He is walking around the campus when he is called back by the staff, sent by Zhang Jinju to find him, mobilized in an emergency, and ordered to start steaming buns immediately. The students who had been making a fuss over the steamed buns had been assured by the cafeteria that the buns would come out in peace. Breakfast time is from 6:30 to 8:30 a.m., and the most crowded time is the hour from 7:00 to 8:00 a.m. By the time the Night Star dumpling is ready, it is already past 7:00 a.m., which is when the cafeteria is at its most crowded. As soon as the steamer was unveiled, the rich milky aroma instantly spread, not only in the kitchen, but also in the dining hall outside, and the tempting smell pervaded the room. The students who had been waiting for the buns were all excited and crowded around the buns window, and many of those who hadn't heard the rumors about the buns were attracted to the tempting milky aroma and watched from this side. Fatty Liu, who was squatting by the back door of the kitchen and smoking a stale cigarette, also smelled the aroma of the buns, and out of curiosity, he threw away half of his cigarette and walked back, just to see that Night Singing Yu was using a clamp to pull a small pink and white bun out of the steamer basket. Fatty Liu stretched out his fat hand and took one into his mouth and took a bite. His two squinting eyes instantly enlarged, and he yelled out loud, "It's okay. This flavor is absolutely amazing. It's even better than my old Liu's steamed buns." Night Singing Yu laughed and carried a large dinner tray full of buns outside, while saying to Fatty Liu, "You should be able to get 2 more plates if you pack out the rest of the buns." As soon as Starry Night left, everyone who had been working in the kitchen immediately dropped what they were doing and gathered around, grabbing the buns with their hands in perfect synchronization, not caring about the burns, and in less than a minute, dozens of buns had been dried up, and there were only enough for 1 plate. The students who had been waiting for a long time saw Starry Night coming out with a big tray of buns. Each one of them went crazy, the original neatly arranged line instantly out of control, and did not care about what came first. Directly embraced, if not inside and outside the 1-meter-high table, I'm afraid that they would have pounced over to directly start robbing. A large tray can only hold about 50 buns, and there are about 200 students around, so how can they share them? Night Star, you do not dare to let them take their own. Otherwise, a person at least to take a few. The vast majority of people cannot eat. So instead of putting the big tray in front of him, he passed the buns one by one with a clip, yelling, "1 for each, don't grab them." Those who got the buns dodged aside obediently, and it was impossible to get mixed up in the water. Not to mention that all the other students were monitoring each other, and even Night Singing Wu himself wouldn't get mixed up. His soul is so powerful that the speed of his mind is comparable to that of a galactic calculator, and his memory is so clear that he can't be fooled by anyone who has or hasn't claimed him. In less than a minute, 1 tray of buns was finished, and Fatty Liu walked out with a second tray, looking like he wanted to eat a few more. But Night Singing Yu took the tray over and started to give out buns one by one. After 2 big plates of buns were finished, not even half of them were eaten. The rest of the students were not happy with the situation, and they made a lot of noise and clamor, seeing the scene getting out of control again. Night Star promised to wait for another half an hour for the buns to come out. So please don't worry. Night Singing You called on Fatty Liu to help him, and the two of them began to make buns again with great fervor. Of course doing it the way Night Singing You did it. Fatty Liu has no complaints at this time, learning with an open mind. Night Xingyu told him to do what he did, as if the master led the apprentice. Luckily, there was still some fermented dough left, which saved a lot of time. Night Singing You asked Fatty Liu to boil water, and he himself started to make the ingredients and knead the noodles. The reason why his buns are so tasty is because of the recipe, which is made with eggs, butter, cream, etc., and the kneading technique, which he uses to knead the buns with a lot of internal energy. The more evenly and finely kneaded the dough is, the better the texture of the steamed buns will be. People who are impatient usually do this step in a sloppy manner, and even veterans will find it difficult to knead the dough very evenly and finely in a short period of time. If the kneading time is too long, the speed of fermentation will exceed the speed of kneading, and the surface of the dough will become rough. So the secret of kneading is to knead the dough as fast as possible, by utilizing his inner energy. Night Singing You can directly destroy the molecular structure of the dough itself, and break it down into smaller particles, achieving an effect that would be difficult for ordinary people to achieve. So he just kneads the dough casually for a few times, and then the dough is ready, greatly saving time, with Fatty Liu on hand to help with some of the chores. Night Singing You didn't have to do it himself, and the speed was slightly increased. Originally it was said to take half an hour, but in 25 minutes. The buns were out, but in less than 3 minutes. All the buns were empty, and there were still many students who hadn't been able to get a share of the buns. It was almost 8 o'clock, only half an hour before the cafeteria closed, and the fermented dough was all used up. So there was no way to make it again in a hurry. So Night Starry Night could only regretfully announce to everyone, "Today's closing time. Please be early tomorrow on this day." The legend of the milk-scented little steamed buns took the entire Manx Yang Academy by storm. Although only 100 or so people ate the buns in person, there were many more than 500 people who smelled the tempting aroma, and many believed in the claim that the milk-scented little steamed buns were incredibly tasty, causing some of the students who had originally only eaten their breakfasts in the first cafeteria to be tempted, and decided to go to the second cafeteria sometime to taste the rumored milk-scented little steamed buns. What's even more dramatic is that the story has spread online, with more than a dozen posts appearing on campus forums calling for the school to serve milky buns all day long, with many followers and even attracting the attention of the college administration. In charge of food and lodging is the deputy director of Chang Bowen. See the posting on the Zhang Jinju call to ask, when I know that the creamy buns is the Night Xing you come up with. Often Bowen a bit stunned. He thought the Night Xingyu is responsible for the spoon frying. Did not think that the Zhang Jinju arrangements to cut vegetables, and then by chance, to help the top of the shift of the fat man, only to have the story behind. Chang Bowen was a little bit in tears and laughed, and asked Zhang Jinju, "What are you going to arrange? Let's say you go and make buns." Zhang Jinju himself hadn't thought it through, and he replied with a bit of a tangle, "Night Starry Night's buns are good, but if he's allowed to make buns from now on, then all the students will go to eat buns, and no one will eat the breakfasts that other people make. So it doesn't seem like a good idea, does it?" Chang Bowen thought about it. Just because some students didn't get to eat the buns. It made such a big fuss, and as more and more people found out about it, if everyone had to eat the buns, it would be a big fuss. Therefore, Chang Bowen could only sigh and said, "Forget it. Let Master Liu make the buns, and let Xiao Yi take the trouble to guide them. As for Xiao Yi, you can tell him that I will give him a little bit of salary first, which is considered as the technology transfer fee, and then at the end of the year, I will think of a way to help him to set a quota for regularization. This young man, I have a good impression of him. He is a talented person, and it's a good thing to be able to keep him in the academy." Mr. Zhang Jinju replied in a loud voice, and went away with his orders. Chang Bowen stood up from his seat and prepared to add some water to his teacup, when he saw a beautiful silhouette crossing into the office. He immediately greeted him with a smile and greeted him cordially. "Prof. Lin, why are you here? What's the matter?" The person who came was none other than Lin Shanyi, the youngest and most beautiful professor in the entire Man-Sang Academy. Lin Shanyi was not polite, and directly opened the door to see the mountain to say to Chang Bowen, Vice President Chang, "Not long ago, you recruited a staff member for the second cafeteria. In his 20s, surnamed Knight, right?" Chang Bowen immediately knew who she was talking about, having just chatted with Zhang Jinju. So he immediately replied, "Right, you're talking about Night Starry Night. Right, that's him." Lin Shanyi nodded her head and directly expressed her opinion. "This person's character is not good. I unintentionally saw him behaving outside the academy and having an illicit relationship with another woman." "Huh?" Chang Bowen stared blankly, then was somewhat speechless, and only after a few seconds did he say with an odd expression on his face, "It doesn't seem to be a problem for young people to talk about love, does it? It's not about love, it's that." Lim Sun-ah thought about the wording before she blushed slightly and continued, "It's that illegal flesh trade." Chang Bowen suddenly understood, but he still misinterpreted the meaning of Lin Shanyi. Lin Shanyi is trying to say that the night Xingyu outside the duck. And Chang Bowen mistakenly thought it was a prostitute. In fact, this old man do not look old, in fact. Quite open, although he did not agree with this practice, but not too much contempt and disgust, that young people suffocate, occasionally spend money to solve the physiological needs of a little bit. It is also understandable well. Is this the reason why you have to punish people? But Chang Bowen had to care about Lin Shanyi's opinion. Don't look at her as a professor with no qualifications on the surface, but in fact, she is the chairman of the school board. That is, the big boss behind the Man-Sang College. At least more than half of this whole college is owned by her. If she names a certain staff member as not being able to do it, then it is really not possible to do it. Even if it is possible to do it, Chang Bowen could only solicit Lin Shanyi's attitude and carefully asked, "Then what does Prof. Lin mean?" Lin Shanyi replied with certainty, "Dismiss him. This kind of human academy can't be kept. It encourages crookedness, however." Chang Bowen was a bit embarrassed, and explained to Lin Shanyi, "Xiaoyu has recently developed a small steamed bun with milky flavor, which is very popular in the college, and a lot of students support him. So I'm afraid that it would not be a good influence to dismiss him at this time, or else I will find an excuse to let him go when this matter has calmed down a bit. Do you think that's okay?" Lin Shanyi questioned, "What kind of milky buns?" Chang Bowen pointed to the still open forum page on his computer and said to Lin Shanyi, "Come and see for yourself. Women's curiosity is often greater than men's." So Lin Shanyi sat down in front of the computer, grabbed the mouse and clicked on the postings on the internet, and soon realized what had happened, and turned to Chang Bowen and asked, "Are the buns he made really that good?" Chang Bowen laughed and replied, "How would I know? It's just the students talking about it. I haven't eaten it myself, and I still want to try it someday." "That's fine. Night Starry Night's punishment is suspended until this bun trend passes. I'll go to class first." Lin Shanyi stood up and crisply left these words before leaving the office. At that moment, in Lin Shanyi's finance classroom, hundreds of students, most of them male, were sitting neatly waiting for the class to begin. Studying is not real, but coming to see a beautiful woman is real. Prof. Lam is young and beautiful. She is popular in the whole Man-Sang College and has a high support rate among the students. It doesn't matter if you can understand her lectures or not. At least you can enjoy the visual experience. There are also some female students. Among them there is a big-eyed cute girl, very popular. A group of female students to protect her in the center of the stars, like a high and mighty princess, and there are several male students' eyes have been around her. The wide-eyed girl was surfing the internet with her cell phone, browsing through the posts about the creamy little buns, and as she was scrolling through them, a new post suddenly popped up. With the title, "Hasn't anyone realized that the little prince of buns is actually very handsome? Click into a look." The text content is not much, just one sentence, "Love, love. So want to marry him to have monkeys." Below are all the photos, taken by cell phone, all focusing on a young man in chef's overalls. None other than the popular steamed bun prince, Night Starry-Eyed, who has been making a big splash in the last couple of days. As soon as the wide-eyed cute girl saw these photos, she was immediately dumbfounded and lost her voice out of her mouth. "Holy shit, sister-in-law, this roar is very sudden. Next to a few female students were shocked, one after another to explore the head, looking at the cell phone picture of the man. One by one are asking Zhao Zai, "This is your brother-in-law." Yim Zhaoxi heatedly smiled and asked in return, "How is it? Handsome, isn't it?" Immediately, someone said, "Isn't this the little prince of buns from the second cafeteria?" "How come he's your brother-in-law?" Yan Zhaoxi immediately replied, "Don't ask me. I also only learned 2 days ago that he went to work in the cafeteria. And I didn't think that it was the cafeteria of our school. In fact, Yan Zhaoxi once saw the Night Xingyu chef uniforms, which in addition to the printed second cafeteria, in addition to the words, there is also the logo of the Wangxiang College. But at that time, the light is dark. The logo is not clearly printed, not the 4 words conspicuous. She did not notice, and usually she does not go to the cafeteria to eat. Simply do not know that the school has built the second cafeteria. Thought there is only a cafeteria to come. So there is no Night Xingyu and their own studying in the Wangxiang College associated." One female student asked innocently, "Is he really your brother-in-law?" Instead of answering, Yim Zhaoxi put her finger on her mouth, making a silencing motion, and at the same time dialed her cousin's phone. And when she got through, she said to the other end of the phone, "Sister Xinyu, I saw my brother-in-law today. Guess where he is?" Zhang Xinyu's puzzled voice came from the other side. "What brother-in-law?" Yan Zhaoxi immediately replied, "Night Starry Night, that's the one who won Liang Shaofen $800,000 the night before last." Zhang Xinyu froze for a small amount of time before asking, "Where is he?" Yan Zhaoxi smiled excitedly and replied, "It's in the Wangxiang College where I'm studying. He works in the cafeteria of our college, and they say his steamed buns are delicious." Zhang Xinyu was silent for a long time. Then she said, "Got it," and hung up the phone. It's another morning with the smell of birds and flowers. And as soon as dawn breaks, there's a long line of people lined up at the entrance of the second cafeteria, all of whom have been attracted by the rumored creamy buns. But today, many of them are bound to be disappointed. Zhang Jinju, who had been instructed by Chang Bowen, did not allow Night Xingyu to steam the buns, but merely allowed him to instruct Fatty Liu, who was then still in charge of the breakfast buns. Therefore, when a large number of students enter the cafeteria, what they see is not the little prince of buns, but the big fat bun. "Why you again? Where's the handsome bun maker? Go and change him. Your buns aren't good for dogs." Several schoolgirls came up with big moves, casting poisonous tongue skills one after another, instantly giving Fatty Liu the impulse to kill. With a face of anger coupled with 12 points of embarrassment, Fatty Liu slammed the tray with the buns on the table and shouted angrily, "Here are the buns, take it or leave it." In fact, the buns he made had become much tastier than before after Night Singing Wu's instruction, although they were still quite inferior to the ones made by Night Singing Wu's own hands. They at least smelled quite fragrant. Many students couldn't hold back and rushed up. Their mouths said no, but their bodies were very honest, and their hands were quicker than one another, grabbing all the small buns on a plate in an instant, which made Fatty Liu's face look a lot better. "It tastes a lot worse than yesterday, but it's okay." A guy with glasses who had a bun yesterday commented with a straight face, "What the hell? I ate yesterday's buns, but I can't swallow this one today." There was also a girl in pigtails who was against it, of course. That being said, she finished the bun in her hand in a few bites. Although the flavor of today's buns was not as good as yesterday's, they were still much better than the big buns Fatty Liu usually steamed, and were already considered a delicacy. Night Xingyu at this time is in a secluded place in the academy to practice boxing. This is a set of his own boxing, called the Tongshan boxing, seemingly simple. In fact, the mystery is infinite. The general ancient martial artists simply cannot grasp. The ancient martial artists, only the most powerful ancient martial artists, are qualified to realize the magic of this technique. An absolutely beautiful woman was walking carelessly along the shaded path, and it was none other than the preoccupied Lin Shanya, who didn't even bother to eat breakfast, and came to the campus early in the morning to take a walk, wanting to alleviate her suppressed mood, and was attracted by the sound of a whirring sound. Following the sound, Lin Shanya saw a young man is not far away from the lawn practicing boxing. That whirring sound is exactly when he punched the wind brought up the sound. Look very powerful, not like those show with the flowery frame, but the actual real kung fu. Curious Lin Shanyu went a little closer, only to realize that the young man practicing boxing was none other than Knight Xingyu, whom she was going to let the Chang Vice Dean dismiss yesterday, and could not help but be puzzled, muttering, "This man fights with such authority. Is it possible that he is an ancient martial artist?" However, on second thought, Lin Shanyu disproved her suspicion and thought to herself, "How can there be so many ancient martial artists? If he was an ancient martial artist, how could he possibly do that kind of dirty work? Mostly, he is just a fancy person who can only train his body to satisfy those women." Thinking about this, Lin Shanyu felt her cheeks burning and was about to leave when her cell phone rang. As soon as she saw the word Grandpa on the caller ID, Lin Shanyu became panicked, but she couldn't refuse to answer his old man's call. So she could only let out a soft sigh and press the connect button. "Zaoya, how long are you going to keep making trouble?" An old voice came from the other end of the line. "Grandpa, I." The words came to her lips, but Lin Shanyu did not know what to say. "There is no need to say anything more. This matter is settled. I will give you a week's time. You will arrange all the work over there. Then I will let your parents go over to fetch you back." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Lin San'a to retort, the other side hung up the phone, seeing the words "call ended" displayed on the screen of her cell phone. Lin Shanyu was in a terrible mood. "I didn't think that after all my insistence, all my efforts, and all my resistance, I could not escape from the end. Is it true that people's destiny is predetermined at birth? Lim San'a was not willing to do so. The happiness that her grandfather expected was not the happiness that she wanted, and what her parents saw as fulfillment was regret for her. But what was the use? Grandfather had given a death order, and it was evident from the tone of his voice that his patience was at its limit, and that he would not allow himself to say no once more. She only has 1 week, and after that, she can only obediently follow her parents back to the imperial capital, married to the Huo family as a young grandmother, and from now on become a canary trapped in a cage. No longer have the opportunity to realize their dreams. What else is there to do? There's got to be something we can do. Right, something has to be worked out, and it has to be fast. Lin Shanyu's gaze cast into the distance and saw Knight Xingyu, who had just closed his fist. She remembered that late that night, he picked up that woman from the car and walked into the villa across the street. So 2 words suddenly popped into her mind. Transactions. These 2 words suddenly gave Lin Shanyu a great inspiration. A crazy plan quickly took shape in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became, under the intense pressure brought to her by her family. In these last few days, she finally came up with an effective solution to the problem. Albeit a very crazy, incredibly bold one, very effective, just like that. Lin Shanyu walked forward with her legs wide open, her burning gaze fixed on the young man who was turning his back on her not far away, and let loose with a petulant cry. "Night, starry night!" Night Xingyu turned around and saw this woman who was as beautiful as a blooming flower. He greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Professor Lin." Lin Shanyu accelerated his pace, walked to the front of the Knight Xingyu, slightly lowered his head, avoiding the eyes of the other side, after a long time, before suddenly gathered courage, opened his mouth to say a shocking words, "Will that marry me?" Knight Xingyu suddenly froze, thought he had heard wrong, although he could not possibly hear wrong, but he was still a bit puzzled. So he asked, "What did you say just now?" "I said," Lin Shanyu finally lifted up his head, staring into the eyes of the other party, although the pretty face is rolling red, but the expression is incredibly determined, word by word, clear and solemn mouth, "with me to marry it." This moment, even the Knight Xingyu frozen. He seemed to have traveled through thousands of years of time, back to the peak of the Kunlun mountain, that same sunny morning. The same is the absolute beauty of the face of pity, the same shyness unlimited and solemn, the same heartwarming and cannot be refused. Everything is like yesterday. That is deeply imprinted in the heart, and cannot forget a scene at this time to reappear. Knight Xingyu's face suddenly bloomed with an incomparably bright smile, looking at Lin Shanyu a bit dazzled and mesmerized, and actually had a slight heartbeat, followed by a very bright and crisp reply. "Good, let's get married." "Huh, you just agreed." Lin Shanyu was a bit surprised. She thought that although the other party would not reject such an incredible and unreasonable request, he would still ask for clarification, but she didn't think that he would agree so readily. Yes, don't you want me to promise? There was a smile on Night Singing Yu's face as he looked at Lin Shanyu with two unblinking eyes, his gaze surprisingly gentle. Not. Lim Sun-ah was very nervous, a little flustered to avoid the other side of the line of sight. Mouth muttered, is it that you are not curious? Why I want to marry you. I want to marry you. Night Singing Yu laughed because I am handsome. This is obviously a joke. Some immodest. Lin Shanyu said in a bad mood, less beautiful. In fact, it is because I encountered a great trouble. Want to solve the problem. Must be within a few days to find a marriage partner. And you happen to be able to help me. That's all, you do not think wrong. After hearing this, Night Singing Yu didn't show excitement or loss, but just grinned casually. Getting married with a beautiful woman should not be a bad experience. It's worth a try. But I have a condition. Lin Shanyu was afraid that Night Singing Yu would misunderstand and hurriedly added. Tell me. Night Singing Yu looked at the stuffy Lim Sun-ah with interest. Lin Shanyu forced herself to calm down, clearing her thoughts and articulating clearly. I'm not joking with you. The marriage I'm talking about isn't just lip service. It's about going through the proper legal procedures and going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register the marriage. After a slight pause, Lin Shanyu glanced at Night Starry Night, and seeing that his expression did not change. As always, she continued, but we too can only have the name of marriage, but not the reality of marriage. And the marriage will only last for 1 year. At the end of the year, you'll come with me to get a divorce. And I'll pay you $1 million in cash. In other words, it's just a deal, not love. You know what I mean. Night Singing Yu, how smart, naturally, once heard understand, then asked you mean. On the surface, we are husband and wife. In fact, you are my boss. I give you as a year of husband. Finished you pay me $1 million. Is that so? Lim Sun-ah nodded heavily. Right, that's what it means. Night Singing Yu thought for a moment and asked with an evil smile. So are we sleeping on the same bed? Lin Shanyu glared at him angrily and retorted mercilessly. Don't even think about it. Night Singing Yu seemed a bit unwilling to follow up with a question, empty of the name of husband and wife, but not the reality of husband and wife. Nonsense. Lin Shanyu raised her voice and snapped unhappily. I only paid to hire you here, not because I'm in love with you. So during this 1 year, you can't have physical contact with me, nor can you interfere in my private life. And you can't make any excessive demands. And if you violate that, I'll deduct your pay. Night Singing Yu deliberately made a stunned expression. There are actually so many unequal treaties. Then I can't promise for now. I have to think about it. Lin Shanyu snorted coldly. What's there to consider? You earn women's money by selling your body anyway, and I won't interfere in your private life, let alone make harsh demands on you. Think about it. A year will pass quickly, and you can easily earn $1 million. What's not to be satisfied with? Selling your body to earn women's money. Night Starry Night was a bit confused, not understanding what the other party was referring to. Lin Shanyu didn't explain, but only asked after him, How was it? Did you agree? Night Singing Yu stroked his chin and looked at the other side urgently. I heard that some crooked bosses like to default on the wages of peasant workers. You wouldn't be one of those people, would you? Lin Shanyu said in a rude manner. Don't worry. You won't lose a penny. You just need to nod yes. I will immediately transfer 500,000 to you. 1 year expires. The final payment will be settled immediately. Absolutely no delinquency. Night Singing Yu nodded, took out the cell phone in his trouser pocket, quite nimbly opened a 2-dimensional code for payment, and handed the cell phone to Lin Shanyu. Lim Sun-ah asked in confusion. What? Night Singing Yu glanced at her, seemingly smiling. Transferring money, ah. Didn't you say you'd pay $500,000 up front? The cold Lin Shanyu instantly burst into a smile and asked with some delight. So you're saying yes? Night Singing Yu rolled his eyes to her. This is not nonsense. Money does not earn son of a bitch. Get the other side of the clear commitment. Lin Shanyu, high happy with the phone, scanned the 2-dimensional code. Is entering the amount. Suddenly thought of a problem. Lifted his head to look at the Night Singing. You will not cheat me $500,000 on the world evaporate. Right? Night Star, you angry enough choking. Thinking I have not put in the eyes of 5 billion. Will cheat you for $500,000 on the run. When Lin Shanyu saw that Night Singing Yu's face was a bit off, she hurriedly said, I don't mean that. It's just that the two of us don't know each other well at all. And we don't know much about each other. Night Xingyu interrupted without ceremony. Come on, not familiar with you to come to marry me. Luckily, I thought we were good friends at first sight. You look at me like this. You don't even have the minimum trust between people. When it's time to pay, you start playing tight. In that case, let's forget about it. I'll get divorced after I'm married. And I'll have to put a divorce stain on my personal file. How humiliating is that? Maybe no one will want you in the future. Lin Shanyu was embarrassed to hear this and advised with a smile. Don't do it. I'll transfer the money to you now. But I'll draw up a contract later, so you'll have to sign it when you're done reading it. Night Xing, you nodded, pay the money first. Later you bring the contract. No problem, I'll label it. Lin Shanyu no longer hesitate. Hurriedly transferred 500,000 over. In fact, for her financial resources, 500,000 is nothing. Even if cheated will not hurt. She wants but the Night Xingyu's commitment. At least let her heart some peace of mind. After the conversation, the two saved each other's phone numbers, added friends, and then went their separate ways, with Nightstar going back to the kitchen to do his work. While Lin Shanyu was busy drawing up the contract, on the way back, Lin Shanyu was both excited and apprehensive. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing or not. In order to avoid one marriage, she creates another, to a filthy man whom she despises. But for now, Lin Shanyu cannot think of any other way. She had to do it. The reason why she chooses Night Starry Night is because Lin Shanyu thinks that this is a greedy man who can entice the other party to fulfill his ridiculous demands by paying him a reward. A transaction of pure profit like this would not be laced with complicated personal feelings, and it would be good to get together or get out. Secondly, there is another point, is the Night Xing. You this person, although in the eyes of Lin Shanyu misbehavior, but on the shape to speak, also still pass, with him as a shield, at least from the surface, is still quite right. They can lie about true love to take the opportunity to persuade their parents and family members, rather than looking for an unattractive and more persuasive. And why is the wedding date set at 1 year? This is because the law of the Dragon Empire has a provision. After the registration of marriage, must be 1 year before the divorce, so as to curb the increasingly frequent phenomenon of flash marriages and divorces in society. So that from time to time, by the love of love, to the head of the men and women in the marriage, before considering whether to really want to get married. Do not play the game so casually. When the Night Xing, you slowly back to the second cafeteria. Breakfast time is almost over. At this time, there have been few dining students. Cleaning ants are wiping the table to collect the dishes and cleaning. Just stepped into the door of the second cafeteria. Night Starry Night heard someone shouting brother-in-law in his ear, and turned his head to see that a petite, delicate, wide-eyed cute girl was standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Yen Zioxi, Night Xing, you certainly remember this girl. But this time Yen Zioxi completely unlike that night in the nightclub inside the look. She took off the colorful wig, face without any makeup pollution, looked both pure and lovely. The overall temperament, and the first time to meet with a difference of 88,000 miles. If not Night Xing, you observation carefully. Strong memory. Estimated that all cannot be recognized. Hey, brother-in-law, you actually still recognize me. A sweet smile appeared on Yen Zioxi's small face, but her tone of voice was a bit quirky. What did you call me? Night Starry Night was a bit stunned. Of course I'm calling you brother-in-law. Yen Zioxi stared at her big, budding eyes and asked rhetorically. Aren't you my cousin's boyfriend? Night Singing, you had a black line on his face as he defended. Don't identify your relatives indiscriminately. I'm just an ordinary classmate of Zhang Xinyu. I'm not your brother-in-law. Yen Zioxi smiled and stood on her tiptoes to pat Night Singing Yu's shoulder. It's okay anyway. The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. Maybe you two are destined to be together. Night Xingyu skimmed his mouth, thinking your sister is not married, but I will be married soon. Yen Zioxi glanced up and down at Night Starry Night. Where are your second cafeteria work clothes? Why aren't you wearing them, instead of answering? Night Singing You swept a glance at the academy uniform on Yen Zioxi and asked rhetorically, Are you a student here? Yen Zioxi immediately replied, Yes, freshman in the computer science department. A freshman is a first-year student at a higher education institution. And according to her age, she should be 18 years old. Tianlong Empire's education system is divided into primary, secondary, higher 3, the former elementary school, secondary schools. Universities were renamed primary colleges. Secondary colleges and colleges of higher learning. Junior colleges are 6 years long. Equivalent to the former elementary school, secondary colleges are also 6 years long. Equivalent to the former junior high school and senior high school. Combined tertiary colleges depend on the departments and professions, with semesters ranging from 3 to 6 years long. Equivalent to the former university. After hearing that, Night Starry Night just nodded his head and said see you later, then turned around and walked towards the kitchen door. Yan Zioxi hurriedly tugged on his sleeve and yelled, why do you have to leave just after saying a few words? Anything else? Night Starry Night turned back. Of course. Yan Zioxi replied in a serious manner, speak. Night Starry Night stood still and washed his ears. Yan Zioxi HMM2 sound clearing his throat. Very seriously said, given that you bet on the dice won 800,000. So I think you should share me a little. And do not have to be too polite. 100,000, 800,000 almost also enough. Night Zing, you looked at Yan Zioxi like an idiot. Are you dreaming? I won the money myself. Why should I share it with you? Yim Zioxi replied with a straight face. Just because I'm your sister-in-law. Go cool off on the side, with a shake of his arm. Night Singing Yu shook off Yan Zai's small hand that was tugging at his sleeve. Not bothering to pay attention to her, he directly turned around and walked away. Yim Zioxi followed him and yelled, Why are you so stingy? Don't you know the rule of the one who sees you gets a share? Do you want to chase after my sister because you're so petty? Hey, stop right there. Don't go. I won't let you share the money. Okay, how about you buy me a bag? It's not expensive. Just a few $1,000s. Can't you do that? You don't want to eat alone, do you? I'm really impressed. I've never seen such a stingy man. How can you get a wife like this? Yan Zioxi will not relent in the night Zing. You back reciting. Loud and loud. They are not afraid to make a fool of themselves. The entire cafeteria inside the people are almost shocked. One after another towards this side of the gaze. Causing the night Zing, you are a little embarrassed, and would like to use a needle and thread to her mouth to be sewed on. Being so noisy. Night Starry Night finally couldn't help himself and asked Yim Zioxi behind his buttocks, Are you tired of talking so much? Are you thirsty? Do you have a sore throat? Do you want to give you a piece of golden throat lozenge? Yim Zioxi said angrily, Who told you not to spend a dime? You don't even invite me to dinner when you win. Night Singing Yu said helplessly, Can't I please? Yim Zioxi's face instantly turned from cloudy to sunny, and she said with a cheeky smile, I want to eat the full banquet of the Taste of Knowledge Pavilion. Night Zing Yu heard a breath of cold air. Thought Mama, how dare you say that? Why don't you go and grab it? You should know that Xuan is the leader of the domestic food and beverage industry. In the imperial capital, and the 8 major first-tier cities have chain stores, is one of the few can be rated as 5-star top restaurants. Luxurious decoration, exquisite dishes. But the consumption is also very high-threatening. Similarly, the full banquet is also the highest standard of the Taste of Knowledge restaurant. A total of 108 dishes, to organize a table to spend at least $1 million. Night Starry Night to win all the 800. 000 yuan out of not enough. But also their own subsidies 200. 000 in order to be able to afford to invite this meal. Don't even think about a full-course meal or anything else. Tonight at 10 o'clock, at the barbecue stand at the back street of the college. Kebabs will be enough. Beer will be enough. As for whether to come or not, it's up to you. After Night Singing Yu said this, he drilled into the kitchen and never bothered about Yim Zioxi, of course. The full meat banquet at the Taste of Knowledge restaurant is just a casual remark made by Yan Zioxi, and she doesn't expect Night Starry Night to spend $1 million on inviting her to go to the luxury of a time. But just the words of the roadside barbecue stall are also greatly beyond her acceptance of the bottom line. But the Night Xingyu people have been drilled into the kitchen. Non-staff are not allowed to enter. Yan Zioxi can only hate a wave of small fists. Pulled out the phone several times in a row group, messaged the night to eat barbecue. Landmark backstreets, 10 o'clock collection, all to come Sis invited guest, Night Xing. You did not know that he was still being pitched by Yan Zioxi, and waited until he finished his busy day's work. Returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes before going to the back street, through the back door of the academy, in a leisurely manner. Back Street was originally called Mud Lane Road, just because it was right behind the Mansang College. Students called it Back Street. The most numerous on the back street are all kinds of small hotels and Dai Pai Dongs, operating from morning until late at night. Especially those late-night snack stalls are extremely hot. Not only students, even the surrounding residents also often come to patronize. There are only 3 barbecue stalls, almost all next to each other. Business is not bad. So once you say it is a backstreet barbecue stall, basically these 3 cannot run, will not find the wrong place. Night Zing, you only remembered that there is such a place. After rebirth is still the first time to come, when he walked to. A glance to see standing in the street side, looking around the big-eyed cute girl Yimzeo Zai. Instead of wearing the college uniform, she wore a casual dress with a short skirt with sneakers underneath and a tight little t-shirt on top. Her breasts bulging high and quite substantial, with an explosion of development. Seeing Night Singing you appear, Yan Zioxi happily waved her hand at him and shouted, this side, the location has been found. Night Xingyu nodded, crossed the road to the side of Yan Zioxi. Yan Zioxi led him to walk a few steps, and 8 or 9 round a table of young boys and girls to greet. The table is empty. Actually did not order food. In that eye dry sitting, obviously afraid of the Goldmaster does not come. Night Xingyu swept his eyes and saw that the gang were all 18 or 19 years old. Most of the girls, and there were only 2 men, one wearing earrings, the other dyed his hair, all wearing torn jeans. Kind of like street gangsters. Night Starry Night looked at Yim Zioxi and asked, your friend, Yim Siusai, did not give a detailed introduction either. Casually, she gestured with her hand, all of them are my little sisters, and these 2 are my little brothers. Night Xingyu nodded without saying anything, guessing that these people were called by Yan Zioxi to eat and drink. He did not care. There are only 10 people in total, so if they eat openly, it will only cost them $1,000. In fact, the Night Xing you do not know. Yim Zioxi originally intended to call dozens of hundreds of people, but unfortunately, her character is not good. Every time, said the guest. Often the last bill is someone else. A lot of people are afraid of becoming the wrongdoer. Either find an excuse not to come, or directly ignored. Really came to just a few. Gold Master to the scene. Yim Zioxi immediately active. Holding the men, you ruthless location. Moving without moving on the 5 portions of 10 portions. Listening to the Night Xing. You face full of black lines. Cannot help but interject point so much. You can eat it. Yan Zioxi waved her hand. It's okay. I won't waste it. I can't eat it and pack it. Night Starry Night suddenly regretted a little bit. Should have known that I should not agree to this little devil's request for food. Yim Zioxi, who cares about the mood of the Night Xingyu. Looking at the men you ordered randomly, and finally ordered 2 cases of beer. Night Singing you couldn't help but say again. It's not good for students to drink. Right. Yim Zioxi slapped his ID card on the table and yelled. I'm an adult now, so feel free to drink. It's not a crime. Night Starry Night was completely speechless. After the food was ordered, and not yet served, everyone started chatting to liven up the atmosphere. The girls, who were probably all students of Mansang College, actually recognized Night Starry Night and affectionately called him Steamed Bun Prince. The 2 men do not know the identity of the Night Xingyu's background. A look of care and whistling, not avoiding to ask Yim Zioxi face to face Zioxi's sister. Who is this, Uncle Ah? Is he the guy you've been hanging out with? He doesn't look good. Yan Zioxi slammed the table and roared, Watch your mouth. This is my brother-in-law. The 2 men seemed to be a bit afraid of her, actually being yelled at so much that they didn't dare to say anything, and even compensated by greeting Night Singing you with a smile. Good day, brother-in-law. Night Xing you sighed and solemnly clarified to Yan Zioxi, I really don't have that thing with your sister. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. It's just an ordinary classmate. Yan Zioxi patted Night Singing you's shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner, Don't worry. I nod my head in favor of this matter. I'll greet my sister later and let her take you in. Night Xing, you think with this girl cannot make sense. Also do not bother to care about her. Boringly sit without saying anything. The boy with a few reddish-dyed hairs took a pack of crumpled cigarettes out of his pants pocket and handed them out one by one. And more than half of the girls took them and skillfully took out their lighters and lit them up, one by one, puffing away at them, not like students at all. Yim Zioxi also took the initiative to reach out for the cigarette. The teenager who issued the cigarette froze for a moment and asked offhandedly, "Sister Zioxi, aren't you a non-smoker?" Yan Zioxi pulled a cigarette out of the other side's cigarette case in a very bold and overbearing manner, and asked rhetorically with some displeasure, "Which one of your eyes can see that I don't smoke?" Little Red Hair dare not talk back. The smile continued to send down the cigarette, and handed the cigarette to the Knight Xingyu. And the Knight Xingyu shook his head, said, "Do not smoke." Yim Zioxi gave a somewhat disdainful glance across at Knight Starry Night and sneered. "Big men don't smoke." Knight Starry Night returned boringly, "Don't want to smoke." Yan Zioxi smiled contemptuously, then borrowed a light from a girl, but after only one puff, he was choked and coughed out, casually threw away the freshly lit cigarette, and muttered irritably, "What kind of crap cigarette is this? It's so hard to smoke." The little redhead said, "Bayunshin Old Brand, $10 a pack." Yan Zioxi bristled. "Only $10. No wonder it's so hard to smoke." While the vegetables and meat were still roasting on the fire, the beer was served first, and the two men stood up together and poured drinks for the crowd. Then shouted, "Let's have a toast first. The girls are using cups to drink. The two men are very generous directly to the bottle blow." Knight Xingyu, silent and speechless to receive a cup of beer, also followed the dry. Then the barbecue was served one after another. A group of people ate and drank, but also lively. Only Knight Starry Night does not talk much, just bored eating, apparently out of place with this group of young boys and girls. Yim Zioxi gave a wink to the two boys across the street, and the earring-wearing teenager immediately stood up, raised his beer bottle, and said loudly to Knight Starry Night, "Brother-in-law, my name is Ah Wen. I toast to you." Knight Singing You silently made a toast with him. This guy put down the bottle, patted his chest and bragged, "You're Zao Zai's sister's brother-in-law. That means my Ah Wen's brother-in-law. If there's anyone who bullies you in the future, just report my Ah Wen's name, and I'll help you to fuck him." Knight Xing, you still did not say anything. Another with a few counts of hair dyed red boy also stood up. Cuddling Ah Wen's shoulders, a mouth began to brag, "Brother-in-law, I'm Ah Wen's brother Mousy. We are all with Zioxi's sister to mix. In the future, you will be our personal big brother. From now on, you'll be our blood brother, not to mention this back street. But you can walk around in this area. If anyone dares to touch you, I, Mao Zai, will not spare him." The two teenagers kept on toasting to Knight Starry Night. And then you and I were blowing off steam. Knight Singing You listened to the funny. Just these two hair did not grow all the big kid. Actually put himself like the mob big brother. Seeing that Knight Singing You was silent and didn't say anything, Yan Zao Zai scoffed, "What, eating your own heartache?" Before Knight Singing You could reply, he heard someone yelling arrogantly from a distance, "Little bitch, how dare you come to the back street? Let's see where you can run this time." When the crowd looked around, they saw a dozen or so fancy-dressed delinquent teenagers coming out of the barbecue stand next door, all of them menacing and obviously looking like they were looking for trouble. There were also two little girls, not very good-looking, but dressed up in super glamorous, smoky makeup that was exaggerated, not a good look at all. The one who shouted in the morning was a tall and thin young man who walked in the front, his hair dyed blonde, his forehead wrapped with gauze, his arm bandaged, looking like a handicapped person, but his tone and attitude were extremely arrogant, and his two eyes stared fiercely at Yan Zioxi, who seemed to know her well, and also had some problems with her. Knight Singing You saw that the yellow-haired young man looked a bit familiar, and after a moment's thought, he remembered who he was and asked Yim Zioxi in a low voice, "What's going on?" Yim Zioxi covered her mouth with her hand and quickly said to Knight Starry Night, "A while ago I was eating barbecue here with a few of my classmates, and this guy came over to flirt with me. So I flew up and kicked him in the dick, and then I ran away." The yellow-haired youth saw Yim covering her face and didn't know what she was doing. So he yelled, "Say something, are you deaf?" Yim Zioxi was a bit nervous, but he put on a tough demeanor and said loudly, "Golden Dog, this back street is not owned by your family, so if you can come here." "I can't, good timing." The yellow-haired youth laughed instead of being angry. Let's see how you're going to run this time. I have to kill you. Yan Zioxi's face chilled as he ordered Mao Zai and Ah Wen, who were sitting across from him. You two, help me get him killed. Hearing this, the two teenagers had a constipated look on their faces, burying their heads like ostriches, as if they had completely forgotten the magnificent words they had just uttered in their mouths. This is not their fault. If the other side is only 2 or 3, they still dare to come out to fight. But the other side more than a dozen people. This is completely no fight. As long as the first time to take the lead will be beaten alive into a dead dog. Yim Zioxi did not think that these two little brother actually so spineless. Sitting there fart did not dare to put a look at the yellow-haired youth with a large group of people will be surrounded by them. The heart also panicked, quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a phone. Anxiously shouted Sister Jun, "Come to my rescue. I'm in the back streets of the Wangxiang College. A gang of gangsters looking for me trouble." A lazy and charming female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Which one of you is bullying our Zio Zai? You directly report my name, Wu Chujun, to see who dares to touch you." Yan Zioxi hurriedly shouted at Huang Mao and the others. "I am Wu Chujun's sister. Don't mess around, Wu Chujun." Yellow Hair looked around at his companions in confusion and asked, "Do any of you know each other?" Seeing that 1 or 2 of them were shaking their heads. Yellow Hair roared viciously at Yan Zioxi. "Who the hell are you talking about?" Wu Chujun obviously heard this side of the voice and spoke to Yan Zioxi on the other end of the cell phone. "You give him the phone." Yim Zioxi handed his cell phone to Yellow Hair, who took the phone in a daze. "Hello," and heard a woman say, "What's your name? Who are you working for?" Yellow Hair heard a woman immediately look up, loudly replied, "I'm Golden Hair Strong, with Brother Tiger Mix." Wu Chujun was a bit puzzled. "Tiger? Which tiger? Luo who?" Golden Hair Strong grunted and said, "You don't even know Tiger, and you still dare to pretend to be a grandpa in front of me. I'm going to fuck you, Burberry Outlet, after that." The Golden Hair Strong direct mobile phone to the ground threw hard. Fella split in pieces, and then pointed to Yim Zioxi with his hand. To the surrounding partners ordered this little bitch to me to pull over. We go to the opposite side of the open room. I must play today to death her. The field of the brothers there is a counting one. The sea all have a share. Yan Zioxi saw that even the cell phone for help had been broken. So she was so anxious that she jumped straight to her feet and shouted in a panic, "I'm Sister Jun's person. Who of you dares to touch me? If we wait for Sister Jun to come, none of you will survive." Zhen Maoqiang simply did not take Yan Zioxi's harsh words into his ears. Face a look of miserly expression. Coldly laughed, "What chicken feather Jun's sister? Have not even heard of. Also dare to put up to threaten you Qiang brother. To tell you the truth, no one can save you today, even if the King of Heaven came, but also useless. You wait obediently to accompany our brothers a few cool night, if the service is good. Maybe even give you a little reward tips. After that, the Golden Hair Strong hand a wave. More than 10 gangsters inside immediately out of 2 guys. To Yim Zioxi hand, the gang of female students like scared birds, one after another to run away. Has not dared to speak of the Mao Zai and Ah, when also silent quietly back a few steps. The table on the side of the remaining night Zing, you and that steadily sit still. Still eating barbecue without a care in the world. Yim Zioxi was also shocked and panicked. Screamed, then half crouched and hid behind Night Starry Night. Grasping his arm did not dare to let go. A small face was pale and bloodless. One of the gangsters was about to bypass Night, singing you, and grab Yim Zioxi behind him, while the other one was particularly arrogant, and yelled "Get lost," before reaching out to push Night singing you. But as soon as his hand reached out, before it touched Night singing you's body, he let out an ayo howl of pain, and then covered his wrist and retreated several steps. But as soon as his hand reached out, before it touched his body, he let out a miserable cry of agu and covered his wrist and retreated a few steps, crying out in pain. The other guy froze. He only saw the Night sing, "You seems to move a little." The companion began to emit miserable screams. This person suddenly reacted to the man in front of him, is in trouble. Yell a cripple. On the stance of the fists towards the Night, Xingyu smashed over. But Night Starry Night's action is much faster than him. The hand lifted after the first, slap a sound of crisp. This street gangster was slapped to fly, afterwards. Night Starry Night lifted his head with a smile. His bright and sharp eyes looked at the stunned golden hair Strong. And he opened his mouth. I'm not the god of heaven, but my hands are itching a bit right now. How dare you touch my brother? In addition to golden hair Strong, the gang of gangsters saw his partner was beaten up. Each of them were angry, and wanted to rush up to the Night Starry Night a beating. But see clearly the Night Starry Night, looks of the golden hair Strong immediately face pale. Rushed to call out to stop. The crowd looked at Jin Mao Qiang in disbelief, and someone asked, Qiang, what's wrong? Jin Mao Qiang hurriedly gave everyone a wink, then fearfully walked up to Night Singing You, nodding and smiling like a dog's leg. Brother Knight, I didn't expect your old man to be here. Little Kangzi greets you. The golden hair Strong, which will not recognize the Night Xingyu. A few days ago, they followed the tiger to bring the other party to the abandoned warehouse, ready to repair him for a while. The results of more than 20 people in 10 seconds were all dry down. The boss of the tiger have broken a few ribs, is still lying in a hospital coma, and even the golden hair Strong himself was also broken head. This has already left a huge shadow in the heart of Jin Mao Qiang unforgettable lifetime, who knows not a few days, actually met this god of death. Jin Mao Qiang really want to cry without tears. Also blamed the golden hair Strong deserved bad luck. His attention is almost all on the body of Yimzao Zai. Completely did not notice the other side of the Night Xingyu. Coupled with the Night Xingyu has been very low profile buried in the food. It happens to be carrying a light, is not easy to see clearly looks. So the golden hair Strong talent did not realize that this god of death actually also in. Qiang was quite formidable just now. Night Singing You picked up another skewer of roasted chicken wings and chewed it in his mouth, not even looking at golden hair Qiang. Where, in front of Brother Knight, I, little Kangzi, am nothing. Golden hair Strong laughed awkwardly. A few short sentences of dialogue, coupled with Jin Mao Qiang's expression that smiled worse than crying. The ghostly spirit Yim Zioxi suddenly understood, with a turn of her big eyes. She suddenly stood out from behind Night Singing You, affectionately cuddled up to Night Singing You's neck, and confessed as if she were petulant, Brother-in-law, he is bullying me. You must teach him a good lesson. Hearing this brother-in-law, and seeing Yan Zioxi's expression and attitude towards Night Starry Night, Jin Mao Qiang's heart wanted to die, and he was shivering with fear and trembling, almost kneeling on the ground, hurrying to explain with a bitter face, Night brother, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't expect this young lady to be one of us. I admit my mistake. I'll review. I hope you'll let us off the hook. When Jin Mao Qiang said this, the dozen or so people he brought with him were not happy, thinking what's wrong with Qiang? It's just a white guy. Why are you so shady? These people did not participate in the abandoned warehouse of the action. Do not know Night Starry Night. How to know the power of the other side. Always think that they have more people. The attitude should be more forceful in the first place, but only the golden hair Strong know. These people all together. Not enough to other people, 10 seconds to warm up. But because of the golden hair, Strong will kiss the ass. And the organization of Tiger is also considered a small leader. These people in the heart, although angry. The surface, or to listen to the command of the golden hair Strong. One can only hold back the resentment. Extremely unhappy staring at the Night Xingyu. Night Xing, you also did not have a general understanding with this gang of punks. Lightly said get lost, and continued to eat his barbecue. Golden hair Strong was like being pardoned. The muscles on his face were squeezed into a group by the smile, like a small chrysanthemum in the fall. Bowing while slowly backing up, shouting under his breath, thank you, Brother Knight. Brother Knight is generous and righteous. We won't disturb you for a late night snack. We'll withdraw first. He was just about to take people to sneak away. Just heard the Night Xingyu said slow down. The golden hair Strong body shivered. Crying face turned around. Poor Baba looked at the Night Xingyu, asked Big Brother, there is something else. Night Singing You pointed his finger at the broken cell phone on the floor, and then pointed at the barbecue plates, piled up on the tabletop so high that they could barely fit on the table, and said indifferently, compensate for the cell phone, and then settle the bill. A cell phone is a few $1,000s, plus 2 cases of beer and a table full of barbecue. This is not a small amount, but Jin Mao Qiang did not dare to violate. Rushed to call the boys over to the money. Now is the era of network. There are cell phones have money. A dozen people to put together a few thousand is not difficult. not to mention that these gangsters with a lot of cash. Jen Mao Kiang first looked for the barbecue stall boss to buy the order, and then handed a stack of band notes to Knight Singing You, saying apprehensively, "Brother Knight, you see if it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it." Yan Zioxi's small hand reached out, grabbed the golden hair strong hand of the bills, counted, "Actually have 5,000. Compensation for a cell phone is actually almost." But she raised the big watery eyes, looked at the Knight. Xing Yu said delicately, "Brother-in-law, people's cell phone is the latest model, more than 10,000 it. This amount of money is not enough to buy a shell. Yan Zioxi, that phone is actually less than $5,000. But take advantage of this opportunity to fox. Hard to say is more than 10,000. Jin Mao Kiang do not even dare to fart, rushed back and shouted a name. Called a little girl, to her order, "Give me your cell phone. The little sister is not a fool." Instantly know Jin Mao Kiang's thoughts. Extremely reluctant to mutter, "Kiang brother, that cell phone is I just bought yesterday." Golden Hair Strong impatiently interrupted. "Don't nag, give it to me first. I'll think of a way to compensate you later." The little sister beamed, unwillingly took out a rosy red cell phone, which was snatched by Golden Hair Strong, and then handed it over to Yan Zioxi's hand with a smile on her face, and asked with a flattering look, "This young lady, I don't know what you call it. You can call me Sister Zio Zai." Yan Zioxi took the cell phone in her hand and played with it, realizing that it was no worse than her own. And it was brand new, which made her very satisfied. Although the cell phone is in her hands, Yan Zioxi does not intend to return the 5,000 yuan. And she believes that Jin Mao Kiang would not dare to ask for it. Jin Mao Kiang really do not dare to take. Only hope that as soon as possible to settle the matter, far away from the Knight Xing Yu, this god of death. He does not want to be like Tiger. Was broken, a few bones lying in the hospital, cannot move. And even urination and defecation have to be waited for. Yan Zioxi nudged towards the broken cell phone on the ground. "Pick up the card for me." Jen Mao Kiang immediately bent down and found the SAM card from a pile of broken fragments, and respectfully handed it to Yan Zio Zai. Nowadays, the SAM card is also a memory card. Enough space. The data on the phone are stored in the card. Change the phone does not need to guide the data. Directly change the card on the line. Yim Zioxi skillfully replaced her own card and threw the removed one back to the little Teiyu. Before she said with a satisfied heart, "Get lost. This lady will give you a chance today. Why don't you hurry up and thank me for my kindness?" Golden Hair Strong immediately nodded his head and thanked. "Thank you, Sister Zio Zai. Thank you, Brother Knight." Seeing Knight Starry Night eating silently without saying anything, Golden Hair Strong hurriedly greeted his men and led a group of small companions to escape. It was only when we walked out a few hundred meters and could not see the Barbie you stand that Jin Mao Kiang came back to his senses with palpitations, patting his chest and exclaiming exaggeratedly, "I was scared to death." A young man with a tattoo on his hand asked, "What are you afraid of, Brother Kiang? That kid is only one person. We are more than 10. Why are you still afraid of him?" "You fools, I am saving you all." Golden Hair Strong cursed. "That guy is not an ordinary person at all. He is a legendary ancient martial artist. Do you know what an ancient martial artist is? They are the best of the best. One can fight dozens of them. If you really dare to rush up, you will all lie down in minutes. Ancient martial artist. One by one." These juniors looked at Golden Hair Strong with their mouths agape. We must know that ancient martial artists are extremely rare. Each one of them is a towering figure. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see. I did not think that I could actually see one on the roadside barbecue stall. This is obviously not scientific. A lot of people still do not believe, although the mouth does not say. But the eyes seem to think that Jin Mao Kiang is bragging. Angry Jin Mao Kiang stared at the eyes and shouted, "Tiger!" A group of people into the hospital. You should know, right? They were beaten up by this guy. More than 20 of them rushed up, and all of them fell on the ground at once. I was so slow to react. I didn't even start to move my hands. And then my eyes blurred, and I didn't see anything. And I fell down, and I ended up like this, with 3 stitches in my head and a broken arm, while pointing to the gauze on his forehead. Kim Mo-kyung lifted his bandaged arm up and shook it to prove that he was telling the truth. A group of gangsters listened to the cold breath. Tiger into the hospital, thing many people have heard of. A large group of elite can fight to find a kid's trouble. The result of the encounter with a hard point. All were put over. The vast majority of people are still lying in the hospital. Golden hair strong is considered the lightest injury, but also hanging arms wrapped head. A disabled look. If golden hair strong said are all facts, then this person is too horrible. Definitely not their dozen punks can take down. Jen Maoqiang waved his hand and said in a bad mood, "Let's go, in the future. Don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with." The gang was so depressed that they were close to cursing each other. "What do you mean? Don't mess with the wrong people." "Did we do it? Wasn't it because your brother-in-law messed with someone else's sister-in-law that he almost got into trouble? Is it my fault, seeing golden hair strong and the others slinking out of sight?" Yan Zioxi instantly hugged Knight, singing you, and fiercely kissed him on the cheek, saying excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you're really great. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. You get out." Knight singing you pushed Yim Zioxi away, and hurriedly busied himself with finding a tissue to wipe the oil stains on his face. Yim Zioxi ate barbecue with a mouth full of oil. A mouth kiss. Directly to the Knight, Xingyu into a flower face cat. Looking at his embarrassed look, Yan Zioxi laughed without any manners. The few escaped from the little sister to see the gangsters gone. And have slipped back. One or two look at the Knight Xingyu eyes are a little wrong. The stars and the moon and the sun flashed one after another. And 8 aphrodisiacs like. Yim Zioxi saw that the situation was not right, and immediately declared, "This is my sister's man. You little wannabe hooves don't get any ideas. Mao Zai and Ah Wen, the 2 shady bastards, ran over to us and toasted to each other, calling each other brother in a very affectionate manner." Knight Xingyu did not want to accompany these children to play games, cleaned his face, and directly threw down a sentence you eat slowly. "The single has been bought. I first go back to rest, after that." He didn't bother to pay attention to them and walked towards the other side of the road. Yan Zioxi hurriedly chased after him and pulled him back, calling out, "Don't go, it's still early." "What's the hurry? It's 11 o'clock. It's not early." Night Starry Night didn't look back. "Let's have some more fun. I'll take you to an exciting place. I guarantee you'll have a good time." Yim Zioxi still held onto Night Starry Night and wouldn't let go. Night Xingyu heard this sentence, face somewhat oddly turned around, glanced at Yim Zioxi's high breasts, and then said in a serious manner, "Is it possible that you want to open a room with me?" Yan Zioxi's face instantly turned red, and she pinched her small fists and fiercely hammered Night Starry Night a few times, pouting, "What are you talking about? Big pervert, I'm Sister Xinyu's cousin." Night singing you was still serious, staring closely at Yan Zioxi's big eyes, and spitting out 4 words clearly and unmistakably from his mouth. "I don't mind, even if Yim Zioxi has no face." She was shamed into a big red face, not knowing how to answer, and only after half a day did she stomp her foot with hatred and said in a furious voice, "Humph. I hate it, you get out, I don't care about you." After saying that, Yan Zioxi turned around and ran away at a fast speed. Night Xingyu laughed, did not pay attention to her, turned around and walked in the direction of the back door of the Wonk's Yang Academy. He has intentionally opened a ruthless joke, to save this little witch again to stalk him. A few words of anger away and turn quiet. Running back to the barbecue stall in front of the Yan Zioxi, distantly looking at the back of the Night, Xingyu dazed. This time the phone rings. Yan Zioxi confused to connect the phone, heard Wu Chujun's voice ringing. Like an angry tigress, roaring on the other side of the roar, "You, his honey son of a bitch. Even dared to hang up the old honey's phone. You kid dare not say where are you now. The old honey immediately bring people over to destroy you." Yan Zioxi was shocked to the point that his eardrums hurt, and it was not easy for him to wait until Wu Chujun had finished venting before he put the cell phone back to his face and said, "Sister Jun, it's me." Wu Chujun froze for a moment when she heard the voice and asked, "Zio Zai, where is the little bastard who talked to you on the phone in the morning? Did he do anything to you?" "Sister Jun, it's all right. The gang was all scared away by brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, yeah, the one whose name is Night Starry Night. Sister Xinyu's shield, it's him. Why are you with him?" "Ha ha, it's a coincidence that he is the cafeteria staff of our college. I'll be damned. That's really ape shit. You're not making fun of him, are you?" "Of course not. I just let him treat me to a barbecue. and then I met a bunch of gangsters to make trouble. I only called you for help, but the leader of the bastards saw the night starry night, scared like a quail, and then left in disgrace. Can't be. Can it? Is this guy a gangster? I don't know. It always feels like. He's so mysterious. Then don't get too close to him. You'll get in trouble. Don't worry. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm not a kid anymore. The next morning, after breakfast, the beautiful Professor Lin Shan Yu took a step into the kitchen of the second cafeteria and found Night Singing Yu, who was about to start cutting vegetables. Come out for a moment. I have something to find you. Lin Shan Yu glanced at Night Starry Night and threw down a sentence before turning around and leaving. Night Zing, you certainly know each other to find their own purpose. There is no waste of words. Threw down the kitchen knife. Washed a hand, went to the outside. Saw Lin Shan Yu standing in a small tree shade, long hair over the shoulder. Floating in the air, after going up to say hello, Lin Sun Ah got straight to the point. Exactly what Night Singing Wu had in mind was to find him to label the contract. Originally, Lin Shan Yu in yesterday was ready to put this matter to the realization. But yesterday it happens to be a lot of business, and have to go to class, and have meetings, and have to socialize with the leaders of the Municipal Education Committee. Until the evening only have time to think about the details of the contract. This kind of contract. In fact, there is no way to make it too standardized and formal. Lin Shan Yu thought for half a night. In fact, it is only a few hundred words, and a 4-paper to write dissatisfaction. If you don't follow the rules, you won't be able to make a circle. Lin Shan Yu still seriously coded the words and printed them out in duplicate, handing them over to Night Starry Night for a look. Night Singing Yu casually looked at it, and it was probably the same ones that were mentioned yesterday. First, the duration of the marriage shall be 1 year, after which the divorce shall be unconditionally finalized without refusal or delay for any reason. Secondly, any contact on the body is prohibited. Thirdly, they do not interfere with each other's private lives. Fourthly, Party B must do his best to cooperate with Party A and be a good husband in name only, working hard and taking care of things. Fifthly, if there is any dispute after the marriage, the views of Party A must be taken into account, because she is the boss. Sixth, Party A may at any time add additions to this contract if there are matters not mentioned herein. Seventh, Party A shall pay 1,000,000 Tianlong dollars to Party B as remuneration, 500,000 before marriage, and the final payment after divorce. Eighth, if Party B violates the above terms and conditions, Party B will deduct the honorarium at its discretion. In the end, Party A is Lin Shan Yu, and Party B is Night Starry Night. No problem. Just sign it. Lin Shan Yu handed over a signature pen. Night Zing Yu laughed and said jokingly, "Is this a contract of sale?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Shan Yu solemnly reminded, "You must look at it carefully, and if you think any of the clauses are unreasonable, you can raise them, and we will hold further negotiations." I seem to be at a disadvantage. Night Singing Yu curled his fingers and played the paper, making a pop sound. I didn't expect to see an unequal treaty after the death of the Qing dynasty. Lin Shan Yu did not say anything. She did have the initiative of the contract. The key can be added at any time, and the other side as long as the wrong step will be deducted money. It is not reasonable. While Lin Shan Yu was thinking about how to make changes to satisfy the other party, Night Starry Night suddenly took over the pen, swished and wrote his name in a flurry, and signed 2 copies in a row. This is surprising to Lin Shan Yu. She obviously thinks she's in a bad position, but she's still labeling it. What's he thinking? Night Zing. You simply do not explain. Directly signed the name of the contract and signature pen handed back to Lin Shan Yu. Face calm as water, as if the label is not about the future of the contract of sale, but ordinary survey questionnaire. In any case, things went quite smoothly, to Lin Shan Yu's satisfaction, and she signed her name as well. However, when her eyes glanced at the handwriting of Night Starry Night, her heart was slightly moved. Secretly said this guy's writing is quite good-looking. There is a kind of unique flavor of flowing clouds and water. After the contract is signed, A and B will each execute 1 copy. Lin Shan Yu carefully put the contract paper into the document bag and put it away, while Night Starry Night casually folded it twice and stuffed it into his pants pocket. This caused Lin Shan Yu's eyebrows to frown fiercely, and she couldn't help but remind, keep the contract. Don't fold it carelessly, and don't lose it. Night Starry Night returned indifferently. Don't worry. It won't break, and it can't be lost. After saying that, Night Singing Wu was about to go back to the kitchen to do something. But he was stopped by Lin Shanya. You don't have to go to work for these few days. I've already greeted Vice President Chang and given you 3 days off. You now go back and talk to the person in charge of the second cafeteria. Change into clean clothes on the way. And then go somewhere with me. Night Starry Night was slightly stunned and asked, Where to? Lin Shanya replied, I'll take you to buy a few decent clothes today. Then tomorrow we'll go to take wedding photos. And the day after that we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register and get a license. Night Xingyu was stunned. Will this be a little too fast? Lin Shanya shook her head in a serious manner. It's not fast. It's definitely not fast. I think it's too slow. A few minutes later, Night Singing Yu followed Lin Shanya towards the underground parking lot of Manxiang College. Wangxiang College is a private aristocratic college. Not only the staff, even many students have cars. So the underground parking lot area is large, and there are 3 floors. But the nearest entrance and exit, and is also the most convenient, several gold parking spaces. But was a group of school leaders to divide up. Lin Shanya as the college's trustees and the largest shareholders. The best of the parking space is her. Although Lin Shanya is a young man of similar age with the Night Xingyu. But she drove the car as very businesslike, stable pure black, simple and solemn shape, does not seem to be too bright. But in the God-Wind car sales of the Night Xing, you know, this is a million-class luxury car. Not the average person can afford to drive. Night Starry Night drilled into the passenger side and fastened his seatbelt. Lin Shanya started the car and drove him towards the city. As the largest city in the southern part of the Dragon Empire, divided into 6 districts, covering an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers. Even with today's level of traffic, from the south to the north, or from the west to the east, it takes a few hours to drive. Generally speaking, Luoyang District, Fayang District, Nanyang District. These 3 districts are geographically located in the center of the outlying cities. Very prosperous, and is regarded as the urban area, while Qingyang District, Anyang District, Xinjiang District is on the fringe, and is regarded as a suburban area. Luckily, although Xinjiang District is a suburb, there are several wide highways leading directly to the city, and you can enter the city limits in less than an hour. With Lin Shanya's status and financial power, it was naturally impossible for her to take Night Singing Wu to buy cheap stall goods. She drove her car to the parking lot outside the southeast pedestrian street and greeted Night Sing Wu as she got out of the car. This is one of the busiest business areas in the city, with several high-end shopping centers, the most famous of which is the Tiancheng Plaza. The reason why it is famous is that it is one of the highest spending places in the whole city, with clothing and department stores, as well as restaurants and entertainment. It is a comprehensive shopping plaza for high-end consumers. Inside the Tiancheng Plaza, everywhere is crowded, through the flow of endless, seems to be very hot business. In fact, the real consumption in the inside is not much. Most of them are ordinary citizens, come in to have fun, and in the meantime blowing down the air conditioning, only to see, not to buy. Lin Shanya's style of dress has always been relatively plain, neither wearing gold and silver, nor valuable jewelry. It cannot be seen that the kind of very rich woman, but from her body exudes a unique aura that people dare not belittle, coupled with her looks and body that can be called a demon. Very attention-grabbing. A lot of people are secretly admiring, naturally. Night Starry Night wasn't wearing his chef's work clothes, but it wasn't much better. A blue t-shirt that was about to lose its color, a pair of jeans whose corners were worn out, a pair of yellowed white sneakers, and that messy hair that seemed to have not been washed for a few days, stained with grease and smoke, and styled like a chicken nest, which could be described as completely disheveled and unkempt. Lin Shanya is most uncomfortable with his hair, greasy and dusty, not much better than the legendary beggar. Therefore, she first took Night Starry Night to the 5th floor, where there was a fashionable hair salon, where she had gone a few times to get her hair done, and the craftsmanship was not bad. Night Singing Yu silently followed behind Lin Shanya. Wherever the other party went, he followed, neither asking questions nor panicking, just as leisurely as taking a walk after a meal. Entering the salon, Lin Shanya pointed her hand behind her and said to the receptionist, "Do his hair. Make it clean and neat, but don't exaggerate." Immediately there are two staff to welcome. One is responsible for serving Lin Shanya, serving tea and water, handing magazines. The other is responsible for greeting the Night Starry Night. Take him to the one-stop wash, cut and blow dry. Half an hour or so later, Night Starry Night stood in front of Lin Shanya, feeling like a different person, instantly brightening her eyes. To tell the truth, Night Starry Night has a good base of good looks, but he's just too scruffy and doesn't pay much attention to dressing up. I've never paid attention to my appearance since I was born again, and mixing in the greasy kitchen all day long is just a waste of my good looks. This store's stylist is really very level. Gave him a wash, casually with clippers to repair a few. Spray some gel styling. Beggars immediately into a prince. To Lin Shanya's point of view of aesthetics, if the previous Night Starry Night can only give more than 60 points, struggling in the passing line, now get a good hair. Clean and tidy a lot. The sense of view immediately greatly improved. At least more than 80 points. Almost reached the level of the entertainment circle of the popular young man. Let's go. It doesn't look too bad. A rare smile appeared on Lin Shanya's face as she quickly paid off the bill and left with Night Starry Night, ready to head downstairs to the men's department. Not yet reached the escalator. Suddenly from the side of a cry of surprise. The two looked at the sound. They saw a gray-haired old woman fell to the ground. Another slightly bald old man quickly bent over to help. Mouth anxiously shouted old woman, "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Next to them stood two young men and women in black suits, who moved even faster than the bald old man, and jumped in front of him to help the old woman up from the ground. Under curiosity, Night Singing Yu released the power of his divine soul to scan around the old woman's body, and with a sudden movement in his heart, he hurriedly stopped her with a loud voice. "Don't move her." How fast is the speed of the soul? The answer is as fast as thought, almost on a par with the speed of light. Therefore, when the voice spread, the two young men and women in black suits had not yet encountered the old woman. They reacted quickly, immediately stopping their movements after hearing the voice, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Night Starry Night with a puzzled expression. The old man was far less responsive, and was still half-crouched and ready to be adulterated, but his movements were similarly slow, and he was able to wait just long enough for Night Singing Wu to say his second sentence. "If you don't want her to die right away, you better not touch her." These words immediately scared the old man. His fingers just touched his partner's body. Before he could use his strength, he stayed on the spot, hesitant, but still did not dare to do it. The old man turned his head to look at Night Singing Yu and asked in surprise, "Young man, what do you mean by that?" Night Singing Yu walked over while replying, "What I mean is that she's in a very dangerous situation right now, and if she moves presumptuously, she won't survive for more than 3 minutes." The old man was even more puzzled and asked again, "Are you a doctor?" The result was that the other party immediately shook his head and replied crisply, "No, at this moment, not only the old man, but also the two young men and women dressed as bodyguards froze, with displeased expressions on their faces. Lin Shanya, who was standing by the side, couldn't hear it anymore, and hurriedly pulled Night Singing Yu's arm and said in a somewhat unpleasant whisper, "You're not a doctor. Don't talk nonsense. If something happens, you can't take the responsibility." But Night Singing Yu retorted, "It's not like only doctors only know how to see patients. That calm and relaxed look. Completely not like a fake." See, Lin Shanya and the old man and other people froze. Do not know whether this kid is talking nonsense. Believe in falsehoods. The old man hesitated for a moment before asking, "This gentleman, what should we do now?" Night Singing Yu did not answer. Slowly walked to the side of the old woman who fainted, crouched down smoothly, and put his hand over. The eyes of the two young bodyguards changed as if they wanted to stop them. But the old man waved his hand at them, so they didn't make any move. Seeing Night Singing Yu put his fingers on the other's wrist, looking like a Chinese doctor, checking his pulse. The old man and the young bodyguards immediately put their hearts down and waited for the result. Even Lin Shanya looked at Night Singing Yu curiously, wanting to know what he was up to. Night Singing Yu to hand on the pulse, in fact, is to do to the onlookers to see the illusion. He previously used the power of the soul scanned the old woman's body. All the circumstances at a glance. Compared to modern medicine, what CT scan, ultrasound detection, etc., but also much more accurate. But ordinary people simply cannot understand this power. So the knight Xing Yu on the pretext of Chinese medicine, pulse diagnosis, to do for their own cover, or just look at the other side of the problem where. But also too shocking, cannot let people accept. About 10 seconds later, knight singing you released the old woman's wrist. And the anxiously waiting old man immediately asked, "How is it? Is the old woman all right?" Knight Xing, you still did not answer. With a pair of palms nimbly on the old woman's shoulders, the back of the neck, the top of the head, behind the ears and other points, a bout of pushing and kneading. Looks like a means of pushing blood through the womb to treat. A few moments later, the old woman's mouth suddenly moved and she coughed. And when she finished coughing with great difficulty, she opened her eyes and came to her senses. Knight singing you loosened his hand, stood up, and said to the two young bodyguards, "It's okay now. You can help her stand up, move slower." The old man was so excited that he rubbed his palms together and kept thanking Knight Starry Night. However, Knight singing you mercilessly poured a pot of cold water on him and said blandly, "This is a treatment for the symptoms, but not the root cause. At most, you can only live for another 2 to 3 months. You'd better put in some effort to prepare for the aftermath." Originally thought that this said, "The old man will turn happy to worry." Who knows that he did not show worry. But as a big surprise, open mouth intermittently said what, surprisingly can, still live another 2 or 3 months. Knight singing you was stunned to hear this, and asked back somewhat nonchalantly, "Could it be that you wish for her to die earlier?" The old man's expression awkwardly waved his hand repeatedly, out of the blue to explain, "Sir, you misunderstand. My old companion is old, got a cerebral thrombosis, very serious. From time to time there is a serious ischemic state of the brain, and the seizures are more and more frequent. I looked for countless experts and doctors cannot be cured. The cause of the cerebral blood vessels is serious hardening. There is no cure, and even told our family to get ready for psychological preparation. Said that almost a few days ago, the cerebral blood vessels will be damaged. She even told our family to be mentally prepared for her death, saying that it would be in the next few days, so before her death, while she is still conscious, still able to walk, I would like to take my partner out for a stroll, so that she can properly see a few more eyes of this living world." But did not think that. The old man took a deep breath before temporarily calming his agitated mood, and then said, "I didn't think that by this intervention of Mr. I would gain 2 or 3 more months of life for nothing." "Old man, I am happy," Knight Xing Yu said blandly. "You also don't be happy. Birth, old age, sickness and death is human nature. Early death, late death, sooner or later to die, sometimes. Death is rather a kind of liberation. It's the living who suffer." At the end of the sentence, Knight singing you couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He is a person who wants to die but can't. It's so tiring to live. Sighing. Knight singing you suddenly realized that there is a ghostly gaze is staring at him. Turned his head to look. He saw Lin Shanya's heartfelt absolute beauty face. He then revealed a bright smile. Thought to himself, "It's good to meet you again." Lin Sana was slightly impressed by his dazzling smile, and somewhat afraid to look directly at him. So she deliberately raised her eyebrows and asked, "What are you smiling at?" "Nothing." Knight singing you donkishly replied. "You look good when you smile." Lim Sana froze for a moment before coldly returning, "I'm not laughing." "It's you who's laughing, really, so you didn't laugh. I thought you smiled." Knight Starry Night's mouth curved up a trace of arc. In the memory of his mind, clearly engraved a sweet and touching smile. Smile really good. No wonder never forget. Lin Shanya looked him up and down as if he was new to Knight singing you, and at the same time opened her mouth and said, "I suddenly find it very strange. You obviously did not learn to cook, but you came to be a chef. You obviously did not learn to heal, but you can cure people, in the end. How many secrets do you have? Is the file you handed in a fake?" She had very little contact with Knight singing you, but she had also accessed this person's day, a file not long ago, clearly recording Knight singing you's 25 years of schooling and workplace experience. He was able to make the popular little buns that the students loved had already surprised Lin Shanya. And now he had rescued an unconscious and dying old lady under her nose, which was even more puzzling to Lin Shanya. Facing the question, Night Singing Yu thought for a moment before answering. There are some secrets. After all, everyone has secrets, but the data files are absolutely true and valid. Looking at Lin Shanya's disbelief. Night Singing Yu didn't explain too much and greeted. Let's go. Don't you want to take me to buy clothes? Lin Shanya knew that nothing could be asked, so she nodded, and the two of them turned around to leave. But the old man stopped them. The old man was very courteous and introduced himself to Night Singing Yu. I am Zhang Tianjin, the chairman of the Divine Wind Group. I have not yet asked for your name. Night Singing Yu and Lin Shanya at the same time look moved. Did not think that this appearance is not shocking bald old man is actually the chairman of the Divine Wind Group. No wonder the force style is so high. Traveling with 2 bodyguards really is a big head, speaking of which. The Night Singing Yu and the Divine Wind Group also have a great relationship. One of the 3 major domestic automobile brands of the Divine Wind Automobile is the main industry under the Divine Wind Group. The Night Singing Yu was just dismissed by the Divine Wind Automobile not long ago. I did not think that in the blink of an eye actually encountered the Divine Wind Automobile's biggest boss. Even when facing the big boss, Night Starry Night's expression was only slightly taken aback before returning to its normal state. And he replied blandly, My name is Night Starry Night. Night, Starry Night, Universe, and all of them linked together. Is Night Starry Night, wonderful, Night Starry Night. What a great name. Zhang Tianjin praised with a smile. I wonder if Mr. Night is willing to taste his face and have a meal together. My old man still has some things to ask for advice. However, Night Singing Yu waved his hand and rejected directly. Dinner is not necessary. Mr. Zhang wants to ask me to cure your wife. Right, this or another please high-minded it. Forgive me for not being able to help. Joking. He Night Sing, you do not know how many years of life. Has long been indifferent to life and death. Mortal life in his eyes as the mountains of flowers bloom. Bloom withering into the soil, who will pay attention to life, old age. Sickness and death are commonplace. They do not affect his state of mind, unless they are close to him. He will be anxious and concerned. Such as this completely unknown passerby, when in a good mood to help a little bit. It is already a great gift. How would it be sent to the West again and again and again? Night Sing, you save people. Never look at the status of the other party and power and wealth. Only look at the proximity and their own mood. He will not because the other party is the chairman of the board of directors of the Kamikaze Group, to take the opportunity to climb the dragon and lick. Put a low attitude on their knees, in the heart of the Night Singing Yu, under the sky. This ancient times, there is no one's identity status and power and wealth can be greater than their own. There is no one who can produce pressure on him. He does things, is completely at will. All beings are mortals. 100 years of life in a flash, all turned into dust. Only he, immortal soul, in a sense, he has risen to the realm of God. Who's ever seen a god have a relationship with a mortal? Whoever saw a king get close to a commoner? The answer is of course no. That was why Night Singing Yu had rejected Zhang Tianjin mercilessly. However, his performance had stunned everyone around him, not realizing that even after the chairman of the Divine Wind Group had made his identity known, Night Singing Wu would be able to refuse outright without hesitation, without batting an eyelid, even if you're not capable of saving him. You don't have to answer so bluntly, do you? This is one of the wealthiest men in the city, so if you get involved, you'll have to work for at least 50 years less. And you're just going to let him get away like this? Of course, the Night Singing Yu is not for show, after saying, without waiting for others to respond, directly turned around and left. Lin Shanya face oddly looking at his back, a long time only to come back to his senses. To Zhang Tianjin slightly nodded as a goodbye. Before walking after him, Zhang Tianjin came to want to stay, but Night Singing Yu left very firmly, and his steps were very fast, catching him off guard. Plus his old companion had just regained consciousness, and was still a bit unconscious, needing someone to take care of her, so he instructed his bodyguards, go and check out this Mr. Night's origins later on. Night, this family name is very rare, to the ability of the God Wind Group, directly through the government's resident registration office to find this person's file. If this person really have a few skills, Zhang Tianjin at all costs to be invited to this person to cure his wife. Even if it cannot be completely cured, can be more to continue to live is also good. On the other hand, the knight Xingyu and Lin Shanyu front and a back, in front of the mouth of the escalator. Lin Shanyu cannot help but ask, I increasingly cannot figure out why you want to refuse Mr. Zhang Lao. You do not know what Xinfeng Group represents. This is one of the top 100 enterprises in the country. The wealth of the Zhang family, directly after the top 10 rich families. If you climb the Zhang family, the next life guaranteed food and clothing. No longer need to go to do that. Night singing, you completely did not understand. Lin Shan, you said that is which? He did not ask, but instead, if the meaning of the smile said climb up to you, is not also the same. Lin Shanya's heart was moved. Secretly thought could it be that he already knows my identity and origin. Of course, Lin Shanya was not convenient to ask, nor would she ask. She lifted her hand to look at the time and said, It's better to go to lunch first, and then buy clothes in the afternoon. Night singing, you didn't have a problem with it, and left it entirely up to Lin Shanya. So instead of going down, the two of them took the escalator up to the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, there are a lot of boutique restaurants, each decorated in a luxurious manner. Just from the outside, you can tell that the spending is definitely not low. Lin Shanya natural not lack of money, and the knight Xingyu is evening big money to eat big money. Not the slightest psychological pressure. Head held high and followed her into the back of a name, Peter Forrest Western-style restaurant. Peter Forrest, the Chinese name is translated as Peter Forrest. The founder of Peter Dawson, one of the world's top 7 chefs, should now be about 70 years old. And Peter Forrest also has a history of nearly 30 years. The branch opened all over the world, claiming to be the most delicious. At the same time, is also one of the most expensive Western-style restaurants. It is said to eat a simple meal, but also cost a few $1,000s. The average civilian cannot afford to consume. So the store guests are very few. Unlike other famous restaurants, such as business is booming, full of guests. Therefore, the restaurant has very few customers. Unlike other famous restaurants, which have a thriving business and are full of guests. Under the guidance of a fluent Chinese blonde, the two of them found a cozy table for 2 near the outside. And Lin Shen, you didn't even look at the menu, and just ordered a few things. Obviously a regular customer. Afterwards, Lin Shen handed the menu to Knight Xingyu and said, You can order what you want to eat yourself. I'll go to the restroom. After saying that, she picked up her small bag and stepped on her high heels and marched inside. This restaurant had its own restroom, so she could avoid having to run outside to find the common restroom in the mall. Knight Xingyu took the menu and glanced at it. He didn't intentionally try to pit Lin Shanya. Casually ordered a black pepper beef tenderloin stir-fry spaghetti and a pan-fried baby back ribs, plus a glass of freshly squeezed juice. They were all lower-priced meals, but put in this kind of place. It wasn't really cheap either. It all added up to more than $1,000 already. The blonde waitress with the powerful body had just left, and 2 beautiful girls came in through the door. One of them was especially beautiful, with skin like gelatin, bright eyes and white teeth, long black hair tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, and wearing a plain t-shirt and light white jeans. Simple and refreshing, beautiful and plain, just like a beautiful girl in the neighborhood. So pure and simple that it is not like that. Although the other can also be called a beauty, but with the former then, there is a difference of 108.000 miles. Not only is not as good looking, the temperament is much worse, although the latter dress more gorgeous and exquisite. It seems to be a rich family, but with her side of the pure little beauty stood together. One is like a rich family's cheesy lady. Another is like a stray from the world of the royal princess. Simply no comparison. The pure and beautiful beauty of the girl's eyes swept, just in time to see sitting near the door of the Knight Xing, you not far away, the expression of a slight movement. The heart secretly said, How is it him? How did he come in here to spend money? The girl's eyes swept over the door and saw a nightingale sitting far away. Her expression slightly moved. Her heart secretly said, Why is he, the other girl, dressed in expensive clothes? Saw her companion stop and look at some young man somewhere. So she asked, What's the matter, Shirley? Is he your friend? The pure girl turned her head and smiled sweetly. It's an acquaintance I know. I'll go over and say hello." "You go ahead and go. I'll be right back." The girl in the Chinese dress was a bit upset and admonished. "Don't delay too long. My brother is waiting inside." The innocent girl affectionately patted the other's shoulder and smiled sweetly. "Got it? Just saying hello. Coming right up." The girl in Chinese dress nodded her head and walked in towards the deeper part of the store by herself, presumably with a reservation. When the two beautiful girls were talking at the entrance of the store, they had already attracted a lot of people's attention, only that most of the gazes were attracted by the pure girl, whose pure and almost boundless temperament made it especially easy for people to feel good about her. Night Xingyu, of course, also saw the two of them. Especially the pure beauty appeared. He suddenly felt a heart tight, like a violent contraction. A belonged to the predecessor of the tragic memory naturally emerged from his mind. He instantly knew who this woman is. Shirley Cheng, a student at the Leavers College of the Arts, is the ex-girlfriend of Yixingyu. Of course, it's not the current Yixingyu. It's the dead Yixingyu. If there is such a woman who made the former Night Starry Night long for her, regardless of everything, and used all her heart to care for and spoil, then this person must not be the goddess Zhang Xinyu in his mouth, but the Zhang Zulai who is standing in front of her eyes nowadays. It was this woman who hurt him the most, stabbed him the most, and almost made him lose his mind, almost taking the road of self-destruction. Studying in the university, the Night Xingyu had pursued as the school's flower Zhang Xinyu. But Zhang Xinyu to him, without any pretense, did not accept his intention, but very serious face to face. They are absolutely impossible, over time. The Night Xingyu gradually extinguished the heart of the fire. Therefore, Zhang Xinyu actually did not bring much harm to the Night Xingyu. After graduation, out of school, stepped into society, he was left with only a faint memory of Zhang Xinyu. Soon after, however, Shirley Jung appears, and soon becomes the heroine of the world of Yakushin Yu. The chance acquaintance of the two is on the bus. Then Zheng Zulai, or 17-year-old secondary school students. Then the Night Xingyu, whole 5 years younger than the body bones, are not yet fully grown, but has been like an angel as beautiful, is the kind of a glance can call the heart of the beauty of the embryo. She was wearing a light white school uniform that day, so pure and innocent that she looked like a little white flower on the Jianan mountain, which made people want to take care of her. At that time, Shirley Zheng forgot her student bus pass and had neither a cell phone nor change on her. So she asked for help, hoping that she could exchange some coins for her. Without saying a word, Night Xingyu directly swiped the card for her, and even took the initiative to give her a seat. Zheng Zulai smiled at him and said thank you. That clear eyes, that pure smile. Suddenly the Night Xingyu was charmed at that time. The mind over and over again has been this flowery smile. A long time cannot forget. Later, the night, in order to meet this pure white flower, every day deliberately run to the Zheng Shirley on the bus stop, waiting for the bus stop. Wait until Zheng Shirley appeared, only to follow her on the bus, and took the initiative to buy tickets for her. Grab a seat. Over time, the two became familiar with each other, and Night Starry Night learned the name of Little White Flower, as well as some of her circumstances. It is said that Shirley Cheng comes from a single-parent family with a very bad family environment. Her father died early, and she was raised by her mother with much hard work. She has a brother who is 6 years younger. However, my younger brother became seriously ill when he was young and was paralyzed at home, unable to move, and the whole family had to rely on my mother's 2 jobs, at the same time to support their livelihood, making life very difficult. This immediately let the heart of the Night Xingyu born endless love and pity. Because his situation and Zheng Zhu lie very similar, is also a single-parent family, is also the early death of his father, is also raised by his mother. The only difference is that he has a lovely sister, the body in good health. No disease and no pain, of course. These are Zheng Shirley's own words. Until the night after the death of the rebirth of the day. He did not know this woman is not the truth, but at that time, it seemed that every word spoken by Shirley Zheng touched the heart of Night Starry Night, and his love for this girl was like a surging tide, with one wave higher than the other, drowning him fiercely and causing him to drown in it. Finally, one day, Night Xingyu summoned up courage, grabbed Zheng Zulai's small hand, and said to her earnestly, "From now on, please allow me to guard you." Shirley Cheng blushed, hung her head down, and silently agreed. From that time onwards, the knight Xingyu is for Zheng Zulai and Loiv. Work every month to earn a salary. Most of the paychecks are handed over to the hands of Zheng Zulai. Zheng Zulai to pay tuition fees, buy textbooks, enrollment in training classes, as well as to help make up for the family and so on. As long as he can help, he was happy to be there, and will not have a word of complaint. At first, Shirley pretends not to accept it. But soon she accepts it openly, and as time goes by, she actively seeks for various excuses to ask for various things from Xingyu. For example, her mother was overworked and was hospitalized, so she had to pay the hospital bill. The caregiver who was hired to take care of her brother didn't want to work because of the lack of money, so she had to increase her salary. Her school was planning to let her go to the Imperial College for exchange studies, and the high spending there required a sum of money for living expenses. The list goes on. But no matter what difficulty she has, no matter what help she needs, as long as she can do it, Knight Star will always satisfy, never refuse. For this, the knight not only emptied all the savings, but also to the bank borrowed a large loan, in exchange for an empty promise. Shirley Cheng told him that she would marry him when she graduated from university. However, shortly after Shirley Cheng was admitted to the outlying city's College of Art, she opened her mouth wide to the knight singing Wu Lion, and directly demanded $500,000, saying that she wanted to give her brother an operation. But Knight Singing Yu had been emptied by her, and the bank had put him on the blacklist. So where could he get $500,000? The idea is to sell the house secretly in his hometown, and the money he gets should be almost enough for $500,000. Nightingale didn't agree. If we sold the house, where would Mom and sister live? Sleep on the street? Exasperated Zheng Shirley, even I do not want to drag you down as the reason. Resolute and mercilessly proposed to break up. The word break up is like a bolt from the blue, completely shocking the knight Xingyu. He had never imagined that he would get such a result after a year of dedication. At that time, he was so distraught that life was worse than death, and he almost jumped off the rooftop. And had it not been for the sudden thought of his mother and sister at home, he might have fallen into a meat cake. After the night Xingyu is also a series of decadence for several months. Only slowly recovered. The whole person has lost a big circle, the shape of the bone. Ridiculous is. Lasted a whole year of love, from beginning to end, as the boyfriend of the night Xingyu touch did not have to touch Zheng Shirley. Up to just hold a few times a small hand, in addition to this. No more overstepped the action, at that time. The silly night Xingyu fell into the beauty and sweetness of love. Zheng Shirley as a holy angel. Do not dare to have the slightest profanity. He even thinks that even physical touch is sinful. This experience had dealt a very heavy blow to Night Starry Night, and every time he recalled it unintentionally, his chest would feel a great deal of pain, unexpectedly. After nearly 2 years, Shirley Cheng had playfully appeared in front of Night Starry Night again, and she was even prettier than before, with a sweeter and more heartwarming smile. It is a pity that Shirley Cheng is still the same Shirley Cheng, while Xingyu is no longer the same Xingyu. Si Zheng Shirley smilingly walked over. Night Star Yu's face a little expression is not there, but the heart is extremely disdainful. Sneer this little bitch, and want to engage in what moths, this kind of woman. The appearance of a fairy, the inner heart is really bitch, seemingly pure, hidden inside the heart. Very let the night Xingyu look down. Brother Xingyu, I didn't think we'd meet again. Zheng Shirley's voice is still gentle and melodious, like a yellow prostitute's. Her tone is incredibly soft, and her smile is even more sweet and seductive, which is really too deceptive. Night Singing Yu glanced at her and said faintly, "Who are you?" Shirley Cheng was slightly stunned, and thought to herself, "What's with the tone? Shouldn't it be? Did he forget about me? No way. He must still be angry with me for breaking up with him." So he said this on purpose. Cheng Shirley thought a few turns. The face still maintains a sweet smile. Softly said Xingyu, "Brother, I know that when I proposed to break up broke your heart, but I was forced to. I do not want to become a drag on you. This will harm you." Night Singing Yu was expressionless, silently watching her performance, only to hear Zheng Zulai said again, "After I went home that day, I cried for a long time. I didn't go to school for 3 whole days. You treat me so well, but I always give you trouble. I owe you so much that I can't even pay it back. If you're still with me, You'll definitely be very bitter and very tired. So I can only bear to let go of you and want to let you get rid of your misery. I want you to be free from your misery and live a good life. Night Xing, you still did not say anything. Zhang Shirley continued, however. I later very regret. Countless times want to call you, but I desperately hold back. I do not want to become your burden. Do not want to give trouble again, until today. To see you living well. I feel very relieved, and feel that everything is worth it. So I made the right decision at the beginning. Zhang Shirley said, while carefully observing the changes in Starry Night's expression. But to her surprise, the other party's face, as always, calm, not a little wave, as if not listening to the same. It was hard to wait until Shirley Cheng's long speech was finished. But Night Singing Wu just faintly asked, Finished, huh? Cheng Zhu Lai how cannot imagine. Their own a number of affectionate speech, but only in exchange for the other side of the light, floating 3 words. Instantly, a bit confused. Shouldn't we be weeping with emotion and responding with I was wrong about you? Why did his IQ suddenly go up? Zhang Shirley suddenly felt that the night was once played by her in the palm of her hand. Xing Yu changed. He was a bit unable to see through, completely unable to guess the other party's thoughts. All that could be answered was a weak. It's over. Night Singing Yu smiled softly with a rather mocking tone. Why don't you leave when you're done talking? What's going on here? Shirley Cheng was even more confused. Night Singing Wu continued to flirt without any courtesy. It sounds even better than the singing. It's really hard for you. Zhang Shirley's smile instantly frozen. She completely did not expect the Night Xing Yu to her attitude will actually come to 180 degrees big change. This is still that stupid idiot Night Xing Yu. This is still the stupid idiot Night Xing Yu. Shirley Cheng's face changed several times, but she forced herself to squeeze out a smile, as if she was somewhat aggrieved, and asked quietly, Brother Xing Yu, are you misunderstanding me? Night Singing Yu said in reply, It's lunch time. The meal I ordered will be delivered soon. What? Shirley Jiang froze again. She always felt that the other party was not on the same channel as she was. How come the words that came out of her mouth didn't match up with each other? Can you shut up, please? Do what you have to do. Don't affect my appetite. Night Singing Yu lifted up his palm and flapped it twice, as if chasing away flies. You've said so many disgusting things. How can I eat when lunch comes later? If you continue to be a nuisance, believe it or not, I'll spit out my breakfast and let you pack it up and take it back with you. Hearing such harsh words, Zhang Zulai was furious in her heart, but on the contrary, she still put on a pitiful look on her face, looking at Night Xing Yu in a very aggrieved manner, and said in a low voice, Brother Xing Yu, then I'll leave first, and I'll find you to talk to again when your anger subsides. After saying this, Shirley looks like an innocent girl who knows nothing about the world and is hurt by love, and runs away with her eyes wiping the corners of her eyes and covering her face, distant from those who cannot hear the content of the conversation, can only see the two people's expressions and movements of the concern, one after another on her heart sympathy. Automatically, the Night Xing Yu categorized as scum. Night Singing Yu looked at Zheng Zhu Lai's disappearing back with a cold snort and muttered playfully, What a good actor. I'm afraid she's not 1,000-year-old vixen. Right? You're so skillful at that moment. Lim Sun Ah happened to come back from the restroom and saw him muttering, so she couldn't help but ask, What are you muttering about? Night Xing Yu replied carelessly, Nothing. Just saw a disgusting thing. Quite let a person's appetite, or do not say it is better. Lin Shanya heard what disgusting appetite and no longer pursue the question. Anyway, this guy often do some strange behavior too. Slowly get used to it. Like Shirley Cheng, this kind of green tea whore with a heart of gold. It is okay to lie to the previous Night Singing Wu. But how can she hide from the current Night Singing Wu? He has lived for thousands of years. What kind of people have he not dealt with? No matter how hard she acted, even if she won an Oscar, she couldn't escape the fiery eyes of Starry Night. On the other hand, Shirley Cheng gently pushed open the door of a small private room and quietly walked in. The package is very delicate and small. There is only a man and a woman. The woman is the girl with Zheng Shirley, and the man is older, more than 20 years old. Suits and dresses, the instrument hall. It is young to have a business elite. Shirley, what took you so long to say hello? My brother was so anxious. He almost couldn't resist going out to look for you. The young girl in the room giggled. "Ms. Shirley, I am so glad that you are kind enough to accept my lunch invitation. I am truly blessed." The young man stood up and humbly pulled out the chair beside him, greeting Shirley Cheng to sit down. Shirley nodded her head, as if she was a bit shy, and only said hello weakly. The young man and woman in the room are brother and sister. The woman is called Shang Wen. Is Zheng Shirley's classmate. The man is called Shang Wu. Is Shang Wen's brother. This person is young to become a large enterprise senior management. Academic qualifications and ability are very good. Absolutely called a young man. Sang Wen intends to introduce her brother to Shirley Cheng to know. High vision of Sang Wu at first did not care, until he saw a side, immediately fell in love with the latter, surprised by the heavenly, immediately launched a fierce pursuit of offensive. They're the sister of Shirley Cheng to have lunch together. Xiong Man noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Shirley Cheng's mood, and upon closer inspection, the other party's two eyes were red as if she had been crying. So she asked in surprise, "Shirley, what's wrong? Is someone bullying you?" Shirley Cheng deliberately rubbed the corners of her eyes and sniffled again before saying, "I'm fine, you're lying. Something's wrong." Sang Wen pressed on. "What's wrong? Did that man outside bully you?" Sang Wu, who had never seen Night Singing Wu before, asked his sister, "Who is that person outside?" Shang Wen answered offhandedly, "I don't know, anyway. There is just a man. His age is about the same as yours. His looks are not bad, quite handsome." Shirley said she was an acquaintance, so she went over to say hello. And it turned out to be like this. Sang Wu frowned, male, sister nodded. Sang Wu's face is a little bad. He began to hear Sang Woon said Zheng Shirley met outside the friend. Subconsciously thought the other party is also a woman, which no is a man or a handsome man, so Sang Wu was not calm. All kinds of guesses in the heart. Luckily, Jiang Xiao Rai's incredibly pure look gave Sang Wu strong confidence that this angelic, pure and holy girl could not possibly be entangled with another man. Thinking like this, Sang Wu's somewhat clogged mood instantly relieved. Sang Moon didn't pay attention to the change in her brother's color, but only asked Shirley Cheng, "Shirley, you should say something, no matter who bullied you. My brother will definitely help you out. Tell me, did that person make you angry?" Zheng Zulai saw the fire almost, then slightly shyly said in fact, "There is nothing that person, he used to pursue me, has been stalking, but I did not accept. Then once my mother is sick. Urgent need to pay a hospitalization fee. I had no money at all at that time, so I borrowed 100,000 yuan from him. He is always taking this matter to blackmail me. Want me to do his girlfriend." Before Cheng Shirley finished speaking, Shang Wen slammed the table and stood up, cursing, "Damn it, this kind of man is really a scum. Did he threaten you with this in the morning to force you to go out with him?" Cheng Shirley nodded her head and said with watering eyes, "He just told me. Either promise to be his girlfriend, or pay back the $100,000 he owes him right away, or he will run to my house and make trouble." Shang Wen immediately gave Shang Wu a wink, and Shang Wu nodded his head knowingly, and said in a comforting voice, "Shirley, don't be afraid. It's only $100,000. I'll pay it back for you." Shirley Cheng hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No need. I don't want to bother anyone else, so I'll just let me handle this one on my own." Sang Wu is eager to win performance in front of the beauty. To win her favor, naturally will not let go of this great opportunity. The heart of the thought of how to persuade Zheng Shirley to accept his good intentions. However, I saw Cheng Shirley take down an emerald jade bracelet from her wrist, and said with a sad expression, "This is a relic left behind by my grandmother. I plan to take it to sell it. It should be worth a little bit of money. It's just that I can't afford to be sorry to my grandmother." At the end of the sentence, he was almost on the verge of crying out. Looking so miserable that one's heart felt infinite pity, Shang Wu immediately panicked, hurried to persuade Shirley. "Cannot be. Grandma's relics can't be sold just like that. I now immediately turn $100,000 to you. You take it back to that person. From now on, clear, enjoy life, but do not do stupid things for a scum. You will regret in the future, but I really don't want to," said Shirley Jiang, looking a bit overwhelmed. Shang Wu waved his hands and said, "Don't be, but I really want to help you. This money you can rest assured to receive. Do not need to return. I absolutely cannot be like that scum, with $100,000 to threaten you. Then, thank you, Brother Shang. Surely Cheng took the good advice and half-heartedly reported her bank account number. Shang, this idiot did not find something wrong, but happily logged on to the cell phone bank, immediately transferred 100,000 yuan. The whole person is flying, as if eating ginseng fruit. The whole body is transparent and refreshing. His sister, Shang Wen, was also deceived by Zheng Zulai in the drum, but also a big to his brother praised. Said what Zulai is very kind. Zulai is too pure and so on. If by the outside of the night is eating food heard. I am afraid to be on the spot burst of laughter. 1,000-year-old whore. She is indeed a profound Taoist. How can a mortal be a match for her? Knight Xingyu and Lin Shanya ordered earlier. The food was served quickly. But the two of them are like strangers. There is no conversation chat. Each quietly eat. Do not say a word. Unlike Shangwu and others in the private room, eating is not the point. The point is to enhance feelings. Naturally, more communication. Mouth used to talk more than eating. So, in the beginning, this side is already over. Filling his stomach, Knight Singing Yu stretched his back, and across the table. Lin Shanya also put down the spoon in his hand and wiped his bright red color with a paper towel. Lin Shanya waved to the blonde foreign girl not far away. Check, please. Simple a meal lunch. Even spent more than 3,000. Lin Shanya, but not at all surprised accident, is very quick to buy a single. Which makes the Knight Xing. You more and more feel that this woman is not simple. Certainly not an ordinary college professor. Let's go downstairs and buy clothes. Lin Shanya picked up her handbag and greeted Knight Xing Yu as she walked away. Knight Singing Yu was like her follower's bodyguard, unhurriedly dangling behind him as he walked out of Peter's forest, leisurely saying, "Why do I feel as if I'm a soft eater?" recalling the scene she had seen on the balcony of the villa late that night. Lin Shanya coldly mocked, "What seems to be, aren't you just a soft eater?" Knight Xing Yu were no Lin Shanya on their own deep misunderstanding, but also thought the other party is joking. Said casually eating soft rice is impossible. This life is impossible. Knight Xing Yu is starving to Death Street, but also impossible to eat soft rice. Chi. Lin Shanya extremely disdainful glared at the Knight Xing Yu. Do not bother to reveal the other side of the Neptune thing. Thumping high heels to go ahead. Hey, what kind of look are you giving me? You don't believe me? Knight Starry Night chased after him, muttering non-stop. Not long after, the two took the escalator to the 3rd floor of Tiancheng Plaza, which specializes in men's clothing. Wherever men's clothing is sold, of course, there are more men. And as soon as the beautiful Lin Shanya appeared, she aroused the lewd gazes of countless male creatures. And almost everywhere she went, a large group of men's eyes followed her to wherever she went. Lin Shanya had never bought men's clothing and didn't know how to pick. So she said to Knight Starry Night, "You choose yourself." Knight Singing Yu glanced at her and asked, "How much is the budget?" Lin Shanya coldly replied, "As long as you can carry it yourself. You can buy as much as you want. But you must remember that I will never help you carry the bag, even if it only contains a pair of socks." Knight Xing Yu whistled frivolously and teased, "Can't see it. A beautiful wife fell from the sky, and she's even a little rich. I think I must have saved the world in my last life. So I can eat such fragrant soft rice in this life. Well, really fragrant." Lin Shanya flirted in a rude manner. "Do you dare to be a bit more shameless, who just said that even if you starve to death, you will never eat soft rice? Now you've turned into a real flavor." Knight Singing Yu laughed. "I'm not saying it smells good to eat soft rice. I'm saying it smells good on you. What kind of perfume are you using?" After saying that, Knight Singing Yu also deliberately came close to smell. The faint manly scent suddenly made Lin Shanya body stiff, hastened to take a step back, shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't spray perfume." "What? You didn't use perfume?" Knight Singing Yu froze for a moment. He did smell the faint fragrance coming from Lin Shanya's body. There was no way it could be wrong, obviously not wanting to discuss this topic with him. Lin Shanya pushed Knight Singing Yu with her hand and said in a pretense of indifference, "Don't waste your time. Go pick out some clothes, Knight Xing. You move also not move." Thoughtfully looking at Lin Shanya, quietly asked, "Is it difficult to say that this is the natural body fragrance that comes with your body? Lin Shan Yu was so shy that her face flushed red and she pouted. "Stop nagging. I told you to hurry up and pick out some clothes." Night Singing Yu closed his eyes and inhaled another mouthful with an intoxicated expression, murmuring, "Smells like a woman. I won't be able to recognize my wife with my eyes closed from now on." Lin Shan Yu was so angry that she wanted to punch someone and glared at him fiercely. "Shut up. You still say that." Night Xingyu laughed and turned around, walking towards a distant men's clothing store with his legs wide open. His flirty voice word for word reaching Lin Shan Yu's ears again. What an aroma. Is this the legendary scent of a virgin? You asshole, rascal, sex maniac, shameless dead duck. Lin Shan Yu looked at Night Xingyu's back, so angry that she clenched her fists and gnashed her teeth, itching to take off her high heels and throw them at the back of his head. She comes from a scholarly family, and has been nurtured and educated by the family since she was a child. She is the most outstanding and capable young generation of the entire Lin family, and has been secretly managing the family business since many years ago. He has developed a dignified and haughty air of superiority, coupled with her character as cold as water, very able to control their own emotions, happiness, anger. Sadness and happiness usually do not show their colors, so there will rarely be things that can make her face angry. Even if the heart is not happy, at most, but only frown a little frown. The tone of voice even more icy cold only. However, the situation like this, in which he was so angry that he directly opened his mouth to criticize others, and even wanted to hit them, had never happened before, and it was simply the first time in his life to know, because Lin Shan Yu's status and beauty of the temperament. Other men in front of her either as coy or as modest gentlemen. No one like the Night Xingyu so, speak without restraints, and even dared to openly flirt. Even Lin Shan Yu, such a beauty of the iceberg, are alive by him to smoke. Into a lava volcano about to explode. Night Singing Yu was completely unaware that Lin Shan Yu was bellyaching there. His mind quickly turned to buying clothes, because tomorrow we'll go to shoot wedding photos. After also want to accompany, Lin Shan Yu appeared in some public occasions. So a set of formal suit is essential. Night Star Yu first from here to start. He walked into this men's store is specializing in high-end suits. The price of each set of almost all in $10,000 or more. The most expensive, and even more than 100,000, is simply appalling, so don't look at the outside of the store, but in fact inside the cold and quiet. A customer cannot be seen. The ordinary people even walk into the store for a round of courage or not. But on such a cold men's clothing store, there are actually 3 young and beautiful salespersons. But in the face of the only guest of the Night Xingyu, actually no one over to greet, no other reason. Only because of the Night Xingyu dressed too commonplace, not at all like the status of the high consumer. To the 3 salesmen's long-term experience and vision, this person is absolutely only see not buy. So 1-2 are lazy to serve, a total waste of breath. Night Xing, you did not think so much, seriously picking clothes. Because he is the only customer, the 3 saleswomen's eyes are almost all staring at him. See this guy face serious. Actually act as if you really want to buy the same. They are in the heart secretly sarcastic. Thought this earth leopard is afraid not to see the price. Otherwise it would have to scare him half to death. Night Xing, you really did not pay attention to the price. Anyway, by the big boss to pay. He was afraid of what? What he is really concerned about is the style. Color, fabric, workmanship, quality, and so on. It was so hard to pick a black suit. So Night Singing Yu went to take it with his hand. But he didn't know that each of the 3 sales ladies' faces changed drastically, and one of them even rushed over very nervously, and voiced out to stop. Wait, this can't be touched. Night Star Yu heard froze, asked why cannot touch. Those salesgirls are almost cursing in their hearts. All of them are secretly slandering where the hell did this leopard come from. Don't even look at the price tag. Is it possible for people to touch it casually, originally? The Night Xing, you picked precisely the store's town treasure. The price of 188,000 yuan of top boutique suits. These salesmen are it like a pro ancestor for the weekdays to clean up the dust. Not only to cut the nails once again, and even have to wear special gloves. Standing next to the side, do not dare to speak, for fear of spit splash on the top, which allows a full-body stall goods of the man to touch at will. Who knows if his hands are clean? Did he ever pick his nose? The salesgirl who rushed over had already despised Night Starry Night severely in her heart. But on her face, she forced herself to smile and said, "This gentleman, this piece of clothing is not for sale, and is forbidden to be touched by anyone other than the staff. So please understand, you might as well take a look at the other styles. There might be something that can satisfy you." Night Xingyu heard the explanation, then nodded. Do not doubt him. But there is a very ungracious, cold, arrogant female voice in the store door rang. "Our clearly marked price. But also talk about what non-sale items. You do not think he cannot afford it. It's really a dog's eye view of others." The person who said it was Lin Shanya. She was just half dead by the Night Xingyu anger. A long half day to follow in. The result is to see the salesman is not allowed to Night Xingyu with the hands of the clothes. Usually will not be angry people. Instantaneous anger bar burst. Directly released a big move. Take the salesman out of the anger. Lin Shanyu is right. These salespersons are indeed dog-eyed. Look down on the poor people. Facing the Night Xing. You so casually dressed does not look like a rich person. They did not treat him as a real customer. But in the face of the extraordinary appearance and temperament of Lin Shanya, these salespersons have long been practiced eyes of fire. How dare to disobey God? This is not an ordinary person. Right? It must be some kind of rich family out of 1,000 gold lady. Cannot be messed with. When Night Singing you heard Lin Shanya's words. He immediately reacted, it turns out, that he is afraid that I don't have any money on me. It's not his fault. He rarely buys clothes himself, and for a moment he believed the salesman's bullshit, thinking it was really off the rack. However, the Night Xingyu is not angry. He is accustomed to seeing all kinds of life, has long been like water. The ancient well. General small things are difficult to make him angry. However, Lin Shanya, who was in the middle of her anger, did not give in, as if she had found a vent, and said coldly to the salesman without any courtesy, "Give him the clothes to try on, and he will buy them if they are suitable. But if you dare to have an opinion, I will complain to your boss about you." The salesman did not dare to violate, bitter-faced to take down the treasure of the town store, handed over to the hands of the Night Xingyu. And the Night Xingyu slightly smiled, then took the clothes drilled into the fitting room. At that moment, Lin Shanya, who was standing at the entrance of the store, heard a woman's voice coming from behind her. "Hello. This honored customer, I'm the owner of this store. I wonder what my employees did to offend you. I wonder what my employees have done to offend you and make you unhappy." Lin Shanya turned around and saw a tall, long-legged beauty walking slowly, age and their own almost. Big earrings, high ponytail, nose and color, charming eyebrows, dressed up very sexy, very temperament. Like to be on stage performance of the stars like. The two women glanced at each other, and at the same time, they were both stunned by each other's looks and temperament, and secretly marveled at each other. Lin Shanya light and elegant, lonely and cold, like the snow lotus blooming in the Tianshan mountain, and her opposite woman's style. Demonic charm, like the poppies growing in the valley. It is difficult to say who is more seductive than the other. But it depends on which type the viewer prefers. If you look at her face, it is undoubtedly Lin Shanya who is more beautiful, with exquisite features. But if you look at her body shape, the woman on the other side is wearing tight, fitting leather pants and high heels with at least 10 centimeters of heel, which is super figure expanding. And the woman on the opposite side is wearing a pair of shoes with a high heel. And she is wearing a pair of shoes with a high heel. At a glance, her waist, legs and hips seem to be more eye-catching. Until the woman came to the front. Lin Shanya reacted. Slightly coldly said, "I came with my fiancé to buy clothes." But the salesman in the store even said that some of the clothes are not for sale, not allowed to touch or try on. So I was puzzled. If they are not for sale, then why still mark the price? It's obvious that they are afraid that we can't afford it, and they are deliberately making up an excuse to drive us away. The long-legged woman smiled and said, "Don't be angry. Those little girls did not do the right thing. I will deduct their bonuses and teach them a good lesson. And I hope that you are generous. Don't compare. And no matter which dress you or your husband choose, I'll take the lead and give a 20 discount as an indemnity." When the other party said this, Lin Shanya really lost her temper. She knows that the goods sold in Tiancheng Plaza are usually not discounted, except during events. The men's clothing in this store is tens of thousands of dollars for any one set. And with a 20 discount, it's thousands of dollars cheaper. So the other party is really sincere in apologizing. In addition, Lin Shanya's heart of anger are mostly by the night Xing Yu molestation caused by the salesman is only a fuse. To our usual culture, absolutely not to a small salesman to lose his temper. This inexplicably and wonderfully to others as a barrel to vent a pass. The mood will be much better and no longer pursue the matter. Sexy woman from the handbag took out a business card handed over, "I'm glad to know you. The next time you visit the store, you can give me a phone call. I will arrange for specialists to serve you, to ensure that you get the best shopping experience." Lin Shanya knew that this was the other party's intention to make friends. So she took the business card, and at the same time also handed over her own business card. As the saying goes, heroes sympathize with each other, beautiful women like-minded. These two are convinced by the other's face and temperament. Guess that the other party is certainly not ordinary people. Make a friend. May be in additional business opportunities. Successful people are successful because they have a certain sense of smell, and will not let go of any opportunity. Lin Shanya looked down at her business card, which read Jun Sheng Clothing. Her name was Wu Chu-jun, as well as her phone number, email address, chat account, and so on. Wu Chu-jun's side is also looking at the business card. The most striking is the name Lin Shanya. The position is away from the city of Wonks, Yang College visiting professor. And there is also financial investment and business management. Double doctoral degrees, the most striking name card, is the name Lin Shanya. The position is visiting professor at Wonxiang College in Leipzig City. And there is also double doctorate degree in financial investment and business management. In addition to the academic title, in addition to the telephone number, after they got to know each other, they stepped into the store together, and the well-dressed, handsome Night Starry Night walked out from the dressing room with a kind of superstar appearance, shining appearance, and a few women in the room were dazzled at the same time. Wow, so handsome ah! First of all, there are 3 girls in the business. Each of them took out their cell phones to grab a few shots as a souvenir. That may be able to be used in a lonely night. Well, indeed good. Lin Shanya nodded and praised. Has always been calm in the heart of the signs of a deer in the head. Although she is not a face control, pay more attention to connotation. But who does not want their own men more handsome some? Huh? Why does he look familiar? Wu Chu-jun stared wide-eyed at the dazzling handsome man in front of him. There was always a feeling of familiarity, but he didn't immediately recognize the other party. After all, compared to the last time they met, the image of Night Starry Night had really changed too much. Last time, it was a cocktail head with an old sweatshirt, but this time, it's a trendy hairstyle with a straight suit. It's just like the promotional posters of those celebrities and their daily life. One day, one place. Night Singing You came out and smoothed out his collar and cuffs, and suddenly found that Lin Shanya's side of a long-legged beauty. But he immediately recognized who it was, and couldn't help but ask Wu Chu-jun, "Why are you here?" Hearing Night Singing You call out his name. Wu Chu-jun was shocked and stared at his face fiercely before recognizing the other party. "You, how are you?" Wu Chu-jun stared blankly. Words cannot say round. Night Singing You blinked at Wu Chu-jun, narrowly asked, "Why can't it be me? Do you also think that I am not worthy to walk into this clothing store?" Of course. Wu Chu-jun won't forget that this guy won $800,000 from Liang Xiaofan not long ago, so he definitely has the spending power. But what surprised her is not that at all, but she clearly remembers that Lin Shanya, the beauty beside her, said just now that she came here to shop with her fiancé. Does it mean that this fiancé is referring to Night Starry Night? Wu Chu-jun looked at the Night Xing Yu, and then looked at the side of Lin Shanya. To be honest, quite a match. But it is precisely because of this that Wu Chu-jun finds it a pity, of course. I feel sorry for her good sister. Zhang Xinyu, suddenly. Wu Chu-jun is a little angry. No wonder the scum of the night on the Zhang Xinyu disdain. The original is climbed on the noble and cold beauty of the Professor Ah. Thinking this way, Wu Chu-jun decided to take revenge for her good sister, deliberately pointing her finger at Night Singing You and asking Lin Shanya, in an exaggerated tone of voice in a shocking manner, "Is he your fiancé?" Although to admit that some embarrassed, Lin Shanya still bit her mouth and nodded. Although she has no feelings for him, but after all, it is to be married soon 2 people, After 2 days will not be a fiancé, but marriage on the legal husband. But Wu Chu-jun continued to maintain an exaggerated expression. He is my brother-in-law, the word out, as if the clear sky fell a big bolt. Lin Xianya dumbfounded. Night Xingyu outside the anxious tender. What's going on? Lin Xianya's face was a bit unkind, and instead of asking Wu Chu-jun, she looked at Night Xingyu. She hoped that the latter would be able to give a satisfactory explanation. One must know that the Tianlong Empire practiced monogamy, and only the high and mighty emperor of the empire could make exceptions. And ordinary citizens who committed bigamy would be arrested and imprisoned. Instead of answering Lin Xianya, Night Xingyu frowned and looked at Wu Chu-jun. Did I not make myself clear enough that night? Zhang Xin, you pushed me out to block the knife. I believe that with your intelligence you should be able to see that. No, Xin Yu really likes you. And you've been pursuing her for so long, so you must like her too. Right? Wu Chu-jun continued to play dumb and smear the facts. Night Xingyu is directly speechless. Zhang Xinyu know these two chicks still, he meow, are all talent. If he admits that Yan Zioxi is messing around like that, he can still say that he is young, ignorant, and loves to mess around. But how come even Wu Chu-jun is dragging him down? Seeing that my brother will easily become a married person, will soon join the great ranks of eating soft rice. By her such a mess. What if the big boss on the other side loses his temper? There is no way. It seems with Wu Chu-jun is not clear. Night Xingyu had to make a mistake, a rake. The same to smear the facts. To Lin Xianya explained her sister like me. Stalking. But I do not agree. To the present is still innocent, guarding the body like a jade. I believe in your fucking innocence. How dare a lame-ass duck say she's clean? Lin Xianya thought in his heart, but also sort of understand a little. Night Xingyu has not married, only in the male and female feelings of some entanglement. Not at all talk about bigamy. In front of Wu Chu-jun's face, Lin Xianya could not possibly make a big fuss with Night Xingyu and make people watch the joke for nothing. Instead, she pretended to be calm and said, "We're going to get married tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So it's not too late for you to regret now." Wu Chu-jun heard this sentence. The heart of the heart, a burst of violent beating. The heart screamed, "Egu my drop mama. How can we get married so fast? How can things go so fast? Even if you drive a backhoe, you won't be able to pry the wall down, right?" Night Star Hero smiled and asked Lin Xianya, "Do you think I'm stupid? Where can I find such a beautiful wife? How could I possibly smash my own golden rice bowl?" Lin Xianya on this answer is quite satisfied. After all, she is not really one to talk to the Night Xingyu love. Talk about feelings. She needs a legal name of the husband. A can to the family to account for the excuse to get married to achieve the purpose of escape. So the Night Xingyu is a duck or scum. This is actually unimportant. The contract is written clearly. The two do not interfere in each other's private life. Even if the Night Xingyu really with that Zhang Xin, you have the contract is clear. The two do not interfere with each other's private life. Even if the Night Xingyu really with that Zhang Xinyu have what unclear, ambiguous relationship? Lin Xianya will not hold on to it. To put it bluntly, the Night Xingyu was just launched to block the knife tool. In this point, Lin Xianya and Zhang Xinyu behavior nature is the same. Only, Lin Xianya play more big. More ruthless on their own. All right, there's no need to say anything. I believe you, Lin Xianya, who had figured out the key, didn't get entangled, and directly ended the conversation by pulling out her credit card and handing it to a salesgirl, and said with a blank expression, "We'll take the set he's wearing. Settle the bill." Wu Chu-jun stopped his little sister, took back the card in her hand, and handed it back to Lin Xianya, and smiled warmly. How could I possibly accept my brother-in-law's money? If I dare to take his money, I'm afraid my sister will scold me to death. Lin Xianya didn't appreciate it. Instead, she said coldly, "I think you're mistaken. It's not his money you're receiving. It's mine. It's only natural for me to spend money to buy clothes for my husband." She did not realize that her fiancé had been quietly upgraded to husband. Wu Chu-jun still insisted on not accepting the money. The reason is very simple after all. The clothes are on his body. He is my brother-in-law. This money I cannot accept. Lin Xianya was equally insistent. My husband would never wear the clothes out if we didn't charge him. These two women, one saying brother-in-law and the other husband, have been arguing for a long time. Night Xingyu really cannot hear. interjected How. About one of you give way. A 50 discount. Both women turned their faces at the same time and stared at him fiercely. Their gazes looked like they were about to spit out fire, and there was a tendency for them to shift their muzzles at the same time. Night Singing Yu hurriedly waved his hand with a bitter smile. I'm just making a small suggestion. You guys can ignore it and continue to discuss it in depth. In the end, it turned out to be really like what Night Starry Night said. 188. 0. Yuan suit, according to half-price charge. Otherwise the two women for another hour. I'm afraid that cannot be divided into high and low. After the payment. Lin Shanya II do not want to stay in the store more. Immediately called on the Night Xing. You will be out the door. The Night Xing, you hurriedly said I changed down the clothes, are still in the fitting room inside. Did not take. Broken clothes, throw them all away. Lin Shanya didn't look back, tugging on Night Singing Yu's arm and heading out the door. And he could only laugh bitterly, looking at the back of the two leaving. Wu Chujun took out his cell phone and dialed a call to Zhang Xinyu. And once connected, he said, Xinyu, I now have some very unfortunate news to tell you. You have to be psychologically prepared. Zhang Xinyu asked suspiciously, What's going on? The atmosphere is so heavy. Wu Chujun covered the cell phone, lowered her voice, as if it was a shocking revelation, and slowly said in a particularly suspenseful tone, Your boyfriend has been robbed, and he is going to marry another woman soon. Zhang Xinyu froze. My boyfriend. Wu Chujun immediately answered, It's Night Starry Night, the one where the Divine Wind automobile turns into the second cafeteria. Your rolling knife meat is that kind of cut, not move, not cooked, not chewed, even with the skin with the tendon of the poor quality of the meat. Often used to describe the kind of dead skin and face, entangled. How to say do not listen to people. A little bit of dead pig is not afraid of boiling water hot meaning. Just like before the Night Xing Yu Zhang Xinyu that. So in the Zhang, Xinyu mentioned the Night Xingyu, often when he called him as rolling knife meat. Yesterday only heard Yan Zioxi said Night Xingyu. Did not think that today even Wu Chujun also made a special trip for him to call over. This knife meat how suddenly become a hot potato. Even heard people mention it one after another. The most unbelievable thing is that pug who is so submissive around himself is suddenly going to marry another woman. Zhang Xinyu was very curious, so she asked, Night Xingyu is going to marry another woman. Who is it? Terrible taste, right? Wu Chujun recalled Lin Shanya's stunning face and cool temperament, and couldn't stop shaking her head. You're definitely finished this time. Your opponent is unprecedentedly strong. Not only is she a double doctorate, but she is also a rare beauty. Even if Sister Jun looks at me a few more times, I can't help but be enchanted. And my heart swoons. Impossible. Zhang Xinyu knew that Wu Chujun was an artist and had a rather high eye for aesthetics, and an ordinary pretty woman would never be described in such an exaggerated manner. Highly educated. Beautiful people. The key is also very rich. Buy my store more than 100. 000 clothes. Eyelids do not blink. I said not to accept the money she still want to give. In exchange for me is the Night Starry Night. I will also most likely choose her not to choose you. Wu Chujun described in a matter of fact, and even began to mourn for her sister. I don't care who he chooses. I don't like him anyway. It's none of my business if he wants to get married. After saying this, Zhang Xinyu hung up the phone in anger. Hey, girl, you're rude. Why did you hang up on me without saying hello? Wu Chujun powdered her sexy red color and slowly put away her cell phone. Eyes drifted to the distance. Said quietly Old Burberry Outlet Online really did not see the wrong. This rolling knife meat dress up really handsome. Just should have added a friend. Boredom can also be teased when a tease, buying a suit, then shoes, and then a bunch of casual wear, even including ties, belts, socks, panties, and so on. Quickly filled both of Night Singing Yu's hands with large and small handbags. Night Xingyu was renovated from head to toe. It is true that the Buddha relies on the gold suit. People rely on clothing. Simply handsome off the dregs. If not for the fact that he carried dozens of shopping handbags in his two hands. Fighting behind the elegant temperament of Lin Shanya, like a hard bodyguard. I am afraid that will attract a group of stupid girls screaming in surprise. As for the clothes he replaced, all of them were thrown into the trash can on Lin Shanya's order, causing Night Singing Yu to secretly cry out in pity. Don't look at the old clothes. but they are actually quite comfortable to wear, and can be used for work in the kitchen. Looking at the 10 fingers all covered with handheld ropes, Night Singing You could only smile bitterly. It's not that he wants to buy them. He just wants to have a set that can support the scene. But deep inside every woman, there is a devil named shopping, driven by the innate desire to shop. Even Lin Shanye, this kind of iceberg beauty, cannot be exempted. See this also want to buy. See that also want. Obviously not she wants to wear, on the contrary, than the Night Sing You more active initiative. In just over an hour, the shopping bags on Night Starry Night had been piled up into a mountain, simply like a walking Christmas tree full of presents. I said, enough, Night Sing You bitter face, unwilling to go further. Look at me now, this appearance. Where can still hold it, if you buy it again? You can only hang it on my ear. Lin Shenya glanced back at the slightly embarrassed Night Starry Night. Just as he said, he was about to be drowned by the shopping bags. Even the brand new suit on his body was a little wrinkled. So Lin Shenya retracted the buy idea and decided to go home. It was with great difficulty that he threw a large pile of bags into the trunk of the car. And only then did Night Singing You finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's not so much the person who is tired, but the mind, this trip out, before and after the surprisingly spent nearly 200,000. Looking at Lin Shanya's face as if nothing. Even frowned not frowned a bit. Night Sing You secretly sigh. This sent to the door of the cheap wife, I'm afraid it's not simple. The family background is very solid. He was thinking. College professor or something must be just a front. The actual identity is a certain famous enterprise's overbearing president, and he, like a, will be married into the rich family to suffer all the bullying of the little daughter-in-law. In the future, I'm afraid it's not a good day, while starting the car. Lim Sun asked, look at your worried face. What are you thinking about? Night Singing You solemnly responded. I was wondering if this is considered being adopted by a rich woman. Lin Shanya asked in return, isn't this your wish, anyway? You are just a soft rice eater. Doesn't this suit you? Night Singing You argued. Soft rice is eaten by many people, but there is also a way to eat it. If I were to eat soft rice, I would definitely let the other party coax me to personally hold the bowl, blow the rice to cool it, and then feed it to my mouth. Lin Shenya turned her head sideways, glared with her beautiful eyes, and deliberately reprimanded, don't you give me a stinker, believe it or not. I'll add a clause in the contract that says no nonsense. No empty fantasies. Night Singing You smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Shanya continued to educate, give you a few points of color, and then you start to think you're the boss. And you still want to be the boss. Don't forget that I am your boss. Night Singing You laughed. Okay. I won't talk about it. It's not good to make your boss angry and deduct your wages, with just a few casual jokes. The atmosphere between the two was not as cold as it was when they first came out in the morning, and occasionally they could even chat a little. It took almost an hour for Lin Shanya to drive back to Xinyang District again, but not to Mansang College, but to her place of residence, Lishan South Bay. The college is located a few kilometers north of Lishan Lake, and Lishan South Bay is built on the southern shore of Lishan Lake, hence its name. Watching the car drive into the gate of Lishan South Bay, Mr. Yixing Yu asked, what are you doing here? Lim Sun replied faintly, I live here. You're not sending me back to the academy first. Night Starry Night was a bit strange. From today onwards, you will live here with me. Lin Shanya's voice seemed to tremble when she said those words. What? Starting living together today? Isn't it too fast-paced? I'm not ready yet. Night Starry Night muttered and complained. What are you thinking, you asshole? I've got plenty of empty rooms here, and you're living in one all by yourself. Lin Shanya was on fire again. I didn't say I wanted to sleep in the same room as you. Night Starry Night looked at Lin Shanya with a bit of a grudge. Lin Shanya thought carefully. It seems that the word cohabitation does not specify that men and women must sleep on the same bed. He said cohabitation seems to be nothing wrong, strongly suppress anger. Lin Shanya and said I just thought about it. Our marriage is to go through the formal legal procedures. Sooner or later is going to be open. You are my nominal husband. It is not suitable to work in the college cafeteria. Spread the word is not good to hear. So I intend to let you quit your job. You can stay at home in the future, if you feel bored. You can also find other things to do. If you are bored, you can find something else to do. Knight Xingyu waved his hand repeatedly. That can't be done. Yesterday, Zhang Jinju told me that his salary would be increased to $1,000. How can I just say I'm leaving? Lin Shan spoke in a domineering manner. Quit your job, and I'll pay you $1,000 a month. Knight Xingyu continued to mutter. Zhang Jinju also told me that Dean Chang thinks highly of me, and is prepared to help me transfer at the end of the year, when the base salary alone will be at least 2,000 or 3,000. Lim Sun Ah's face was black. I'll pay you $3,000 a month. Okay, Knight Singing You also asked, then do you have a maid in your house? Do I still have to buy food? Cook, wash clothes, scrub the toilet, and clean up after myself. This should also be paid, right? 5,000. Lim Sun Ah gritted her teeth, really wanting to backhand and slap this bastard to death. Deal this time. Knight Starry Night was quite quick to answer. He is not a fool. Now $1,000 of wages. Every day in the kitchen from morning to night. After work, crowded in a 4-person dormitory. This life ordinary people cannot stand. Most likely to find another way out. Now it's all right, living in a villa, looking at beautiful women. I still get $5,000 a month. So I'm really happy, now it seems, the Knight Xing. You more like eating soft rice. But in order to prove that Lin Shan has not suffered. He again self-criticism counting up you think we are a year of husband and wife. You pay me 5,000 a month. A year down is only 60,000, but we just bought suits, because of my face. Wu Chu Jun to give you a discount of 54,000. An instant savings of 94,000. Said you also earned $34,000. Lin Shanyu was on the verge of tears, and her mind was about to collapse. What kind of logic is that? The clothes are on you, and I'm the one who pays for them. So should I thank you for spending less money, as if he had a heart-to-heart? Knight Starry Night then said, You don't have to thank me, I'm just saying. You don't have to feel bad, however, if you really feel burdened. Transfer the $34,000 to me is also possible. I reluctantly accept it first. Lim Sun Ah, stop talking. Okay, I can't even hold the steering wheel steady. If Knight Starry Night wasn't in the car, but in front of it, Lin Shan, you might have stomped on the gas and run this guy over. Forced to endure a bellowful of anger, Lin Shanya drove the car into the villa's private parking space and parked it. Knight Starry Night was surprised to find that Lin Shan happened to live directly across the street from Zhuang Jing. Door to door, window to window, balcony to balcony, you live here. Knight Singing Wu pointed at Lin Shanya's house and felt unimaginable. Yeah, do you want to go say hi to your old boss first? Lim Sun Ah teased and nudged toward the house across the street. Knight Starry Night was dumbfounded. What old master? How do you know that I know the master across the street? Did she mention me in front of you? Lin Shanya smiled contemptuously. Did not bother to explain, but threw down a sentence, if you want people do not know. Unless you do not do, Knight Starry Night, ignoring the confused Knight Singing Wu. Lin Shanya opened the door of the room with her fingerprints and said while entering the room, Let's move the stuff in first. I'll give you my fingerprints later. The villa, No. 41, is the same type as No. 42 across the street, with the difference that No. 41 faces east and No. 42 faces west. The villa has a yard in the front and back, and 2 side-by-side outdoor parking spaces. The main building looks like 3 floors, but in fact there is another floor on the ground floor. So there are 4 floors in total. But the rooms on the top floor are relatively small, and most of the areas are terraces. The first floor is an extremely spacious open-plan living room, separated into 2 main parts by the height of the floor, with a large number of floor-to-ceiling glass. The eyes can look through the 2 entry living room from the front yard, all the way to the backyard. The dining room, kitchen, and so on are on the first floor, and there is also a study with good lighting. Lin Shanya's room was on the second floor, and besides the master bedroom she was in, there were 2 other guest rooms, one at each end of the corridor, both of which were not small in size, and both of which had their own balconies and bathrooms. Rooms are fully furnished, tables, chairs, beds and cabinets, sofas and coffee tables, bedspreads and pillows, TV and air conditioning, all should be complete. Handbag can be checked in. The whole decoration style simple and stylish. Very upscale. Lin Shanya let Night Singing You choose a bedroom for himself, and he was not shy to choose the south-facing one, which is more open and bright, and can see the stainless steel lake from the balcony, which is a very good view. As for the small, independent room on the third floor, Lin Shanya has decorated it as a relaxing viewing room with potted plants, rattan chairs, tea sets, etc., where one can enjoy the coolness in the evening. The largest space is the basement, which has a gym, showroom, multi-purpose entertainment room, utility room, and so on, so you can sing or watch movies without making any noise. If there is one regret, it is that we do not have our own swimming pool. However, if you want to go swimming on a hot day, you can go to the edge of the Liju Lake, where there is a free water park and an artificial beach. Compared with the crowded and chaotic staff dormitory, this living environment is like going from hell to heaven. After cleaning up his room, he took a cold shower in the bathroom and changed into his newly purchased casual clothes and pants. Refreshing himself outside the room, found Lin Shanya changed a more formal professional suit, hair pulled up into a bun, appearing a bit solemn, hand carrying a bag, but also holding a document, as if to go out. Are you going out? Nightstar, you asked. Well, these days the leaders of the City Education Committee came to inspect. Must be entertained. There is a dinner party in the evening. It is not good not to go. You will stay hungry. Then go to the refrigerator to find food. Fingerprint locks and so on have time for me to help you to get. You can temporarily use the password to go in and out. The password is 1112. Lin Shanya side of the shoes. One side of the night to the starry night, you explained. Night Singing You responded, indicating that he had remembered everything, and Lin Shanya hurried out the door. And not long afterward, he heard the sound of a car engine starting, gradually moving away. Night Singing You walked to the backyard and started practicing his kung fu, the Tongshan fist that he had created in his last life. Fist practice is the fastest means of hardening the body. Can be easy to train the muscles and bones, wash the marrow and blood, strengthen the veins and orifices, until it reaches the innate perfection, which is the most commonly used by the ancient martial artists to cultivate the method. There were two main types of power that Night Starry Night had mastered. One was divine soul power, and the other was physical body power. Soul power is spiritual power, mysterious and esoteric, for the time being no way to use science to explain. If you want to be related to science, can be understood as a special brain waves and biomagnetic field. Ordinary people actually also have the power of the soul, because ordinary people can also emit brain waves. The human body also has a magnetic field exists, but it is extremely weak, negligible, completely cannot affect the real matter. Moreover, after death, all brain cells die. The brain stops functioning completely. Brain waves cease to exist. Consciousness dies, the soul scatters, the body becomes dead, and the magnetic field disappears. But Night Starry Night is different. He has had a strange encounter. Even if the physical body is dead, the soul power can be hosted in the void, in a state of slumber, in a number of years, but also through the body reborn, between the time of death and the time of life. Although the power of the soul becomes weaker, its essence remains unchanged, and as time passes, it can be replenished. And when it is fully restored, it will be even stronger than before, comparing his divine soul power to that of an ordinary person. It was like the difference between a high-voltage battery and a button battery. Both had electricity, but the energy released was completely different, differing by countless times. The way that Night Starry Night cultivates the divine soul is particularly strange. That is, sleep, as long as you fall into a deep sleep. The power of the divine soul will gradually recover, and even enhance. However, this is not the case with the physical power, which has to be replaced by a new body every time it dies. It's almost like practicing from scratch. In fact, cannot be said to start from scratch, because in the borrowed corpse rebirth, the soul power will be on the existing physical body for a repair and transformation, equivalent to the hair and marrow, directly from the tendon forging bone into the stage of the marrow and blood, can be a leap from ordinary people to become a master of the family. According to the realm of ancient martial artists, from low to high, divided into 3 stages of external force. Internal force, innate, external training of sinews, bones and skin. External force, martial artists are usually strong and powerful. Palms can split trees, fists can break stones, internal practice of a breath. Internal bodily force, experts from the inside out. Has practiced the internal force, hands and feet, not only the power of the muscle. There is the power of the internal force. The strength is far more powerful than the external force of the martial artist. And the most horrible is the innate martial artist, inside and outside of the one body, the unity of heaven and man. Self-contained cycle, through the air to cross the virtual. A person can pick over a fully equipped modern army. Hand-tearing the tanks are not in the words. The night starry night has just been reborn. The soul power is still powerful. The whole world, but the physical strength can only be regarded as fair, can reach the level of internal force. Encountered the kind of cultivation for many years, can be called the top of the internal force experts. He may not be able to beat, let alone the innate strong, therefore. He had to strengthen his body and increase his physical strength by practicing boxing. This is much more laborious than the cultivation of divine soul power. One is sleeping and the other is punching. However, compared to the extremely slow growth rate of divine soul power, the increase in physical body power was much faster. Night Singing Yu, through countless years of experience to summarize, created this set of Tongshan fist. Compared to the world's various schools of boxing are much more advanced. This boxing practice, the efficiency is extremely fast. He practiced boxing for 1 hour, at least as much as other people to practice 10 hours, or even 100 hours. And this set of boxing is his own creation. Every key point, every key, he is clear, like a finger in the palm of his hand. How to practice to achieve the maximum effect, but also in the heart of the number, when he was at Manhwa Academy. Every morning when he woke up, Night Starry Night would practice boxing for an hour, and now he had nothing to do anyway. And he didn't want to go to sleep for the time being, so he might as well practice boxing. The stronger the strength of one's physical body, the more certainty one would have when fighting against the heavenly tribulation. After a few rounds of boxing, and seeing that it was nearing dusk, Night Starry Night planned to start cooking dinner. As soon as I opened the refrigerator door, I found that there were no ingredients, except for mineral water, milk and drinks. There were only some fruits. Night Singing Yu was dumbfounded. Where's the pit? Where's the promised food? Is it just a few red apples and big duck pears? There is nothing I can do. I either eat fruits or go out to eat, or buy food from the supermarket and cook it myself. As for ordering takeout, there is no such thing, firstly, because there is no food store nearby. Too far away from the people may not be willing to deliver, secondly. The management of this area is very strict. Outsiders usually cannot come in, after thinking about it for a while. Night Singing Yu planned to go out to buy groceries and then cook for himself, since he was idle anyway. But the trouble is, this is a high-class residential area where the rich people pile up, by the mountains and the water. The scenery is quiet, in and out of the private luxury cars. There is neither public transportation nor subway, and even taxis will not pass through here, from the 41st villa to the entrance of the district, just by walking. It will take almost 20 minutes. And then you have to walk for half an hour before you can see the bus station. That is to say, a normal walk by an ordinary person from Limsun Oz Villa to the bus station would take almost 50 minutes, a distance of about 4 kilometers. But Night Singing Yu is not an ordinary person. He possessed 2 powerful power systems at the same time. Although divine soul power was not helpful in catching up, physical body power could be. He was already a master of internal energy. And when he ran with all his might, he could reach a speed of 30 meters per second, equivalent to the speed of a cheetah, and also equivalent to the speed of a car speeding down a highway. But it was just that he couldn't last too long, and he would get tired after a few minutes. In other words, a 4-kilometer journey takes almost 2 minutes or so, which is simply horrible. Time is not early. Night Singing Yu out of the door directly spread legs along the road running, like a gust of wind blowing. Instantaneous shadow, occasionally. Some people found his posture, but they could not see his face. In a blink of an eye, the person had already darted several dozens of meters away. And then, in a blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen, kind of like seeing a ghost in the daytime. The entrance to the district. There are electric iron gates to stop. The side door also need to swipe the card to enter and exit. And there is also a door security room, but the security guards are facing out. completely did not notice the back, rushed a swift silhouette. Night Xingyu do not bother to call the security guards to open the door. A vigorous stirrups. The body leaps high. A beautiful air-forward flip, directly over the 3-meter-high iron door. Stable landing in the small area of the main entrance to the road. The action of the show of lightweight compared to the Marvel Spider-Man. The security guard inside the gatehouse happened to be playing with his phone and didn't notice this scene. And when he lifted his head, Night Starry Night had already run out 800 meters away. The road at the entrance of Lishan South Bay was specially built for through traffic. And there were no pedestrians at all, so it was more suitable for Yixing Yu to run with all his might. When he reached the intersection and turned right, he saw the bus station. There is only bus number 383 at this bus stop, which runs about 20 minutes. Night Xingyu, good luck. Just turned the intersection. Just see, there is a bus stopped. He violently burst out the fastest speed, as if the meteor catching the moon like speed forward. The bus did not have time to start. Night Xingyu has been from the open back door tampered on the car. The driver of the car did not realize that a person had come up to the back door and mechanically closed the door, shifted the gears and started the car. Night Xingyu naturally will not be so despicable as to evade the ticket. Open the cell phone to show the payment 2-dimensional code. Go to the front door side and scan. Then turn back to find a seat. The whole car is empty. There is only one passenger. But this is not surprising, because the last station is the starting point. The first few stops are not much people. To 3 or 4 stops after the passengers will only be more up. But the bus driver was a bit puzzled. Why is there suddenly an extra person on the bus? The bus was empty when it started. Could it be a ghost? Night Xingyu used his cell phone map to find out that the nearest big supermarket, it is called Tianlong Supermarket, which is separated by 3 stations and can be reached in about 10 minutes. The good thing is that Tianlong Supermarket, it is large and conspicuous. You can see it right after you get off the bus, so it's quite convenient. Lin Shan's kitchen has nothing other than some basic kitchenware. Obviously just for show, usually not even open fire. Need to buy too many things, not only fresh ingredients. Even rice, oil, and a variety of seasonings, all have to buy. Night Xingyu shopped for more than half an hour, only to find all the things I can think of. Spent more than $400. The whole 2 thickened models of oversized plastic bags. Left and right hand each carry one, coming out of Tianlong Supermarket, as the sky darkened and the lights came on. All the cars on the street turned on their lights. Night Starry Night carried 2 large bags across the street to the bus station across the street, where he still needed to take the No. 383 bus to return to Lishan South Bay. This time, I waited for a long time, at least a quarter of an hour. Nightingale only saw the bus 383 coming slowly. Also empty, few people. When he returned to the entrance of Lishan South Bay, the time had already reached 7:00 p.m., but he encountered trouble because the security guards would not let him in. Although this security guard is not very old, almost the same age as Night Starry Night, but he is the oldest group of employees here. Since the completion of the Lishan Water South Bay, he has been in the district to look after the gate. Until now, every day to watch the vehicles in and out. It can be said that every household he knows, but never seen someone will walk out to buy groceries, and also hand carrying 2 heavy plastic bags, adding up at least a few dozen pounds. Is this like the pampered rich people? Does this look like a rich, pampered person? And Night Star's face looks very strange. The security guard is sure he has never seen this young man, although the other side of the handsome, but just based on this point can put people in. Handsome can do whatever you want. Coincidentally, Lin Shanyu is not at home. There is no one in the house. The security guards here cannot contact the owner. There is no way to verify the identity of the Night Starry Night. Can only be rejected at the door. Now the situation is a bit awkward. Night Star Yu carrying 2 large plastic bags like a fool like Pestle in the district entrance. And this time is the traffic rush. From time to time, there are vehicles coming and going in and out. The car inside those who look at the Night Star Yu's gaze is a bit wrong. Not like to look at the same kind of. Rather like looking at the zoo inside the monkeys. Cannot convince the security guards of the Night Xing. You intended to walk along the wall. Find a place where no one saw directly over the wall to jump in. A few meters high wall to him is not an obstacle. Just as he turned around, A burgundy-colored sports car stopped right next to him, and the window came down, revealing a surprised and delighted face. "Night, Starry Night, why are you here? Did you come to look for me?" Zhuang Jing, in the driver's seat, smiled brightly. She can clearly remember. In front of this person is mysterious, probably is the legendary ancient martial artist. If he is specifically to find their own, may have the opportunity to recruit for the family to an ancient martial artist as a backer. "Zhuang Jing, how are you? I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Night Singing You smiled back. His thoughts are not as complicated as Zhuang Jing's. He thought of using Zhuang Jing to bring him in, so that he wouldn't have to go over the wall. And Zhuang Jing's place is right across from Lin Shanye's, so he could get a ride, which is great. Zhuang Jing waved to Night Singing You to get into the car. So Night Singing You pulled open the back door and put the 2 large bags on the back seat. Although the car is a 4-seater, the back 2 seats are a bit cramped, but there's still plenty of room for a few things. And he jumps into the front passenger seat himself. The young security guard was dumbfounded, not realizing that this guy was really a friend of one of the owners, and that the owner was also a young and fashionable beauty. Security and envy and jealousy, only to feel a burst of pathos surging to the heart. Almost have to beat his chest and stomp his feet. Whooped inside in his heart, this is what is a look at the face of the times. Good-looking really can do whatever you want. No one cares whether the guard's mind is broken or not. Zhuang Jing slowly drove the car into the gate of the district, while asking Night Singing You joyfully, "Why did you suddenly think of coming to find me?" Night Singing You froze and said offhandedly, "I didn't come to look for you. I live across the street from you." But that security guard didn't believe me and refused to let me in. But it's good that I ran into you in time. Otherwise, I would have had to go over the wall. You live across the street from me. "Are you kidding?" Zhuang Jing stared incredulously. "I live across the street from a very beautiful woman. And she lives alone. I've been her neighbor for half a year. There's no way I can get her wrong." Night Singing You hemmed and hawed. "That big beauty you're talking about is my wife." "What? You're married?" Zhuang Jing's hands were shaking. The steering wheel was not gripped steadily, and almost ran off the road into the green belt on the side of the road. But fortunately she reacted quickly, and immediately back to the right direction, so as to avoid a car accident. "The Night Singing You a little boring. Thought I married. You have what to be excited, however." He still explained, strictly speaking. At present is not considered to be married, but will soon be married. Tomorrow to take wedding photos. The day after tomorrow to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. This matter is basically so decided. Zhuang Jing immediately asked, "Aren't you talking to Zhang Xinyu about love? Why are you suddenly getting married to another woman?" Night Xingyu honestly replied, "I and Zhang Xin, you really nothing. She often used me as a front to reject the pursuit of others. That night is estimated to be due to Liang Xiaofanet. She pushed me out. In fact, I and she is just an ordinary classmate relationship." It slightly pause. The Night Xingyu, and said carelessly, "I now this wife is considered to pick up for nothing. Only met one side. Yesterday suddenly came to me, said, 'Want to marry me?' I think anyway, no one wants. Simply with her to live through the day. Just one meeting, no one wants it. Why don't you ask me? I'll take it." Zhuang Jing's heart is in shocking waves. Almost cannot help but shout out loud the last 3 words. She can't forget that night. Night Starry Night's confidence and calmness at the betting table, as well as the princess-style embrace that made her heart flutter and her heart flutter. To be honest, Zhuang Jing is quite fond of Night Starry Night. Young, handsome, mysterious, strong. 99.9% likely, he is an ancient martial artist. You should know that the ancient martial artist is strong. Rare and rare. The world has a population of nearly 10 billion people, but the number of ancient martial artists is only a few tens of thousands, equivalent to 100,000 people. Only one ancient martial artist will appear. Therefore, every ancient martial artist has quite a lot of self-conceit and arrogance. Even if they are from a poor background, they must be marked as extraordinary, with Zhuang Jing's status and family wealth. Even if she married an ancient martial artist with no background, it would not be an insult. So Zhuang Jing has been considering in the past few days whether to find an opportunity to pry Zhang Xinyu's wall foot. The Night Xingyu seduced to their side. First to talk about a love affair and so on, in terms of relationship. she and Zhang Xinyu only know. Not familiar, not to mention intimate. Pry wall foot or something. There is not much psychological burden. Only in whether she wants to do so, but I didn't realize, before she could do anything. Yixing, you was about to get married. And the bride wasn't her. Don't you think she was angry? Zhuang Jing's heart is undoubtedly broken. But this is a young ancient martial artist. Is she going to watch him pass by and throw herself into someone else's arms? All of a sudden, Zhuang Jing felt very frustrated. It was so hard to get to know an ancient martial artist who had potential and whom she had a good feeling about. But she was abducted by someone else, so she was very angry. Chuang's group because of the rise of Too Fast. Shallow, seemingly bright. In fact, the crisis is heavy. A little outside the strong and the dry feeling. More because there is no ancient martial artist town. In the shopping mall on top of the strong opponents will not be hard up. And now the development of a bottleneck, and even began to go downhill. That's why Zhuang Jing and her father have always wanted to be associated with a powerful ancient martial artist. But how rare are ancient martial artists? Either they work for the government and the military, powerful, or they have long been recruited by other old families, high-paying support. The Chuang's group wants to poach people. It is too difficult to find their own, and there is no channel, in a trance. Zhuang Jing didn't even drive with care, unconsciously following the road until she heard Night singing Yu's reminder. Hey, what's wrong with you? You've gone too far. Zhuang Jing was suddenly startled, instantly pulled back to reality from 1,000 thoughts, only to realize that he had actually driven past the entrance to the house, and was still driving forward. She stepped on the brake pedal, and the car braked sharply. Luckily, she was wearing a seatbelt, or she would have hit her face on the steering wheel. Night Xingyu looked at Zhuang Jing with strange eyes, thinking what's wrong with this girl, suddenly became distracted, as if the soul has flown away, leaving an empty shell sitting in the car. Zhuang Jing blushed, rather embarrassed, turned around and quickly drove the car back to the door of her house, parked in the parking space of Villa 42. Night singing, you took the lead in drilling out of the car and walked to the back to pick up the groceries. Zhuang Jing looked at the 2 large plastic bags and asked somewhat absent-mindedly, "What are you carrying?" Night singing, you replied, "I bought the food and am going to make my own dinner. Do you want to come along?" With a twinkle in her eye, Zhuang Jing immediately agreed, "Sure. I'll go back and change my clothes first. I'll come over later." Night singing, you nodded, carrying 2 large bags towards the opposite side. Using the password 1112, Lin Shanya told him to open the gate and enter the villa. It was only when Zhuang Jing saw this scene that she believed that Night Singing Wu wasn't telling lies. If she wasn't close to the woman across the street, how could she go in and out as she pleased? Night Starry Night was thinking about the password 1112, and thought to himself, could this be Lin Shanya's birthday? November 12th, November 12th. I think she's a Scorpio. Right? What's her personality? I forgot. Night Xing, you also did not bother to dwell on this. Put the purchased things in separate categories, and began to make dinner. Originally, I was eating alone, but now with the addition of shoji, it's only for 2 people. So I don't need to go overboard with the preparations. Night Xingyu thought for a while, planning to make a pot of pumpkin millet porridge, fry a few salt and pepper poached eggs, and steamed a fragrant milky steamed buns. It will be enough. But also to leave some for Lin Shanya. Maybe she will come back in the evening hungry and want to eat a late-night snack. In the kitchen, there is a pink apron that has not been used much, with a cartoon dog pattern printed on it, presumably Lin Shanya's. Night Singing You is not too particular about it, and directly salvaged it and tied it around his waist. And then he operated as if he were a housewife, mixing the noodles, washing the rice, and cutting the pumpkin, and proceeded in an orderly manner. Less than 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Presumably Zhuang Jing had come. So Night Starry Night went to help her open the door. Zhuang Jing changed a burgundy dress, as well as the same color strappy high heels, holding a high-end exquisite leather handbag. The whole person looks soft and charming, as if deliberately dressed up. Eyebrows, eyes and cheeks have traces of makeup, and the body is fragrant, smells a little drunken. Her temperament and Lin Shanya have a few similarities. There is a kind of dignified lady and quiet elegance. A glance will know that this is from the famous family out of the big girl. The difference is that Lin Shan Ye's aura is stronger, appearing arrogant and cold, while Zhuang Jing looks more quiet, with a kind of small woman's gentleness and smoothness. Although Zhuang Jing lived across the street, this was the first time she had entered Lin Shanya's home. The two buildings were identical in terms of floor plan and structure, and were perfectly symmetrical, but the interiors were definitely different. So once Zhuang Jing entered, she turned her eyes around and looked around. This place is well decorated. It's very stylish. It seems that the hostess has a very high taste in art. Just after strolling through the first floor, Zhuang Jing sighed in admiration. Knight Xingyu, however. Do not think so, casually said General. It is just so. This woman's character is cold, unsympathetic. Even the decoration style is also cold, lack of the warmth of the home. Zhuang Jing is an extremely delicate woman, often able to notice the details that can easily be ignored. After hearing these few brief comments from Knight Starry Night, she looked around carefully once again, and realized that it was really just like what the other party said. Whether it was the style, the color, the decoration, the furnishings, all of them vaguely revealed an indescribable sense of detachment. It is not like a cozy home, but rather like a slightly solemn business space. It's a spot-on comment. At the same time, Zhuang Jing felt that this man was extremely mysterious and wanted to know more about Yixingyu. If a woman is curious about a man, then the woman will most likely have a good feeling about the man. And if the curiosity is strong to a certain extent, then the good feeling is likely to be upgraded to love, which will lead to some strange stories. Seeing Knight Xingyu's busy in the kitchen, Zhuang Jing asked, "Do you need my help?" Knight Xingyu's head didn't return. "No, you rest. It'll be done soon, however." Zhuang Jing still walked into the kitchen from the living room. She wanted to see how Knight Xingyu cooked. Once a woman's curiosity was aroused, every action of Knight Xingyu seemed to be interesting to her. Being stared at closely by a big, beautiful woman's gaze, Knight Xingyu didn't feel embarrassed at all, and calmly made dinner. His movements are very fast and have the beauty of flowing water. It is a visual enjoyment to be able to watch quietly from the sidelines. Not a moment, the fragrant pumpkin millet porridge is cooked. Night Star, you immediately fried a few salt and pepper eggs. After finishing, the steamer also began to emerge from the rich milk flavor. Zhuang Jing had actually eaten dinner. Not hungry, the reason why she came here. Mainly want to chat with the Knight Xingyu, not simply for dinner. But when she smelled the aroma of food in the kitchen, she couldn't help but be tempted to eat. Surprisingly, I began to look forward to the upcoming dinner. Knight Xing, you directly hand-carrying hot casserole, put on the table not far away. Nearly 100 degrees of high temperature seems to have no effect on him at all. This seen coincidentally by the delicate Zhuang Jing saw. She is almost 100 certain that the other party must be an ancient martial arts practitioner. Zhuang Jing helps bring the tray with the salt and pepper poached eggs to the table, while Yixingyu uncovers the steamer and turns off the heat. The distinctive aroma of the creamy buns traveled all the way from the kitchen to the dining room to the living room, filling the air. Zhuang Jing couldn't help but take a few deep sniffs and praised offhandedly. It smells so good. He, hurry up and sit down to eat. Knight Xingyu laughed as he took out the steamed buns from the steamer and placed them on a plate and brought them to the table. Then I won't be polite. Zhuang Jing pulled out her chair and sat down, looking at the several delicacies on the table with an expectant face. The one that smelled the best here was the little buns. She picked one up with her hand and took a bite. Her eyes immediately narrowed into a crescent moon, and she praised it. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Knight Xingyu took out dishes and spoons from the cupboard, served 2 bowls of pumpkin millet porridge, and pushed one of the bowls in front of Zhuang Jing. The aroma of pumpkin and millet porridge is not as strong as that of milky buns, which can only be smelled when you get close to them. And the salted eggs are almost impossible to smell, but only when you eat them. You will only know how delicious they are. But these 2 delicacies were no less delicious than the creamy little buns, each with its own flavor that Zhuang Jing had never tasted before. And even though she had already eaten her dinner and was not hungry, she fell completely under the temptation of the food. Usually she eats her food slowly and chews, eating elegantly. But at this time she let go of her reserve, and both of her hands were in action, firing left and right, busy eating while sighing in admiration. Aya, what you made is really delicious, even better than the specialties of those 5-star restaurants. Eat more if it's delicious. I made quite a large portion. I can barely finish it. Night Singing You smiled at the wolfing Zhuang Jing and helped her add another bowl of congee. Steamed buns, omelette, and sweet congee were 3 simple items, not rich by any means, but Zhuang Jing ate them as if they were top-notch food. And she didn't put down her chopsticks and spoon until her stomach was so full that she couldn't hold them any more. The 6 eggs with salt and pepper were the first to be finished, and none of the 15 small steamed buns were left, while 1 bowl of pumpkin porridge could still be salvaged. Zhuang Jing yells that she wants to pack the remaining bowl of congee and take it back with her. But Yixing Yu refuses, saying that he wants to save it for his wife to be as a midnight snack, which makes Zhuang Jing envious and jealous. But there is nothing she can do about it. After dinner, the 2 of them sat on the couch and chatted. And Zhuang Jing was the first to ask, "I'm curious to know how you and she met." She of course refers to Lin Sana, a name unknown to Chuang Qing, although they have been neighbors for a long time. They have never interacted with each other, and they do not know their identities, names, or occupations. Night Singing You replied, "I work in the cafeteria of the Wonks Yang College." She is a professor of our college. Before I have seen aside, but only just greeted. Did not say a word. Then a few days later, we ran into each other by chance on campus. She suddenly asked me directly if I wanted to marry her. I thought about it and thought that marriage would do me no harm, so I agreed. To Zhuang Jing's ears, this answer was as bizarre as listening to a fairy tale, with no logic at all. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Is this the legendary love at first sight? Or is it just a case of recognizing the right person? Zhuang Jing asked again. So do you like her? Night Singing You laughed. As long as it's a big, beautiful girl, I like it. Zhuang Jing was silent for a moment and then asked, Do you like me then? Night Singing You froze for a moment and did not answer directly, but instead asked back with a wry smile. Are you seducing me? WT why not? Zhuang Jing surprisingly did not deny. Charming eyes, there is a hint of anticipation. If I take the initiative to seduce you, you will take the bait. That's a really tough question to answer. What Night Singing You thinks in his heart is exactly the same as what he says on his lips. This question is really not easy to answer. Cannot be denied. Zhuang Jing and Lin Shanya are very attractive women, but the Night Singing You have no feelings for him. And even for Lin Shanya also have no feelings. The reason why he was very quick to agree to marry Lin Shanya. Just because Lin Shanya and the heart of this she looks exactly the same. But in essence, Lin Shanya is just a substitute. Just like her, not really her. The fact that Night Singing You agreed to marry Lin Shanya was both unexpected and reasonable. If the target had been Zhuang Jing, marriage would have been impossible, but other than that, it didn't matter to him. Born again many times the Night Singing. You never mind with a woman to produce emotional entanglements, and even have a substantial relationship. But he married into a few times, but very few, because with him together with the woman, often will not be happy. 1. Because he was short-lived. Often because he could not withstand the apocalypse and turned into flying ash. Annihilation in the world. Never once is the end of life. Secondly, because he had no offspring. For some reason, he was unable to fertilize a woman. And so he did not have an offspring to pass on to the next generation. It is for these reasons that the more Night Starry Night cherishes, the more he does not want to make the other party suffer. So he usually walks gently and comes gently, waving his sleeve without taking away a single cloud. But now things have changed. If it is a single Night Singing You, he will not reject Zhuang Jing. But now he has already been on Lin Shanya's thief ship. If there is something unclear with Zhuang Jing, will not it become the scum of the people spurned? Therefore, it is not easy to answer. Night Singing You sighed, finally opened his mouth to say, I will refuse, because I will soon become someone else's husband. Zhuang Jing was disappointed that a young and handsome ancient martial artist, who she happened to have a crush on, ended up rubbing her shoulders. She fumed silently, feeling a great deal of sadness in her heart. She had never talked about love before, but she felt as if she were an abandoned whining woman, full of resentment. Seeing Zhuang Jing's despondent demeanor, Night Singing You seemed a bit intolerant, so he advised, You don't have to be sad. A year from now, there might still be a chance. Zhuang Jing was stunned and thought to herself, What is this? What do you mean? There is still a chance after 1 year. What do you mean? She really couldn't understand what kind of medicine was being sold in Night Singing Yu's gourd, so she could only open her mouth and ask. Night Star answered for her she wants to marry me. It wasn't love at first sight, but she was in desperate need of a husband to solve her problems. And it just so happened that I met the criteria. So things evolved into what they are now, and we agreed that we would divorce in a year's time. And then I would be single again, so you can come back and seduce me again. Zhuang Jing, what's going on here? Contractual marriage, a show of partnership, even though she was quiet and intelligent. It took her a long time to understand the cause and effect of this incident. And she finally asked, "Do you mean to say that it was just a deal between you two? You don't really have feelings for each other?" For the time being, Night Starry Night replied truthfully, "Is it really just a deal?" Zhuang Jing is deeply skeptical. His explanation sounds too childish, too unbelievable. She is more inclined to love at first sight. In fact, Zhuang Jing has fallen into a misunderstanding. She unconsciously substitutes her own feelings. It is taken for granted that love at first sight can be fully established, because she herself has only had contact with Night Starry Night once. She has developed a certain fondness for the latter, and thinks that others are likely to be the same. However, Zhuang Jing on the Night Xingyu's good feeling is not big enough to the degree of Non-Jun not married, only by his mysterious strong attraction. She close to the main purpose of the Night Xingyu is for the family to pull together a strong ancient martial artist. Since we can't talk emotionally, let's talk business, which is Zhuang Jing's strength. I'm going to go out on a limb and ask, what favors did she give you? Zhuang Jing asked directly. She always pursued efficiency in business negotiations and did not like to beat around the bush. Provide me with food, provide me with drink, provide me with shelter, and then there's $1 million for me to squander. A satisfied expression appeared on Night Singing Yu's face. $1 million a month, Zhuang Jing said on the mouth. The heart is weighing. Think this price is quite reasonable. Night Singing Yu, however, shook his head. You're overthinking it. A total of $1 million a year. And if there's anything she's not satisfied with, it'll be deducted at her discretion. What? $1 million a year? Zhuang Jing was shocked. To say that an ancient martial artist gets $1 million a month. She still believes in it, but to get $1 million a year, that's simply the price of a civilian laborer. Of course, from Lin Xianya's point of view, what she offered was a sky-high price, not a cabbage price, because she simply does not think the Night Xing Yu how great, but is a living in the bottom of the poor losers and abandoned sex workers. If it is not because Lin Xianya is not short of money, Night Starry Night certainly cannot get $1 million. It is estimated that the number after the number to be crossed off is 0. However, for Zhuang Jing and the current Zhuang group, $1 million to hire an ancient martial artist for 1 year is simply a big profit. There is no more cost-effective business than this. While the average person might not be aware of how useful ancient martial artists were, Zhuang Jing had a deep understanding. Not to mention that she had personally witnessed Night Singing Yu's fabulous skills, which had easily won Liang Sheofen $800,000. As soon as she thought of this, Zhuang Jing couldn't hold back and immediately opened her mouth. In that case, if you join our Zhuang family, I can make the decision to pay you $1 million a month. Night Starry Night stared blankly at his words and asked, How do I join the clan, or do I worship my godfather? What are you thinking? Zhuang Jing was a bit speechless. And then she explained, Aren't you an ancient martial artist? All you need to do is hang an honorary advisor position in our Zhuang clan group, and help us solve some troubles when we need it. A fighter with an odd expression. Night Singing Yu finally figured out what Zhuang Jing meant. It's an offering. Zhuang Jing corrected herself with a serious face. Normal troubles don't need your help. Only those marijuana troubles that ordinary people can't solve. They will only bother you to come out. Smiling, Nightsteru asked, What do you mean by marijuana trouble? Zhuang Jing then explained for him the shopping mall as the battlefield. Now these business. Not many will be honest rules and regulations, or will make some crooked underhanded means, and we cannot pass the law or other formal processes to solve. This time you need to be like this kind of capable of strong to step in. This is the so-called marijuana trouble. Because we ordinary people, this is the so-called marijuana trouble. Because we ordinary people simply cannot cope with it. Night Singing Yu laughed. After half a day's talk, it's still not a fighter. Zhuang Jing was speechless and could only say, "Fine, if you say you are a fighter. Then you are a fighter. But I can guarantee that I won't let you break the law or do anything against your conscience. And if the demands we make are too much, you can refuse, after a moment's thought." Night Singing Yu readily agreed. "No problem. Do I need to sign a contract?" Zhuang Jing was overjoyed. Did not think that the other party agreed so quickly. Originally already prepared a speech, immediately no use. Immediately changed his words, no need to label the contract. "We are friends, I believe you. Zhuang Jing knows that, for a powerful ancient martial artist, the contract is not binding. It is better to spend some effort to pull together the relationship, play the emotional card, so that he will willingly serve for their own. This is only the right way to harness the ancient martial artist. Although today by the night, Xing Yu flash wedding news to the shock, but also very smooth to get each other's promise. Zhuang Jing mood immediately changed. The first floor of the unhappy and regret a sweep away. The matter has been finalized. She does not have much heart to chat. Must immediately return home, and father and brother to discuss. Tell them the good news, and then analyze and discuss specifically. See how to with the night starry night in-depth cooperation. Zhuang Jing joyfully stood up and excused herself to Night Xingyu. This matter is very important. I must discuss it clearly with my family and contact you later. $1 million a month is not a small amount of business. Even if Zhuang Jing can come up with the money herself, she still has to tell her father about it. After all, the head of Zhuang's family is her father, not her. Not to mention the fact that it also involves a martial artist, which can't be measured by the definition of $1 million or so dollars. Night Xingyu did not retain Zhuang Jing, just smiled and sent her out the door, then returned to the restaurant and kitchen to clean up the mess. Like an ordinary housewife, Zhuang's group was founded by Zhuang Jing's father, Zhuang Mingsheng, a man of ability, drive and ambition in just 20 years. A small company of dozens of people into a well-known city, away from one of the leading enterprises. A very means of the lord of the figure, but also because Zhuang's development is too fast. The bottom is inevitably thin. So in the last 2 years by other business groups and the big families of the crowding, frequent setbacks, and even a certain competitor, directly in the dark with the means of force to threaten Zhuang Mingsheng, forcing him to make concessions, which is also Zhuang's urgent need for an ancient martial arts, backing of the biggest reason. Zhuang Jing, in addition to her parents, there is only one brother. The name is called Zhuang Ning, then Zhuang Jing older than a few years. But compared with the sister's business brain and ability to means, Zhuang Ning is undoubtedly much worse. If not for the fact that he is the son, Zhuang Jing is a daughter. Perhaps now the entire Zhuang group have no place for him. So Zhuang Ning of this sister is both admiration, but also some of the heart of the indignation. He desperately wanted to prove to his father that he desperately wants to prove to his father that he is capable. Zhenyang district is currently away from the city's development focus. Get a lot of resources tilted. The new district mayor Liang Kengwen instantly become a hot potato. Become a major business families compete to befriend the object. Even his son Liang Sheofen sighed. Also gathered a lot of young people with evil intentions. Zhuang Ning is precisely trying to open up the situation from Liang Sheofen. Once climbed up to the mayor of Zhenyang district, then Zhuang family will live in the next few years will be more comfortable. So Zhuang Ning has recently been trying hard to curry favor with Liang Sheofen, and the two of them are now doing maintenance in the VIP room of a leisure club. Originally, it should have been a scene of joyful conversation, but in reality, it was not cordial. Liang Sheofen's face did not have the slightest bit of relaxation and enjoyment. Instead, it was gloomy and dark as the bottom of a pot. No matter how hard Zhuang Ning tried to curry favor and bragged on the sidelines, Liang Sheofen was always distracted. He didn't even listen to a word, but was thinking about more important issues, because Liang Sheofen suddenly realized that his place is no longer working. There is no response at all. A few days ago, he found someone to kidnap Night Starry Night, but he ended up being cleaned up instead. A large gang of gangsters were all put down in just a few seconds, and Liang Sheofen, who witnessed this scene, almost peed his pants in fear. But the strange thing is, know that Liang Sheofen is the culprit. Night Xingyu but did not make things difficult for him, but like an old friend to thank him, and then gently walk away. Although Liang Xiaofan felt strange at that time, he didn't think deeply about it, but was lucky that he was lucky and nothing happened to him. Until then, Liang Xiaofan suddenly realized that he couldn't be a man, and he could only remember this incident. He guessed that it was probably because of the great shock he received that day, which led to the psychological shadow, and from the psychological influence to the physical, which made him unable to do anything. As a result, Liang Xiaofan became even more resentful of Night Starry Night, and his mind was spinning with all kinds of evil thoughts, pondering how to retaliate. However, he also guessed from various signs that Night Starry Night is most likely an ancient martial artist, the strength of which is so strong that it cannot be defeated by force, and can only be taken by force, and that the small tricks and old ways used in the past are all ineffective, and that it is necessary to rely on a more powerful force to do so. Because Liang Xiaofan is angry and hate, his mind is constantly thinking. What the side said, he did not care. At this time, Zhuang Ning's cell phone suddenly rang. After he answered it, his face immediately glowed, and then said to Liang Xiaofan, "Liang Xiao, I'm really sorry. My sister called, saying that there is something urgent at home. So I have to go back immediately, so I can't greet you. I'll go down and settle the bill first. You take your time. We'll get together again some other day." Not waiting to talk back, Zhuang Ning on a smoke ran out of sight, and Liang Xiaofan did not put him in mind. He did not bother with the other side of the perfunctory, thinking about men's hospital which strong. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to take the time to go check it out. Maybe the disease can be cured, although Zhuang Ning's ability is general, just A, but in the general direction or can grasp clearly. Know the priorities of the matter. With the district mayor's son to fool around and climb the friendship of this kind of thing. To be slowly, too much, and the matter of the ancient martial artists. That is the first big thing. Must be grasped. He received a phone call from his sister in the morning, not because of any emergency at home, but to inform him that he has got the news of the ancient martial artist, and has successfully connected with him, and asked him to go back to meet and discuss what to do next. This means that Zhuang's group is likely to welcome a powerful ancient martial artist, both in terms of prestige and strength, will have to be upgraded by a large margin. The position in the city's business community. Basically, will be able to sit firmly. No one can shake. Thinking about it, Zhuang Ning was so excited that he forced down the fire that he hadn't finished venting, and drove his luxury supercar all the way to the headquarters of Zhuang's group. Zhuang Mingsheng is a workaholic. Often very late still stay in the office. So the meeting place is not the Zhuang family compound, but the company headquarters. At this time, Zhuang Ning's father and sister are in the chairman's office. Zhuang Jing has already arrived first, and is reporting the situation of Night Starry Night to her father in detail. Originally, this kind of thing. Zhuang Ning's participation or not is not important. Only need Zhuang Mingsheng to make a decision on it. But after all, he is Zhuang Jing's own brother. Zhuang Jing has always maintained respect for him, like this kind of big thing, or made a phone call to call him over to discuss together. When Zhuang Ning appeared, Zhuang Jing repeated the situation that he had just said. After all, in the phone could not be clear in a few words, only mentioned a general. Are you sure this man is an ancient martial artist? To what extent is his physical strength? Zhuang Mingsheng, who is in his 50s, has gray sideburns, but he has a very dignified demeanor and speaks with a strong voice. I have asked him, although he did not admit it personally. He did not deny it either, and according to my judgment, this person is definitely an ancient martial artist. As for the specific strength, I'm not too sure. Can it be that the difference in strength between ancient martial artists would be very big? Apparently, Zhuang Jing doesn't know much about ancient martial artists, and not only is she unable to judge night singing use specific strength, she doesn't even know that there are strengths and realms for ancient martial artists to be divided into. Zhuang Mingsheng nodded, explained to his daughter, I once asked a martial arts masters. Ancient martial arts have 3 realms. Strength from low to high, divided into the outer force martial arts, inner force martial arts, and innate martial arts. And the number of foreign strong martial artists is the most. Now our country's special forces are basically foreign strong martial artists. In the case of bare hands, one can kill dozens of ordinary soldiers. However, the outer bodily force cannot be called a master. It can only be regarded as second or third rate. Only by practicing inner bodily force. It can only be first rate. Zhuang Jing blinked and asked, "Then what you mean is that if Knight Xingyu was only an outer force martial artist, it wouldn't be worth the price, Mr. Chong Ming Sang replied. That's right. Only the masters of the inner force are qualified to earn tens of millions of dollars a year. The outer force martial artists are far from being worth that. A few $1,000,000 a year is the maximum. And what I am looking for is always a master of the inner force. If it's only the outer force, we have one in our group." Zhuang Jing exclaimed, "What? There's even an outer force martial artist in our group. How come I didn't know?" "Who is it?" Zhuang Ning was also puzzled. "Dad, when did you recruit an ancient martial artist? Why didn't you tell us?" Zhuang Mingsheng did not answer, just patted the palm of the hand. The office door was pushed open from the outside. A suit-straight thin man walked in. Zhuang Jing and Zhuang Ning immediately recognized that this person is Zhuang Mingsheng's chauffeur Chai Tong. Has been in the Zhuang's group for 3 or 4 years. Usually talk very little. Very low profile. Chai Tong, Zhuang Jing was the first to react and exclaimed in shock. "The ancient martial artist my father spoke of is you." Chai Tong nodded his head slightly and did not speak. Instead, Zhuang Mingsheng explained, "Chai Tong used to be a member of the Special Forces, retired from the military and hired by me as a chauffeur in name, but actually my personal bodyguard." After saying that, Zhuang Mingsheng turned his head to look at Chai Tong and asked, "What do you think of this person's strength?" When Zhuang Jing reported the situation, although Chai Tong was outside the door, but since he is an ancient martial artist, his hearing is naturally much more sensitive than normal people, and also roughly heard the conversation of the people in the room. Chai Tong, after a brief silence, replied, "According to what a mess," Zhuang said, "if it's just a dozen or 2 dozen punks. Any martial artist with external force can easily solve it, and you can't tell the depth, but to control the dice on the gambling table and shatter them silently. Then it must be an expert who has practiced internal force in order to be able to do it. And there's no doubt about it." Only that seeing that Chai Tong was about to say something, Zhuang Ning couldn't hold his breath and couldn't wait to follow up. "Only what?" Chai Tong pondered for a while before saying, "Even if he is a master of internal energy, it is impossible to know the number of points of the dice in advance before the dice cup is unveiled. And by the time the dice cup is unveiled, and then the internal energy is used to control the number of points of the dice, it would be too late to do so, and even an innate powerhouse could not do that. So that is why this point makes me feel very strange." Zhuang Jing's heart stirred, and she blurted out, "What if he not only practiced his inner energy, but he is also proficient in gambling? That should make sense, right?" Chai Tong suddenly realized, yes, it's possible, however. Zhuang Mingsheng was not as optimistic and asked, "What if he is only proficient in gambling, but does not have any internal energy? Can he do it?" No one can answer this question, because the 4 people present are not proficient in gambling. And finally, it was Chai Tong who said, "I still prefer to believe that he is a master of internal energy. At least I've seen it. The implication is that I have seen masters of internal energy. But I have not seen such legendary creatures as the god of gambling, and I do not want to believe in them." Zhuang Mingsheng nodded and turned to Zhuang Jing and said, "If possible, I wish to meet with this young man. With my vision and experience, I should be able to see some clues. Okay, he'll be busy these days. I'll make an appointment with him in a few days." Zhuang Jing was a bit upset when she thought that Knight Xingyu was going to marry the woman who lived across the street in the next few days. Zhuang Mingsheng said to Chai Tong again, "We can find an opportunity to try him out, and we may need to trouble you to do it then." Chai Tong nodded his head and said nothing. Zhuang Mingsheng also said to Zhuang Jing, "You have done a good job in this matter. If it is confirmed that this person is really a master of internal energy, the price of $1 million a month is completely acceptable. Then our group's strategic direction can be made some appropriate adjustments. No need to be as careful and conservative as it is now. Have internal force master sit down family, whether it is the bottom or the deterrent, are to upward surge a cut, even if it is the government, but also to give a few points of face. So whether it is Zhuang Mingsheng or Zhuang Jing, on this matter is unparalleled importance. When Lin Shanyu returned home, it was almost 11 o'clock, and Nightingale had long since gone to bed, Because sleep is practice. Nothing when the night Xing, you usually sleep earlier. He and Lin Shanye is not a real couple. Cannot specialize in waiting for her to come back to linger a bit. Just the bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, deliberately left behind in the living room, in a conspicuous place, and left a note, then went back to sleep. As soon as Lin Sun-ah returned, she smelled the scent lingering in the air and couldn't help but take a sniff. Muttering, "What's that smell?" with a quick glance, she saw a porcelain bowl sitting on the large coffee table in the living room, covered with a lid and with a note taped to it. When I got closer, it was clearly written, "If you are hungry, eat this. It may be a bit cold. Just warm it up in the microwave for a minute." Uncovering the lid, it turns out to be a bowl of pumpkin and millet porridge, which is still cold, but still has an aroma coming from it. Lin Shanye has never had the habit of eating late-night snacks. Back to the ready to wash the bed, but now smelled the aroma of porridge. Cannot help but pick up the spoon to taste a mouthful. Suddenly eyes bright. Do not even bother to take it to the microwave heating. Directly picked up the bowl to eat like this. Just after swallowing the second mouthful, Lin Shanye realized that something was wrong. It was not the taste of the porridge that was wrong, but something that should not have been there appeared in her vision. It was a very delicate-looking lady's handbag. Lin Shanye can be sure that this bag is not their own. She is the first time to see this style of women's handbags, but she recognized the brand logo concave printed on the leather. Is an extremely high-end luxury brands. The value of this bag, at least tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Shanye walked to the sofa, put down the bowl, picked up the bag. The end of the nose smelled of faint perfume. That is Zhuang Jing once sat in the place. The perfume smell remains a lot. After a few hours have not yet completely dissipated. No need to ask. Lin Shanye already know who this bag belongs to. Two good-looking big eyes like to spit out fire, staring tightly at the direction of the guest room on the second floor. Gritting her teeth and letting out a low growl, this pair of dogs and men. Really shameless. Even in my house to have a private meeting. Lin Shanye, who was burning with anger, threw her bag on the sofa, took the bowl of congee and walked into the washroom. Directly poured half of the bowl of congee into the toilet, and then rushed to the second floor. Ping, 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 and knocked on the door of the room of the Night Xingyu. Night Xingyu was woken up, lifted the quilt from the bed and jumped down, muttering, "What's wrong with this woman? What's wrong with this woman?" Angry Lin Shanye slapped the door a few times and twisted the door handle with her hand. But it turned out to be unlocked, and with a twist and a push, the door opened. Lin Shanye rushed in furiously and was about to lose her temper. But she then saw a naked man wearing only a pair of underwear, standing in front of her with a blank look on his face. "Lim Sun-ah, what are you doing? Why aren't you wearing clothes, you pervert?" Night Singing You scratched his hair and asked. "Do I still need to get dressed up to sleep?" Lin Shanye was instantly speechless. Night Xingyu has a good body with an even physique and solid muscles, especially in the chest and abdomen area, which is clearly divided and angular, filled with an unspeakable male charm, making Lin Shanye not dare to look directly at him, and only hastily glanced at him, and then lowered his head with a blushing face. She was so ashamed and annoyed that she wanted to key out her own eyes and take them under the faucet to rinse them carefully. Did that woman across the street come to the house? Lin Shanye's cheeks were hot. Her breath was unstable. She turned around in a panic and hurried to cover up her embarrassment by asking a question. Night Xingyu replied, "Yeah, I went out to buy food, and it turned out that the security guard wouldn't let me in, and I just happened to run into her." "Enough," Lim Sun-ah interrupted impatiently. "I'm warning you, in the future, don't bring any other women into the house, especially for that kind of thing, even more so, or you won't get a penny." After saying this, Lin Shanye slammed the door in anger, leaving Night Singing You in a daze, muttering, "What kind of thing? It's just a meal. Am I not allowed to cook at home?" "That shouldn't be the case. I didn't dirty the kitchen." Lin Shanye has returned to the room. Simply did not hear the Night Xing You muttering. She saw Zhuang Jingfell handbag, smelled the strange perfume, but also thought it was the Night Xing. You take advantage of their own absence, unscrupulous in their own villa to receive customers' business, so only to be furious because of this. Lin Shanye has lost sleep again. At one time, I thought of Night Starry Night's strong body with obvious muscles and clear contours. At another time, I thought of the scene when he held Zhuang Jing, and walked into the villa across the street. And at another time, I thought of all kinds of images that I had not seen before, which made me unable to sleep at night. And I could not fall asleep until 2 or 3 o'clock in the night. Therefore, it is not good for people to have too much imagination, for it will only add to their worries. The next day, Lin Shanyu with set alarm clock woke up, top a pair of panda eyes from the bed. Sleepwalking out of the bedroom, ready to see the night Xing, you have not woken up, because she is booked with a studio. 9 o'clock in the morning to go over to shoot the wedding dress. This time Lin Shanyu cannot dare to open the door directly, so as not to spicy eyes. She first reached out and knocked on the door. No reaction, and then called a few names. Or no reaction, and only then pushed the door into the room. Did not see the room someone in. Bedding and pillows folded neatly. Lin Shanyu went down to the first floor, through the transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. She saw that night singing you was practicing boxing in the backyard, wearing only a light sleeveless tight undershirt. The well-defined robust muscles were like jade glittering with dazzling luster, shaking her almost unable to open her eyes. Lin Shanyu secretly glanced at a few eyes, then moved away, ready to go back to the room to wash up, but suddenly smelled a smell from the kitchen. Curiosity to go over to look, and saw the fire on the cooking something. The smell is from it. When night singing you saw Lin Shanyu's figure. He stopped practicing boxing and walked back to her, saying, "I've boiled skin egg and thin meat congee. It'll be ready soon, so wait for a few minutes." Lin Shanyu is still angry. Threw down all I do not eat, and went back to the room to wash up. When she came down from the stairs again, night singing Yu's congee had already been cooked and was being eaten with great relish in the restaurant. Asking her, "Are you sure you don't want to eat? Don't regret it." Lin Shanyu coldly said, "Do not eat." He ran to the refrigerator to take an apple to wash it, and use it as their breakfast. "I've already contacted a studio, and will be going to the wedding shoot later. So please tidy up a bit," Lin Shanyu said while biting into an apple. Night singing you nodded his head and finished the porridge in 3 or 2 gulps, leaving half the pot temporarily covered with a lid on the dining table, and turned to Lin Shanyu and said, "Wait for me for a while. I'm going to take a shower, change clothes and come down. Because of the practice of boxing, we'll sweat. So the night is also a little time to spend a cold shower." And then replaced yesterday's new $18,888,000 of high-end suits. Hairstyle is also slightly made a little, and so he came down from the stairs. The house has been no one. At this moment, Lin Shanyu is outside, holding a delicate and small lady's handbag in her hand, and gently presses the doorbell of the villa across the street. And Zhuang Jing, dressed in casual clothes, opens the door and appears in the courtyard. "Hello?" Chang Jing greeted Lim Sun Ah with a smile and walked over to open the gate to the front yard. Lin Sun Ah's cold face didn't have half an expression on it, as she handed the bag in her hand to Zhuang Jing. "You left your things at my house, huh? Thank you." Zhuang Jing recognized her bag and reached out to take it. While introducing herself, "My name is Zhuang Jing. I'm friends with Night Starry Night. I haven't asked." Lin Shanyu nonchalantly interrupted, "We don't have to know each other, and I don't care what kind of relationship you have with him. I came here to tell you, please don't show up in my house again, or don't blame me for not being polite." After that, the queen atmosphere full Lin Shanyu turned around and left. Zhuang Jing can only look at her back and laugh bitterly, feeling like the main lady caught in bed of the junior. The wedding photo shoot did not need to go to the city. It was just a short distance away from Lishui South Bay, which was just a passing gesture to deal with the people. And Lin Shanyu did not pay much attention to it, but even so, she still looked for a large-scale and high-grade wedding studio. After all, is a rich person, even if you drink a mouthful of cold water, but also have to have a sense of propriety. Upon arriving at the studio, the couple was warmly received, and the staff even praised them for being a perfect match. This is not to curry favor with customers and blow out the rainbow fart, is really sincere, from the heart. The 2 people in front of the male handsome, female looks like a flower, is definitely the studio ever the highest value of a pair of newlyweds, since I had made a reservation and paid the deposit. I didn't have to talk too much, so I started the makeup as soon as I arrived. Originally, this matter is more time-consuming, especially women. A makeup 2 hours is not blown out, but these 2 are very good appearance. With the people and the dragon and phoenix to describe it is not too much. Unlike those crooked melons and bad dates need to make a big move, a variety of filler, painstakingly everywhere to cover up the paint. 2 makeup artists, 1 for each of them, and in less than half an hour. The makeup was ready, and they even boasted about it at the same time. Lin Shanyu is okay. The childhood is a beauty embryo, are used to being boasted. Night Xing, you is a little bit bad. A big man, not moving to be said your skin is very smooth. Your eyelashes are very thick. Your mouth is very sexy, and so on. Listening to him straight goosebumps. Cannot help but sigh in the heart, reincarnation is a technical work. This life can get a good skin, can finally rely on the face to eat. Divine soul possession rebirth. The goal is not chosen by Night Singing You himself. He has been reborn dozens of times from ancient times to the present day, and has never been able to figure out the specific rules. If you are lucky, like this one, you are young, handsome, and have sound arms and legs if you are the least lucky. Once the deceased was disfigured, and 2 of his arms and 1 of his legs were chopped off, and he was in fact a one-legged immortal. That life is the Night Xing. You live the most suffocating. Even the first apocalypse did not carry. Just less than 2 years. Ashes fly away, however, after dozens of rebirths. Night Starry Night has summarized some experiences. First of all, there was the gender he had always been a man, and not once had the divine soul awakened from its slumber to a new life by attaching itself to a woman. The second is age, with the youngest being 12 years old, and the oldest being 38 years old. The most frequent age group is between 20 and 30 years old, and there are no cases of infants. Young children or middle-aged or old people. Lastly, ethnicity. He's always been a black-haired, yellow-skinned Oriental. And white and black people don't really matter to him. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be much of a pattern, with hosts having all sorts of various ways of dying, as well as completely different backgrounds in terms of identity, and varying mindsets and personalities, of course. After rebirth, the previous characterization becomes history, replaced by the mind and will of the undying spirit itself. The host is left with nothing more than memories of his or her life. In fact, before the Night Xing Yu, although can also be called handsome, but far from the current Night Xing Yu charisma. Because after rebirth, the soul power will be the host's body to carry out some restoration and transformation. Sinews and flesh and muscle function have been greatly enhanced. The original Night Xing Yu is a little thin. No muscle. Skin also has some scars, spots, and pigmentation, far from the current so delicate and smooth. The most important thing is the eyes and the temperament. It is said that the eyes are the window to the soul, and are the key manifestation of the spirit. So if you observe them carefully, you can feel something different from them. Nowadays, the Night Starry Night. The average person who looks at him for more than a few seconds will be involuntarily affected by some kind of emotion, either attracted or shocked. Zhuang Jing is the victim of this. Like her, this kind of observant woman often pay attention to other people's eyes, so almost, very quickly on the night, Xing Yu produced a good feeling. Apart from the eyes, the whole aura of the person is also different by many times. In the past, the Night Xing Yu only promise. All day with a waist, said a licking dog is not too much. Now the Night Xing Yu, strong aura, calm and relaxed. Born with a king's noble, no matter who the other party is. He did not have half a point of humility and cowardice, as if he is the emperor of the world, and all are his subjects. Coupled with the kind of people, cannot be seen through the sense of mystery. The charisma index is bursting. Killed all the famous noblemen in this life. Even the author of this book can come out very responsibly and say to everyone the beginning is very good, and it is enough to live on your face, and all your talents are superfluous, of course. The face value is a double-edged sword. If the other party is a woman, then it is plus points. If the other party is a man, it is likely to become minus points. After all, who do not want to be accompanied by the green leaves? Who do not want to be robbed of the limelight? Night Star, you will certainly encounter some face-to-face pretender. This time we have to hit hard. Hit everything. Horizontal push to the end, specializing in the treatment of insubordination. These are idle words. Night Xing Yu now what are not considered. Just want to quietly do a beautiful man. Marry a beautiful daughter-in-law. Eat mouth spraying soft rice. After the makeup will start shooting. in order to save time, did not choose to go out of the scene, but to choose a more convenient studio shoot. The studio hangs a good spray-painted backdrop, and then a few kinds of real props decorated as the foreground. You can start shooting. Photographer is a woman, not very old, but the hair is shaved shorter than the Night Xingyu, wearing neutral hole jeans and hip-hop style wide t-shirt. If not for her voice is thin and clear, I'm afraid that people will think that this is a man. The groom turns his head a little, looks at the bride with a gentle gaze. That's it, that's it. The bride's eyes should not be so cold. They should be tender. No way. The emotion is not there. The groom gets down on one knee and poses for a proposal of marriage. Well, and then holds the bride's hand and makes a move to get ready to kiss the back of the hand. Bride, please smile, will you? Smile happily. Can you put your arms around your husband's waist? No. No, no, do it again, although the photographer is a woman. Her voice is not small, and when she works, she jumps up and down, very passionate and crazy, constantly directing Night Singing Wu and Lin Shanya, so that they can make all kinds of fancy intimate actions to a normal newlywed couple. This is absolutely harmless, and they are happy to show it instead. But to Lin Shanya and Night Starry Night, it's a bit awkward. Night Xing Yu good, accustomed to the big storms. Love affairs on the strength, then Chu Lixiang is not much worse. Similar to this situation has encountered several times. As long as a little pull down, the face will be able to drive easily familiar with. The hard part is Lin Shanya. Used to being an iceberg jade girl. More than 20 years of emotional history is blank. Suddenly let her, and a man can be said to be a stranger to show love. Is simply to kill her. The expression is stiff. The smile is not natural. The movement is not open. The emotion is not mobilized. The whole person is completely out of line. So that the photographer girl is going to be mad and want to push her away and play the bride herself. Dozens of photos were taken in a rough and tumble manner, and it usually took several times, or even more than a dozen times, to get a pose to pass the test. And most of the problems were with Lin Shanya. Finally, the biggest challenge came when the cameraman asked them to pose for a deep kiss, and Lim Sun Ah's already blushing face turned pale. Mom, it's just a wedding photo shoot. Just for fun. Do you have to pay for your first kiss? Lim Sun Ah immediately refused. Don't shoot. Not a shot. The photographer repeatedly advised not to listen. Put down the camera holding his head. Cannot help but wail Bride Ah. Are you being robbed by bullies? Why do you look so ugly? Is the groom not handsome? Don't you want to marry him? Why are you so sad when I give you a hug and a kiss? If I had such a handsome husband, I would agree to kiss him until he suffocates. Lin Shanya was very stubborn and said no to filming, letting the cameraman talk his way out of it. Perhaps people in the arts are very persistent. The photographer even did not give up. The eyes of help to the Night Xingyu. Said you, this husband, why do not say a word on the sidelines? This is your wife or my wife. Night Starry receives the photographer's eyes for help, smiles, winks at her, and mouths the word capture silently. This photographer is also a ghost. Even a moment to understand. To the Night Xingyu gesture okay. Immediately pick up the camera ready. Lin Shanya was shy and annoyed and lowered her head, completely unaware of the silent exchanges between Night Singing Yu and the cameraman, until Night Singing Yu fiercely grabbed her slender waist. She lifted her head up in shock, and then saw Night Singing Yu's handsome face rapidly approaching, and the 4 pieces of color flaps were tightly pressed together. Lin Shanya's body stiffened, her eyes widened instantly, and she immediately had to struggle violently. But right at this moment, Night Singing Yu used a small trick. The palm of his hand that was wrapped around Lin Shan, Yu lightly pinched at a certain acupoint in his waist, and his tense and stiff body instantly softened. At the same time, the power of the divine soul was released. Lin Shanya felt a sudden jolt in her brain. A short trance appeared in her spirit, as if she had been forced into hypnosis. Her eyelids collapsed, her wide-eyed eyes immediately closed, and the expression of horror on her face instantly softened and became softer than anything else. The photographer, who was ready to go, captured the scene very accurately, and the moment was perfectly framed. The flash is off. When the shutter clicked, Night Singing Yu immediately let go of Lin Shanya's petite body, as if he hadn't done anything at all, and honestly stood up straight, and skillfully stepped back half a meter away. Immediately following, Lin Shanya also came to her senses, staring dazedly at Night Singing You, her tongue as if tied in knots. You. Night Starry Night looked back as if nothing had happened and said in a serious manner, "It's very soft, very fragrant." The angry Lin Shanya lifted up the hem of her wedding dress and was about to fly up and kick at Night Starry Night when she heard a series of very exaggerated gasps and shouts ringing out one after another. "Wow, this one's so pretty. A blockbuster, great shot. The bride is so beautiful and the groom is so handsome. What a match made in heaven. I'm so jealous. I want to get married. Simply stunning. This one will definitely be in this year's top 10. Several makeup and assistants surrounded the cameraman, looking at the images displayed on the camera playback. Each of them are excited and forget to shout 666. It is said that women are curious. Lin Shanya is not exempt from this. She could not even care about settling the score with Night Starry Night. She just glared at the other party with hatred, and then rushed over to look at the photo. She wanted to know what the picture of herself being kissed forcibly looks like. Will not be very humiliating. The photographer took the initiative to pass the camera to Lin Shanya with a big smile on his face. Lin Shanya close to look, and then he was amazed. This is really beautiful, with natural movements and expressions in place. The tenderness is so thick that it can't be melted away, and anyone who takes a look at it will be able to deeply realize the infinite beauty of love. If this photo is used to spread dog food, it's definitely a full meal of dog food, and there's no limit to the amount of dog abuse. The two people in the photo look so loving, so right, so sweet, a long-lasting. The sea as broken breath came to the face. If the heart is like water monks see, I am afraid that cannot help but give birth to the idea of returning to secularism. Lin Shanya stared blankly at the camera screen, unable to say a word for half a day. But what lingered in her mind was that kiss. It was her first kiss, reacted Lin Shanya. Really want to give the Night Xingyu ruthless stab. His own treasure for more than 20 years of precious things. So easily to be taken away. Not even a greeting. And after the end of the flirting, a few words. This is a human being to do things. I'm a beast. Right? Looking at Night Singing You put his hands in his pants pockets, as if he had nothing to do with it, calmly, as if it was none of his business and he didn't do anything. Lin Shanya was really infuriated. Her pink fists were squeezed. Her high heels were stomped on with squeaks. And her anger tank was only 1% short of bursting. And she could have released a Lushan rise of the Dragon Buster and sent him back to her grandmother's home. At this moment, Night Starry Night looked over and smiled slightly, asking gently and considerately, "You seem to be nervous. Do you want to take a break before shooting?" Lim Sana eventually relented. Small intolerance, then mess up the big plan, in order to escape the wedding plan. Let this bastard for the time being. And so on the future opportunity to slowly with him to settle the score. After they finish the most difficult kissing scene, the remaining shots are a bit painless, and Im Sana doesn't resist as much as she did before, dutifully obeying the cameraman's instructions, and finally completing the shoot satisfactorily. Yes, for her. It would be just a mission. After the incident, the studio manager and photographer together to find Lin Shanya two people, asked if they can use this group of photos as advertising samples, used in the studio's publicity and promotion. And the studio will not only be free of all their costs, but also pay a sum of money for the image of the endorsement fee. Lin Shanya of course refused. She is not short of money. Not to mention that she does not want these photos to circulate. The reason why she wants to take wedding photos. The purpose is to show to the family to see, in order to increase the credibility of the marriage, but not to be used on the hot search. The studio manager and the photographer expressed their regrets, and their eyes looked as if they had lost $100 million. Lin Shanya and Night Star use face value can be said to burst, so the effect of the photos is very good. 30-some, none of them are fine. Almost all do not need to retouch. The original can be used directly. Only the production of albums and frames will take some time, unlike the certificate photo as immediately available. Among the 30 or so photos, one of them had to be enlarged to several dozen inches to make a large photo frame. Lin Shanya hesitated for a long time, but after a hard heart, she finally chose the kissing one, thinking that if this photo was hung on the wall of the living room, no one who looked at it would suspect that this marriage was just a show, right? after coming out from the studio. It was almost noon. The two of them had a casual lunch on the street and returned to Lishan South Bay. In the villa, slightly rested for a while, took a nap. Lin Shan, you will have to go to the Wanxiang College, because she still have 2 classes in the afternoon. And night singing, you had to make a trip to the academy, partly to formalize his departure, and partly to go back to the dormitory to pack his bags and move his stuff over to Lin Shanya's side of the room. Around 2 o'clock, Lin Shanya and Night Star Yu, who had changed back into civilian clothes, drove to Mansang College, and then split up to go about their own business, because Night Singing Wu had to carry the luggage. Lin Shanya gave him the car key, and she took a taxi back by herself after she finished her work. Yung Sing Wai, Yu first went to Vice President Xiong Piokeman and offered him his resignation. From his personal point of view, he is not willing to let go of Night Starry Night, but taking into account Lin Shanya's attitude, he agreed to Night Starry Night's resignation request in a smooth manner. The Night Zing you here have not worked for a full month. Do not have the nerve to ask for wages, but know that Chang Bowen Rare Generous A took the initiative to the financial side of a phone call, directly to him to pay a full month's wages, although only $800, but also better than nothing. He went to the finance office to collect the money, and then went to the second cafeteria to say goodbye to Zhang Jinju and his colleagues, indicating that he was about to leave. Most people have a good impression of this young man, who is a quick worker, never complains, and is a good cook himself, but he is determined to go, so he can only send his blessing to no avail. Coming out of the second cafeteria, Night Starry Night went to the back door of the kitchen and walked along the corner of the wall to a place where there were not many people. He opened his mouth and shouted Zio-hi, and a small black cat tampered out of nowhere and happily meowed. This little black cat was the one that was opened up by Night Singing You on the night of his rebirth with the spirit-empowering avatar, possessing the same intelligence as an adult human and able to understand human language, and has been following Night Singing You around ever since. Unable to get rid of it, so Night Singing You gave it a name, called Little Black, for Zio-hi. Night Singing You has not been very much in charge of it. Completely free-range state, but this black cat ghostly, often in the kitchen of the second cafeteria to steal fish, has never been found, eaten enough to know where to go crazy. Nightingale left without calling him last time. This guy did not see the master for more than a day, are anxious crazy, guarded in the second canteen near, day and night hoping Night Zing you return. Since Night, Starry Night will be moving to Lishan South Bay. He naturally has to bring Blackie with him, at least. It is the product of his first spirit-enabling ability. So he can't leave it unattended. In a person's life, there will be many friends, one more or one less. The impact is not significant. The sun rises as usual. The earth is still rotating. But animals are different. They may only have one master in their lifetime, and if they lose their masters, they are homeless orphans who can only wander until death comes. Sometimes, the relationship between humans and animals is even more sincere, and they will never part with each other. After finding the black cat, Night Starry Night was about to go to the dormitory to pack up his things, and the little black cat, who hadn't seen its owner for the whole day, excitedly turned around at his feet and followed his steps closely. Night Xingyu's luggage is very little. When he was evicted from the rental house, most of them were thrown away. The rest of the things, a suitcase is all packed. He quickly finished packing, backward dragging a wheel off the suitcase toward the parking lot. The little black cat leapt forward and jumped onto the suitcase, and was dragged along with the suitcase and the cat by Night Starry Night, which was as comfortable as taking a bus, putting the luggage into the tailgate of the car. Night Starry Night drilled into the driver's side, and the little black cat jumped up after him, lying directly on his lap. Instead, Night Singing You picked it up and threw it onto the seat beside him, glanced at it and admonished, "Keep your claws away, and be careful not to scratch the leather seats." The little black cat meowed, licked his front paws, and even humanely positioned the cat's brain bag, and then curled up his body and squinted on the passenger seat. After starting his car, he left the college and headed for Lishan South Bay. But when he reached his destination, there was a traffic jam, nowadays, with the expansion of the city and the widening of the roads. Traffic jams are not as frequent as in the past, and they usually only occur during the peak hours of commuting. However, It is only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and this is a suburb of the city where the traffic flow is relatively low. So it would be a bit abnormal to be stuck in a traffic jam. Night Starry Night released a soul power to probe ahead. Just like the legendary soul separation, a wisp of consciousness detach from the main body, out of the orifices and fly away, in an instant to the front of a few hundred meters away in midair, like God overlooking the world. All the circumstances, as far as the eye can see. It turned out that the reason for the traffic jam was that the police had set up a roadblock in front of it, and everyone had to stop for inspection, without exception, which seriously affected the speed at which vehicles could pass. Moreover, this is not a general routine inspection. In the law enforcement officers, there are ordinary traffic police. There are armed police with guns, and even rare special police. The lineup of the huge looks a bit scary. With the technological advancement of today's society and the extensive use of electronic surveillance, it is rare to see uniformed law enforcement officers on the streets, not to mention such a big show. Not only armed police with loaded guns, but also special police in special combat uniforms, which is a bit intriguing. Special police is equivalent to the police in the elite special forces. Each is a foreign-gen martial artists. The number is not much, the entire Tianlong Empire's special police officers together. I'm afraid that less than 1,000 people. In fact, the personal strength of the SWAT team and the military inside the special forces compared to the gap is not obvious. The former belongs to the police system, internal. The latter belongs to the military system, external. Another point is that the military's special forces have heavy weapons with incredible destructive power, while the Sky Dragon SWAT team can only use light weapons that are easy to carry. Everything that happened ahead, all projected in the Night Xingyu's mind, but the soul power of the probe can only see, but here cannot. He did not understand exactly what happened. He can only follow the crowded traffic, slowly idling forward. Dawdling, after 20 minutes or so, he only arrived at the checkpoint. Every passenger has to get off the bus to check. First, scanning face recognition, to verify identity information, which is the most commonly used checking method. Second, the use of a special metal ring-shaped electronic device, from the top of the head set down, sinking all the way down to the ankle position. Up and down, back and forth to scan once. This device should be invented in recent years. Night Starry Night has never seen, and do not know its function. Scanning the face to identify the time did not make any mistakes. Safe pass. But when the electronic metal ring, set to the Night Xingyu body, immediately rang beep 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 alarm sound. More than a dozen armed police with guns, as if on the verge of a great enemy. All brushed their guns aimed at the Night Xingyu. Even the side-chatting a few SWAT officers were also startled. The hands of the brave and strong rushed over, each with a heavy face. What's the situation? Night Starry Night himself was confused. He didn't have a knife on him. He didn't have any drugs in his possession. So how could there be an alarm sound? A head wearing a beret. Face on the toadstool, chewing gum in the mouth. Wearing a SWAT uniform, short-haired young woman came over quite imposing. Circled around the Night Xingyu 2 times, seriously and carefully surveyed, and then took off the sunglasses on the face, revealing a heroic and wildly uninhibited beauty of the face, and asked with interest, "Are you an ancient martial artist?" Night Xingyu suddenly understood. "I am afraid that this electronic metal ring is a special instrument to detect ancient martial artists. Just not clear what the principle is." He was right. This instrument is called Test Martial Ring. Is the last few years only developed. Just put into use not long ago. The general public do not understand. So in the memory of the Night, Starry Night does not have this thing. Its principle is actually very simple. Is through the detection of human muscle fibers and bone density, to determine whether the other party is an ancient martial arts practitioner. Ancient martial arts in this era is no secret. Many people know. Ancient martial artist's body is very strong. Muscle fibers and bone density are far more than ordinary people. So to burst out of the amazing physical strength, this principle is utilized in the measurement ring, which will sound an alarm once the subject's body structure index exceeds a certain limit. With this, it would be impossible for ancient martial artists to pretend to be ordinary people, and it was no wonder that the armed police and SWAT team were so nervous. Every long-term practitioner of ancient martial arts is not a weak person, has many times more powerful than ordinary people with destructive force, even with bare hands and empty fists, can kill several people in an instant, cannot be defended against. Night Singing You could only laugh bitterly, not thinking that this rebirth was less than a month ago, and the identity of the ancient martial artist had been revealed in full view of the public. Yes, I practiced ancient martial arts. Night Singing You had to admit that in the face of high technology, dead denial was useless, but would instead lead to even more trouble. Night Sing You, the pretty female SWAT officer, glanced at the identity information displayed on the face scanning recognition device. It was just an ordinary citizenship, that there was no registration information for ancient martial artists. So he asked, since you are an ancient martial artist, why can't I find your registration record? Registration records. Night Singing You froze for a moment. Do ancient martial artists still need to register? Nonsense. The beautiful female SWAT officer glared at Night Singing You in a very nonchalant manner. The bill announced 3 years ago. All ancient martial arts practitioners must report to the government for registration. And you actually don't know about it, this. Really don't know? Night Starry Night replied in a slightly awkward manner, while also searching for the host's memories from his lifetime in his mind. And sure enough, he found the relevant information. The government did promulgate a bill on the management of ancient martial artists 3 years ago. At that time, the undying divine soul was in a deep sleep, so naturally he did not know about it, and the pre-birth Night Singing You was just an ordinary person, did not pay attention to this matter, so when he was reborn to receive memories, he automatically skipped over it. After all, 20 years of memory is a huge amount, and it's impossible to read every message when you're reborn, so you only pick the important ones to memorize, while the unimportant ones will be temporarily sealed away, to be searched for again when necessary. The policewoman waved her hand to one of her companions and said arrogantly, "Cuff her and take her away." A male SWAT officer next to her immediately took out a pair of bright handcuffs and was about to handcuff Night Singing You. But Night Singing You took a step back and easily avoided them. "I'm warning you. Don't resist." This SWAT officer opened his eyes wide and glared at Night Singing You, speaking in a very nonchalant manner. "Did I break the law? There has to be a reason for arresting someone, right?" Night Singing You raised his eyebrows, his eyes also staring at the other party, his tone a bit cold. Another mouth with 2 mustaches on the male police stepped forward, said to the Night Singing You, "The government has a provision. Every ancient martial arts practitioner must be registered to report. If you cannot find the relevant file information, it is considered illegal. We will bring you back to the police station, is the law enforcement. As long as you check your identity, no problem, and do a good job registering formalities. You will be released to leave, so you don't have to be so resistant. We won't make things difficult for you." The male SWAT officer holding the handcuffs explained along with it. "I think you also know that ancient martial artists are very strong, and are not comparable to ordinary people. So there will be some restrictions when it comes to guarding and escorting them. So I hope you can cooperate." Night Singing You looked around. 15 armed police, 15 guns. There are 6 special police, that is, 6 foreign ancient martial artists. Such a lineup, indeed. Some intimidating. In exchange for an ordinary person is surrounded in the middle. Absolutely is not dare to move, but used against an internal expert, who will die or not yet known. What's more, Night Singing You didn't only have physical body power. He also had even stronger divine soul power. So it wouldn't be difficult to get out of the trap, or even to finish off this gang. But he didn't have to. He hadn't committed any crime. So why did he have to make such a big fuss about assaulting the police? Moreover, it is extremely unwise to be an enemy of the government, as it will lead to endless troubles in the future. And he will not do so unless he has no other choice, just out of the underground world. Night Singing You do not want to go back. Last life is a chilling king of killers. This life will be a quiet man, law-abiding, keep a low profile. So Night Starry Night didn't resist, and took the initiative to reach his hand over, and with 2 clicks, the bright handcuffs were placed on his wrist. These handcuffs are not ordinary handcuffs, but specially made. The material should be high-strength titanium alloy. Even if the inner strength of the martial arts practitioner will be difficult to break, The two SWAT officers escorted Night Singing You, pushed him into a modified SUV, and were about to take him back to the police station. But Night Singing You remembered that the little black cat was still in Lin Shanya's car. So he turned back and called out. Hearing the sound, Blackie immediately jumped down from the car, rushed to the back seat of the SUV, and laid down on Night, Starry Night's lap in a regular manner. The horse-faced SWAT officer, sitting beside Night Singing You, saw that it was a well-behaved kitten, and thought it was just an ordinary pet. So he didn't say anything. The other SWAT officer got into Lin Shanya's black limousine and followed the SUV as they drove together to the police station. 6 SWAT officers left 3 of them at once, and the remaining 3 gathered together to chat. The mustachioed SWAT officer looked at the youngest beautiful female SWAT officer. Captain Wang, just now, the alarm sound of the test marshal ring was very urgent. That person's strength is probably not simple. Maybe it's the same as yours, reaching the level of Inch Jin, before the beautiful policewoman could say anything. Another policewoman, who had eyes in the corner of her head, yelled, "Nonsense, how old is he? How could he possibly have practiced the power of an inch?" The mustachioed SWAT officer defended. How could it not be possible? You see, Captain Wang is only 24 years old this year. But she already practiced her inch strength 2 years ago. The hanged eye SWAT officer said with a big pat on the back. Captain Wang is the genius of geniuses. 1 in a million. How can you compare that kid to Captain Wang? The point of contention between these two men is simply the word inch of energy. What is an inch of energy? An inch of bodily force is a powerful explosive force that does not rely too heavily on distance acceleration, characterized by a very short distance of only about 1 inch, or 3 centimeters, and the deeper the kung fu, the shorter the distance can be. If you can practice inch power to the point of 0 distance power, it is not called inch power, but internal power. Therefore, practicing inch penetration is a prerequisite for practicing inner bodily force, and inch penetration is also the highest level of the outer bodily force practitioner. Previously mentioned, ancient martial artists, according to the strength, divided into 3 realms of external force: internal force, innate and external force, and according to the degree of cultivation of different, subdivided into Ming Jin. Inch Jin, 3 levels among them. Ming Jin could only be regarded as a beginner in ancient martial arts, with limited strength compared to ordinary people, and his strength was almost equivalent to that of a professional boxer, and he could not even be regarded as a real ancient martial artist, and the martial arts ring would not report to the police. Only when you reach the level of rigid force, the density of your muscles and bones will exceed that of a normal person, and your strength and explosive power will increase dramatically, and you will only be able to see the response of the ring. Therefore, the government's definition of an ancient martial artist is one who has at least attained the level of Kong Jin, and below Kong Jin is an apprentice who has not yet practiced to the level of a master, and is not to be considered. As for the inches above the rigid force, the degree of solidification of the physical body is higher, and the alarm sound of the martial arts ring will be more urgent. However, for the more powerful high martial artists and the innate martial artists, the difference in the measurement of the martial arts ring cannot be detected, and it is almost the same as that of the outer high martial artists of the inch power level. Because the ancient martial artists in the practice of inch Jin, bones and muscles of the degree of compactness almost to the limit, that is, often referred to as you see fang bone reach perfection, followed by a deeper level of marrow replacement, followed by a strong pulse through the orifices, and ultimately, from day after day into the innate, the martial arts into the great, the latter 2 stages of the body changes, measurement of martial arts ring cannot sense, because the principle is not the same. It can only measure muscle strength and bone density, the blood composition, as well as even modern science cannot explain in detail the meridians, simply cannot help. The 2 male SWAT officers were still arguing, and the beautiful female SWAT captain, Captain Wang, impatiently lifted up her hand, stopped the noisy voice. Not polite, reprimanded, "Shut up," when carrying out the mission. Don't talk about boring nonsense. The most important thing now is to catch Jai Zhanggrong. If this guy really escapes, The face of our SWAT team will be thrown to the ground to be stepped on by others in the future. 2 SWAT team members hastily nodded yes. Low-browed look even dare not nag half a sentence. Obviously very jealous of this young Wang captain. In fact, in the entire SWAT team, no one is not afraid of this female devil. Do not look at her only a lieutenant. But the style of action than the captain is even more brutal and overbearing. Encountered disobedience. But also do not talk to you about what reasoning. Direct fist on the start of the beating. Can be called the humanoid female Tyrannosaurus. This person is precisely the squadron leader of the 2nd Squadron of the Special Police Brigade in the city of Liju, and the violent police flower Wang Chungxiang, who is known as the heroic Chungxiang. Wang Chungxiang was born into a military family, with her father and brother serving in the military for 2 generations, and grew up in the barracks as a child, acting like a real soldier, with the style of an Iron Maiden, but there are a lot of shortcomings. Violent character does not listen. Use fists to talk more than with the mouth. The concept of hierarchy is weak, unless the other party's strength is stronger than her. Otherwise in her eyes is a fart. Wang Chungxiang, since childhood martial arts, worship the master. Is recognized as a martial arts genius. Do not look at her young, only 20 years old, but whether it is shooting or hand-to-hand combat, are away from the city of Special Police Brigade inside the top. She has never missed a 50-meter target, hitting the vitals with every shot. Fighting is even more powerful. The original city's first master Wang Xiaoshan, more than 1 meter 9 strong northeastern man. She was beaten like a grandson, jumping up and down. No power to fight back. Since Wang Chungxiang came to the Special Police Brigade, in just 1 month, she beat up all the Special Police members who looked down on her, specializing in all kinds of disobedience. Now these SWAT team members are all very afraid of her. In addition to the title, Magnificent Chungxiang. Some people privately call her Overlord Flower, Female Tyrannosaurus, and so on. Before, Wang Chungxiang is not a police officer. She is a serious military man, serving in a mysterious ace special forces. But because the temper is too violent, not only disobeyed orders in training, but also hit the officer. The result was expelled from the military, and later, or through the arrangement of the family, was transferred to the city of the departure of the Special Police. But her style of behavior has not changed at all. Still, I do what I want to do, and start a temper or will beat people. But she has not changed a bit. She still acts the way she wants to, and when she gets angry, she still beats people up. Although the Special Police are ancient martial artists, but the vast majority of them are the level of rigid force. Can practice to inch force is very little. And Wang Chungxiang, at the age of 22 years old, will master the inch force. But also because of this, was regarded as a martial arts genius, specially recruited into the ace special forces. Now after 2 years, Wang Chungxiang's inch power has long been accomplished, only half a step away from practicing the inner power, and is unrivaled among the outer power martial artists, and does not put the other outer power martial artists in his eyes. Usually, ancient martial arts practitioners in 30 years of age can become a master of the inner family. Has been considered a genius, and Wang Chungxiang is now 24 years old. At any time may be practicing the inner energy, but also the genius of the genius. These SWAT team members are both fear and admiration, of course. Or fear component is more. This head of the female Tyrannosaurus if the fierce, but the real 6 relatives do not recognize. Will not be because you are who is who and mercy. So Wang Chungxiang opened the mouth to let him to shut up. Really shut up dead, and even gasp do not dare to speak out loud. The mission is to capture a death row inmate who escaped during the escort. Name Jai Zhangrong, 38 years old, an ancient martial arts practitioner. This person has a perverted character. Cruel means kidnapping, robbery, raping, killing, and many evil deeds. After several years of manhunt, and finally arrested, was sentenced to death by the court. However, on the way out of the court, Jai Zhangrong broke free from the handcuffs by some unknown means, and suddenly started a violent attack, which caught 2 special police officers off guard, killing one and injuring the other. 2 police officers were caught off guard, and one was killed and the other was injured. Upon receiving the news, the SWAT team immediately launched an emergency pursuit. except for the 2 members who were killed and injured. All the remaining 44 SWAT officers were mobilized through a large number of roadside surveillance. It was known that Jai Zhangguang had fled to the Lizhu Lake NA area, but he lost track of his target in the vicinity. So he joined hands with the traffic police and the armed police to carry out an emergency search, which led to the present situation. There are 4 squadrons in the Special Police Brigade of the city of Leipzig, divided into 8 groups of 5 to 6 people each, guarding all the major traffic routes in the vicinity, so that all people who come and go, regardless of their identity and background, will have to get out of the car and undergo an inspection. If such a powerful and ferocious death row inmate as Jai Zhangguang is allowed to escape, the consequences will be very serious, and it will be very difficult to capture him again in the vast sea of people. Therefore, the enforcement efforts this time around are quite vigorous, and the inspection process is very stringent, so as to maximize the possibility of not allowing the prisoners to take advantage of the situation. Shortly after Yixingyu was taken away, the radio on Wang Chunxiang's waist rang, and it was the captain, Pao Zhengxing, ordering them to rush to Lishan Nanwen immediately to carry out a siege. A few minutes ago, the airborne surveillance drone captured a video of a figure jumping over the wall of Lishui South Bay and entering the residential area. After the technicians zoomed in on the video, it was found that the target fugitive, Mr. K. Zhangguang, was the one who had been arrested by the police. Upon receiving the order, Wang Chunxiang immediately greeted Mustache and I of the beard and hurriedly jumped into another converted SUV and hurriedly headed for Lishan South Bay. On the other hand, the SWAT team escorting Yixingyu received a notification from Wang Chunxiang, urging their teammates to drive faster and rush Yixingyu to the city police station, where they had to go to support Lishan South Bay and conduct a search and capture operation in the whole Lishan South Bay. With the ear power of Night Starry Night, he naturally heard the call and probably realized that a ferocious death penalty fugitive had caused the road closure, and that the fugitive had already infiltrated into Lishui South Bay. Luckily, Lin Shanyu is still teaching at the college, not at home. Otherwise the Night Xingyu afraid to be unable to resist rushing over to protect her safety. Even with the SWAT team against also do not care about. The big deal is to use the soul of the secret art to erase part of their memories, so that they cannot remember what happened. The driver took out a siren and put it on the roof of the car. The siren sounded loudly, and the speed was raised by a large margin. And when he encountered a red light at the intersection, he didn't stop and sped towards the city police station in an arrogant and overbearing manner. And the black sedan behind him also accelerated, and tailed all the way, arrived at the city police station, handed over the Night Xingyu to the Registration Management Department of Ancient Martial Artists, and left the car keys. 3 special police hurriedly left, but the handcuffs were not unlocked, and still worn on the wrist of the Night Xingyu, who was interrogated like a prisoner, because the special police are all out of duty. The police station is mostly ordinary police officers, and a small number of Mingjin martial arts. To treat the Night Xing, you cannot dare to have the slightest relaxation. A full 8 police officers on his strict supervision. Individual bullets loaded at any time, ready to pull out a gun and shoot at the ready. The ancient martial artist's deterrent power is evident. A uniform with a medal, like the official police, interrogated the Night Xingyu. Asked him, since he is an ancient martial artist, why not legally registered, but the Night Xingyu where to answer to. Can only pretend to be stupid, no matter how others ask. The answer is 2 kinds, either do not know, or not clear. The inquisitor had no choice but to decide to temporarily take Night Xingyu into custody, detain him for a few days, and wait for detailed verification of his identity background, that it was not fabricated, and that he did not have any previous convictions, before he could legally register under the Ancient Martial Artist Management Ordinance. And only after that could he be released back. But Nightingale disagreed. I didn't break the law, and you're going to lock me up for a few days. How can that be, as an ancient martial artist? The social status is still relatively high. The police department is not good enough to offend. They came up with a compromise, is to let the Night Starry Night to find a guarantor. This person must be a certain status of the well-known people. There is such a person to sign a guarantee. The Night Starry Night can be released immediately. A variety of investigation and evidence collection and formalities of the registration can be put into the back of the implementation. Night Singing You had no choice but to dial Lin Shanya's phone and said to the other side in a helpless tone, "Wife, are you free? Come to the police station. I've been arrested by the police." Lin Xian'a had just finished her class and was shocked when she received the phone call and asked, "What's going on?" Night Singing You said truthfully, "I'm an ancient martial artist. I didn't register with the government department. And as a result, I was found out, and the police wouldn't let me go. They had to lock me up for a few days." Lim Sun'a was confused after hearing that. Ancient martial artists. This guy is an ancient martial artist. What's the point of having an ancient martial artist running off to make ducks? Is it not for money? But for pleasure. Lin Shanyu was shocked and at the same time felt a chill. Goosebumps all over her body. There are a lot of things that are not convenient to talk about over the phone. So Lim Sun'a asked, "Which police station are you at?" "I'll be right there," Night Singing You replied. "At the city general office." "I don't need to tell you the address, do I?" Lin Shanya hung up the phone and hurriedly ran to the entrance of the academy, beckoning a taxi and immediately rushed there, all the way there. Lin Shanya was in a state of shocked ignorance. What it meant to be an ancient martial artist, Lin Shanya, who had come out from a large family in the imperial capital, understood even better than Zhuang Jing, only that her observation was not as detailed as Zhuang Jing's, and she even failed to notice a single clue due to her arrogance and prejudice. She has always thought that the Night Xingyu is an ordinary person. In addition to handsome, shameless and nasty, it seems that there is no special place, but did not think that this will become their husbands of men, but is an ancient martial artist. At this time, Lin Shan, you do not know whether to celebrate or regret. 25-year-old ancient martial artist, even if the family is ordinary, can be considered young handsome, barely worthy of their own identity. The credibility of this marriage will be higher. To deal with the pressure of the family can also have a statement. But it's easy to ask God to send God away. Will he let go of the divorce after 1 year? Will he find an excuse to be entangled and become another Huo Kingshu? In today's era, ancient martial artists, because of their own strength, have a lot of privileges, whether it is into the government military or attached to the business community, can get good development. If Night Singing You insisted on not getting a divorce based on his status as an ancient martial artist, it would still be a real problem for Lin Shanya, although their Lin family also had an ancient martial artist in their midst, and there was no need for Lin Shanya to be afraid of Night Singing You. She was also unwilling to completely tear her face off to offend an ancient martial artist. With an uneasy feeling, Lin Shanya finally meets Night Starry Night at the city police station. He had a small, well-behaved cat curled up in his arms, handcuffs on both wrists, and was sitting in a chair as if he were a prisoner, with 8 armed officers staring at him with stony faces, and a decorated police officer sitting opposite him. "What the hell is going on?" Lin Shanya asked the police officers as soon as they entered the door. She has a strong aura, cold and arrogant, no matter what she is wearing or her face and temperament. All of them show an extraordinary status. Just one look, and you know that it is a woman with a lot of money. Even that metal police officer did not dare to be negligent, and immediately explained the situation to her, and at the same time, also asked Lin Shanya's name and identity, as well as the relationship with the Night Starry Night. He's an ancient martial artist. Could it be a mistake? Lin Shanya couldn't believe that this cheap husband was an ancient martial artist until now. There is absolutely no mistaking it. "We have specialized testing equipment. Your fiancé is indeed an ancient martial artist," Officer Medallion replied with great solemnity. "Are you really an ancient martial artist?" Lin Shanya turned her head to look at Night Singing You again. "It should be," Night Seiyu replied helplessly. In fact, he did not want to admit that it is good to be an ordinary person in a low profile. But now even the testing equipment has been developed, so he can't even rely on it. This is the situation now. If you are willing to guarantee for your fiancé, you can take him away as soon as you sign the label. But if anything goes wrong, you will have to bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Please think about it carefully." After saying this, the police officer looked at the electronic board in his hand, which is displaying detailed information about Lin Shanya, which is obtained through the face scanning recognition in the official back office information, absolutely true and valid. Her identity is not only just a visiting professor of the Institute of Manx, yang so simple, with her background. As a guarantor is fully qualified, Lim Sun-ah, on the other hand, is a bit torn. A temporary contract husband is actually an ancient martial artist. Isn't this too ridiculous? Could his presence on his side be a conspiracy? Even if the acquaintance and meeting with each other was really just a coincidence. But with such a nasty and shameless character as his, one dared to feel at ease and boldly keep him by one's side, just in case he can't help it and goes crazy one day and does something to himself. He won't even be able to regret it. Didn't you learn enough from this morning's lesson? Wasn't he the one who kissed you in the wedding studio? Just thinking about it, Lim Sun-ah couldn't help but get fired up. Marriage contract on the second clearly stipulates that any physical contact is prohibited. This is not even officially married. He ate his tofu and even lost his first kiss. Back to the end of the day. We must deduct his pay. Hard to teach this smelly rogue, but is it a question of money now? It shouldn't be too hard for an ancient martial artist to make money. Right? So what is it that makes a young martial artist agree to his own terms for $1 million? Lin Shanya kept turning her thoughts. Thoughts were running wild, and soon a possibility came to mind. He must be after my beauty. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get me. At the thought of this, Lin Shanya's whole body goosebumps. Even want to immediately leave the police station, away from the night Xing Yu, far away, afraid that he will turn into a werewolf in the next second. Up to the sky, O long tsunami, and then viciously pounced on him, tearing his body clothes into pieces. This word can never be labeled. Lin Shanya lifted up her head and very seriously refused. I don't know him very well. I can't vouch for him when these words came out. Night Singing Yu froze. The police officer froze. The 8 guards also froze, and everyone in the room froze. What's going on here? Didn't you say you're a fiancé? Didn't you say you're getting married tomorrow? How dare you say you don't know him well? Is this a brain teaser or the Big Bang Theory? Night Xing Yu is also full of brain question, mark plus exclamation point. Cannot help, but off the mouth is it said. That this marriage is not closed. These words woke up Lin Shanya, and on second thought, he thought right. If he doesn't take out a guarantee, he'll be held at the police station for several days, and his wedding will be over. And in a few days, someone from his family will come to take him away by force, and then everything will be over. The thought that all the efforts she had made had lost their meaning, and things were still going back to square, one made Lim Sun-ah feel so bad that she wanted to cry. If you don't get married, you'll be forced to marry Huo Kingshu and become a victim of the family's interests. And then you'll grow old and depressed. She did not dare to continue to think about it. The more she thought about it, the more sad, instead of living like this. It would be better to cheap Night Xing Yu forget it, at least in addition to marriage and love. They can still control other things, on a comparative analysis. It seems that it is not in her interest to sign or not to sign. So she can only choose the lesser of the two evils, and consider the pros and cons. If you do not guarantee the words, the night Xing Yu was imprisoned. Lin Shanya will not only offend an ancient martial artist, and not enough to find a suitable contract marriage. The end seems to have been predetermined. Can only be married into the Huo family to become a bird in a cage. And to make sure that the words, Night Star Yu immediately be released. Tomorrow, or can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register to get a license. The marriage program as usual, but the character of the other side of the key. Lin Shanya can only pray for God's blessing. I hope that he is not too perverted. At least do not come to the hard way. The first choice is equivalent to a compromise. Accepting the established fate and admitting defeat, the second choice is a gamble. Betting on whether or not he, Night Starry Night, will abide by the contract and cultivate himself. In the end, Lin Sun-ah chose the latter and reluctantly signed her name on the guarantee. The police did not pay much attention to Lin Shanya's change of heart, and thought she was in a mood with her fiancé. Saying no, but her body is very honest. After signing the contract, the handcuffs on Night Singing Yu's hands were unlocked, and he carried the little black cat and followed Lin Shanya's back to the outside. Lin Shanya retrieved her car keys, glanced back at the little black cat in Night Singing Yu's arms, and asked, Where did this cat come from? Did you raise it? Night Starry Night nodded. It's called Little Black. Lin Shanya frowned and said coldly, Give it away. I can't keep pets in my house. Night Singing You refused and protested. It's very obedient and smart. It will never cause you any trouble. Lin Shanya's face was cold with displeasure, saying no means no. How smart can an animal be? Don't forget Article 5 of the contract. When there is a dispute, you must listen to me. Because I am the boss. I am the boss. Night Singing You laughed. Dare you make a bet with me? If you win, I'll immediately give Zio-Hai away. If you lose, you'll agree to keep Zio-Hai. Lin Shanya snorted coldly. What are you betting on? It's simple. Night Singing You put Zio-Hai on the ground and stroked the rounded cat's brain. I said Zio-Hai is very smart. Don't you not believe me? You can issue some simple commands at will. If Blackie does it right, I win. If one of them is wrong, I lose. What do you think? That's what you said. Lin Shanya thought to herself, how smart can a kitten be? Can it even understand human language? Little Black. Little Black, whether you can stay or not depends on your own performance. Night Singing You rubbed his cat's head, as if he was talking to a kindergarten child, and said with a smile, Come, show your sister Lin how smart Little Black is. Blackie meowed adorably at Lin Shanya, stretching out one front paw and scratching it twice, as if to say, Little girl, come on, let Meow Master show you a hand, although it is an ordinary-looking kitten. Its expressions and movements have an emotion similar to that of a human being, just like a thinking and talking animal in a three-dimensional animated movie. As a highly educated college professor who adheres to materialism, Lin Shanya would never think that a cat can understand human language. She then opened her mouth and issued the first command, Get down. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the little black cat immediately folded up all four legs and plopped down on the ground. Without any delay, very crisply, without the slightest bit of hesitation, Lim Sun-ah froze for a moment and immediately added, Stand up. The little black cat's four legs were like springs, quickly bouncing up on the ground, its rounded cat's head held high. And it's too big. Cute eyes stared at Lin Shanya without moving, as if waiting for the next instruction. Even more taken aback, Lim Sun-ah paused slightly and continued with the command, Spin around. The little black cat spread its four legs and happily circled around Lin Shanya's feet, making 2 forward and 2 backward turns, and finally stopping right in front of her toes with a meow, as if to say, This is too easy. Let's make it more difficult. Fucking hell. This is just. Lin Shanya was amazed. It was like watching a movie. This kitten is amazing. Deciding to try again, she ordered, Stand up on 2 feet only. Blackie leaned back and stood up, relying only on his 2 hind legs to support his body weight. His 2 big, cute eyes looking unblinkingly at Lin Shanya, the cat's tail behind his buttocks wagging and waving. This is absolutely Lim Sun-ah looked dumbfounded at the human wrist cat in front of her. Her brain was so confused that she didn't even know which string had been struck the wrong way, and blurted out, Dance, as soon as the words came out of her mouth. Lin Shanya felt that she had become a lunatic. How could a cat possibly dance? If a cat can dance, can a pig climb a tree? Just thought so. It was then that he saw Blackie unexpectedly stretch out his 2 cat paws and wave them from side to side, awkwardly and amusingly twisting his waist and flinging his buttocks, with a self-congratulatory expression on his cat face as he danced in a square dance-in style. Follow my left hand, right hand to slow motion. Right hand, left hand slow motion replay. Lim Sun-ah W. A W, simply speechless. I am really convinced. She had seen many pets, but never a dancing cat. Is this a demon that has become a spirit? Lim Sun-ah felt her jaw was about to be dislocated, and she could only close her mouth with great difficulty. How was it? I'm not wrong. Night Singing You hemmed and hawed. This cat can stay. Lin Shanya, who was not so angry, was willing to gamble and finally made a compromise. Afterwards, Lin Sun-ah took the car key and found her own car in the parking lot, and drove the surprising man and cat towards Lishan South Bay. In the car, Lin Shanya had her hands on the steering wheel, and from time to time, she glanced at Night, Starry Night, out of the corner of her eye, as well as the little black cat lying on his lap. The man and the cat had given her too many shocks. A young ancient martial artist with unlimited potential and a demonic kitten that seems to really understand human speech. Together, it's as magical as a fantasy story. Why don't you tell me that you are an ancient martial artist? Lin Shanya asked while driving the car. Because you didn't ask, Night Star, you replied thus. even if I didn't ask. You should still tell me honestly. This is the minimum trust between people. Lin Shanya's tone was a bit rushed. But her face was still cold. Shouldn't you also tell me why you want to marry me? What is your real identity? Knight Xingyu looked at the other party's cold face. Lim Sun-ah was silent. It is true that others have secrets which they have not told her. But she also has secrets which she has not been honest with. People are selfish in their subconscious, expecting everyone to be true to them, but not being able to do so themselves. After a long period of silence, Lin Shanya sighed. All right, on this issue. Indeed, I am at fault too. Knight Xingyu laughed. There is no need to blame yourself. It's not like I blame you. Lin Shanya looked deeply at the other party and realized that he was indeed careless and did not look like he had any hard feelings. So he continued, now that I've told you everything and consider you a true friend, I also hope that you'll do your best to help me. Knight Xingyu laughed again and flirted. Isn't it your husband? Why have you become a friend again? The level of intimacy has decreased rather than increased. Should I be happy, or should I be sad? Lin Sun-ah glared at him in an ungraceful manner. Don't give me a poor mouth. I'm talking to you about business in a very serious manner. All right, you talk. I'll listen. Knight Xingyu put away his smile, sat upright, and put on a serious attitude. Lin Shanya slightly rationalized her thoughts before saying, I guess you can see that I am not an ordinary professor. I am a member of the imperial capital Lin family. The Manxiang Academy is our family's property, and most of the shares are in my hands, so I am also the chairman of the Academy's board of directors. It can be said that the Manxiang Academy is mine. Oh, no wonder. Knight Xingyu immediately thought of Chang Bowen's respectful and curt attitude towards Lin Shanya. So it turns out that this woman is the big boss behind the scenes. Lin Shanya continued and said our Lin family has always been my grandfather in the operation, but since he was sick will be my eldest uncle began to take over the Lin group. But including my eldest uncle, within their generation of several brothers, do not have the business talent. Poor management, serious losses. The situation is getting worse and worse. A lot of business competitors are frequently to us to exert pressure. Lin's is almost on the verge of collapse. Wait, Knight Xingyu interjected. Which Lin clan are you talking about? As far as I know, none of the 5 great clans and 10 great mansions have the surname Lin. It must be known that the most honorable and powerful person in the entire Qianlong Empire is the Xia family, and after them there are the 5 great families and the 10 most powerful families. The 5 great families have a deep heritage. All of them have at least hundreds of years of history, and their family members have infiltrated into the military, political and business sectors, and are inseparable from the Qianlong Empire, making them the most powerful force other than the Xia family of the imperial family. The 10 great families started out as merchants, perhaps not as established as the 5 great families in the military and political arenas, but they are all rich as a nation, controlling the economic lifeblood of the Qianlong Empire, and their wealth may even be greater than that of the 5 great families, and they are also a powerful force to be reckoned with. The 5 great families are Zhu, Huo, Fang, Yan, and Aoyang. The 10 most powerful families are Hua, Su, Jiang, Shen, Song, Zhao, Kai, Nai, Lai, and Rong. The above rankings are not prioritized, but among them there is no Lin, and the Lin family that Lin Shanya talked about is not included in the list. Lin Shanya replied with a bitter smile. Although our Lin family is not comparable to the 5 great families and the top 10 giants, it can also be considered as one of the prestigious families in the imperial capital. The industries involved are mainly financial investment and education. At the peak of my grandfather's management, the development was quite good, and it was even expected to compete with the top 10 giants. It's just a pity that the good times don't last long, since grandfather fell ill. The business situation has declined rapidly, and now it's almost at the point of death. Has declined rapidly, and now it's almost at the point of survival. Knight Xingyu looked at Lin Shanya in doubt and asked, even if your uncle and the others can't do it, don't you still have you? I think you're a woman with a lot of skills. If you take over the Lin clan, the situation should be much better, right? Because I am a woman. Lin Shanya shook her head in self-deprecation. My grandfather had 3 sons and 2 daughters, each with their own branches and many descendants. And although I am capable, I am a woman. Lin Shanya sighed lightly, then said, "Elders almost all do not look favorably on me, also do not support me, and because I am the most grandfather's favorite. Brothers and sisters of the same generation also want to target me. Crowded me, so I am at home in the day is very bad, which took the initiative to hide to the city, the mind with the management of the Institute of the 10,000 Phases, but also to avoid the family of the struggle and power struggle. But I didn't think that bad luck would follow me." Night Starry Night listened quietly without interrupting. Lin Shanya slowed down a breath. Continued, "I have a classmate. The name is called Huo Kingshu. He began to like me from a long time ago. Has been in no interval of hard pursuit. Lasted for many years, but I do not feel anything to him, until later. He could not stand to lose his temper. Please out of the family elders, directly to my grandfather to propose marriage." Night Xingyu smiled slightly. "I guess this Huo Kingshu's family must not be simple. Right. Lin Shanya nodded heavily. He is a member of the Huo family, and is also the first successor of the Huo family, ranked amongst the 4 great dukes of the imperial capital, and is one of the most powerful young dignitaries in the entire imperial capital, and even in the entire Qianlong Empire." "So cool." Night Singing Yu was stunned as he listened. "Could you be talking about the Huo family within the 5 great families?" "Of course it is that Huo family. Otherwise, my grandfather would not have agreed to this marriage." Lin Shanya's tone is quite helpless. "Although the Lin family is also considered a powerful family, but with the 5 big families, compared to the difference is too far. Cannot afford to offend." Night Xing, you lightly laughed in that case. "Then you will marry Huo Kingshu good. Your family inside the elders will certainly raise both hands in favor. Both can hold on to the thigh, solve the current operating difficulties, but also can rely on the tree, the family strength to a higher level. How to calculate his profit, moreover. You made Huo Kingshu sound so bullish. Marrying him is also considered a good match, and won't dishonor your status. It's much better than being a fake couple with a grassroots villager like me, who has a name but no reality." "Right, I've told you. I don't have any feelings for him at all. How could I possibly marry him?" Lin Shenya turned her head and glared fiercely at Night Singing Yu. "I feel suffocated at the thought of spending my entire life with someone I don't love." Night Xing, you heatedly smiled and asked with fake curiosity, "Is it difficult for you to fall in love with me? The implication is that since you are not willing to marry Huo Kingshu, but choose to marry me, could it be, because of love? You don't have to be so pretty." Lin Shanya rolled her eyes at the Night Xingyu. "I married you for just 1 year, and there is no reality. Nothing has happened between us. After the divorce, I still have a chance to find the one I love. But if I marry into the Huo family, I will never be able to get out of it. Life is a person of the Huo family. Death is a ghost of the Huo family. Can't you see the difference between this?" Then in case, Night Singing Yu blinked his eyes and asked without any seriousness, "What should I do if you really fall in love with me?" "He, you really dare to think. Do you think you will be more outstanding and attractive than Huo Kingshu, one of the 4 great sons, to tell you the truth? I Lin Shanya even Huo Kingshu cannot see, even more unlikely to see you. You had better hurry to completely give up this unrealistic and absurd ideas. Think of a few more numbers to buy lottery tickets. I'm afraid to be more realistic. Don't think your ancient martial artist is so terrific. Our Lin family has several ancient martial artists. Huo family is even ancient martial artists' pile. Even the internal experts have. You a bald toad would like to eat swan meat." Simply dreaming of it, Lin Shanya not polite a round of criticism, crackling like a series of artillery bombardment. People cannot hold back, but this is really her heart, deliberately said in front of the face, is to take the opportunity to eliminate the Night Xingyu's dirty thoughts, lest he have unrealistic fantasies. Every now and then to find an opportunity to flirt with their own. After that, she didn't bother to pay attention to Night Starry Night, and turned her face away with an unhappy face and pressed the car window to get some air. With the light wind blowing, the dark fragrance attacked people. Night Starry Night took a deep sniff and praised. "It smells so good," Lim Sana asked with a cold face. "What did you say, Night Xing?" You smiled slightly. "I mean, the wind blew the body fragrance from your body over. It smells so good." Lin Shanya's face changed, and she issued an icy warning. "Please don't say the word body odor in the future. I don't want to hear it from your mouth Good. Night Singing You took another intoxicated sniff. Then in the future, instead of saying body fragrance, change it to virginal fragrance. What do you think? The latter seems to sound better. You. Lin Shanya turned around and viciously compared fists, seemingly to have the tendency to start punching people. With a straight face, Night Singing You coughed lightly and reminded the other party. Drive properly. The tires are already pressed to the edge. Hearing the reminder, Lin Shanya hurriedly held the steering wheel and looked ahead, not daring to do anything rash. If not for the fact that she was driving, I'm afraid that she really could not help but punch Night Starry Night. The shame and indignation of being flirted with has already made her furious, which still remembers that the other party is an ancient martial artist with a high level of skill. Night Singing You closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. His nose shrugged and took a deep sniff from time to time. Even the little black cat on his lap followed his example and closed its eyes in intoxication, its cat nose twitching. The tiredness of this man and cat fell into Lin Shanya's eyes, and she was so furious that she clenched her teeth, almost shattering a mouthful of beautifully straight, clean white teeth. Soon after, the car passed through the automatic gate of Lishan South Bay and slowly entered the internal road of the small area. Since the SWAT team had already discovered the general location of the target, fugitive, through aerial photography by drone, the investigation on the highway was suspended, and the Lishui South Bay was secretly surrounded instead. A large number of armed police with guns ambushed in the vicinity of the formation of a large network, while the SWAT team is divided into dozens of groups, changed out of uniform, dressed in civilian clothes, disguised as a small area residents, quietly into the search. The reason why the arrests were not carried out in a publicized manner is because Lishui South Bay is a special place, and the people who live in it are either rich or expensive, especially those who own a single villa. Almost all of them are bigwigs, so the SWAT team did not dare to come to the place openly. They could only use a large number of armed police officers to form an encircling net, and then send out the elite officers to search for the culprits' trails in disguise, all the way in. Although the Night Xingyu is closed-eyes sleep, but his soul power is spread out, where, within a radius of 500 meters within the slightest, those hidden up the figure of the armed police were all found by him, but he did not say. This is only just from the Bureau was guaranteed out. He did not want to get into trouble again into one. Lin Shanya, an ordinary person, naturally did not find anything strange. Her mind did not even focus on driving the car. Her mind constantly floating in two figures, an annoying person, and a shrewd cat. As we were about to reach Villa 41, a slender figure jogging appeared on the road ahead. A woman, and a very pretty young woman at that. Short hair, long legs, thin waist, big buttocks. The upper body set a waistless, sleeveless elastic undershirt. The lower body wearing a pair of buttocks lifting bodybuilding tight sports pants. Hot body. Curves demonic. Seductive eye. Extremely sexy. It's her. Night Singing You opened his eyes if he was aware of something. Looked at the beautiful figure in front of him, and whispered softly, "You know." Lin Shanya heard his voice, and at the same time saw from a distance the short-haired beauty, who was jogging along the curb for exercise. "Well, it's a cop. She was there when I was handcuffed away today." Night Singing You recognized Wang Chunks Yang at a glance. Even though she had changed her attire from the heroic SWAT madam to a sexy and hot sports beauty, her facial features, looks, and body shape would not change as a result. Wang Chunxiang is tall and has long legs, and she is estimated to be about 1.75 meters, which is not even a few points shorter than Night Starry Night. And if she puts on the exaggerated high-heeled shoes, she will be able to get a good look. It's probably higher than Night Star Yu. She and Wu Chujun the same, are the kind of palm face, small brain, legs, especially long nine-headed beauty. The difference is that Wu Chujun thin, legs are more slender, is that kind of bone beauty, but Wang Chunxiang, after a long period of hard workout. Muscle contour is more obvious, there is no bone, but has a very rare female bodybuilding. Women are not like men. Want to train a clearer muscle line is very difficult, and Wang Chunxiang deserves to be in the barracks from childhood to grow up in the Iron Lady. Wearing tight elastic pants, the body of the body at a glance, the muscle contours are clearly visible. Soft and filled with masculine beauty. At first glance, She looks a bit like Chun-Li from Street Fighter. Only she's taller and has longer legs than Chun-Li, and also like Chun-Li. Wang Chunxiang's leg muscles are a bit more developed than her upper body muscles, full of power and beauty, so it can be seen that this woman's leg work must be very powerful, precisely because she is a martial arts practitioner. It is determined that the legs and feet will not be too thin, only tight and plump thighs. In the kicking and attacking can burst out of the strong force, but those thighs are just plump and strong, neither bloated nor offensive, but more attractive than those bony goblins whose legs look like matchsticks. Solid thighs plus their own wider hips, so that Wang Chunxiang's buttocks are particularly prominent. Large and curved, tight muscles, with tight pants is very sexy and seductive. The hips suddenly closed in, and there was a tiny waist without any extra pounds, and a few small abdominal muscles were clearly visible at the bottom edge of the short tank top. This woman not only has an amazing body, but also a face so beautiful. She could be in a beauty pageant if she took off her uniform, or she could be a fitness instructor. However, inside the beautiful and attractive body, there is a violent and restless soul that scares countless people. At the same time, when Nightingale was sizing up Wang Chunxiang also found the oncoming car. She was originally searching for criminals, so she had to carefully observe everyone she saw on the way. And naturally, she looked at the two people inside through the glass of the car, because of the angle of the tilt of the front windshield. It is usually difficult for people in front of the car to see what is going on inside the car, and reflections will be more obvious. But Wang Chunxiang is not an ordinary person, but Inch-Jin level of ancient martial arts practitioners. Even with the influence of reflections, she still saw the front row of the two people's face looks. A glance recognized sitting in the passenger seat of the Night Xingyu. It is the afternoon by her teammates to take the young man. When she got a better look at the face of the woman driving the car, she was shocked. Whether it is the appearance of looks, or demeanor and temperament, Lin Shanye is the best choice. It is no wonder that as one of the 4 sons of Huo Qingshu will be so infatuated with her. The combination of a handsome man and a pretty girl was originally the norm, and there was nothing wrong with it. But Wang Chunxiang felt very upset, and wanted to pull Starry Night out of the car and beat him violently. She hated 2 kinds of people in her life. One was the powerful ancient martial artist who was about her age, and the other was the white boy who hooked up with women based on his looks. And Night Singing Wu had all of these 2 kinds. From the previous test of martial arts ring alarm sound to judge, Wang Chunxiang think this young man has practiced Inch-Jin with their own level, which let her produce a strong and competitive idea of a showdown. Secondly, this man has just been handcuffed away for a short period of time. Yet he appears again in this high-class villa area, accompanied by an airy beauty, most probably relying on his own looks and skill. He has hooked up with a woman of high status, so what else could it be if not a young white man, to say that the martial arts fighter encountered the same level of the opponent, want to cut the competition. That is still considered a normal idea. But Wang Chunxiang is not only to compare, but also to trample the opponent directly underfoot, to prove that he is the strongest one. This is a bit too much, the triumphalism of the strong right. Wang Chunxiang, who grew up in a military family, is as wild as a boy because her mother died early, and her military father apparently raised her as a son. Military families are more strict and direct in their approach to education, without all the painstakingly convoluted paths. If a child doesn't listen, they won't be talked to in a nice, slow manner. They will just be scolded and punched. And then they will be obedient, even though Wang Chunxiang is a girl. She has never been beaten up until she grew up and joined the military academy. And the number of times she was beaten up gradually decreased. However, because of the long period of time to endure the beatings, also made her more and more afraid of the beatings, and slowly became a fried cobblestone. Oil and salt do not enter. Whenever she was beaten up by her father, she would say, "What's the big deal about this pain? At least I still have a dream." You read that right, it's Lao Zai, not Lao Hao. Not only is her father to treat her as a man, she herself also thinks she is a man. All things strong and competitive. Like to compare fists to the opposite sex is not good, but on the soft girl, cute girl, demon girl, delicate girl, as well as a variety of beautiful girls, are more interested in talking to each other very much. Contrary to those who have been gradually curved sissy, Wang Chunxiang is going in the opposite direction. A daughter body, a man's heart, the old man, do not explain, therefore. Obviously handsome and powerful knight Xingyu. In the eyes of Wang Chunxiang has no attraction at all, but instead, when I see it, I get angry and want to beat him up. Needless to say, her violent temper, which loves to beat up people, is inherited from her father, who has developed a very serious tendency towards violence. For this reason, she has suffered a lot and offended many people who should not be offended. But Wang Chunxiang is not afraid. Whoever wants to say something, let's do it. Let's see whose fist is stronger at this time. Wang Chunxiang's temper began to go up, not caring that she was on a mission at the moment. She just wanted to find something to do, and beat up that little white face who hooked up with a woman before talking about it. Wang Chunxiang opened long legs, a few strides from the roadside to the middle of the road, directly in front of the car. Scared Lin Shanya rushed to a sharp brake, but stopped. You, come down. Wang Chunxiang pointed her hand at Knight Xingyu on the passenger side. Her tone arrogant and domineering. What now, officer? Knight Xingyu was also speechless. What's wrong with this woman's mind? She's always against herself. What is she trying to do this time? Tell you to come down on down. Less nonsense. Wang Chunxiang's temperament is said to come. Absolutely no patience with the other 2 or 3 to say clearly why. The helpless Knight Starry Night had no choice but to open the door and get out of the car, placing the little black cat on the seat. Lim Sun Ah poked his head in and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Chunxiang waved her hand and dashingly replied, "Beauty, it's none of your business. This is my personal grudge against him." Lim Sun Ah, Knight Starry Night. Facing Wang Chunxiang's strong and domineering attitude, Knight Xingyu was helpless and asked, "Do I have a grudge against you?" "I don't remember." Wang Chunxiang snorted coldly. "Not before, but now. Oh, tell me." Knight Xingyu was a bit surprised. He clearly remembered that he did not provoke this female special police. "You're a soft-eating little white face. So what if I don't like you?" Wang Chunxiang said with a straight face. Hearing this plainclothes policewoman refer to Knight Starry Night as a white boy who eats soft rice, Lin Shanya suddenly wanted to laugh, but Knight Xingyu was not happy to hear that. "It's none of your business what I eat. I didn't eat your family's rice." Knight Xingyu raised his sword brows and asked with some displeasure, "You came here on purpose to find trouble, didn't you?" Wang Chunxiang provocatively hooked her finger at Knight Xing. Aren't you an ancient martial artist? Come, fight with me. Night Star, you also some fire." He touched the woman more to go, but like this oddball. "But really the first time I ran into. For no reason to find fault not to mention. A word to start a fight. The tiger does not give way. Do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Come on." Night singing, you walk to the lawn beside the road, looking to teach this unreasonable woman a little lesson, even if guessed that the strength of the Night Xingyu is very strong. Wang Chunxiang also did not put him in the eyes, because from small to large, there has never been a person of the same age can beat her. Night Xingyu's age seems to be about 20 years old, and Wang Chunxiang about the same. She does not believe that the other side of the martial arts talent than her higher than her. The strength then she is still strong, in order to win over her Wang Chunxiang. Unless this white face is the internal master's, is almost the same. Wang Chunxiang was emboldened. Of course, she didn't believe that the other party was an internal expert. So she followed Night, singing you to the lawn in high spirits. Lin Shanya didn't get out of the car. She just sat in the car and watched the two of them remotely through the lowered window. She also wanted to see Night singing use strength. She was still skeptical about his identity as an ancient martial artist. When martial artists spar, it is common for them to be polite and say a few words to each other before starting to fight. But Wang Chunxiang came from the army. Do not pay attention to the rules of the Jiang. Who that said? Advocate is the first to strike for strength. So the two just stood. She did not greet, lifted his leg a fierce side kick, sweeping to the Night Xingyu's waist. This leg, fast, hard and accurate, ordinary people cannot avoid, is the normal ancient martial artist also to be caught off guard. But Night Starry Night's martial arts attainment has reached an unimaginable realm, and with the help of the divine soul power, the reaction and thinking are far more than the average ancient martial artist. So the other party's swift and incomparable leg. Fell in his eyes a little slow, and the flaws are not small, and can be broken at will, with a seemingly casual reach. Night Singing Yu pinched Wang Chunxiang's ankle, then utilized a deft force to pivot and push, and the latter lost his balance, surprisingly standing unsteadily and almost falling to the ground. At the beginning of the game, Wang Chunxiang suffered a big loss. Almost out of shame, suddenly became dirty, cursed I grass, not waiting to stabilize the body, the heel with a turn. Immediately a spinning back kick. Night Xingyu lifted his hand again and grabbed Wang Chunxiang's calf at the right place, pulled with all his strength and brought him along. Wang Chunxiang stumbled forward without his own choice, and then tripped over Night Xingyu's foot. And this time he couldn't keep his center of gravity stable anymore, and fell to the ground and fell in a dog's mouth, which was a very messy situation. This is the result of Wang Chunxiang's lightheartedness and impatience, and also because Starry Night's martial arts skills are too much higher than hers. I'm going to kill you. Wang Chunxiang let out a furious roar, reaching out and bouncing off the ground, her two long, athletic legs acting like two whips, kicking at Night Xingyu in a series of almost uninterrupted kicks. What a powerful dominating leg. Night Singing Yu immediately recognized the leg technique used by Wang Chunxiang. While secretly nodding in his heart, according to legend, in the Sui and Tang dynasties, there is a cynical Shaolin monks, down the mountain for the people to get rid of the evil, but by the thieves of the backstabbing, and thus was chopped off both arms. Almost all the martial arts, however, this arm-broken monk did not give up, but quietly study martial arts. Cultivation, but a higher level, created a set of killing and killing, domineering fierce legs, called the bully leg. Bastard leg is born from the Shaolin highest absolute science, Yi Jin Jing. A total of 12 styles. Practiced to the highest depths, it's fast as the wind, violent as fire, destroying and destroying, unbreakable. Is a first-class leg technique. Usually bully leg practitioners, almost all men, because women are weak. Leg strength is not as good as the lower disc is not stable. It is difficult to practice this set of legs to a high degree of profundity. But I did not think that Wang Chunxiang, a woman, actually practiced the leg to the pure perfection of the realm. And one step further, it is the peak of perfection. To reach the level of the founder, however, her opponent is Night Singing Yu, who once held the title of God of Martial Arts, and was well versed in the moves and techniques of every school of martial arts in the world. Even if she were 10 times more powerful, she would still not be able to touch the corner of Night Singing Yu's coat. TT can, see so we can see Wang Chunxiang's two long legs whistling wind, swift and fierce, seemingly dominant, but could not help Night Xingyu's easy and relaxed and lifting the weight lightly. This is also the Night Xingyu intention to give way. Only use 3 points of force to surround with her, hoping that she knows difficult to retreat, if he is full strength. Only 1 or 2 moves can seriously injure Wang Chunxiang. But Wang Chunxiang is a temperamental Daodown Monkler. Motor cells developed, while the brain cells are relatively simple. She never knew what fear, but the more kicking, the more vigorous. Did not find themselves doing useless, but also thought that their opponents were suppressed by their own leg law. Can only fight against the block, no power to fight back. Wang Chunxiang's feet do not stop, continuously launching attacks. But also to play hard to get still do not admit defeat. Believe it or not, I will kick your balls off. Hearing these words, Night Singing Yu was really not tempered by this strange woman. Can't you see that I'm letting you in? Like this kind of stubborn people who do not know what is good for them, Starry Night does not intend to give in again. Otherwise it will be endless. He saw the flaws in his opponent's kicking technique, stepped in close, elbowed a knee, and launched a short close-up fight, ready to subdue Wang Chunxiang in 2 or 3 moves. To know the leg's power, attack distance, to start the attack, often more advantageous than the fist. So there is a hand is 2 doors. All rely on the foot kicking, people said, which means that the hand defense. Attack with the legs, the threat is very big, however. Leg techniques often have a disadvantage, that is, they are afraid of opponents close to the body. Once they are bullied close to the body, the advantage of leg length becomes a disadvantage, and cannot be utilized at all, even if the bully leg was powerful. It was still a leg technique, and it was also afraid of getting close. So Night Singing Yu took advantage of this shortcoming and sees the gaps to close in on him. And even if he didn't use his internal energy and didn't use his strength to bully others, he would still be able to defeat Wang Chunxiang very quickly. But as soon as Night Singing Yu got close, Wang Chunxiang's stance changed, no longer a dominating leg, but a strange and incomparable soft fist, different from the Baji leg from the Sui and Tang dynasties. Zhu Quan was created by a modern person only a few decades ago. The founder is a martial arts talent is very high in a strange woman. Because of its name has a Zhu, coupled with the characteristics of this martial arts is also a Zhu word. Is to the name was given to this martial art, although this set of boxing in the name of boxing, but is not relying on the fist for attack. Boxing is only a general term, not that the name with a boxing must use boxing, such as the well-known Tai Chi. Its moves more palm and less boxing, and then the Manti's boxing. That hand position is not a fist, but called Dao hook. More emphasis on the finger claw strength. For example, the well-known Tai Chi fist, which uses more palms and less fists. And the praying Manti's fist, which is not a fist, but is called the Dao hook, which emphasizes the strength of the claws. Soft boxing style is precisely the opposite of the fierce and violent legs. It does not have a specific stance, just a way to fight. The key lies in a soft word. Soft to overcome the strong, weak to win. No one is not soft. Every inch of the body limbs can be used as a sharp weapon to kill people. Bao leg has 12 styles, focusing on kicking and hitting, attacking a long distance, strong explosive ability, straightforward, relying on the power and speed to win, and although there is no specific moves, but there are 12 kinds of techniques, respectively wrestling, throwing, locking, taking, stalking, twisting, hooking, cuddling, sticky, leaning, pressing, and the most adept at close quarter fighting. To the enemy with the soft stalking. To the enemy with the toughness of the enemy. Although there is no explosive power, but can be in the silent time, will be firmly controlled by the opponent, thus losing the power of the fight. Although it does not have much explosive power, it is able to control the opponent firmly in a silent manner, making him unable to move and thus losing his fighting power. If you describe it in terms of animals, the dominating leg is a fierce tiger, and the soft fist is a python. The tiger, with its ferocious voice, pounces on the man, scratches and bites him, and tears him to pieces. The python, unperturbed, swims and strangles his prey, slowly strangling him to death. Wang Chunxiang's style change, from the domineering leg to soft fist. Suddenly Night Xingyu surprised, from the heart once again praised. This woman, although unreasonable, but has a very high talent in martial arts. You should know that the soft fist and the dominant leg, one soft and one rigid, one close and one far, one yin and one yang, one slow and one urgent. 2 sets of martial arts style is exactly the opposite of each other. Practicing one door, and then go to practice the other door. It is difficult to adapt, and often will not be able to adjust. However, Wang Chunxiang is not only powerful in the leg, but also has a very high level of skill in the soft fist. She has mastered these 2 styles of martial arts very well, and has reached the realm of the great achievements. So what is this if not a genius? TTNO Wang Chunxiang's sudden change of stance shocked Night Singing Yu and caught him off guard, and he was almost restrained by her, only to see that she made an upside-down golden hook, head down and feet up. Her 2 powerful long legs suddenly locked around Night Singing Yu's neck, and with a forceful twist, she threw Night Singing Yu over on the ground. The 2 were like a falling gourd, rolling over and over on the lawn. From a standing fight to a wrestling match on the ground, based on ancient martial arts, Jiu-Jitsu combines yoga and Jiu-Jitsu, and is not only good at close combat, but also suitable for twisting on the ground. The fierce and domineering Wang Chunxiang suddenly seemed to have turned into a soft and boneless beautiful snake, with her body entangled in Starry Night's body, not caring about what men and women are not kissed. The 2 were like lovers in love, tightly entangled together, skin against skin, pores next to pores. Body and limbs are all twisted together, constantly and violently friction. In the view of Lin Shanya, where these 2 people are fighting, simply as in the make out well, immediately to the point of rubbing the gun away, hugging together to roll lawn not to mention, but also his Burberry outlet is 69 style. A look is the old driver. Will play nasty, shameless, horny bastard, go to hell, sitting in the car. Lin Shanya inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Her chest clogged with panic, and she cursed Night Starry Night in her heart. She didn't want to stay here for one more second. The sight of this pair of dogs made her feel angry and hot, so she didn't even say hello, directly pressed the gas pedal and drove away, instantly disappearing at the end of the road. WTK and CO, unfortunately. Lin Shanya is just an ordinary person. How can she see the ferocity of the situation? These two people look like they are making out, but in fact, they are really fighting for their lives. Every action is fierce and dangerous. The slightest lack of attention. They will have to pay a heavy price, after all. Night Singing Yu's martial arts realm was much higher than Wang Chengxiang's, and he still had internal energy and soul power. So how could he possibly lose? He was only because of a moment of carelessness, where suddenly changed style moves Wang Chengxiang caught by surprise. Once the face up, after a few moves, it will be back to the disadvantage, to regain the upper hand. But Wang Chengxiang, this girl, is simply a life-threatening head iron big old man. Donkey temperament, even if 10 horses cannot pull back. The action is completely relentless, fierce moves. Often fatal, the name Jiuquan sounds very gentle. But in fact, it is a very effective means of killing, including a lot of joint techniques to split the muscles and bones, as well as limiting the movement of the control techniques. It is very easy to make the opponent to lose the ability to resist, just like a fish on the chopping board. Letting the killing of any of them cannot be resisted. So Night Singing, you also do not dare to let this violent woman randomly. The same soft fists to soft fists. A few strokes later, will Wang Chengxiang's hands and feet limbs tightly locked dead, so that it lost resistance. But similarly, one of Wang Chengxiang's beautiful legs also strangled Night Singing Yu's neck. But due to the constraints, it resulted in insufficient strength to break his neck. How come you no soft fist? Thoroughly suppressed. Even if Wang Chengxiang was still a square-brained person, she could still tell that the tactics used by Night Singing Yu were the very same soft fist that she had practiced for many years. Night Singing Yu's body flexibility is not as good as Wang Chengxiang, but the understanding and mastery of the soft fist, but also far above her, because the creation of the soft fist of that strange woman, with the god of martial arts Hua Shentong has old. In the creation of this mastery of the period, has repeatedly asked Hua Shentong, that is to say, the introduction of Zajirashi fist had its share of credit to Hua Shentong, and it was only under Hua Shentong's guidance that it was created, and the Hua avatar was Night Starry Night's previous life. Therefore, in this world, apart from the founder of the soft fist, the one who understands the soft fist the most is Night Singing Yu, and Wang Chengxiang is a disciple of the next generation, and her attainment is far inferior. You crazy woman. There is no crazy enough, pressed on the body of Wang Chengxiang Night Singing. You did not explain why he will also be soft fist. Because this is a secret that cannot be said. Even if it is said out, there is no one to believe. Who would think that a 20-something years old young man is honored as the Earth's strongest martial arts god, Hua Shentong? Get up, let me up. Do you believe I'll sue you for assaulting a police officer? Wang Chengxiang shouted angrily. A big man pressed heavily on her. Of course it was a bit uncomfortable, especially when the other party was dominant and she was at an absolute disadvantage. It made her feel even more humiliated. Once they've come to a standstill, their posture is quite ambiguous. It is a little bit like the dewy-eyed mandarin ducks fighting in the wild, with the sky as their bed. Wang Chengxiang's too long, athletic legs. One was carried by Night Singing Yu on his shoulder and hooked around his neck. The other was clamped under his armpit and wrapped around his back, although they were strangling each other. But in terms of strength, it was completely Night Singing Yu who had the upper hand. On the other hand, Wang Chengxiang's 2 arms are also controlled. The left hand by the Night Starry Night's right calf dead pressure. Cannot move. The right hand by the Night Starry Night's left leg knee bend firmly clamped. Similarly cannot use force. Wang Chengxiang can only move, only a head, as well as strangling Night Starry Night's neck of the leg. The defeat has been determined. There is no power to turn back to heaven. Night Singing Yu felt the hot and delicate body being pressed underneath his body, and his heart and mind were also slightly swayed. But he quickly came back to his senses and opened his mouth. It's fine for me to let you up, but don't move your hands and feet again. Wang Chengxiang did not say anything. Night Starry Night assumed that she was tacitly acknowledged, so he loosened his hands and feet and climbed up from her body, which know only a turn of the eye, change again. Defiant Wang Chunks, Yang once regained freedom, immediately launched a counterattack. Are not waiting to stand up straight body, immediately pounced on the past, both hands and legs at the same time to open the lock to take the garrote. Swore to the night Xingyu pressed to the ground, out of a mouthful of bad gas. Night Xingyu guessed that this woman is a bit crazy. Has long been on her defense, the other side of the movement. He immediately responded, the same hands and feet out. The two again twisted together, last time. Wang Chunks, Yang caught Night Singing You by surprise and stole the lead. So Night Singing You needed to spend a lot of effort to regain the disadvantage, and this time, she was prepared. So how can she still let her get away with it? Just less than 3 seconds. Wang Chunxiang was subdued again. And this time even worse. Only the brain can move. Hands and feet and limbs are locked, unable to move. But this time it is not 69 style, but head to head, face to face, wide-eyed. Even because the two faces are too close, are almost staring into the eyes of the fighting chicken. Night Xingyu only noticed at this time. This barbaric and domineering ferocious woman even grew a pair of charming full fox eyes. Just a little thick eyebrows, look a little fierce, so that the soft and charming meaning diluted a lot. Coupled with the short hair is partial neutral, so the 5 features are not as eye-catching as the figure. In fact, upon closer inspection, Wang Chunxiang's appearance was very beautiful, with a straight nose, sexy mouth, and a pair of fierce and charming fox eyes. She was definitely a hot and attractive beauty. Not much worse than the beautiful Lin Shanya. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll poke your eyeballs out. Wang Chunks, Yang lose moves not lose momentum, viciously staring at the near Night Starry Night, when he opened his mouth to speak. Breathing breath sprayed on Night Starry Night face, even with a faint fragrance. Want to poke me in the eye? Go ahead, if you can move your hands. Come and poke me. Night Singing You laughed disdainfully, obviously subdued. But still want to play rough. Is this crazy woman's head filled with shit? I grass your grandpa, Wang Chunks. Yang really wanted to poke. But her arms and legs were clamped down, so she was powerless. Haha. Night Xingyu laughed at Wang Chunks. Yang eating yakuza. Thought to himself, you can't move your arms and legs. What else can you do? I can only play a little bit of cleverness. The smile close at hand was like an unrelenting irony, spurring Wang Chunks, Yang to rage and instantly storm off. She couldn't care less. The only moving brain in her entire body suddenly arched forward. Her sexy little mouth opened and closed, and her teeth viciously bit into Night Singing You's mouth. Since rebirth. Night Singing You for the first time issued a painful, miserable scream. Even if he is an ancient martial arts expert, resistance to beating ability first class, but kung fu cannot practice to the mouth. The neck's color was instantly bitten through the teeth. Blood gushed out, and both of them were left with a mouthful of blood. Fuck you, you big caramel. You're going to bite someone if you don't say something. Night Xingyu was shocked, pained, annoyed, and hated, and directly counterattacked with a headbutt, internal energy surging out, shocking Wang Chunks Yang to the point of dizziness, her eyes blazing, and her teeth unconsciously loosened. Crazy bitch, are you a dog? Night Singing You cursed. It was really too angry, even with his temperament. He couldn't help but to burst out, however, if Wang Chunxiang's stubborn, tyrannical temper could be helped by a few curses. She wouldn't have been beaten up since she was a child, so, does it work? Although her head was battered by a headbutt, and her vision was still full of little stars, she could still hear clearly, and Wang Chunks, Yang immediately said, I am a dog. What can you do about it? If you don't like it, come and bite me. Night Xingyu angry. Mud Buddha have 3 earth temper. You really think I dare not bite you? Anger from the heart, evil to the bile side. Night Xingyu also will brain arch. Similarly follow Wang Chunxiang's rogue moves. Open mouth to bite her slightly upturned upper mouth color. Similarly also the lips of the mouth to bite through. This time it was Wang Chunxiang's turn to scream miserably. She wanted to counterattack with a head, but like Night Starry Night. But the two of them had their faces completely pressed together, almost 0 distance. They couldn't even use an inch of force, unless she also grasped the internal force like Night Starry Night. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to have any force. Night Xingyu, of course, could not really bite her mouth skin off. only want a slightly punishment, so only bit a little. Then loosen the mouth, even so. Also painful Wang chunks. Yang hissed and huffed straight to inhale the cold air. The two men who hurt each other in the most primitive and barbaric way were both bitten by each other. One through the lower cheek, the other through the upper cheek, both with a mouthful of blood. You are really a dog. Wang Chunxiang bared her teeth in pain, but she didn't forget to return the favor. Her small tongue stretched out and licked the skin of her mouth that had been bitten. That look was really sexy and seductive. Even Starry Night stared blankly, thinking if this woman is more gentle. I'm afraid she's very popular, when he was lost in thought. Suddenly there was an urgent cat's purr ringing in his ears. Starry Night's heart stirred, and his head, which was stuck to the lawn, turned hard to turn its direction. And he saw Blackie standing on both feet, his two front paws constantly pointing and gesturing in one direction. And his cat's face was full of nervous and anxious expressions, although Night Singing You could not understand 100 of what Blackie was trying to express. He could still guess a general idea, probably because Lin Shan Ye had an accident and Blackie had come to report for help. In a quick turn of mind, Night Singing You thought of the fugitive who was being pursued by the police. Able to mobilize so many special police officers, the other party must not be an ordinary person. It is very likely that Lin Shanya fell into the hands of this person. Not caring to teach Wang Chunks Yang a lesson, Starry Night hurriedly let go of the other party, rolled over from the ground and made a leap, and with a catapulting start, he rushed in the direction pointed out by the little black cat. And at the same time, his divine soul power was released. Extensive reconnaissance to the front. Night Zing You a loose hand. Wang Chunxiang will also be free. She cannot wait to climb up from the ground, ready to start counterattack. Which know that the head to see, the other party has already run. The speed of the fast has definitely exceeded the level of the external energy martial arts practitioner. At least is the level of the internal family. Wang Chunxiang froze, thinking why did this guy turn his head and run away? He was even faster than a rabbit. Wang Chunks, Yang less than a careful thought, rushed toward the Night Xingyu chase over. 2 fit long legs to open step, surprisingly not slow, but unfortunately compared to the Night Xingyu is still a lot worse. Only a few seconds, has not seen the other side of the figure. In terms of running speed, under full force, the speed of a Mingjin martial artist is not much faster than that of an ordinary person. At most 10 meters per second, a Jin martial artist. More than 10 meters per second, a Jin martial artist. 20 meters per second, and a Jin martial artist. 30 meters per second is normal, comparable to the fastest cheetah in the animal kingdom. Wang Chunxiang is tall and has long legs, and has been practicing legwork for many years, and runs extremely fast, more than 20 meters a second, which is considered to be the top of the Jin martial artists. But Night Xingyu has reached the level of internal energy. 30 meters per second, faster than Wang Chunxiang. Of course, Wang Chunxiang cannot catch up with him. It was just that the place where Lin Shanya's accident happened was not far away, and Starry Night's figure had just disappeared in front of him not long ago, and immediately returned to Wang Chunxiang's line of sight. A black car parked at the entrance of Villa 41. Is Lin Shanya's car, not far from the car on the side of the road. The Night Xingyu quietly stood, staring at the opposite side of the 20 meters away. A fierce-looking bald man. This person is the death penalty fugitive Jai Xiang Rong, who is being pursued by the special police, is also an extremely powerful ancient martial arts practitioner. While in front of him, there is a long-haired shoulder-length temperament beauty, which is the Lin Shanya, who left angrily not long ago. A cold, glittering dagger rested on the snow-white jade neck, and its grip fell into a rough palm. The hand of Kei Xiangrong, at this moment. Jai Xiangrong's face showed ferocious light, and he smiled presently at Wang Chunxiang, who had chased after him along the road. And only when she ran to stand beside Night Singing You did he open his mouth in a slightly triumphant manner and said, "Captain Wang, it's been a long time. I didn't think I had disguised myself. This guy actually can recognize." Was called out identity, Wang Chunks, being slightly surprised, but she did not think about it, just based on her tall, fit body, beautiful face, fierce temperament, and a second 20 meters of running speed. All of these combined. Not become a unique label. the design to glory eyes, and not blind. Cannot recognize that would be strange. Wang Chungxiang has never been good at thinking. Do not bother to think about it. Directly pointing at the bald man in anger and yelled Jai Zhangrong. Quickly release the hostage. Hands on the capture. Night Xingyu heard her say this. Really want to cover the face to scold a pig teammate. This woman's head do not know whether it is loaded with straw. In exchange for the death penalty fugitive, you will take the initiative to let go of the hostage. If you are a death row fugitive, would you release the hostage voluntarily? Stretching the head is a knife. Shrinking the head is also a knife. It would be better to fight. The big deal is to fight a jade and stone burns. Therefore, Lin Shanya is now the gold medal in the hands of Jai Zhangrong. As long as the hostage is in his hands, he has nothing to fear. If the hostage is released, then just wait for death. This was also the intention of Mr. Jai Zhangrong, who took great pains to escape into Lishui South Bay. Not because it was a place with fewer people and a better terrain for hiding, but he intended to catch a significant hostage and force the police to make a compromise. Now he has achieved his goal. He does not need to know who Lin Shanya. Only from this woman can drive a car, live in a mansion, beautiful face scourge of the country, but also has a subversive proud of the temperament of the public. Alone these several overlap. It is enough to prove that the identity of this woman is not simple. Even if it is a great power of the SWAT team, cannot be ignored. That's why Jai Zhangrong was emboldened. Not a trace of fear on his face. On the contrary, he was arrogant and proud. Shouting to Wang Chungxiang, Captain Wang, as you can see, knives don't have eyes. For the sake of the safety of this beauty, you should know what to do, right? I don't ask for much. A fully fueled helicopter to send me to the border. I will naturally release this beauty, Wang Chungxiang replied without thinking. Don't even think about it. Our police will never compromise with criminals. Really? Jai Zhangrong smiled furtively, and with a slight force on his hand. The sharp blade cut through the skin, and crimson blood instantly flowed out, flowing down the snow-white jade neck. Seeing this scene, Night Xing, you really want to back, hand to Wang Chunks, Yang threw a slap. This pig woman also do not know how to become the head of the SWAT team. This time should not first say a few good words to stabilize the murderer, and then think of ways to wait for the opportunity to rescue the hostage. The moment you come up here, you'll say the words to death. In case the other side tear the ticket on the spot. What should we do? The pig-headed female captain's words and actions made Night Singing you feel so ridiculous that he almost wanted to open his mouth to scold someone on the contrary. Lin Shanya's performance was equally surprising and impressive to him. The bandits hijacked Lin Shanya surprisingly very calm. Even if the neck on the rack with a sharp blade, and even by the blade cut the skin. Blood flowed into the collar. She is only white, did not imagine the screams of shock. There is no soft legs to stand unsteady situation appeared. She is as always cold and proud, like the Tianshan Mountains on the absolute wall of the snowdrops in full bloom. Grow in the wind, do not fear the bitter cold. Wang Chungxiang had a seemingly ordinary watch on her wrist. It was a GPS positioning device that could call her teammates for support. She quietly pressed it, and then yelled at Jai Zhangrong. Don't you mess around. Kidnapping is against the law. Murder is even a capital offense. And if you hurt a hostage, it's a crime +1, Night Starry Night. Completely speechless. A pig's brain is a pig's brain. Don't you know the other guys on death row? The death penalty is already the most severe punishment. And even the most serious crime is just a death. So why should the crime be aggravated? Besides, it's so late. You're still interested in giving lessons on science. Isn't that just a bunch of bullshit? The Night Xingyu is really convinced with such a SWAT team leader. It seemed that if he wanted to save Lin Shanya, he could only rely on himself. If Wang Chungxiang is allowed to act recklessly, she may even kill the hostages. If the murderer was just an ordinary person, that would be fine, even at a distance of 20 meters. Yixingyu could rush to the other side in the blink of an eye and easily subdue him. However, Zhangrong was an ancient martial arts practitioner. His reaction and movements were much faster than ordinary people, and he was fully capable of hurting Lin Shanya one step ahead. Even if the police deployed snipers, it's useless. The speed of the bullets exceeds the speed of sound. It's true that Jai Zhangrong can't avoid, but ancient martial artists have strong vitality. Unless a shot hits the vitals, it's useless. The only way to be safe is to kill him instantly. If he had not swallowed his breath immediately, as long as he still had a trace of consciousness, he could have slit Lin Shanya's throat before he died. Trying to save Lin Shanya from Jai Zhangrong's hands in an instant was difficult, almost impossible to do, and even an innate powerhouse would find it tricky to come. But Night Singing you can. He not only has a strong physical body power, but also has an even more amazing soul power. In other words, Night Starry Night is not only an ancient martial artist, but also a psychic, secretive, powerful, invisible, and deadly, although Jai Zhangrong is powerful, but also only an external Jin level of ancient martial artists. In the face of the strange and secretive soul power, he has almost no resistance ability. Night Starry Night wants his life, just a blink of an eye instant. But before that, Night Singing you had to figure out some details. He turned his head to look at Wang Chunxiang and asked openly, "If he dies by my hand, am I considered to have broken the law?" Wang Chunxiang froze for a moment, did not understand why he would suddenly ask this. Subconsciously replied, "For dangerous felons. If he resisted arrest, it is possible to shoot on the spot. The killer does not have to bear any legal responsibility, and there will even be awards." Before the words fell, Night Starry Night's arm seemed to move a little, and then heard the opposite side of the sound of a plop. The vicious Jai Zhangrong collapsed to the ground, like a mechanical doll that was suddenly unplugged from the batteries, and did not move. No sound. K. Zhangrong, who was alive a second ago, is already dead, with his eyes wide open. Dead in peace. A very ordinary leaf was stuck in his throat, but it was like a sharp dagger that completely severed his windpipe. This is not enough. The Night Zing you will not give Jai Zhangrong any opportunity to counterattack. The leaves of the tree contains a terrifying force. In a very short instant along the cervical spine transmission, invasion of the brain, directly destroyed Jai Zhangrong brain tissue. He only had to stare at the wide-eyed. Has been dead. Dead cannot be more dead. Internal force masters. Picking leaves and flying flowers can hurt people. This is not a legend, but the actual existence of the truth. But what really made Jai Zhangrong unable to resist was the power of Night Starry Night's divine soul. And in the instant he struck, he used a divine ability called Shock and Awe on Jai Zhangrong at the same time. The Avatar is the divine soul secret technique, the most effective way to use the power of the divine soul. Mysterious and powerful, shocking, just like empowering, soul-searching and so on, is a kind of divine power. Using the power of the soul to stimulate, instantly impacting the opponent's spiritual consciousness, causing them to fall into a short period of disorientation. The stronger the opponent's strength, the shorter the duration of disorientation. For a martial artist like K. Zhangrong, it would only take a second for Night Singing you to want him dead. K. Zhangrong, who had suffered a sudden mental shock, really did not have any power of resistance. Under the influence of the shocking avatar, he instantly fell into a mental trance, and his life was easily wiped out by a piece of leaf. Before Wang Chunxiang finished her words, and Lin Shanya didn't have any reaction, Jai Zhangrong was already dead. I'm afraid that even Count to Honor himself cannot believe. He is an ancient martial artist, so dead. Unexplained, silent, with leisurely steps, Night Singing you slowly walked towards Lin Shanya with a gentle smile on his face. "Don't be afraid, it's okay now." Wang Chunxiang first reacted. A flash, snatched in front of the Night Zing. You rushed to the side of Jai Zhangrong, looked at the corpse on the ground, horrified and shocked. You even really killed him. Her upper lip was still seeping blood, but her tongue looked like it was tied up, and she couldn't speak clearly, and her horrified eyes were even more like she had seen a ghost, staring at Night Starry Night with a calm face. As an ordinary person, Lin Shen, your reaction is not so fast. Heard the Night Zing you and Wang Chunxiang first and foremost open mouth, only to realize that the dagger on the neck is no longer, and behind the bald murderer did not know when to fall to the ground. No sound, completely dead. Now Lin Shanya completely believe. Night Zing you is indeed ancient martial artist, and also an extremely powerful ancient martial artist. He killed the murderer, saved himself, thank you. This was the first time Lin Shanya had said these two words to Night Starry Night, and they came from the bottom of her heart. Don't look at the calmness she showed in the morning, but in fact she was in a state of panic. After all, She is a woman, and when she encounters this kind of situation, she will also be panicked and scared. No need to be polite. You're my boss. Night Singing Yu pulled out a pack of tissues from his pants pocket and pulled out one to wipe the blood on Lin Shanya's neck. The red blood looks horrible, but in fact the wound is not deep. Just cut the skin. After a while will automatically stop bleeding. Night Singing Yu's wiping action is very gentle. In Lin Shanya's snow-white jade neck slowly moving. Eyes are even more gentle, as if caring for the most beloved and the most precious thing. This kind of emotion even infected Lin Shanya, so that the most soft place in her heart was gently touched. It was like going back to her childhood. When she fell down and her mother came over, gently picked her up, wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, and softly said to her, "Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy cares for you." Lin Shanya had a sudden urge to cry, almost unable to resist treating Night Starry Night as her own relative, and threw herself into his arms to cry bitterly. But right at this moment, Lin Shanya suddenly realized that Night Singing Yu's lower mouth was swollen with a large piece of color, and it was still seeping blood beads, so she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong with your mouth? Why is it bleeding?" Night Singing Yu smiled bitterly. How could he answer? Could he say that his mouth had been bitten by a dog? At this time, has finished checking the cause of death of Jai Xiang Rong Wang Chunks. Ying long legs across. Walk to the Night Xing Yu front, staring at a pair of charming big eyes, surprised to ask you have practiced the internal energy. You are a master of the internal martial arts. Night Starry Night gave her a blank stare. So what? Do you want to fight me again? Wang Chunks, Yang's face showed a frustrated expression for the first time, and she hung her head and said, "I can beat it." Lin Shanya took a look at these two people. There was blood on their mouths. The skin on their cheeks was broken. As for what happened, it seems that we can guess without asking, therefore. The good feeling and gratitude that had just arisen in the morning, all turned into nothing. Oh, my God, how can there be such an immodest couple, hugging and rolling on the lawn, and even kissing each other? How devoted must they be? Lin Shanya was instantly exasperated to the point of no return. Eyes on fire, fiercely stared at Night Starry Night, cursing "You bitch," and then angrily stepped on high heels and left. Without looking back, drilled into his own villa. Nightingale knows that this woman must be mistaken. But how can he explain it? Does it mean that I was bitten by her, and then I bit back? It would be better not to give any explanation at all, for this would only make things worse. Therefore, he will definitely not be able to get rid of this pot. And he can only carry it. Wang Chunks. Yang did not know why Lin Shanya angry. Heard her scolded the Night Xing Yu sentence, and then did not return to walk away. A bit like a lover quarrel with the kind of emotion. Cannot help but ask, "This is your girlfriend?" She asked, "Is this your girlfriend?" "Uh-huh." Night Singing Yu replied faintly, "It's my wife, so beautiful." Wang Chunxiang licked the injured mouth color and sighed heartily, and added at the end, "All the good cabbages are letting the pigs arch." Crap, how do you say that? Night Singing Yu really wanted to back, hand her, and give her a big mouth. This woman is not only brain dead, but also a bitch in vain. Has grown a pair of good face and good body. Emotional intelligence and IQ are eaten by the dog. I'll leave first. This person who died. Just say that you killed him. Night Singing Yu pointed at the corpse on the ground and explained to Wang Chunxiang, "Why do you say I killed him? Obviously you killed, and I have nothing to do with it." Wang Chunxiang waved her hand and refused to do it. "Is it still bad that I'm giving you the credit?" Night Singing Yu was once again surprised by Wang Chunks, Yang's brain deadness. Hadn't she heard that if you don't take advantage of something, you're a son of a bitch? Who do you think I am? Wang Chunxiang, do I need to take your credit? Wang Chunxiang, I can't see that this little bitch is actually all righteous and upright, worthy of being a Tianlong special police officer. This is also the first time that Night Xing Yu heard the name of this female special police officer. Like a landlord's stupid son's housemaid, but a detailed taste, the vulgar and elegant. Wang Chunxiang used her hand to touch her slightly swollen mouth, and said in a vague manner, "Wait, don't go yet. I've already called for support. Come back to the police station with me to make a statement later. It's true that what you fear comes to you. You've just come out of the police station, and you're going back again." Night Xing Yu was very depressed, though he did kill the man. He did not do it to be famous or to claim credit. But to save the man, in fact, he did not want to have anything to do with this matter. Once reported, it may cause a lot of trouble. It is better to give the credit to the policewoman. Good for you, good for me. Good for everyone, but he didn't know that the other party is a brainless person, and even didn't appreciate it. Knight Xingyu tried to persuade Wang police officer. You said the fugitive is you killed. No effort to make a merit. Maybe promoted and increased salary. Is it not fragrant? Why do you have to drag me into it? Wang Chengxiang is not the kind of board. Completely according to the rules and regulations of the public service. Listen to the Knight, Xingyu said. In fact, there is a bit of heart. Just her temperament is a bit strange, you give her. She also turned back to dislike up. And froze is unwilling to accept. Facing Knight Xingyu's persuasion, Wang Chengxiang insisted on refusing. But she suddenly remembered something, and with a turn of her eyes, she changed her words and said, I see that your soft fist makes it quite good. Better than me. Why don't you come and instruct me a few times? And I'll take care of this matter for you. What do you think? Deal? Knight Xingyu did not think twice before agreeing. Rather than going into the police station again, he would rather give this crazy woman as a free tutor. When Wang Chengxiang immediately pursued this well, over a period of time good, Knight Xingyu pointed to Lin Shanyu into the villa. I and my fiancé in the next few days to prepare for the wedding. A lot of things cannot get away. Wait until this matter is finished. I will make an appointment with you. Wang Chengxiang thought for a moment, then also promised. She was not in a hurry this day or 2 days, and not afraid of the other side of the remorse. If the Knight Xingyu really dare to renege, Wang Chengxiang will let him know why people often say, the people's police sacred and inviolable. The agreement was reached. Knight Xingyu no longer delayed. Immediately said to Wang Chengxiang, there are other police officers over. I withdraw first. Went back to the free time to contact again. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a flash of figure. Starry Night had already gone away like a gust of wind, and then disappeared in front of the villa. When Wang Chengxiang reacted, she couldn't see anyone, and she muttered softly, how did he know someone was coming? Why can't I see it? She did not know that since Knight Xingyu got the alarm from the black cat and rushed over from that side. The power of his divine soul had been released to detect the situation in the vicinity. And of course, he could detect that there were other special police officers approaching towards this side. So he did not talk much nonsense with Wang Chengxiang at all, and directly reached an agreement. And then he also quickly rushed into Lin Shanyu's villa. A few seconds later, Wang Chengxiang only saw the special police who rushed to support her, in order to cover up the calculation of the cause of death of Zhang. Wang Chengxiang inserted in his throat leaves removed, and then picked up the dagger fell on the ground in his hands, and dipped in the blood of the deceased, caused by their own throat, slit the illusion. And so on colleagues appeared when she has quietly set up all the good. In some ways, this woman is not stupid, on the contrary. She is quite shrewd and knows how to act. The body is quickly disposed of and taken away without alerting too many people. And the credit goes to violent policewoman Wang Chengxiang. She had fought with the Knight Xingyu. Body stained with a lot of dirt and grass leaves. Swollen on the head of a big bag. There is blood in the mouth. It seems to be after a tough battle, dried-up fugitives. So surprisingly, no one suspected, or thought to count to honor, is dead in the hands of Wang Chengxiang. Of course, there has been no news coverage of this incident, but the government will handle any content related to ancient martial artists with caution. And most of the time, the government will maintain a conservative attitude, not wanting to cause panic among the general public. Knight Xingyu returned to the villa, found Lin Shanyu shut himself in the room. He quietly put out the soul power penetration into the perceived that the woman is crawling on the bed, covering the quilt silent sobbing. You also thought she was shocked. Did not bother her. He went back to his room to clean and organize. After all, he and some crazy woman in the grass wrestling a game. The body got a little dirty. After taking a shower and coming out, changing into a clean new outfit, and thinking that his suitcase was still in the car, Starry Night went down to the living room, picked up the car keys on the shoe cabinet, and went outside to get his luggage from the trunk of the car. The SWAT team had only just withdrawn, and the outside had been restored as if nothing had happened. Knight Xingyu opened the trunk, took out his luggage, called out Little Black, And the little black cat came out from under the car, meowing at him. How is it that Nightstar, who knows every time that the little black cat is hiding in the neighborhood? Very simple, because he has the power of the soul. Just release it. You can perceive all the circumstances around the body. The closer you are, the clearer the perception. So as long as the little black cat in his vicinity cannot escape his probing, follow me. Night Singing, you greeted a carrying the suitcase into the villa. Blackie followed him briskly, carrying the box upstairs. Night Star, you came to their own rooms. The luggage inside threw out. The old worn suitcase opened to the balcony, padded with a few pieces of old clothes not worn. Made a simple and chic cat's nest. And then the little black hugged to the box, touching its head. Said, after this is your little nest. This is your nest from now on, he said, stroking his head. The little black cat meowed in response and rolled around in the box. Night Singing Wu went out of the room, ready to see what Lim Sun Ah was doing, but found that she still stayed in the room and did not come out, and thought to himself, she is not still crying, is she, standing in front of Lin Shanya's door. Night Singing Yu once again released the power of his divine soul into the house to probe, and realized that Lin Shanya had stopped crying, and was now sitting in front of the dressing table beside the bed to take a look in the mirror, looking at the blood stain on the snow-white jade neck while muttering, "It's so unsightly. It won't leave a scar. Will it?" Although she spoke in a low voice, with Night Singing Yu's ear power. As long as he deliberately listened, he could hear her even through a door. Night Singing Yu could not help but smile, thinking this woman is still quite concerned about their own beauty. A scratch of this degree may leave a scar when it heals completely, but it's definitely not noticeable, and you have to pay attention to it to see it. However, Lin Shanya's skin is white and delicate, so a little blemish would probably be more eye-catching. So this problem still has to be resolved by the help of Yixing Yu. Nightstar Yu knocked on the door of the room and asked, "I'll fix dinner. What do you want to eat?" Lin Shanya didn't say anything, and Night Singing Yu asked again before hearing her distinctive cool voice coming through the door panel. "I don't want to eat. Don't you mind me? The tone is not very friendly. It seems to be angry, without any reluctance." Night Singing Yu said, "I'll borrow your car for a while and go out to buy something." Lin Shanya snorted coldly and didn't answer, but she didn't refuse either. Night Singing Yu took her as an agreement and went downstairs to change her shoes and go out. In fact, he didn't go shopping for food. There were plenty of ingredients in the fridge to make dinner. The main purpose of his trip is to buy herbs, used to formulate a special medicine to remove scars. For Lin Big Beautiful Girl to solve the problem, driving Lin Shanya's car and turning on the navigation to the nearest medicinal herb market. It took Night Starry Night more than an hour to shop at dozens of stores before he could purchase all the dozens of medicinal herbs he needed. And when he returned to Lishan South Bay, the sky was already dark, accumulated living thousands of years of Night Singing Yu. Read all the past and present, can be said to know everything, the study of the sea to go. Not just martial arts and cooking too. Medicine and poisonous arts are also proficient. And even the Book of Changes and Gossip and Kai Men Dunjia. These remote metaphysical content are involved. With a little bit of scar removing special medicine is simply child's play. Night Singing Yu, ready to prepare this kind of liquid medicine, was named Beauty Liquid, is from an extremely valuable ancient formula improved. Not his original creation. The original prescription was called Nourishing Face Pill, which was created by a famous female doctor of the Eastern Jin dynasty, Bao Kaianguang, who was the wife of Ji Hong, a fortune teller, and both husband and wife were extremely famous figures in history. First of all, Ji Hong. This person is the Eastern Jin dynasty, is extremely legendary famous figure. There are 3 titles, respectively, for the Taoist scholars: Refining Master, Medicine, can be said to be the 3 cross-border. The popularity of 2, at that time the world known as the Living Gods, which can be seen in his ability and popularity. Bao is Ji Hong's wife, but her medical skills and alchemy were taught by her father, Bao Lai, who learned from the real person, Yin Chengsheng. As for Yin Chengsheng, this person, the history is even more horrible. Born in the Eastern Han dynasty, but lived for more than 170 years, has maintained the appearance of the young. Witnessed the change of several dynasties, from the Eastern Han dynasty to the Western Jin dynasty, and then to the Eastern Jin dynasty, and finally the White Sun rises to immortality. which is no longer a legend, but a myth. Bao Kainguang is equivalent to Yin Chengsheng's intergenerational disciple. Not only is a famous doctor, but also alchemist, and proficient in moxibustion, is the first female moxibustionist in the history of ancient medicine. Was honored by the community as Bao Xianggu, the mastery of its medical skills, and even the Night Starry Night also admired. Bao Jingguang is best at treating tumors and warts and other symptoms, which is what modern medicine calls skin diseases. In her later years, she finally combined the best of her medical skills to produce a magical elixir, which is very effective in nourishing the skin and removing blemishes and scars. It is a pity that the medicinal materials needed for this kind of elixir are very rare and hard to find, and the method of refining is extremely tedious and complicated, so it has not been able to spread. In modern terms, that is, the material is rare and difficult to find. Manufacturing and processing difficulties. Not mass production. Only some samples to taste fresh. Later, Bao Kainguang sent this prescription to the then Night Starry Night in the hope that it could be continued to be improved by him for the benefit of the world. Until after the death of Bao Jingguang, this matter has only made progress. After the night, Xingyu constantly research and analysis, coupled with a variety of whimsical creativity. He will be one of the rare medicinal materials are replaced with inexpensive and easy-to-find common medicinal materials. Refining method also has a lot of changes and improvements, after a number of trials, and finally succeeded. However, the shape has changed. Originally, it was a solid elixir, but after improvement, it has become a liquid. So the name has changed from Nourishing Face Dan to Beauty Face Liquid. There is also a difference in the method of use. Beauty Pill is taken internally, while Nourishing Liquid can be taken internally and applied externally. Taken internally to regulate endocrine secretion and eliminate toxins, applied externally to remove blemishes and whiten the skin. In terms of efficacy, the potion is slightly inferior to the original elixir, being 2 to 3% worse, but the cost has been reduced by more than 90%, and the manufacturing process is also simpler and quicker, making it entirely possible to produce large quantities. But the Night Xingyu did not put the beauty of the liquid public out. Occasionally meet the heart of the confidant, only to make some as a gift, so this miraculous potion is not known to the world. This is not because he is selfish, but he feels that this potion is not a lifesaver, and exists only for the sake of beauty, which is not worth mentioning, if the world is crazy for it, the pursuit of external beauty, but ignore the beauty of the heart, will form a bad social climate, but against the heart of the Night Star Yu. Also because Si Lin Shanye for the neck scars and distress. Night Xingyu thought of the beauty of the liquid, decided to make some out to her use. What to do next? We all know the old rules. High-pressure boiler filled with some water. Induction furnace plugged into the electricity. Clay alchemy began. Don't spit on me. I'm not the only one who does this. It's a modern urban practice. It's a trend, of course. Some guys use a rice cooker instead of a pressure cooker, which is also possible. But the effect of the pressure cooker is still better than the rice cooker. Recommended by conscience. Don't look at it as an old-fashioned way. In fact, this efficiency is even faster and more convenient than the ancient alchemy. The size of the fire can be precisely adjusted. The temperature and air pressure is also on the go. Stainless steel high-pressure pot, then the iron made of the alchemy furnace, is still solid. And do not have to find 2 alchemy children in 2 shifts to add firewood and medicine to play the fan. With a pot of kelp and pork chop soup is as convenient as the pot. Time and heat are not the problem, but rather the preparation. The herbs need to be cleaned, picked out which parts to use and which not to use. Some need to be sliced, some need to be mashed, and some need to be squeezed into juice. The key is to have a good ratio. And the order in which you put it in the pot is also important, just like stir-frying. Some people put it in at the beginning. Some put it in when the pot is about to start, and it varies. To the Night Starry Night with its strong soul power. These are actually not a problem. His mind is comparable to the most advanced galactic calculator, and it is difficult to make a mistake. 2 hours later, a pot of fragrant pork chop soup. Oh, that's a mistake. It's the fragrant beauty lotion that starts the pot. The temperature is very high when the pot is first started. It should be left for a period of time until it becomes room temperature. Then filter it with a fine gauze to remove the residue. Then it can be used. Refining the success of the beauty of the liquid was presented as a higher transparency of the yellowish. Slightly viscous, a bit like egg whites, no pungent smell of medicine, but there is no taste. Want to taste better? You can add a little sugar and stir before drinking, but this thing cannot drink more. Once 10 ml is enough. That is a dose of oral fluid. Drink more to diarrhea, but not good for the body. If you want to remove scars, it is better to take it orally and apply it externally, once or twice a day, and it will be completely removed in a few days. After opening the pressure cooker and taking it out into the yard to let it cool down, Starry Night began to prepare dinner. At this time or 9 o'clock, he did not have the heart to cook and stir fry. Casually down a little noodles, divided into 3, one for Lin Shanya, one for himself, the remaining one at least to feed the cat, and at the same time, and then fry a few eggs as a garnish with a few eggs. The fragrant egg noodles on the ready. Even if it was an ordinary bowl of boiled noodles, the flavor was completely different when it was made from Starry Night's hands. And the little black cat who started first ate. It licked its mouth frequently and meowed. Night Singing You carried 2 bowls of noodles straight up to the 2nd floor and knocked on Lin Shanya's bedroom door. Lin Shanya opened the door, wearing cotton pajamas. Hair is still a little wet, is blowing, as if just showered. What? Lim Sun-ah looked at Night Seong-woo, who was holding the bowl of noodles, and asked coldly and knowingly. Ate the noodles. Night Singing You passed 2 bowls of noodles forward at the same time. One bowl has chili added. The other bowl is not spicy. Which bowl do you want? This has been a few hours. Lin Shanya's grievances subsided a lot. The stomach is really a little hungry, and then smelled the aroma wafting out of the bowl. The fingers moved. So it is not polite. Directly pointed to the bowl without chili pepper. Said coldly, I eat this bowl. You put it on the dining table. I will blow drying hair on the way down. Night Singing You nodded and urged. Hurry up, the noodles will get mushy. When he had finished speaking, he went downstairs with 2 bowls of noodles. Lin Shanya is not the kind of temperament that loves to dawdle. Only less than 2 minutes after the interval, wearing cotton slippers, walked downstairs. At this time Starry Night is eating noodles, but the little black cat has finished eating. Directly jumped to the dining table. Squatting in front of the Starry Night meowed. Seems to still want to eat. Night Star's bowl is filled with chili peppers, so it's not convenient for the cat to eat it. So he extends his chopsticks and is about to feed the cat noodles from another bowl. Just as Lin Sun-ah walks into the restaurant and yells, Stop! Night Singing You stopped moving and lifted his head to look at Lin Shanya in confusion. Then he heard the other party complaining, Why don't you care about hygiene? Why don't you stick your own chopsticks into my bowl? Night Singing You returned without saltiness. At most, it's just a little bit of saliva, and it's not going to die. You soul egg, do you want me to eat your saliva? Lin Shanya was so angry that her liver ached, and she couldn't help but yell at him. I've never seen such a man before. He's not polite. He's not refined, compared to the powerful and noble men she's met in the imperial capital. He's as coarse as a street ruffian. Seeing Lin Sanya's fury, Night Seong, who eventually put back his own chopsticks, and instead used the clean chopsticks that were originally inserted into that bowl to casually clip a few noodles and feed them to the kitten on the dining table. Then pushed the bowl of noodles in front of Lin Sanya, who had just sat down, and said indifferently, Eat it as soon as possible. It's getting mushy. Lin Shanya glared at him exasperatedly, picked up the chopsticks and mixed a few times, then started eating, though the bowl of noodles had been in the oven for almost 2 minutes and was a bit mushy. The flavor was not bad at all. It was so delicious that Lin Shanya couldn't stop her mouth from sucking and sucking on it, and she finished the whole bowl of noodles in just a short time, and even drank the broth of the noodle. So full. Lin Shanya gave a rare burp and rubbed her bulging little stomach with a face of intoxicated satisfaction. Immediately afterward, she saw Night Singing Wu walk in from the backyard with a high-pressure pot. Take out a large clean bowl and place a metal-rimmed fine filter flat on the surface of the bowl. Then pour the contents of the pot into the bowl. After filtering, all the dregs on the net are thrown away, which is no longer useful, leaving only an egg-white liquid. For half a pot of ingredients, only one big bowl, about 300 to 400 milliliters, was boiled. Lim Sun-ah curiously peeked over and asked. "What is this?" Night Singing You smiled mysteriously. "This is the divine liquid for you to expel scars and nourish your face." "Gee, goddamn you." Lin Shanya didn't believe in his bullshit. She scornfully brushed her mouth, pushed back her chair and stood up. Just about to leave, instead, Night Singing You stopped in front of her with a large bowl in his hand, and with a small spoon in his other hand. He scooped up half a spoonful of the nourishing face liquid and said to her, "Come, open your mouth." Lim Sun-ah froze slightly, then frowned again and asked, "You're making me eat this?" "Night Sing You a serious explanation. You do not think I am joking. This is my family's ancestral unique secret recipe, specializing in detoxification and skin care, scar removal. If you do not use the words, the neck will leave an ugly scar. Then do not regret." These last few sentences instantly hit Lin Shanya's sore spot. Imagine what kind of woman doesn't love beauty. Even a double doctor, who pays more attention to her inner self, can't be exempted. Lin Shanya only hesitated a little before she opened her mouth, as she was told, and allowed Night Singing You to feed half a spoonful of the beauty liquid into her mouth. A beauty lotion with no added flavorings. It tasted a bit like rice soup. Not unpleasant, but not very flavorful either. Plus the amount in the mouth was very small, so Lin Shanya did not taste anything. Afterwards, Night Singing Wu scooped out a little more with a spoon, put the bowl down, and dipped his fingers into the slimy beauty lotion, applying it to Lin Sun-ah's neck wound. The slightly warm liquid didn't have any irritation. Instead, the friction of the fingers brought more stimulation to Lin Shanya. Lim Sun-ah, who was enjoying the gentle care, suddenly felt a bit confused. Why did the picture style suddenly become like this? What kind of script is this? It feels so weird. It's like a real couple. Isn't it too intimate? Before she could think about it, Night Singing You's fingers had already left her jade neck, and the medicine was already finished. Lin Shanya stifled red face to say a thank you, turned to escape, and saw the Night Singing You dipped his fingers in a little bit of liquid, applied on his own bitten cheeks, which brought back memories of that scene not long ago. He and the long-legged policewoman entangled, embracing, rolled on the green lawn, rolled, and the two were crazy kissing together. Because it was two, the mouth is so hard that the color of the mouth is bitten through. Of course, some of the images came from Lin Shanya's brain. She did not really see, but because of this. It is more horrible. Human imagination is infinite. What can't be done in reality can be done by imagination. That's why we have masturbation, which is an all-encompassing and vivid word. In reality, it's you biting me and me biting you. But the imagined picture is a dry fire, hunger and thirst. Lin Shanya's mind unconsciously played a small, inappropriate, erotic movie, and then she became angry and stormed out of the restaurant, slamming the door loudly, followed by the sound of thump, 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 thump. Night Singing You was confused by her inexplicable anger, muttering, "Why does this woman change her face whenever she wants? Is it because she ate too many chili peppers? Or is it just her great aunt coming to visit? Really do not understand. Do not try to study. Women's minds you do not guess. Guessing and guessing do not understand. They should do what they do. After rubbing the color of the mouth with medicine and repairing it with the power of the soul, it was basically fine, and no trace of the bite could be seen. And the rest of this big bowl of beauty lotion needs to be stored away for good. Just in case it's needed. The nature of this liquid is very stable, will not volatilize, also not easy to deteriorate, as long as casually find something to pack up, not by the sun for a long period of time. It can be stored for a decade or 8 years. Night Singing You took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and finished it in one gulp, then poured the bowl of beauty lotion into the empty bottle, which was half a bottle, and then tore off the plastic label on the bottle, and then casually placed the bottle in the cabinet, which was kind of like a small bottle of cooking oil. Then he started cleaning, washing pots and pans, washing dishes, wiping the table and sweeping the floor for more than 10 minutes before he finished. The next morning, the weather was crisp and clear. Today is a day of great significance, because the Night Singing You and Lin Shanya will officially enter the marriage hall FN Hall M. This is an extremely simple wedding, no wedding banquet, No wedding wine, no honeymoon trip. Just a few wedding photos for show. And 2 small red books. Night Singing You Made Breakfast, still with egg noodles. And both Lin Shanya and the little black cat ate it with gusto. After the meal, Night Singing Wu let Lim Sun-ah take another small sip of the beauty lotion. And at the same time, he also applied a little bit on the neck wound and around the eye sockets. Why do you need to smear around the eyes? Because of the pressure of being forced to marry by the family. Lin Shen, you recently have not slept well. A little puffy eyes. Bags under the eyes also came out. More or less affect the beauty. So the night Xingyu asked her to give the eyes around also smeared with the beauty of the liquid. Lin Shanya was reluctant to smear on the face of this sticky egg-white liquid. Until the night Xingyu beat his chest to hit the belly of the oath to ensure that this thing is absolutely effective. She reluctantly dipped her fingers in the beauty of the liquid on the face to smear. This liquid is really amazing. Just a few minutes, it is completely absorbed by the skin. Lin Shanya with a mirror immediately was shocked. Really, as the night Xingyu said, immediate effect. The marks around the eye frame faded a lot. It is estimated that another wipe 1 or 2 times will be able to completely restore. What's the name of this ancestral recipe of yours? Lin Shanya couldn't help but ask. Beautiful face liquid. I named it randomly. Night Singing You replied. That's a cheesy name. Lim Sun-ah commented nonchalantly. But it does work, if it's effective. This bottle is all for you. But you have to remember that you can only drink half a spoonful every day. And apply it externally once in the morning and once in the evening. It's too much. Night Singing You pointed to the plastic bottle in the cabinet and earnestly urged. Lin Shanya nodded, thinking that such a large bottle would be enough for her to use for a long time. After breakfast, 2 people dressed clean, neatly out the door, because of the special day. Always clear face Lin Shanya rare painted a light makeup. Appear more charming and charming. Arriving at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Shanya parked the car, took out a small box, took out a pair of wedding rings, handed the larger one to Night Xingyu, and coldly instructed. Put it on. You even prepared this. Night Starry Night was a bit surprised. Originally thought that only a few broken photos only. Did not think that can also earn a ring for nothing. This ring is platinum. The price is not expensive. Night Starry Night after receiving a set of hand. Just right. But Lin Shenya's one is even bigger. A little loose when he saw it, he asked, You bought the ring yourself. Don't you want to try it on? Lim Sun-ah replied, I bought it randomly on the internet. I didn't care. I'll do it. Night Singing You took out the loose ring from Lin Shenya's finger, and after kneading it a few times using his internal energy, the ring was reshaped to be slightly smaller, and then set it on the ring finger of her slender left hand, which was not too loose and not too tight, and was just right. You're quite good. Lin Shenya glanced at Night Xingyu in surprise. This man did have some ability. It seemed like nothing was too difficult for him. Oh, General, the village third, Night Xingyu smiled, turned around and took the lead to walk into the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Shenya followed closely. The marriage procedure was very smooth, as long as you provide the required documents and information. Fill in the form and sign it. Check it for accuracy. Register it and record it in your file. Get 2 small red books, and you are all set from now on in the law. The Night Xingyu and Lin Shenya has officially become a legal couple. Having come this far, Lin Shenya is relieved, and all that remains is to deal with her family, regardless of the family's approval. The established facts of the marriage could not be changed, and even if they were to be divorced, they would have to wait for a year, during which time Lin Shenya could do a lot of things to change her destiny. Moreover, the Huo family will also have ideas on their side. First of all, Huo Qingshu himself. Can he accept the fact that Lin Shenya married another man? And if he is disheartened by this and decides to give up, then of course it will fit Lin Shenya's wish. In addition, even if his love for Huo Qingshu is unshakable, whether Huo's parents can accept a divorced and remarried daughter-in-law is another matter, and there are a lot of variables. Therefore, Lin Shenya's to self-destructive tough means to resist the family's forced marriage. The first cut. From the name of the raw rice, cooked rice, the family's attitude, even if more tough, but also regret too late. When a woman is ruthless, she is really scary. Just like the Kongdong School's 7 injuries fist, which is incredibly powerful, but when it hurts the enemy, it also hurts herself. After everything was done, Lin Shanya took Night Starry Night and casually found a restaurant to have a lunch, and then went back home. Since it was Saturday and the college was closed, Lin Shanya drove back to Lishan South Bay. Halfway through the walk, suddenly traffic jam. Night Starry Night put out his divine soul to explore. It turned out to be not far ahead of the intersection of traffic accidents. A bright yellow luxury supercar from the side hit a tourist bus. Both cars have a certain degree of damage. The road was not completely blocked, only that the progress was slower, and it was not long before we saw the scene of the two-vehicle collision. A trendy teenager with red-dyed hair and earrings, dressed in a somewhat punkish and alternative style, about 18 or 19 years old, was standing on the roadside, pointing at a middle-aged man with a sad face and cursing him, sounding as if he was the owner of a supercar, while the target of the cursing was the driver of a bus. The reason for the collision between the two vehicles was very simple. The supercar was going straight on the left-hand left turn lane, while the bus was turning left on the right-hand straight lane. One was driving fast and the other was turning sharply, and as a result, they crashed into each other, with both vehicles violating the law and both of them being held responsible. Traffic police have been dealing with. Because the supercar hit the middle of the bus, obviously the bus first left turn, and the supercar brake cannot lead to hit. So the responsibility of the supercar owners to be much larger. However, the red-haired teenager was very arrogant, as if he was the victim, pointing at the bus driver and cursing, and even wanted to beat him up. But fortunately, the traffic police stopped them, so they did not fight. When Lin Shanya saw the red-haired boy, she gave a startled eep and muttered, "Why is he here?" Nightstar, you asked. You know. Lin Shanya nodded well. The young of the Zhang family in the imperial capital. His name is Jiangzhu. Night singing, you was surprised. Is it the Zhang family among the 10 most powerful families? Right, Lin Shanya nodded again. But this guy doesn't do his job all day long. He only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. I'm afraid that the position of the Zhang family heir is about to be untenable. Lin Shanya is talking, but the car doesn't stop, following the traffic slowly, as if he doesn't want to pay attention to this Edmonds. Unexpectedly, the red-haired teenager with good eyesight even saw Lin Shanya passing by and immediately ran over to him, ignoring the fact that the car was still moving, and directly put his hands on the driver's window, greeting him with a smile and saying, "Sister Shanya, what a coincidence. I ran into you here since she was seen." She couldn't pretend she didn't recognize it, so Lin Shanya responded and pointed at the hit sports car and said, "You get busy first. We'll be in touch later. I don't know that this guy is even a thick skin." He reached through the window and pressed the unlock button on the door side, and then very skillfully pulled open the back door, a hook waist, and drilled into the back seat, and then closed the door. Lin Shanya asked in surprise, "What are you doing in my car?" Jiangzhu nudged toward the hit sports car. "My car was wrecked. Of course I want to take your car." Lin Shanya's eyes blinked. "Then you have to stay and settle things. Right, and call a tow truck to take the car away." Jiangzhu is very flippant to throw his hair, posing as a self considered very harassment. Grinning cursed very quickly. "The car also do not want. Just throw that. Who wants you tow away, Lim Sun-ah?" Night Starry Night, that sports car, through the Night Xingyu preliminary estimation, at least worth 2 million. Then Lin Shanya's low-profile luxury car is much more expensive. But Jiangzhu looks like he does not care about the expression, as if the thrown away is not a sports car, but a pair of old leather shoes. It's true that he's a top-tier douchebag from one of the 10 most powerful families in the world. $2 million, and he just threw it away without a second thought. Jiangzhu sat behind Lin Shanya, glanced towards Night Xingyu, who was diagonally in front of him, and asked, "Sister Shanya, which family's son is this one next to you?" "Why do I feel a bit familiar?" Lin Shanya replied lightly, "He is my husband, Night Starry Night." "What?" Jiangzhu jumped up from his seat, his head hitting the roof of the car with a thud. But he was oblivious and asked sharply, "Your husband, did I hear you right?" "That's right." Lim Sun-ah lifted her left hand up and raised it to the side of the seat's cushion, so that Jiangzhu behind her could see the wedding ring on her finger. "It's impossible, isn't it?" Jiangzhu is still in disbelief. "Why did you get married without a word? Does Brother Huo know?" Lin Shanya still said coldly, "He should know soon. But I'm warning you, don't tattle on me or I won't spare you. Hearing this, Jiangsu just touched the cell phone out of his trouser pocket and was secretly stuffed back. The laughed, "Am I such a chicken shit person?" Lin Shanya snorted coldly and did not say anything. Jiangsu poked his head out from the middle of the two seats, looked at Night Singing Yu's profile, and said with a smirk, "Man, bull, daring to rob Huo Qingshu's woman. I, Jiangsu, admire it. What do you mean? Robbing women? Speak so unpleasantly." Night Singing Yu stretched out his left hand and touched Lin Shanya's right hand that was placed on the center armrest box, intentionally putting on a deeply affectionate look and looking at Lin Shanya's side face. "We truly love each other." "Don't we, wife?" Lin Shanya was held in the small hand as if electrocuted, trembled for a moment, but because there is Jiangsu in, did not overreact, forced to smile him a sound. Jiangsu, of course, saw the two hands held together, but also saw the wedding ring worn on the finger of the Night Xingyu, exactly with the Lin Shanya hand of the pair. He finally believed that Lin Shanya is not joking. The two are really married. "Looks like I should change my name to your brother-in-law," Jiangsu said sullenly to Night Singing Yu. "But it doesn't make sense. How could I not know about something as big as my sister's wedding? Your sister." Night Singing Yu listened with a bit of confusion. "Your surname is Jiang. Her surname is Lin. You two are siblings." "He's my cousin. My mom's last name is Jiang, and he's brother and sister to his dad," as Lin Shanya answered. She pulled her palm out of Night Singing Yu's clutches without moving. "Oh, I see." Night Singing Yu suddenly realized that it was not uncommon for these large and powerful clans to have intermarriages and unions. Lin Shanya glanced at Jiangsu in the back through the center rear-view mirror and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll send you there first." Jiangsu spread his hands. "I have no place to go. Let's go to your house and stay there first." Lin Shanya asked helplessly, "Then why didn't you stay well in the imperial capital and come to the outer city?" Jiangsu replied cheerfully, "I met a young lady who plays music online. She plays guitar very well and can arrange and compose music. She is in the outlying cities. She is going to have a music reception tonight and invited me to come over to play a little bit. And by the way, see if we can form a band together or something," Lim Sana said in a nonchalant manner. "Then why don't you hurry up and go find your young lady?" Jiangsu pointed his finger at the time displayed on the center screen. "I said it's nighttime, and now there are still several hours before it gets dark." Lin Shanya had no choice but to carry this halfway out Cheng Bayan Jin back to Lishan South Bay. Into the villa, Lin Shanya went upstairs to take off her makeup. "Night Xing, you boil water to make tea." And Jiangsu as if he came to his own home, in the doorway to the shoes thrown. Slippers do not change. Directly barefoot on the floor, grinning broadly to the living room couch a lie, raising a legs. Eyes move like a gangster. Looking at the Night Xingyu asked brother-in-law, "What is your name? I didn't catch it in the first place." Night Xingyu replied casually, "My name is Night Xingyu." Jiangsu asked again, "Which leaf?" "The leaves of the tree." "Is it the Yi family that sells jade?" "Night and Yi have the same sound, and the Night surname is rare, while the Yi surname is common, so it is no wonder that Jiangsu understood it wrongly. Night Star Yu explained, "Not the leaves of the tree, but the night of the night." Jiangsu thought for a moment and muttered somewhat uncertainly, "There's a surname Night. I don't think I've heard of it. There are, but very few." Night Singing Yu replied carelessly, casually adding, "There is a hidden family surnamed Night near the imperial capital. Many people just don't know about it." Jiangsu thought for a while and seemed not to have heard of it, so he asked, "Could it be that brother-in-law comes from that hidden family?" "No," Night Starry Night shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary civilian. Don't be ridiculous. My cousin is one of the 12 famous women in the imperial capital. The people who pursue her can circle around the imperial city twice. How can she marry an ordinary man?" Jiangsu knew that his cousin had a very selective eye, so he didn't believe her. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Night Starry Night also did not explain. Jiangsu asked again, "What line of work is brother-in-law in?" Night Starry Night replied truthfully, "Unemployed vagabond, good for the jobless hobo. I'm a jobless hobo too." Jiangsu laughed out loud. "People like us have more money than we can spend. Do we still need to work?" Night Starry Night, admittedly, Jiangsu will be wrong. He thought the Night Xingyu like himself, is the kind of with a golden spoon born rich kid. Do not have to work to earn money, just need to eat, drink and play on the line. In essence, the purpose of work is to earn money. And the purpose of earning money is not to work. So who will work if they don't have to worry about money? Night Singing Yu brewed tea and put it on the living room coffee table, letting Jiangzu pour it himself if he wanted to drink it, and then went to the kitchen refrigerator to fetch some milk and ham sausages, or something to feed the kitten. When he returned to the living room, Jiangzu fell asleep on the sofa. Night Sing Yu did not bother with him. He ran to the backyard to practice boxing. The wind of the fist whistled and exploded with a sense of power. Lin Shanya in the second-floor balcony to see will no longer think that this is the embroidered legs, and then seriously look down, over time, but also by the raising of hands and feet between the sense of power and sense of rhythm attracted. More and more cannot move their eyes, slowly intoxicated by it. In this way, Night Starry Night was practicing boxing downstairs without any distractions, and Lin Shan Yu was watching boxing upstairs like an idiot for a full hour, waiting for Night Singing Yu to stop. Lin Shan Yu was only able to come back to her senses, and couldn't help but scold herself in her heart, "Am I stupid? What's so great about practicing boxing? It's a waste of my time, in the living room." Jiangzu slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon before waking up. He was in the dish smell of temptation to wake up. Open your eyes to see the Night Starry Night is busy in the kitchen. That bout of tempting aroma. It is from the kitchen, since it's the weekend and both Lin, Shanye, and Jiang Zhu are there. Night Sing Yu starts preparing dinner a little early. "Wow, brother-in-law, what did you cook? It smells so good." Jiang Zhu jumped up from the sofa and rushed into the kitchen while yelling. Night Sing Yu casually replied. Casually fried a few home-cooked small dishes. "You now go upstairs and ask your sister to come down for dinner. I'm almost done here. The table has been fried 3 dishes. Chili pepper stir-fried pork, garlic fried greens, sweet and sour pork, indeed, are some very common home cooking, but the bright luster, the rich and enticing aroma, are deeply tickled Jiangzu's taste nerves. Tummy worms rolled and squirming, mouth promised, but the feet did not move. Taking advantage of the Night Sing Yu did not pay attention to, directly pinch up a piece of hot pork ribs with his fingers, and blew a couple of breaths, then he stuffed his mouth. Yummy. Jiangzu couldn't help but let out a sigh of appreciation. His mouth was still chewing, and he was ready to use his hand to take another piece of ribs. But Night Singing Yu turned his head to look at him. His sharp eyes suddenly caused Jiangzu to shiver, and his heart was steeply shocked, remembering his own mission. He exited the kitchen with a flattery, and went up the stairs to call for someone to go. Lin Shan Yu is not good at housework and cooking. This is also no study. After coming to the city, basically in the restaurant to eat, they seldom do. Originally intended to 6 o'clock to greet the night, Sing Yu and Jiangzu to go outside to eat, which know that only 5:30. Jiangzu on the wind and fire ran up the stairs and knocked on the door of her room. "Sister Shanya, hurry down, your husband has cooked something delicious," Jiangzu yelled as he tapped on the door. Opening the door, Lin Shanya smelled the tantalizing aroma of vegetables tampered up from downstairs. Jiangzu said hurry up and ran down the stairs like a rabbit. Lin Shanya drank a mouthful of congee cooked by Night Starry Night, and also ate 2 bowls of noodles cooked by Night Starry Night. And the taste was really superb, plus the creamy steamed buns that were spreading like wildfire in the college. And she was quite looking forward to the cooking skills of this contracted husband, and then cleaned up her appearance, and then slowly walked down the stairs. In the kitchen, Nightingale has already fried the 4th dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, scrubbed the frying pan, and is making the last mushroom and tofu soup. Jiangzu, who had eaten a piece of ribs, was more active than anyone else, rummaging around in the cupboard like a master, fetching bowls and chopsticks, and taking the initiative to serve the rice. This scene was a big surprise to Lin Shanya. She knew that this little cousin at home can't do any work. All he does is call out to his maid, almost like he's being spoon-fed. And now he's working like a madman, without a word of complaint. Is the sun coming out of the west? When the soup is ready, put on the table, the official start. Lin Shanya tasted the first bite, and then looked at the wolf swallowing Jiangzu, only to realize why this is. Because, really, it's so delicious. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Night Star, you originally thought it was enough for 3 people to eat. but also can save some to feed the cat. The result, even soup is not left. Jiangsu holding the plate licked to the end. The poor little black can only eat the bones without meat. There was nothing he could do. So he cooked some noodles to feed the kitten. Lin Shanyu was too embarrassed to let Night singing Wu work alone in the kitchen, and silently cleared the table and washed the dishes by herself, while Jiangsu patted his belly paralyzed in his chair and shouted 666, constantly praising Night Sing Wu's cooking skills. Tika and Seo after cleaning up. The night falls and Jiangsu invites Lin Shanyu and the two of them to go to a music party together. Lim Sun-ah, who has led a certificate and had a good meal, is in a good mood and agrees to Jiangsu's request. And Night Seung-woo is not interested in music, cocktail parties, and whatnot, and is reluctant to go, but is forced to give in by Lin Sun-ah as his wife and boss, perhaps because of the secret deep in his heart. He is almost defenseless against Lin Shanyu's request. I'll do whatever you want, but only this life. The venue of the concert is not in the city, but in Xinjiang district, a place called Fengming Villa. Fengming Villa is located in the Fengming Mountain. A few years ago was bought the entire mountain. Spent a lot of money to engage in development. Above built a luxury summer resort, dedicated to high-ranking officials to enjoy the use of the rich. The pre-birth night singing you had heard of this place, but had never seen it, and Lin Shanyu, who had stayed in the outlying cities for half a year, was also here for the first time. Fenghuang Mountain is not very high, and Fenghuang Villa is just halfway up the mountain. From the foot of the mountain, along the mountain road, it only takes a few minutes to drive to the main entrance of the villa. The natural scenery of the whole Fenghuang Mountain is not clear at night, but the artificial layout is very beautiful. All the way is decorated with lights. There are artificial lakes, stone arch bridges, pavilions, and some secluded walking paths. The overall style of the ancient Chinese style. The designer should have spent a lot of effort in the construction. The parking lot in front of the lodge has been parked a lot of vehicles, a water of luxury cars. The price is at least $1 million or more. Lin Shanyu's this one is almost the lowest grade. The shape is not conspicuous. The price is only up to $1 million level. Just as Lin had parked her car, another white Bajaj 4-seater sports car came down the mountain road and parked in a neighboring space. Bao Bei is an imported car, is a famous Western car brand, and the 3 major car brands in the same name. But because of tariffs and other reasons, the price is higher than the domestic car to be a cut. Force style also appears to be higher. This Bao Bei's price at least in $1.5 million or more. Obviously also a VIP to participate in the music reception. The 2 cars arrived one after the other and happened to be parked together, so those who didn't understand thought they were the same group of people. Lin Shanyu and other people get off first, followed by the white car inside the 3 people drilled out. Is 2 women and a man, both sides of each other. They froze for a moment. I can't believe we know each other from the past. One might even say, old favorites, this man and woman are Shang Wu and Shang Wen, as well as Zheng Zulai, the ex-girlfriend of Night Starry Night, who is a fairy on the outside and a whore on the inside. Night Xingyu is speechless. Did not think that even here can meet this heart bitch. This is how a period of sinful fate. Surely Zheng doesn't know Lin Shanyu and Jiangsu. But she was a bit dumbfounded when she saw Night Starry Night, if not for the fact that she has been dating the other person for a whole year. She was really impressed, and I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to recognize him. The Night Starry Night, dressed in a 188,000 straight suit, combed with a fresh and dry handsome hairstyle, looks handsome. Handsome, and also exudes a kind of unspeakable unique temperament. Looking at Zheng Zulai dazzled and mesmerized. A burst of heart and soul shaking. Is this the same poor loser Nightingale? Are you kidding me? Even Shirley Cheng herself began to doubt, and somewhat uncertainly called out towards Night Starry Night. Brother Starry Night, is that you? Lin Shanyu do not know these people. Have stepped out 2 steps, heard Zheng Zulai's greetings, and turned back. A pair of beautiful eyes first looked at the pavilion. The quality of the Zheng Zulai of the fairy. Before staring at the night, Xingyu's eyes and asked your friend. Don't know. Night Starry Night shook his head in denial with an expressionless face, and turned around to leave first. Although the Night Xingyu did not answer, even did not look at this side of a glance, but Zheng Zulai always feel that this person is definitely the Night Xingyu. Absolutely not wrong. Women's intuition is sometimes very accurate and persistent. The last time Shang Wen saw Night Singing Yu. Just a hurried glance. The Night Singing Yu at that time was dressed in ordinary clothes, and now completely different. So she did not recognize, looking at the handsome man's departing back. She asked sideways, "Surely." "Who is he, ah?" without explanation. Shirley Cheng shook her head and replied back, "Maybe I'm looking at it wrong." "Let's go." Sang Mo approached Zheng Zulai and wanted to reach out to embrace her slender waist. But as soon as he lifted his hand, Zheng Zulai shyly stepped back to the side, like a frightened white rabbit. Sang Woon glared hard at her brother and walked over to take Shirley Jiang's arm, laughing and joking as she walked forward, washing away the embarrassment. Today's Shirley Cheng did not deliberately dress up. As always, the shape of the simple and concise, the whole body without any accessories, but the pure beauty of the freshness of the fairy naturally exudes. A glance at the heart of the goodwill, just as the phrase out of the mud but not stained, the Mondi and not demon. Just a shame, forget it. I won't talk about it. It's all tears if I talk about it too much. Now Shang Wu is the same as when the night Xing Yu. All the heart all on Zheng Zulai, put her as a baby-like, hold in the hand for fear of falling, contain in the mouth for fear of melting, lifting in the top of the head for fear of flying. However, Shang Wu was much more anxious than Night Singing Yu, and his behavior was also a bit bolder. He couldn't help but take the initiative just now, but he didn't think that the other party would still be that shy, and he was shocked instead, which caused Shang Wu to regret it so much that he really wanted to slap himself hard. There is a group of greeters and security guards at the entrance of Fengming Villa. Guests do not need invitations. They only need to give their names and confirm that they are correct to enter, and every invited VIP can bring their family or friends to join the event. The two groups of people walked towards the main entrance of the lodge, one after the other. A short distance away, Sang Wu quickly walked 2 steps to catch up with Zheng Shirley them. This time only dared to stand on the side of the younger sister, Sang Wen, for fear of causing the good people to resist him again. In order to stir up the topic, Shang Wu intentionally said this Fengming Villa is the property of Su Daxiao. Our Shang family has some business dealings with Su family, so we got the invitation from Su Daxiao. By the way, Shirley, do you know who Mr. Su is? Of course. Surely Zheng knew who Su Daxiao was, and had done her homework before coming here. But she still pretended to be naive and innocent, blinking her eyes and saying softly, "I don't know. This is the first time I've been to this kind of place." Shang Wu started to show with his mouth foaming. Su Daxiao is Su Junqi. We should have heard of the 5 big families and 10 big families in Tian Long Empire. Right? The Su family of the 10 great families is located in Lei Cheng, and Su Junqi is the heir of the Su family, and is in fact the one noble son of Lei Cheng. So when we meet Mr. Su later, I will introduce you to each other. Wow, great! Shirley Cheng claps her hands happily. It's not pretend. She's really happy. Her goal has never been Shang Wu. Although Shang Wu's family background and his own ability is not bad, called the young handsome, but Zheng Shirley's ambition is greater. She wants to marry into the rich family, is the real top of the rich family, and not just to a rich businessman's son as a wife. You have to have a dream. Maybe it will come true someday. Shang Wu did not think too much. See Zheng Shirley happy. He is also excited, and said it is said that this time the music reception invited all young people. Each of them are not small, and even there is the imperial capital side of the prince party. Casually climb a little relationship can be a lot less detours. Just talking has arrived at the entrance to the lodge, although the 3 of them are after the start. But Zheng Shirley, in order to see clearly Night Xing Yu, deliberately walking faster, precisely with Lin Shanya and others before and after the feet together to arrive. The 2 groups of people are almost indistinguishable from each other, but there must be an order of reception, just like the check-in process. Shang Wu, in order to compete for performance in front of the beautiful people, a few steps quickly stride. In front of the Night Xing Yu them to the reception of the registration office. Jiang Zhu was about to open his mouth to report his name, but suddenly a man from the back of the tampering, directly in front of him to go, suddenly furious, cursing, "Where is the idiot? Give me to get away. Do not know how to first come, first served, ah." The scolded Shang Wu's face was ugly, but in front of a beautiful woman, in order to keep his manners, not wanting to collapse his persona. He couldn't possibly spit out fragrance like Jiangsu, so he forced himself to defend right. First come, first served. I came first. Can't you see I'm standing right in front of you? Jiangsu, such is the capital of. He is unreasonable goods. Did not think that there are people more shameless than him. Simply cannot endure. The mouth threw out a grass your mommy. Strokes up the sleeve is ready to go forward to beat people, but was Lin Shanya to stop. Night singing you advised Jiangsu, what's the point of arguing? Just let him go in first. Maybe someone else is in a hurry to pee. They are in a hurry to go to the toilet. And if you delayed them, what if they pee on their pants? There will be no diaper for him to change. And then he will be covered with a strange smell, which will make everyone's nose feel bad. Why is it so hard to do that? Iceberg Beauty Lin Shanya did not hold back, bared his teeth and covered his mouth to laugh, thinking that this guy, how so unethical it. Angry people do not compensate for life, ah. Jiangsu even raised his thumbs, admiring Night singing you to the core brother-in-law. You're good, you don't even use a dirty word when you're cursing. You're really talented, Shang, who heard the fire and incoherently pointed at Night Xingyu and yelled. You're the one who urinated, your whole family pissed, Night Xing. You faintly smiled, you do not urinate. Then why your legs have been shaking and shaking. The people all looked towards Sang Wu's legs and saw that he was shivering a bit. But only Sang Wu himself knew that he was being exasperated. Sang Wu didn't even care about keeping his poise at this point and cursed. Fuck you, am I pissing myself? I want to kick someone. Night singing you said with a serious face. Don't deny it. I'm a doctor, you can't hide it from me. You must be in a pissing hurry. You're about to blow up. And if you don't solve it in 30 seconds, you'll pee all over your pants. Sang Wu was exasperated and said, I'll just stand here for 30 seconds. And if I don't pee, you'll have to call me Dad. Okay? Night singing you responded decisively. If you pee. You don't have to recognize me as your father. I don't have a son as disgraceful as you. The crowd was taken aback by this statement, and the security guards and greeters, who were about to give a persuasive speech, all froze in their tracks. Everyone thought that Night Starry Night was just deliberately opening his mouth to taunt, playing with his tongue. But how did they know that he actually answered in a serious manner, as if he was sure that Shang Wu would definitely pee his pants? No one believes that the Night Xingyu, even if the really urgent need to urinate. To say hold a 30 minutes may not be easy, but only 30 seconds. Simply do not be too simple. Bear a little bit will pass. We are adults, not children. Which can say that the urine on the urine. The valve cannot be closed, however, since the Night Xingyu dared to say so. Naturally have his grasp. He separated a small share of soul power, condensed into an invisible fine needle, quietly towards the waterway under the abdomen of the Shang Wu. A stab. Originally nothing to urinate Shang Wu violently body trembled. Legs shivered, even really peeing his pants, like a rapidly blooming flower. A large puddle of water spread across the pantyhose, instantly wetting a large area and running down the inner thighs of the pantyhose, just short of a pattering sound effect. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, incredulously. Even Shang Wu himself was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Suddenly you can't turn off the faucet, and you just pee. No one knew that he had been secretly moved by Night singing you, using the power of his divine soul to condense into a needle and stimulate the watercourse point located near the bladder, immediately causing a urinary collapse. No one will suspect the Night Xingyu. He is several steps away from Shang Wu. Did not even touch each other. Everyone can see clearly. It is Shang Wu himself suddenly urinated. Is it really like what Night Singing Wu said? That this person really has an urgent need to urinate, and has reached the critical point where he can't hold it in at all. A lot of security guards and welcome guests cannot help but sneak a glance at the Night Xingyu. Everyone even began to believe that this handsome man is really a doctor, and is a very good doctor. Just look at a glance can be straight to the iron mouth. Said that others will urinate really have to urinate. God accurate, Sang Wu's face is ashen, so close to tears, in front of so many people peeing his pants, including his beloved Cheng Shirley. He simply hate to dig a hole into the hole, and then buried himself, dead, so as not to disgrace the eyes of the people. The second person who was embarrassed was Sang Man. I didn't think that my brother would be so unimpressive. He was already in his 20s, but he still peed his pants. Does that make sense? If you had to pee, you should have found a place to do it earlier, even if you didn't have the chance. It wouldn't have killed you to hold it a little longer, right? Why did you have to make a fool of yourself in front of so many people? If this gets out, where will the face of the Shang family go? Sang Wen took out a packet of tissue paper and handed it to Sang Woo. Meaning to let him wipe his pants, Sang Woo pinched the tissue paper, cried his face, did not dare to lift his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Slipped to the corner of the wall in the shadows to wipe his pants. Ha 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 ha. A burst of exaggerated laughter rose up to the sky, and the one who dared to laugh so arrogantly, needless to say, must be Jiang Zhu. This guy pointed one hand at Shang Wu, who hid in the distance, holding his stomach with one hand, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, and the most shocked is Lin Shanya, in the scene of all people. Only she knows Night Star Yu is really no medicine, because she personally saw the other party save the Godwin Group chairman of the wife. This time, however, it is even more exaggerated, for he actually took one look at Shangwu and said with certainty that the other party would definitely pee his pants. This kind of medical skill is simply unheard of and unimaginable, just like Bayan Kue, the miraculous doctor of the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, who did not need to look at anything, but could tell what the problem was with his naked eyes only. If Night Singing you really possessed a miraculous medical skill like Bayan Kue's, it would be even more appetizing than his status as an ancient martial artist. Why? Because from ancient times to the present, several thousand years, can be called a miracle doctor, how many? How many can be called a miracle healer? And how many ancient martial artists are there today? Their Lin family alone has several. If the Lin family had a miracle doctor to help her grandfather, why would the Lin family be in such dire straits? Why would they be bullied by a dog when the tiger is down? When I think of this, Lin Shanya's heart suddenly gave birth to an idea. She wants to let the Night Zing you to grandfather's treatment, as long as he can cure grandfather's disease. Then no matter whether it is the Night Zing you or Lin Shanya, is the Lin family's great merit at the same time. Night Singing Yu's ability and identity can also be recognized by the Lin family, so that her unauthorized decision to marry in private will not cause criticism, but instead become a match made in heaven with a wise eye. Even her position in the Lin family will be greatly enhanced, and it is only natural that she will succeed her eldest uncle as the heir. In this way, Lin Shan Yu will have the opportunity to realize his highest ideals, to create a world-shaking business empire, just like the man of the day, the name of the ages, become a legend. The same thing, in the eyes of different people, will have different feelings. This side of Lim Sana is thinking about it, and that side of Shirley Jiang is in a state of anxiety. She really did not think that Shang Wu is so useless. Even before entering the door, on the spot performance of peeing his pants, seen by so many people, will certainly spread, will not even drag her also become a laughingstock. A secretly annoyed Shirley Cheng decides to break her arm, and she is ready to send off the two Shang siblings and rely on Night Singing Wu to take her in instead. So, she pretended to be worried and said to Shang Wen, "Xiao Wen, it's not good for Wu's reputation if this happens. Why don't you go back with Wu first? I'm afraid that they will make fun of Wu." Shang Wen thought about it. Indeed, in public pants, face is lost. How can still have the face to stay to participate in the banquet? Sang Wu can't be allowed to walk around in the crowd smelling like a whore. Can he? That would be embarrassing. Good thing Shang Wu did not have to report his name. We do not know who he is. If it is necessary to enter the door. The name of Shang Wu from now on will become a pile of jokes, so Shang Wen nodded. Let's go then, however. Shirley Zhang did not move. Pointing to the side of Night Starry Night, she said, "There is a friend who is there. He has a misunderstanding about me. It's rare to meet him. I have to go and explain it clearly. You guys go first. I'll take a taxi back by myself later." Shangwen is difficult to Night Xingyu resentment. She did not recognize the Night Xingyu. Two do not know Shang Wu's scandal is the other side of the secret ghost, but also think this is a capable straight doctor. See Shang Wu urinary urgency on the truth, is not intentionally targeting, therefore. After only hesitating for a moment, Shang Wen said, "All right, take care of yourself. I'll take my brother back first." Shirley nodded and said no more. The The two siblings felt ashamed of themselves and went away in disgrace. By this time, Jiangzu had also finished laughing and announced his name, and the three of them passed through the main door, led by a pretty greeter to go inside. Shirley Jiang catches up with them and follows them without slowing down. The security guards were all a bit skeptical, thinking this girl is not another group. Why did she come in after her? She was about to stop him when she heard Shirley Jiang call out delicately, "Brother Xingyu, wait for me." The security guards realized that they were still in cahoots. No wonder these security guards have a misunderstanding. A pure white flower like Shirley Cheng is very good at winning the favor of others, and it is not too easy for her to gain trust. When Lim Sun-ah heard Shirley Jiang shouting from behind, she elbowed Knight Xiang-Wu and coldly asked, "Tell me the truth, who the hell is she?" "Knight Xing, you most hate is Zheng Shirley, this kind of heart bitch. Do not even want to mention, directly back to let's go, do not care about her." Lin Shenya frowned for a moment, and surprisingly, she really did not ask any more questions, and followed Jiangzu and the welcome guest to go forward. Shirley Jiang did not say anything else, and obediently followed behind Knight, singing Wu and Lin Shenya. Walking forward together, although there is no help from the lickspittle Shangwu, she is not panicked at all, and subconsciously feels that with her body looks and pure temperament, she will definitely attract a lot of attention, and may be able to achieve her goal. The interior of Fenghuang Villa is so big that if you don't have a welcome guide, you might get lost inside. The group followed the welcome guest and walked for a few minutes, only to arrive at the place where the concert was held, which is a modern multi-functional hall, where there are already a lot of guests with red lights and wine. When they came in, the security guard at the entrance had already notified the inside with his walkie-talkie. So as soon as they stepped into the hall, the host of the banquet greeted them, demure and sexy, with long legs and a curved buttock. I didn't realize that the host of the banquet is not a stranger. Knight Starry Night and Lin Shenya have seen her before. She is the female boss of Jun Sheng Clothing. MS Wu Chujun, young Jiang, welcome. Wu Chujun greeted Jiang Zhu with a smile, and even gave Knight Xing you a fall wave in front of Lin Shenya. Sister Jun, you are having a music reception. Of course I have to come to support you. Jiang Zhu was obviously familiar with Wu Chujun, and greeted her very warmly. Not being shy at all, Lim Sun-ah couldn't help but tug on Jiang Zhu's collar. Quietly, he asked, "The music lady you met online. Is she the one?" Jiang Zhu replied. "Right, we've known each other for a long time. We've met several times." Wu Chujun walked over gracefully with her two long legs and extended her hand to Lin Shenya. "Hello. Professor Lin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Lin Sun-ah reached out and shook her hand. "Mr. Wu, I didn't realize that besides opening a clothing store, you're actually into music. Just call me Chujun. I'm not some big boss." Wu Chujun smiled faintly, her tone casual and cordial. "Engaging in music is just my hobby. I play casually as a pastime. I just didn't think that Prof. Lin is actually a friend of Zhong Xiao." Jiang Zhu interjected, "She is not my friend, but my cousin. Beside this is my cousin's husband." Oh, Wu Chujun's eyes lit up, once again impressing Lin Shenya. She is well aware of Jiang Zhu's identity, the young master of the Jiang family in the top 10 luxury families. Although the wind is not good, but it is actually the first line of the Jiang family, and Lin Shenya since he is his cousin. Then her identity can be intriguing. At that moment, two more men came from behind Wu Chujun, and one of them laughed loudly. "Chujun, which friend is here? Introduce them to me." The speaker was close to 30 years old, thin, wearing a pair of gold spectacles, a well-tailored light-colored suit, wrinkled and scholarly, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, though not particularly handsome. He had his own charming charisma. The other man is a little younger, about 25-6, with a tough face, stout body, with a shaved beard on the chin after the iron blue color, wearing a straight uniform. See, the title is actually a major officer. "Is there anyone in this world that you, Mr. Su, don't know? I think you should be the one to introduce them." Wu Chujun smiled and stepped aside to the side. The two people behind her came forward and stood side by side with her, with the one wearing glasses standing in the center. When Lin Shenya saw the visitor, she froze for a moment and said offhandedly, "The Su Da Xiao of the outer city, Su clan." The man wearing glasses also saw Lin Shenya and Jiang Zhu. And the smile on his face was even more friendly. It turns out to be the Jiang family's young Master Jiang, and the Lin family's MS. Lin, what an honorable guest. Wu Chujun laughed along. I told you. You guys definitely know each other. Lin Shan, you did know, Mr. Su, so she asked. Are you also a guest invited by MS? Wu. Su Da Xiao laughed. I'm not really a guest. I'm kind of a half-host, you may not know. Chu Jun is my fiancée. She wanted to invite some good friends to come and have a good time. She paid for the music. I paid for the wine, to organize a music reception together. I didn't think that she would actually be able to invite you two honored guests. Wu Chujun is Su Jun Chi's fiancé. Many people were surprised, and the one who could not accept it the most was Shirley Jiang. Su Jun Chi was the ultimate target of Shirley Cheng tonight, but she didn't realize that she already has a husband. In Zheng Shirley's mind, Su Jun Chi is the best match for her, and Shang Wu is not even worthy of her shoes. The only one of the 10 big families with roots in the city is the Su family, and Su Junj is the only son of the head of the Su family. No matter whether it is business or other aspects, the ability is very strong. From 2 or 3 years ago, has been gradually taking over the Su family, is the entire city of the real prince grandfather, even if it is Zhang Yong So Su Junj. Are to be short on a big block, we must know the Iron Camp, running water soldiers, municipal government leadership team every few years to replace a batch. But the Su family, in the departure of the city, operated for so many years. Its power is deeply rooted. The impact is extremely large. If she marries So Jun Chi, she'll be the top-ranked young lady in the city, with more money than she can spend in 10 lifetimes. How much is the entire Su family rich? Shirley couldn't even think about it. But someone got there first. Su Jun Chi actually has a fiancé, and this is called Wu Chujun. External conditions are not bad. Family background connections are above her. Want to pry the corner? It is difficult as the sky. It is not that our army is not strong, but the enemy is too strong. There is no other way. Zheng Zulai can only look at the young major next to Su Jun Chi. This person's appearance, although it looks a little rude, but can stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Jun Chi. Think it is also a big person with a history. At this exact moment, as a half-master, Su Jun Chi finished introducing his fiancée, Wu Chu Jun, and began to introduce the young officer beside him, Zhu Hu, ancient martial arts practitioner. The direct lineage of the Zhu family of the 5 great families, although not the first heir, but in the young generation of the Zhu family is also a significant figure, is currently a major of the Imperial Defense Force, but also the Zhu family in the military sector to lay an important pawn. Not surprisingly, the future at least can be mixed with the title of Major General. Zheng Shirley listened more and more hard. This Zhu whose head is not much worse than Su Jun Chia. Do not do luxury wife. Do a general's wife is not bad. And from Shirley Cheng's experience, a military brute like Zhu, who is much more controllable than Su Jun Chi, who has been in the business world for many years. The goal is set, the specific how to operate, but also slowly deliberate. Zhang Shirley is not in a hurry. Today only need to give Zhu, who left a good impression, will be enough. After the introduction of Zhu Hu, next is the introduction of Jiang Zhu, the young master of the Jiang family of the imperial capital. Do not look at him as but he is the heir of the Jiang family, at least for the time being, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. According to Jiang Zhu's identity background, should also become the target of Zheng Shirley. But Zheng Shirley is not to see this kind of capricious and presumptuous grandfather. The turbulence is not good to control. The most suitable for her, or those who have a love of the warm man. So she did not put Jiang Zhu into the target list for the time being. Jiang Zhu is followed by Lin Shanye. Lin Shanye is the eldest daughter of the imperial capital Lin family, although the Lin family does not belong to one of the 10 big families. And the current business situation is not very good. But Su Jun Chi knows that the 4 big sons of the Huo Kingshu has been pursuing Lin Shanye. As long as Lin Shanye married into the Huo family, the status of the immediately will soar a large section. Then Su Jun Chi is not much worse. What's more, Lin Shanye herself is one of the 12 famous women in the imperial city. Her colorful reputation is widely known, and she is always sought after wherever she goes. Shirley Cheng, who is listening, was dumbfounded, not realizing that all of these people are quite big. all the rich girls and the rich men. But only she, who could not get a decent identity, like a Cinderella who mixes into the royal banquet. No, there is another Night Star. He is also a grassroots. Cheng surely knows very well the bottom of Night Starry Night. Don't look at him now dressed like a man. But he is also a pig's nose sticking onions, pretending to be an elephant. One by one, they were all introduced, except for Night, Starry Night, and Shirley Cheng, who stood at the end. Su Junqi didn't recognize Night Singing You, so he could only look at Wu Chujun and asked, "Is this?" Before Wu Chujun could open her mouth, Lin Shanya took the initiative to take Night Xingyu's arm and calmly said, "This is my husband, Night Xingyu, the Night of the Night, the star of the starry sky, the universe of the universe." When these words came out, Su Junqi, Zhu Hu, and Cheng Zulai, the three of them were shocked at the same time. Su Junch and Zhu, who both know that Huo Qingshu has been pursuing Lin Shanya, and even more than once in public occasions to declare that this life is not Lin Shanya not married. And Lin Shanya as one of the 12 imperial ladies, flowery face, beautiful country, but there has been no man to pursue. Why? Is because everyone is jealous of Huo Qingshu, who dares to touch the woman whom Huo Qingshu threatened to marry. Who dares to touch her? I'm afraid she's not a hanged old woman, she's tired of living. But what did they hear in the morning? Lin Shanya admitted that the young man next to her is her husband, not a boyfriend, not a fiancé, but a husband. That is to say, they are already registered as married, in a flash. Su Junqi and Zhu, who felt that the sky is about to change. Someone really dared to steal Huo Qingshu's woman, and even succeeded. How dare you believe that? And Shirley Cheng doesn't belong to this circle. She doesn't know about Huo Qingshu and Lin Shanya, but she is shocked that Night Singing You actually got married. The target is still a rich girl from the imperial capital. How can this be possible? A poor loser attacking a rich girl. A little poker street with a big rich girl. Isn't that a fairy tale? How could it happen in reality? The most annoying thing is that the main character is her ex-boyfriend, who she kicked out of the house. Is this the same stupid Night Singing Wu? Where is God's justice? Where is it? Surely Jiang is confused and has a bad feeling in her heart. Different people, standing in different positions, will see things differently. This side of Zheng Shirley is still sighing that Night Xingyu's luck is so good that he can attack a rich white woman against her will. While that side of Su Junch and Zhu Hu, they begin to think about Night Xingyu's identity background. They will never believe that an ordinary young man with no roots and no foundation can become Lin Shanya's man. There must be a reason, however, after thinking about it, not to mention the 5 great families and the 10 most powerful families. Even some minor families that are not popular cannot find anyone with the surname of Night. This family name is so rare that if you have heard of it, you will surely remember it. Su Junqi extended his palm to Night Singing You and courteously inquired, "Dare I ask where Mr. Night holds his senior position?" Anyone who is smart enough to know is prying for information. And Night Singing You shook hands with him and returned an unseemly, unemployed wanderer. Jobless vagabond, this answer is a bit intriguing. One is unemployed, cannot find a suitable job. The other is not to work, can have money to spend. Su Junqi certainly do not think the Night Xing Yu is the former. Since other people are not willing to disclose, Su Junqi is not good to ask again, is about to give up pursuing the root of the matter. He suddenly grasped a little clue. Bashan Night, the 4 words like a flash of thunder. In his mind exploded. Su Junqi's pupils instantly contracted, and the gaze he looked at Night, Starry Night, was heavy as hell, and also contained some other unusual things. If he came from that place, he might really be able to break bread with Huo Qingshu. Su Junqi thought to himself, with this speculation, Night Xingyu's image became tall and plump in Su Junqi's eyes. A sincere smile appeared on his face. He couldn't let go of Night Xingyu's hand, and said courteously, "Night young man's great presence is really an honor for someone Su. This action and tone of humility. A little bit of mind can be seen, in addition to the big-headed Jiangzu. Others are a little puzzled. Do not understand why Su Junqi suddenly so polite to the Night Xingyu. Is it the status of the Night Xingyu? Higher than others, the most incomprehensible is Zheng Shirley. She is in the field of all the people, in the most understanding of the Night Xingyu that. The family lives in the countryside, a mother and a sister, without any backstage background. It is a common poor family. But why has the departure of the prince of the city of Sujun-chi will be so much attention to him? Zhang Zulai is still thinking, but saw Su Jun-chi looking toward her, smiled and asked, "This beautiful woman is, again, in terms of looks and temperament. Surely Zhang is very colorful. No one will treat her as an unimportant passerby. But it so happens that no one knows her, except for Night Singing You, so everyone didn't say anything, waiting for someone to come out and introduce her. However, after waiting for half a day, no one has spoken, and the scene has instantly turned cold. Night Singing You obviously looked like I don't know her. And surely Zhang didn't know how to introduce herself, so she could only look at Night Singing You pitifully, with a look of sorrow and aggression. Everyone's eyes were drawn by Shirley Cheng, and all of them fell on Night Singing You's face. Night Singing You's face was hot from the many gazes, and he muttered, "Why are they all looking at me?" "I don't know her, Brother Xing Yu." Shirley Cheng called out pitifully, wanting to say something. She intentionally did not finish the words, only called out a name, suffixed with a brother, and then let everyone to play the imagination. As for what others can associate with, to her does not matter. She only need to let everyone know. He is not a passer-by, but follow the Night Xing Yu together with the guests. Will not be kicked out on the spot. This is enough, I have to say. The heart of the bitch is just a clever. Human nature to eat very thoroughly. Know that sometimes, say half of the words, is only the best answer. Everyone will associate in the direction of what they think is reasonable. And the answer she didn't give is the most reasonable explanation for everyone in the room. In fact, this kind of talk is tantamount to not saying anything, but it can arouse people's imagination, so that they will unconsciously give up their guard against her, and they may even be concerned about her secretly. The most curious person is Lin Shanya. She kind of can't wait to know. This looks quite pure fairy in the end, who is it? And what is the relationship with the Night Xing Yu? At that moment, a delicate girl's voice suddenly came over, interrupting everyone's thoughts. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" When the crowd looked around, they saw a small beauty and a big one walking together hand in hand. The big one is more than 20 years old, at least 1 meter 6.5 tall. A head dyed corn-colored, wavy, long curly hair. Delicate features, eyebrows like a picture, the standard star beauty face, youthful beauty, charming and moving. It is the Night Xing Yu's old classmate Zhang Xinyu. The small one is 17 or 18 years old. Petite and delicate, the head is estimated to be only 1 meter 5. 2 eyes are big and round, black and white. Face with a bit of pure natural cute. If it is not her chest development is amazing. I am afraid to look at a few years old. This is Zhang Xinyu's cousin, Yan Zioxi, brother-in-law. Say something. Yan Zioxi's gaze stayed fixed on Night Starry Night. Many people originally did not understand who she was calling, but when she opened her mouth for the second time, everyone could see that the brother-in-law was calling for Night Starry Night. "You called him brother-in-law." Jiang Zhu looked at Yan Zioxi with a puzzled face, then immediately turned his head to look at Night Singing You and yelled, "Aren't you my brother-in-law? Why is she calling you brother-in-law? What's going on here?" Yan Zioxi snatched a reply. "He's my cousin's boyfriend. Of course I have to call him brother-in-law." Jiang Zhu unwillingly followed and yelled, "You fart! He's clearly my cousin's husband." As they watched their younger cousin and younger cousin arguing with each other, Zhang Xinyu and Lin Shan's gazes fell onto Night Singing Yu's face one after another, hoping that he would give an explanation. Night Xing Yu want to die heart have, patting the head covering the face. Inner growl mud horse force. Labor should not come, really a headache The atmosphere on the field is eerie, chilling and murderous. And the 2 largest bodies of resentment are the iceberg beauty Lin Shanya and the arrogant princess Zhang Xinyu. Both of their gazes retracted from Night Singing Yu's face and looked at each other at the same time. For a moment, smoke filled the air. Sparks shot out in all directions, and the air seemed to stop flowing, giving off a murderous odor for no apparent reason. Since the nightclub in the flower days and wine after a goodbye, Zhang Xinyu has not seen the Night Xingyu. There is no telephone contact, but she learned from Yan Zio Zai and Wu Chu Jun Night Xingyu's situation. The most shocking is that he is going to get married, and the other side of the high academic qualifications. Beautiful and rich, All aspects of the conditions are no less than are Zhang Xinyu. Although Zhang Xinyu in the mouth to show very indifferent. But in the heart is although Zhang Xinyu is indifferent on her lips, in her heart, she is very angry. This damn meat, she says goddess and queen, and her words are even better than her songs, but after a short while, she's going to fall into someone else's arms. Is she still a human being? Jane is a scumbag, $1,000. Cannon hole stuffing scum, to be honest. Zhang Xinyu does not like the Night Xingyu, and even a little annoyed. That he is not good except for a face is not bad, and other aspects are no good. Originally, a licking dog like this could not even be considered a spare tire. So there was no need for Zhang Xinyu to care about his life or death. However, when Night Xingyu suddenly ignored her, said some desperate words, and even wanted to marry another woman, Zhang Xinyu became very upset, as if he was originally a pet dog that he had kept. But he ran away to recognize another woman as his master. Zhang Xinyu is very reluctant, as the desire to win and self-esteem are super exuberant Leo to say. Will not be easily labeled as a failure. She wants to let the Night Xingyu feel remorse, want to let him know that only he is the real goddess. Wait until his heart back to the side. Zhang Xinyu can be ruthless, throw him a few slaps, and then kicked him to fly to the Pacific Ocean. Although she is not the kind of woman too smart, but she knows, at this moment, the war has already begun. This is the first round of the exchange. She must fight spirit, cannot weaken the momentum. Zhang Xinyu let go of Yan Zioxi's arm and took 2 steps forward, extending her palm to Lin Shanya, and with her characteristic arrogant, princess-like attitude, she said in a clear and unmistakable word for word, "Hello, my name is Zhang Xinyu, and I'm the girlfriend of Night Xingyu." Not a single fluctuation could be seen on Lin Shanya's icy face as she similarly stretched out her hand and gently shook it with Zhang Xinyu, responding in an unseemly manner, "Hello, my name is Lin Shanya. I am the wife of Night Xingyu." The smell of smoke once again came into the air, and the dangerous atmosphere spread out, and other uninvolved people couldn't help but quietly take half a step back, for fear of being involved in the fight. At this time, however, there was a silhouette out of the crowd, but instead stepped forward and stood with Night Xingyu, weakly greeted, "Hello, my name is Zheng Shirley. I am also Xingyu Brothers' girlfriend." What? Did I hear you right? Another girlfriend. How many times is that? Everyone's expression exploded into this below. Night Xingyu could not remain silent any longer and hurriedly came out in defense. She was from before, split up long ago, all around. What's going on here? A wife, a girlfriend, and an ex-girlfriend. Plus the Night Xingyu himself can open a table of mahjong. No wonder this pure and innocent little beauty looks like she wants to say something. Haiyan want to cry. It turns out that she has encountered a chaotic Chen Shai Maya. Everyone's gazes towards Night Xingyu were a bit odd, as if they were looking at a scummy man who played with women's feelings. Night Xing, you really want to cry? He did not know what Zhang Xinyu crazy. Also do not understand why Zheng Shirley also come to join in the fun. In addition to Lin Shanya is his recognized wife, the other two really has nothing to do with him. But who will believe it? Night Xing, you finally know what the idiom of 100 mouths cannot defend means. That is the situation. Lin Shanya is not an easy person to fool. Zhang Xinyu temper is even more difficult to coax. Not to mention that there is Zheng Shirley this drama in. He will definitely take the blame for this. At this extremely embarrassing moment, suddenly from outside the gate came an arrogant and overbearing female voice. You guys have nothing better to do than block the gate. Hurry up and get out of the way. Haven't you ever heard of a good dog not getting in the way? Zhu Hu, who was standing beside Su Junqi, was shocked at the news, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face, as he, who had always been a man of few words and had a wooden expression, looked towards the doorway and said, Zhang, you're finally here." Everyone turned their heads to see a tall, long-legged beauty in a SWAT uniform walk in from outside the hall. And it was none other than Wang Chunxiang, the spicy policewoman who had fought with Night Starry Night only yesterday. Wang Chunxiang glanced at Zhu Hu and scolded in a very unpleasant manner. "Sick cat Zhu, is your skin itching? Do you want me to help you relax your bones? How many times have I told you to call me Captain Wang? But you've turned a deaf ear to me, haven't you?" Zhu Hu laughed nervously. I am not happy. I can't help but be excited when I see you appear. Stop, Wang Chunks, Yang waved her hand. If you don't know how to talk, don't talk. Please shut your mouth and do what you need to do. Don't bother me after saying that. Wang Chunxiang's eyes turned around the others again, and when she saw Night Xingyu, she laughed excitedly and said, So you're here too. Wang Chunks, Yang's long legs took 2 steps forward. Her hand stretched out, directly pulling him out from between Lin Shanya and Zhang Zulai, and with a hook of her arm, she wrapped her arms around Night Starry Night's neck like a good buddy, and at the same time yanked with great force, saying, Come over here. I have something to ask you. Then, Night Xingyu was hooked up by Wang Chunks Yang in full view of the public, leaving a gang of people in a daze. What's going on here? I've got a wife, a girlfriend, an ex-girlfriend, and I haven't even figured out how to fix it yet. So why is there another woman? And as soon as he came, he dragged the leading man away. What's going on here? Lim Sun Ah was so angry. This policewoman has no manners at all. She put up with it yesterday, but why today? Do you want to hug and roll around and kiss again in a deserted place? However, the more nervous is Zhu Hu. This guy is afraid of Wang Chunks Yang is interesting. I see the 2 hook shoulders back to go. Face instantly dark clouds. 3 steps and 2 steps rushed to the front, blocked in front of Wang Chunxiang and the Night Xingyu. Said what is the matter here to say it. Wang Chunxiang lifted her head and impatiently yelled, Get away. Night Xingyu took the opportunity to break away from Wang Chunxiang's hooked neck hand. His mouth was busy saying, Or just say it here. My wife is watching. I'm afraid my wife will misunderstand. Wang Chunks, Yang originally wanted to ask Night Xingyu when she would be instructed in the matter of soft fist. But at this time, she turned her eyes and did not say anything about this matter. Instead, she said to Zhu Hu, Zhu Sick Cat, do you think that you are very powerful, besides me? No one is your opponent. Zhu Hu did not know what she wanted to express. Honestly answered in addition to you and Yim Kai Hun. Similar age of young people. Indeed did not meet the enemy. Because of this, so I like you Wang Chunxiang said in a bad mood, Then why don't you go to like Yim Chu-hu? Zhu Hu laughed nervously. She's not as good looking as you. If a woman is praised for her beauty, she will usually be very happy. But Wang Chunxiang, on the contrary, looked impatient and yelled, Then have I ever told you to leave me alone? There is, Zhu Hu scratched his head. But you also said that when I can beat you one day, you will give me the right to pursue. Now the rules change, Wang Chunks. Yang pointed her finger at Night Xingyu's nose. You fight him if you win. I'll allow you to spin around me, but if you lose, get the hell out of here as far as you can. And don't show up in front of me in the future. Really? Zhu Hu's eyes opened wide and he became energized. When do my words not count? Wang Chunks, Yang smiled theatrically. Let me warn you first. He is a very powerful ancient martial artist. If you take him lightly, you will suffer later. Zhu Hu heart cold. He knows Wang Chunks. Yang has always been proud and arrogant. Do not put the rest of the people in the eyes. If even she said the Night Xingyu powerful, then I'm afraid that this person is really have 2 brushes. Where does he know? Night Star Yu were only 2 brushes. At least 20 brushes above. Even Wang Chunks Yang in his hands to defeat the heart of the conviction. Although Zhu Hu's strength is good, but compared to Wang Chunks Yang or inferior half a chip, more likely to fight over the Night Xingyu. So Wang Chunxiang is very assured boldly launched the Night Xingyu for her to block the knife. She was afraid that Night Xingyu would put in an effort. So she put her mouth to his ear and said quietly, If you can't win him, I'll tell your wife that you're having an affair with me. And let's see how you'll explain it. Night Xingyu bitterly laughed. This is to drive the duck on the shelf That side is not yet explained clearly. This side came a stirring. Lin Shanyu is afraid to be angry crazy. In order not to let Wang Chunks Yang this crazy bitch nonsense, Night Starry Night can only be reluctant to be used by her as a knife. And Zhu Hu competition. Zhu Hu slightly clasped his fists to Night Xingyu with the courtesy of the ancient martial arts world, and sincerely said, I still ask for Brother Knight's guidance. Night Xingyu smiled bitterly and returned. I wouldn't dare. Let's just go outside and spar. The 3 of them were not far away, and they did not hide their conversations. So many people heard them. Those who didn't know that Night Xingyu was an ancient martial artist were shocked and deeply skeptical. But everyone was interested in seeing how Night Xingyu and Zhu Hu would fight and spar. so they all followed the two out of the hall. When the guests in the hall saw this group of people swarming out of the door, even the two hosts were among them. They were keenly aware that something was going on, and followed them one after another. The banquet hall was suddenly empty, and people flocked outside into the spacious courtyard, each one watching the action. At this time, from the direction of the gate of the mountain village, and came into a group of men and women. It is estimated that the guests just arrived. Knight Xingyu eyes swept, surprisingly found a number of familiar faces, have been in the flower days and wine nightclubs have met, such as Liang Xiaofen, Zhuang Jing, Lion Rui, and so on. It should be a good date to come here together, as the master of the Wu Chujun and the gang is more familiar with. Hastily pulled Su Junch up to say hello, at the same time pointing to the knight, Xingyu and Zhu, who explained the situation. So we all know. Two ancient martial artists will be in the courtyard sparring competition. They are quietly stationed onlookers. Zhu, who is a soldier. The military will not be too polite words. Stood up, said to be careful, then set up a stance, a fist toward the knight Xingyu bombing over. Knight Xingyu look on the smile. Because Zhu, who made, is the first style of their own creation of the Tongshan fist. A fist to determine the river. This is not in front of the Guangong play big sword. Lu Bandor show big axe. Tongshan boxing. For the martial arts god Hua Shentong created. Is now the most top-notch, is also the most widely spread martial arts. A total of 10 strokes, respectively. For a fist to set the mountain, the second fist down the Kainkun. 3 fists to open up heaven and earth. The 4 fists to town 4 directions. The 5 fists to break the mountains and rivers. 6 fists to turn the river and the sea. The 7 fists to break the dome of the sky. The 8 fists of parasital ghosts and gods. The 9 fists to step on the state of China. The 10 fists shock the summer of China, each of which has hundreds of variations, and the trick in each other can be converted to blend. After the derivation, the changes are extremely complex. It is simply all-encompassing. The changes are so complicated that they are all-encompassing and all-encompassing. This is Hua Shentong fusion of thousands of years of martial arts training, and then combined with the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams and Kaiman Zunjia, the creation of the world's martial arts, profound and complex than the average person simply cannot learn. The first contact will be this kaleidoscope of boxing to make the head dizzy. No way to start. It is difficult to keep up with the mind. Therefore, this set of boxing was changed by Hua Shentong, divided into 3 versions of high school and low, in order to give different qualifications to practice. Higher version is the original version, that is. The knight Xingyu usually practiced that. 1,000 variations, the clouds and water, can break the world of any martial arts. At present, it is estimated that only he himself can be practiced. In the version, cut a lot of changes. Easier to understand the practice, of course. The power will be much worse. Was recorded in the royal family Xia family as a national treasure. By the high level of Tianlong Empire exclusive. The general public simply cannot see. The low version is even more serious shrinkage. Fewer changes. The power is still less than 1/10 of the original version. But because of this, more easy to learn and easy to practice, was vigorously promoted in the army, instead of military boxing. As a mandatory course in the army, unfortunately, even in the lower versions, there are very few who can practice a little bit. Zhu, who is precisely the low version of the Tongshan fist, but also powerful, seemingly, but fell in the eyes of the knight Xingyu. But it is broken, a mess. He dodged the punch with a casual dodge, and positioned himself just right. It was stuck right in the middle of the empty space, of the simplified version of the punch, to determine the rivers and mountains. So that Zhu, whose subsequent moves were all useless. Zhu, who was stunned and hurriedly changed his stance, using the second style of the Tongshan fist. 2 fists to reverse Kaiyan Kun, however, just like before. Knight Starry Knight didn't even need to make a move. Zio casually made a move and destroyed Zhu, whose rhythm of attack. 2 fists topple Kaiyan Kun still only make a beginning and then stuck there. No way to continue. Zhu, who did not believe it, and once again used the third move of the Tongshan fist. 3 fists to open heaven and earth. But does it work? You take a low-quality version of the Tongshan Quan to deal with the old ancestor who created the Tongshan Quan. I'm afraid it's not the moon on New Year's Eve a fool's errand. Only to see Zhu, whose double fists flying. Domineering and mighty. A series of the 10 major punches of the Tongtian, fist from beginning to end. But not even touching the corner of Night Singing Yu's clothes, and that's not all. Every time he throws a punch, the other party seems to anticipate the enemy. Like the most incredible, but also the most wonderful precision positioning to avoid the punch, so that all the subsequent changes cannot be used, which makes Zhu Hu incredibly depressed. More seriously, Zhu Hu's punching force arrived, but was stuck there, cannot be released, quite unbearable, themselves to suffocate themselves out of the disease. After 10 punches, Night Singing Yu has not yet made a move. Zhu Hu's mouth spilled blood, and he was injured by his own punch. What the hell? Zhu Hu's mind only has these 4 words. His horror at this moment has reached the point of no return. Since he was born in a big family, he had studied under a famous teacher, and practiced in the army for many years. He had fought with countless people, but never once was it as strange as today. He couldn't even tell the depth of Night Singing Yu's strength, only knowing that his opponent's subtle responses, which were unexpected every time, could never be luck. Avoiding 1 punch can be considered good luck, but avoiding 10 punches in a row and aiming at the biggest loophole of the stance every time. How can this be explained by luck? Zhu Hu, who has always been unconvinced, has finally been convinced. Not to mention the strength of Starry Night's own strength. In terms of martial arts, insight, and attainment, he must be far above himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch the soft ribs between the punches every time. If the fight goes on like this, there is no need for the other side to move. He cannot hold out for too long, and his minor injuries will turn into serious injuries. Zhu, who withdrew his fist to stop, wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and arching his hand in heartfelt admiration, he said, "That was really something. I lost." Night Singing Yu smiled and returned the salute. "I apologize, onlookers. Only martial arts Wang chunks. Yang probably see a 2 or 3. The rest of the people are in the clouds." Only to see Zhu, who kept throwing punches chasing Night Starry Night to fight. The latter kept dodging. After a while, Zhu Hu stopped and admitted defeat. The corners of the mouth actually have blood, while Night Starry Night, like the victor, said to Let, "What the hell is going on here? I don't understand it at all. It's not as exciting and enjoyable as I thought it would be. It's like 2 people acting together, and it's so lame. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Hu's status is such that he can't possibly partner with anyone to perform a northeastern duet, the audience would be booing and screaming. As the saying goes, the outsiders look at the fun. The insiders look at the doorway. See a little doorway. Wang Chunxiang is very shocked. She has long known that the Night Starry Night will win, but did not think that he can win such a some easy, so bizarre, not out of a fist and a foot. Just a few simple flash step. Zhu Hu's years of hard practice of the Tongtian, fist as much as possible to break, and even make Zhu Hu's punch nowhere to vent. Anti-injury to themselves, this kind of means, simply unheard of, never seen, has already made Wang Chunks, Yang's evaluation of the Night Xing Yu once again upgraded a few grades. Categorized as the top of the internal family, the shock in Cheng Shirley's heart is not small. She never thought that her ex-boyfriend, who has been dating her for a year, is an ancient martial artist. Even Zhu Hu, who comes from a big family, is not a match for him. This makes Zheng Zhu Lai's heart regret. If she had known that this guy is an ancient martial artist, how would she have dumped Night Singing Yu with a husband who is an ancient martial artist? There is no fear of not having fame, fortune, power, and influence. Zhang Xinyu also suffered a huge spiritual impact. She and Night Xingyu is a university classmate, and then do half a year of colleagues. Get along with time is not short. How would she think? This like a pug, all day salivating face around their own spinning knife meat, is actually an ancient martial artist. If she had known that Night Singing Yu was an ancient martial artist, Zhang Xinyu would have been impressed with him, and probably would have been on the list of candidates for best boyfriend, instead of treating him as a tool for use, not even a spare tire. However, those who already knew, or guessed, that Night Starry Night was an ancient martial artist would not be surprised. For example, Liang Shaofen instructed a gang of street thugs to kidnap Night Starry Night, but ended up being taught a lesson, and it was guessed afterward that this person was most likely an ancient martial artist. Then there were Zhuang Jing and Lin Shanya, who both knew that Night Singing You was an ancient martial artist, and were not too surprised. On the contrary, it was Wu Chujun, Yan Zioxi, and Lion Rui who, although they knew Night Singing You and had exchanged some contacts, did not think that this person was an ancient martial artist, and could not help but look at Zhang Xinyu one after another. They all thought that Zhang Xinyu must have known about Night Xingyu's ancient martial artist identity, or else with her Zhang family's great lady's arrogance. How could she really look at a grassroots villager? It is worth mentioning Su Junqi, who thinks differently from everyone else, from Lin Shan Ye's relationship with Night Starry Night, as well as the rare surname Night. He guesses that this person probably comes from a hidden ancient martial arts family. If this is the case, Zhu Hu's defeat is not surprising, which also confirms his suspicions. At this point in time, Su Junqi has completely taken the Night Starry Night, as a descendant of the Bashan Night clan, to be treated with caution. When it comes to the Bashan Night clan, most people don't know about it, but Su Junj has inadvertently heard the older generation mention that it is a family that can be called terrifying. Today, the secular world to the 5 great families and 10 great families, and in the ancient martial arts world, the most powerful is the 5 sects and the 4 great hidden. Each is a huge force, which the ancient martial arts masters countless. But for some reason, the disciples are rarely involved in the secular world, even if they walk in the secular world, but also most of the strength of the hidden, and only to the identity of the ordinary people to live a quiet life. I believe that many people have heard of the 5 major schools of ancient martial arts: Shaolin, Wudang, Omai, Kongdong, and Kunlun. What? You mean the beggar's bunch, buddy? Wake up. How can they have the energy to practice martial arts when they don't even have enough to eat? Either they are poor or starving to death. They have been disbanded hundreds of years ago. Not only is the beggars. History has appeared and many gangs will have become history, such as the Ming Church. 5 you soared these. As if a cloud in the sky, only the deep-rooted 5 sects remain, but are in a state of seclusion and avoidance of the world. Not the courage of the day. In addition to the 5 major sects in the ancient martial arts world, there are 4 other hidden clans, namely the Mo clan of Plowfield, the Duan clan of Dali, the Tang clan of Shozhong, and the Night clan of Bashan. The Bashan Night clan, although the shortest in history among the 4 great hidden clans, is now the strongest and most famous of the hidden clans. His specialty happens to be boxing, so Su Junqi mistakenly thought Night Xingyu is the Night clan origin of outstanding children. So cannot fear Huo Qingshu and snatch Lin Shanya, but also in such an age can easily defeat the Zhu family of Zhu Hu. If the Night Xingyu is really Bashan Night clan, direct lineage of children, then everything is logical. Of course, wonderful. Su Junqi smiled and clapped his hands in praise, looking at Night Singing You with a gaze filled with even more respect. How is it, Sit Cat Zhu? Are you convinced now? Wang Chengxiang came up and said with a smile, You are a soldier. You must keep your word. Remember the promise you made in the morning. Don't bother me again. Zhu Hu a bitter smile. Face gloomy, really keep the promise. Did not come to entangle Wang Chengxiang again. Night Xing You strong strength. Is an ancient martial arts practitioner, people and handsome, extraordinary. Many guests have the eyesight to come over to get close to each other. Introduce each other pleasantries. A faction of peaceful, happy, at this very moment. An extremely discordant voice rang out, saying arrogantly, A reckless man who only knows how to use his fists is not worth mentioning. When the people looked at the voice, they saw a thin young man dressed in a suit, but with an ordinary appearance, looking at Night Singing You with a contemptuous gaze. Beside him stood a young man with a hazy face and the same unkind eyes. The latter is Liang Xiaofen, the son of Liang Kongwen, the mayor of Xinjiang district, who once pursued Zhang Xinyu, but was repeatedly defeated by Night Xingyu. Liang Kongwen just took office not long ago. Liang Xiaofen's fame has not yet expanded to the point that everyone knows. There are some people on the scene do not know him, but the vast majority of people know that the tone of voice of the arrogant, skinny young man, because he is away from the city mayor of Zhang Ranchang's youngest son, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang is also invited to the guests, teenagers in the West, to receive education. The last 1 or 2 years only to return to the country. The character of aloof and proud. Popularity is not good, but this person also liked to make a splash. On the night, Xingyu's attention is extremely unhappy. Plus Liang Xiao, when in the side of the incitement, to encourage a few words, cannot help but out of the voice of the sneering and sarcastic. Su Junqi had dealt with Zhang Yang a few times and disliked his character and never thought of inviting him. But his fiancé, Wu Chujun, invited Zhang Yang, which took him by surprise. However, Su Junqi still very rude retaliation Tianlong Empire to martial arts. Martial arts prevalent. Ancient martial artists are the people's admiration and respect, not what you call reckless. I think it's because of Zhang Xiao you have no power to restrain the chicken, only to have prejudice against the ancient martial artists. Yangshang disdainfully bristled today is a music and wine party, not a martial arts competition. The guests are all literati. If you want to compare music or wine tasting. It's useless to compete in martial arts, no matter how strong one's force is. Can it be stronger than an airplane or a cannon? Can he withstand laser missiles? Su Junqi was uncomfortable and was about to criticize him. But Wu Chujun secretly held him back. Zhang Yang is her invited guests, naturally to give a few points of respect. Wu Chujun as half of the host, then stood out to round off the scene Zhang less reasonable. Tonight is a music reception. Martial arts is only a momentary interest. Music and wine is only the theme, but also invite you to return to the banquet hall. The good game will be the official opening, under her greeting. The group of people return to the banquet hall in twos and threes. A total of 70 to 80 people. The high levels such as Su Junqi and Zhu Hu are all big names. The low level is like the Shang, Wu grade rich kids, from the second and third rate small families, such as Liang Xiaofan, Yang Xinyu, Zhuangjing siblings, and so on. The status of identity and position can only be regarded as the middle of the upper level. It is not too outstanding. Inside the spacious banquet hall, more than 20 sets of tables and chairs are arranged in a staggered manner. The big table can sit around 8 or 9 people, and the small table can also seat 3 or 4 people. And the tabletop has been prepared with some exquisite pastries and snacks. In the side of the banquet hall, there are a few long tables put together a long row, placed on the top of many bottles of wine, at least hundreds of bottles of wine. Different shapes, labels are all kinds of, without exception, all the value of the good wine. Randomly take out a bottle. The price is estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. On the other side, a simple stage was set up with many musical instruments, such as piano, drums, guitar, bass, electric piano, etc., which gave the feeling of a mini concert. Mr. Knight, this way please. Su Junqi personally led Knight Xingyu and the others to the front row main table, closest to the concert stage, to take a seat, clearly indicating his attitude that Knight Xingyu was the guest he, Su Junqi, valued the most. Knight Xing, you do not know why Su Junqi will look at him differently. The other side of the sincere invitation. He did not refuse, when Yan not give way to the main table. Lin Shanya next to him, and Zhang Zhu and sit next to his cousin. On the other hand, Shirley Cheng shyly came over and wanted to sit down next to Xingyu. But the arrogant Xinyu Zhang pushed her away and snatched her first. And Zioxi Yan followed closely behind and sat down next to Xinyu Zhang. Cheng surely has no choice. How dare she compete with these famous young ladies? She continued to act like a poor, frustrated girl and ran to the other side, sitting next to Jiangzu. Jiangzu really thought this pure little white flower is the Knight Xingyu's ex-girlfriend. Although standing in the position of Lin Shanya, he should be hostile to Zhang Shirley. But the other side of the innocent and well-behaved model really make the man hate up. Not to mention Jiangzu. Even Lin Shanya cannot rise to the hostility of Zhang Zulai, but also think it is the Knight Xing this guy began to mess up the end of the bullying people. Soci are sitting on the side of Jiangzu. The two siblings did not squeak. Wang Chengxiang is a grandfather without a handle. A glance at the small fairy like Zhang Zulai. Hastily next to Zhang Zulai sat down. Like a female hooligan, reached out to the other side of the small waist. Smilingly asked Beauty, "What is the name Ah? With whom?" Zhang Zulai does not know Wang Chunxiang. Can see that she is familiar with Zhu Hu and other people. I know that it must be not simple to come. Plus the other party is also very beautiful, and is a special police officer, so there is no struggle. With a red face, let the female hooligan Wang Chunxiang embrace the waist. replied in a small voice, "My name is Zhengzhu Lai. I am here with brother Xing Yu. I am his girlfriend, Knight Xing Yu. It's this bastard again." Wang Chunks. Yang hatefully stared at Knight Xing Yu from a few positions away, cursing in her heart, "Damn little white face. You don't know how to be satisfied with a wife who looks like a flower. You still want to be the Sea King of Nima." Wang Chunxiang was cursing in her heart. Next to another person sat down. But it was Zhu Hu. Wang Chunks. Yang immediately angry. Like the hair of the mother, cat roared individuals crawl away. "Do not next to the old man," Zhu Hu replied sullenly. "There's no place but here." Wang Chunks. Ying looked around. There was really no room. From the right-hand side, in order, Zhengzhu Lai, Jiangzhu, Lin Shanya, Knight Xing Yu, Zhang Xin Yu, Yan Zio Zai, Wu Chu Jun, Su Jun Qi. After turning around and coming back, it was Zhu Hu and herself. Wang Chunxiang's face waved, and she said irritably, "You won't find another table. Do you have to come and squeeze in?" Zhu Hu replied with a bitter look on his face, "I was called here by Brother Su, and I'm not familiar with the others. And with my status, it's inappropriate for me not to sit at the main table, indeed, among all the people present. In terms of status and position, in addition to Su Jun Qi, it is Zhu whose head is the biggest, the direct descendant of the Zhu family in the 5 big families, a member of the Imperial Prince Party, and a senior officer in the army. Even if it is the mayor of the family's son, Zhang Yong, cannot be compared to him. He does not sit at the main table where to sit. Don't look at just a simple sitting problem, which is a lot of doorways. Get it wrong, we have to offend people, in addition to Zhu Hu, Jiang Zhu, the young master of the Zhang family, Lin Shanya, the eldest miss of the Lin family, and Knight Starry Night, the heir to the Knight clan. We're all naturally qualified to sit at the main table. Zhang Xinyu and Yim Zioxi, both of whom are Wu Chujun's good sisters, have an extraordinary relationship, and as one is the daughter of the Divine Wind Group, and the other is a member of the Yim family, a member of one of the 5 major families. Of course they have to sit at the main table. As for Shirley Cheng, her identity is the ex-girlfriend of Nightingale, and she also followed Nightingale, of course. It is impossible to force them to separate, and it is no problem to follow them to the main table. Wang Chunxiang herself is not an ordinary female SWAT team leader. Su Junch and Zhu who know her true identity. The main table cannot run away, in this case. It is not reasonable to push anyone out. So Wang Chunxiang could not afford to be angry anymore, and put up with Zhu Hu sitting next to her. Zhu Hu in public, not only on behalf of himself, but also on behalf of the Zhu family. You do not let him on the seat, not only in front of the public face of his ear spat, but also with the Zhu family together to step on. After all, Wang Chunxiang is from an extraordinary background, and after a long time of hearing and seeing, she also knows which taboos cannot be violated. But Wang Chunxiang, but to Zhengzhu lie this side of the squeeze. Almost Zhengzhu lies thin and delicate body in the arms of the whole. Do not know that they thought she was as close as sisters of the good girlfriends. Poor Shirley Cheng, who has been playing with men's feelings for years, is now being wiped out by Wang Chunxiang, a female rascal who has been up and down, and she does not know how much oil she has mooched. If it is not Zheng, surely see her is also a woman, and is a rare beautiful beauty, afraid of the early to be unable to resist the seizure. But in order to maintain the shy and weak and pitiful persona, she can only try to hold the fire. Cheng Shirley's method works on most people, but Wang Chunxiang, a female rascal, is immune to it. At least she's a cop. She's seen a lot of people. What's the use of pretending to be pitiful? Which of the criminals arrested are not as pitiful as their dead parents? Doesn't it mean that poor people don't have to go to jail for their crimes? What a joke! Wang Chunxiang is an existence that even Night Starry Night has a headache, and Cheng Shirley can't do anything about it. So she dares to be angry, but dares not say anything, and can only tolerate it silently, although the main table is the largest table. But 10 people sitting together still appears a bit crowded. Knight Xing Yu was Lin Shanya and Zhang Xin Yu, 2 big beautiful girls sandwiched in the middle. Shoulders rubbing arms, suffering. It looks like enjoying happiness, but in fact, it is actually suffering. He has to avoid it deliberately, not daring to stick to his flesh, and if he is a little bit out of line, I am afraid that something bad will happen. Luckily, The music reception was about to start. The scheduled time had come. The guests were almost all here, and the soothing sound of music was echoing in the banquet hall. The woman is wearing a long dress that highlights her figure, and she is looking to add to her professional appearance, she said, picking up the microphone and speaking softly to the stage. Tonight, we invite you to come, 1 for the sound, 2 for the wine. The back of the long platform on the wine are Su Da Xiao in recent years. The collection of treasures. Guests can take their own mood preferences. And I prepared a few original songs for friends. After a moment we'll be on the stage to show shame. I hope that will not sweep everyone's wine pleasure. Su Junqi then stood up, facing the direction of the guests, and said loudly, "Everyone can take whatever they want to drink. No need to be polite to me." The guests roared their approval, and at least one person at each table got up and went to the long table at the back to pick up a drink, while the waiters set up many glasses for each table. Su Junqi originally wanted to personally go and pick a few bottles of good wine to entertain the honored guests at this table. But with a change of heart, he asked Night Singing You, "Night, young man, what kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll go and fetch it." How could Night Singing You have the heart to bother Su Junqi to fetch the wine himself? So he said, "It's better if I go get it myself." Su Junqi said please politely, and Night Starry Night pushed back his chair and stood up, going to the back to pick up some wine. Several long tables are put together in a row. There are dozens of kinds of wine. Each kind has several bottles, adding up to 200 or 300 bottles of wine. Chinese and foreign wines. See people dazzle, if you don't know about wine. I'm afraid that you can only look at the appearance of the shape. Which bottle looks upscale and good-looking? Take which, most likely not wrong. Those who know about wine will judge by experience and exposure. Even if you have never drunk or seen a bottle of wine before, you can check the label on the bottle to see if it is suitable for you. I have to say, Su Junqi is a good wine person. The collection is extremely rich, at least more than half of the wine. Night Singing You do not recognize. It is estimated that these on the table is only a small part of his collection. The real absolute best wine may not have been taken out, although there was a lot of wine. It wasn't hard to defeat Night Singing You, although he wasn't particularly good at wine. He had studied it deeply and had even brewed some good wine himself. Brewing and cooking have a lot in common, and good wine is occasionally used to flavor dishes. So Night Singing You's research on wine is not too far off, even if it is not as good as the famous historical wine Immortal Ducang, considering the fact that there are more women at their table. Nightingale doesn't touch any of the higher strength spirits, and aims for the lower strength ones. He did not have to use his eyes to see, only need to release the power of the divine soul. The table wine in order to scan once. The nature of these alcoholic beverages, the composition, may produce the taste. All know in the heart. After this amount of divine sense examination, he quickly identified 3 bottles with ordinary shapes, which were 2 bottles of wine and 1 bottle of low-strength white wine. Night Singing You did not hesitate to walk back to his seat carrying the 3 bottles of wine. Many people are curious about the 3 bottles of wine that Night Singing You brought back. Among them, I'm afraid that the only one who really understands wine is Su Junqi, who is the host. But when he looks at the 3 bottles clearly, he can't help but freeze. Why? Because these 3 bottles of wine are too common. In all the wine he put out of the collection, almost all ranked at the bottom, both price and quality. Then the other ones are a cut. Su Junqi couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart, thinking that he might as well go get the wine himself in the first place. So it seems that this Night young man is a rookie in this aspect of wine-awe. Yemsiu Sai was the first to ask, "Brother-in-law, why did you take 3 bottles of wine? Everyone else takes 1 bottle. 2 at the most," hearing Yan Zioxi call Night Singing You brother-in-law. Lin Shanyo was a bit displeased and replied for him with a cold face, "Other tables have fewer people. But our table has more people, so 1 or 2 bottles won't be enough, according to me. 3 bottles are not enough. At least get 3 more bottles. This reason seems to make sense. This table is crowded with 10 people. A bottle of wine is definitely not enough. Night Starry Night took 3 bottles at once. Does not seem to be inappropriate." However, Night Singing You shook his head and explained, "It's not a matter of whether it's enough to drink or not. It's the fact that these 3 bottles of wine each have their own specialties, and mixing them together can bring out unexpected effects. The crowd was in a daze. They didn't understand what he meant. Did he mean to mix the drinks? Without further ado, he called a waiter and asked him to bring a very large decanter of wine and some ice cubes. After that, one bottle of red wine was opened, and the whole bottle was poured into the mixing jug. Another bottle of red wine was also opened but not finished. About half of the bottle was poured. As for the last bottle of low white wine, only a little bit was poured in. About 1/5 of the bottle. Night Starry Night closed the lid of the decanter and shook it a few times with internal force to fully mix the liquor. Then added a small amount of ice before finally saying, "All right, please taste it. Everyone is a little curious. Do not understand the Night Zing. You engaged in these fancy tricks. What is the meaning of?" Even Su Jun-chi did not understand. "This is difficult to get the cocktail. Night Zing, you also not much nonsense. Directly to the cup inside the pouring wine. Because the main is mainly to red wine, so they use a tall glass. The liquor inside the decanter was about 800 milliliters, divided evenly into 10 portions of almost 80 milliliters each, only a small half cup, which wasn't much. However, the purpose of a wine tasting event is to taste, not to drink beer in a food stall, enough to get drunk. And half a glass per person is not a small amount. Jiangzu and Yan Zioxi, the two most anxious. One is Lin Shanya's younger cousin, a Zhang Xinyu's younger cousin. Age is estimated to be the smallest of all the guests. One after another picked up a glass of wine to his mouth. A mouthful of drink down. "Wow, that's awesome, delicious," they both exclaimed in unison. Jiangzu's face was full of smiles, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and Yan Zioxi's big eyes narrowed into a small slit. Both of them simultaneously revealed an expression of intoxicated reminiscence. Seeing such an exaggerated expression on these two people's faces, the others couldn't help themselves and picked up the wine glasses in front of them and started to taste them. And then a series of oohs and ahs rose and fell, each intoxicated by the taste of the wine, and several women squinted their eyes. Even the female tyrannical dragon Wang Chunxiang was no exception, and as the master of the Su Jun-chi is even more exaggerated. After a sip, excited to stand up directly, hands and feet want to express what emotion, but red face half a day to stifle a fart. And finally can only be a good wine as the end. Su Jun-chi is not the only one who has lost his temper. Wang Chunxiang is even more exaggerated, directly arrogant and overbearing on Zhengzhu Lai's cheeks kiss, causing the latter to shriek, want to run, but by Wang Chunxiang cuddled up tightly, cannot run anywhere. Worthy of being the wild rose in the army, the police world bully flower, the heart of the bimbo Zheng Moore. Encounter Wang Chunks, being this kind of female hooligan who does not know how to sympathize with the jade. It is just like the showman meets the soldier, cannot reason, be eaten to death. After tasting the wine, everyone's gaze towards Night Singing You was extra bright, especially the few women who were more concerned about him. Each one of them mentally praised this man really knows how to pick. These bottles of wine he found tasted really good. Only Su Jun-chi knows that although these 3 bottles of wine are all good wine, they are definitely not that good. And the problem mostly lies in Night Xingyu's blending. And he noticed that Night Starry Night is not mixing the 3 bottles of wine together, but in accordance with a certain proportion to mix. This is not a rookie who does not know the wine white. Clearly is the master of this roda. Soon, the wine glasses in front of the audience were almost empty. Yan Zioxi hurriedly went to get the bottle of red wine on the table that was only half left, poured some into the glass, and only took a small sip, then exclaimed, "The taste is not right. It doesn't taste as good as what we just had." Su Jun-chi smiled bitterly in his heart. What is the taste of that bottle of wine alone? He himself drank it several times, and he knows it very well. Compared to the wine that Night Singing Wu has prepared, the taste is indeed much worse. When comparing the two, the difference is immediately visible. He was sincerely impressed with Night Singing You, and opened his mouth to praise. Night Young Man is really great. Originally, it was 3 bottles of relatively average wine, but once you exchanged them, it became a superb wine. It really made someone so deeply admire it. Night Zing, you modestly said. Su Xiao overpraised, mainly because you provide good wine. I just match a little, gilding the lily. Su Jun-chi is not a fool. Of course he knows that the other party is being modest and polite. The real situation is definitely not as simple as what Night Starry Night said. There is a lot to learn about wine, especially brewing and blending, which is easy to say but extremely difficult to do well. Any wine that is produced is the result of a large amount of practice by a group of professionals who have worked out a relatively perfect recipe. Those who don't know how to mix, no matter how you mix, usually the more you mix, the more difficult to drink. As if the snake to add feet, only the master of the road can turn the rotten into magic, in the original taste on the enhancement again. Really to do the gilding the lily, after drinking the mixed wine prepared by Night Starry Night. The remaining half bottle of red wine and almost a full bottle of white wine were somewhat tasteless. Drinking the last drop of wine in her glass, Wu Chujun pushed back her chair and stood up, her lotus steps swaying as she walked to the stage. Early preparations for the staff immediately dimmed the lights in the ballroom. A human-controlled soft spotlight immediately hit Wu Chujun's body. Will be reflected in her graceful, choo-choo touching. All the guests stopped talking, and their eyes were deliberately guided to the stage. Wu Chujun sat on a chic high stool with a seductive posture and long legs, casually picked up an acoustic guitar standing beside her, tried a few keys, and then began to play. She had said before that she was going to perform on stage, and it was an original piece, so naturally it was a new piece that no one had heard before, and everyone was listening with bated breath. Guitar is known as one of the world's 3 famous musical instruments, the tone between the violin and piano. Mellow, delicate, but also varied, listening to the very sensational. Wu Chujun's performance of this piece is very suitable for a guitar solo. The style is light and lingering, incredibly beautiful, although there are no lyrics. It still makes people feel relaxed and unconsciously mesmerized. When the song was over, there was thunderous applause. The title of Talented Girl is indeed true to its name. Obviously, she can rely on her talent to make a living, but she has grown a demonic face that subverts the masses. Isn't this a waste? Night singing you couldn't help but ask Zhang Xinyu beside him. Which family originated Miss Wu Chujun? How come I haven't heard you mention it before? Hearing that night, Xingyu took the initiative to talk to herself. Zhang Xinyu's heart swelled, and she replied truthfully, Sister Jun doesn't have a great background or backing. She is just the daughter of a small businessman, but she is talented and versatile. She is both a fashion designer and a music artist. And a lot of celebrities and noble men have fallen under her pomegranate skirt, and in the end, it was Su Deosh who touched Sister Jun's heart. And it is said that the two were secretly engaged to be married not long ago. I heard that the two have secretly gotten engaged not long ago. I see, Night Xing. You did not think that Wu Chujun is still a very talented woman. Just look at her sultry heavy makeup and sexy dress. It is difficult to associate her with the word talented woman, and even mistakenly think that this is a shallow, slutty woman. However, the Night Xing, but on the Wu Chujun's history has a trace of doubt. To know a rootless and bottomless woman, even if the talent and appearance of the world, can be captured as the departure of the city's first noble son of the Su Junqi. But also a very difficult thing, after all, the Su family as a big family. The heir to the marriage object selection is very strict. Not just beautiful and talented can be. The right family is more important. The two can do to get engaged this step. It is rare and precious. After the solo, Wu Chujun stood up from his stool, put down his guitar, bowed to the stage, and said, Thank you. There will be more exciting music performances to come. And I'd like to invite a few guests to join me on stage and go crazy with me. Afterwards, Wu Chujun recited a few names, and those whose names were recited would get up and go on stage, followed by spotlights, and Wu Chujun would take this opportunity to briefly introduce the identity of the other party. To the surprise of Night Singing Yu and Lin Shanya, the first name to be read by Wu Chujun was Jiangzu. And after hearing that he was named, Edmund's little cousin rushed onto the stage. The Zhang family, one of the 10 most powerful families in the empire, has developed in the capital, and most of these powerful boys in the outlying cities don't know Jiangzu. But after Wu Chujun's introduction, they understand why this delinquent teenager, who dresses in a trendy way and has dyed his hair red, and looks a little bit middle-aged, is qualified to sit at the same table as Su Da Xiao, the next 2 men and a woman on the stage. respectively called Bai Hong. Chen Da, Fan Minor are young people, and all are rich second generation. The family is either open company or have a mine, but compared to the background of Jiang Zhu's origin, it is much worse. Several young people dressed in fashionable fashion, on stage, greeted the following, and then skillfully picked up the instrument, tuning and testing. It seems to be ready to engage in a concert performance. After her introduction, Wu Chujun disappeared into the backstage, and a few minutes later, she appeared on stage with a new look, changing from a long, elegant dress to a black leather jacket and pants decorated with metal ornaments, revealing her rock and punk nightclub style.